One day, a red star brighter than the moon will appear over the Milky Way. From that moment, the laws of the heavens that govern day and night, the order of the sun and moon will crumble. An unprecedented age of chaos that will shake the heavens and the earth will begin. One born with the spirit of the star of the conqueror will overturn the world and set it right. He will command all under heaven. Atop a cliff a war raged, with thousands of soldiers cutting and stabbing each other. A single spear drew a long line across the ground before swinging, sending several soldiers flying into the air. One man watched another's fighting style and spoke. "Isn't he showing off a bit too much?" Yuan muttered as he observed Unho. "That man, doesn't he look like a full-grown adult? But I heard he's only 15. He's been through countless battlefields. Look, even though he's surrounded by several other soldiers, he's completely unfazed," Yuan continued. "He's truly strong." Unho swung his spear, sweeping away those attacking him. "Look at that. Who can guarantee they'll stay alive on a battlefield like that?" Unho gritted his teeth and fought cautiously, then slammed his blue spear into the ground and shouted. "Oh, this is killing me," he grumbled, panting heavily. "I'm so damn tired," Yuan retorted. "Of course you're tired." Unho looked up at Yuan. Yuan continued, "You must be more soft-hearted than you look. You should be busy enough dealing with the enemies in front of you, yet you're helping comrades in danger." A soldier from the enemy ranks suddenly shouted, "What the hell is that lunatic blabbering on about?" He swung his sword and charged at Yuan, still shouting, "If you don't want to fight, then just die." Suddenly blood spurted out. Unho had struck the man down in a single blow. Yuan continued to mutter. "See, was I wrong?" he said, looking at the falling soldier. "I told you that you were soft-hearted." Unho paused for a moment. He stared in disbelief at Qian Yuan, who was walking through the heart of the battlefield. Unho asked loudly, "What the hell are you? Why have you been getting on my nerves this whole time?" Yuan kept walking. He heard Unho's voice from behind him. "On this hellish battlefield without a single weapon. What in the world are you doing? Are you that gutsy or just reckless?" Yuan answered him. "For me to hold a weapon," he turned his head and looked at Unho. "That would be the reckless thing to do. To desperately cling to something so you won't be killed by others is in fact a good way to hasten your own demise." Unho faltered. He looked at Yuan, lost in thought. "What is this guy? It's clearly nonsense, so why can't I refute it?" Yuan continued walking as he answered. "Instead of holding a sword, I'd rather use that time to see something else," Unho asked, unable to understand. "Something else? What's that?" Yuan explained with a look of determination in his eyes. "The path to our army's victory." Unho was astonished. He shouted in disbelief, "You're saying you can see that in the middle of a chaotic battle like this?" As Unho was asking, a soldier attacked but was instantly killed. He flicked the blood from the tip of his spear. Yuan had arrived at his destination. He surveyed his surroundings and then spoke. "Retreat and we win." Unho was inwardly shocked. "Retreat?" He quickly grasped the hidden meaning and exclaimed, "Damn it, were we being lured in?" Yuan looked further into the distance. Unho also watched Yuan silently for a moment before speaking. "You're really something," Yuan replied. "You're no slouch either. You immediately realized our forces were being lured in just from my one word, retreat." Unho waved his hand and explained, "No, I'm just a fool." He smiled bitterly. "When you get consumed by fighting, you fail to see what you really ought to see." Then he turned around. Yuan asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Unho answered curtly, "The commander's tent." He smiled and explained, "Now that I've found a way to win, I have to report it to the general immediately." Yuan countered. "I don't think that's a good idea," he explained. "Do you really think those high and mighty generals will listen to brats like us?" Unho laughed heartily and replied, "It doesn't matter, I'm just doing what I have to do." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off. Watching him go, Yuan muttered "fool" to himself. He looked up at the sky, his gaze turning to the star of the conqueror. Their general asked with displeasure, "Retreat?" He dismissed Unho's suggestion. "Our objective is right in front of us and you're telling us to fall back," Unho continued to explain. "Yes, that is correct," the general challenged him back. "Fine, then tell me why." Unho stated seriously, "The enemy is constantly repeating a pattern of attack and retreat. It's possible they're plotting something," the general sneered. "Are you saying we're falling into their trap?" Then he turned to the person beside him, mocking Unho. "Did you hear that? This brat is treating us all like fools." Unho hastily clarified, "That was not my intention, sir." The general turned to leave, warning him, "If you don't return to your post at once, I will have your head for defying a military order." Unho, shocked and enraged by his words, looked up at the sky. Yuan's words echoed in his ears. "I don't think that's a good idea. Do you really think those high and mighty generals will listen to brats like us?" Unho muttered. "With the sky so clear, there will be so many stars tonight. I wonder how many will be left to see them." He smiled bitterly, his furious hand gripping his spear tightly. Unho stood like that for a long time before speaking again. Unho strode boldly toward the battlefield. "I'm going in." The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow. Bodies were strewn everywhere. There were enemies and there were allies. A movement came from under a pile of corpses and Qian Yuan emerged. He struggled to pull himself out from the heap of bodies, then he gasped for breath. All around him were nothing but corpses. With a sad expression, Yuan thought to himself, "No one is left, only a blood-soaked wind cuts through the night." He continued to think, "What should I do now?" Just then he sensed a sudden movement from afar. What was that? Yuan thought, instantly looking in that direction. An arm that shot up startled him. Unho was also crawling out from under a pile of corpses. Yuan watched in astonishment. He crawled up with great difficulty. Yuan's gaze softened. It was Unho who spoke first. "Thank God you're alive." He smiled faintly and said, "I'm so glad to see you again." Yuan looked at him, then raised his head to gaze at the star of the conqueror in the sky. Unho said, Do you know about that star they call the Star of the Conqueror? They sat side by side and he continued. They say a child born with the energy of that star will become a conqueror and take the world in his hands, but unfortunately, the last time that star appeared was 12 years ago. Yuan glanced at Unho and asked baffled, why is that unfortunate? Unho explained, because I was born 3 years before that star. Yuan fell into thought. Is that so? Unho smiled and continued. If only I'd been born just 3 years later, I might have had a shot at being a conqueror myself. Yuan was silent. He thought to himself, the star of the conqueror. The red star that appeared the year I was born. They looked at the star together. Yuan broke the silence and spoke, what's there to be sorry about? Stars usually only become visible a few years after they appear. Unho was puzzled. What, you know about the star of the conqueror too? He looked at Unho and explained, didn't they say only a child born in the year the star appears can receive its energy? If that's the case, then it's possible that even children born up to 3 years before could receive its energy. In other words, you could become the conqueror too. Unho's expression changed subtly. He smiled faintly and asked, is that right? Then he stroked his chin and said, well, since I wanted to lead the Murim anyway, I suppose becoming the conqueror wouldn't be so bad. They fell silent again. Unho looked at Yuan and asked curiously, by the way, how long were you hiding under those bodies? Without looking at him, Yuan answered, I hid as soon as you left. Unho retorted, well, our army was wiped out anyway. Yuan continued his thought, because no general would believe that we could win by retreating. He was a little surprised that Unho agreed. You're right, that's when I thought, I swear I have no reason to die alongside fools like them. The moment you said to retreat, I realized something. The enemy had no reason to defend this mountain, yet they were defending it desperately. That could only mean this place was a trap. Unho ground his teeth in frustration. So stupid, just because the enemy was defending this place, they thought it was some great strategic point. And in the end they planted their flag and held their ground. All those soldiers lost their lives because of that damn fool of a general. Unho stood up and continued. But thanks to that, an opportunity has come my way. With a look of relief he stretched his arms toward the sky and declared, I am deserting. From this moment on I am abandoning this life as a slave soldier. Yuan said sarcastically, are you a traitor's descendant too? Unho looked at him and answered curtly, I am. He continued, you are too, right? That must be why you were dragged into this life of slavery at your age. Unho tried to persuade Yuan, want to come with me? He was quiet. Unho burst out laughing. You don't want to, Yuan explained. It's not that I don't want to, I can't. I have 2 people I must protect, a sick mother and a younger sibling who is even weaker than her. Unho kept smiling. That's good, it's a good thing to have a family to go back to. He looked up at the Star of the Conqueror and said, unlike me who has no one. A flicker of sadness crossed Yuan's face. Unho waved his hand and left. I'm off. He paused as if he remembered something and said, my name is Beck Unho. Yours, Yuan muttered. Qian Yuan. Unho asked again. What was that? Yuan snapped. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Beck Unho started walking again. Annoyed by Yuan's attitude, he said under his breath, what a brusque bastard. He launched himself into the air, finishing his thought. If we're fated to, we'll meet again. I'm really leaving now. Unho disappeared in an instant, and Qian Yuan, still watching his back, thought to himself, he's gone. He then stood up and turned his gaze toward the Star of the Conqueror. Now it's just me and the Star of the Conqueror. Unho's words echoed in his ears. Well, since I wanted to lead the Murim anyway, I suppose becoming the conqueror wouldn't be so bad. Yuan thought to himself, a conqueror, he muttered. Damn it, do I have to become the conqueror? In another corner, 2 celestial maidens could be seen. The white maiden spoke. Which of those 2 do you think is the child of the Star of the Conqueror? The red maiden simply smiled faintly and said, who knows? She asked the one beside her. Who do you think it is? The white maiden also smiled and replied. Wouldn't the one led by destiny become the child of the Star of the Conqueror? The red maiden agreed. Yes, that's right, she prayed. Fate is determined by one's own choices. Those who only wait will gain nothing. The one who knows to throw themselves in and sees what they want, he will become the child of the Star of the Conqueror. 11 years later that autumn, the Murim Alliance, a coalition of most of the righteous factions, had formed an immensely powerful force. On the opposing side, the Black Heaven Hall, led by the demonic cult leader Han Jianhuang, was gradually taking control of the unorthodox factions. Before long, the righteous Murim led by Murim Alliance leader Han Zhongyuan and the unorthodox factions led by demonic cult leader Han Jianhuang slowly began to reveal their ambitions to devour one another. In a region dense with mountains and forests, an escort agency caravan was on the move. An escort agency was a business that transported cargo under contract for a fee. It was one of the business models of the righteous factions, where a worker would earn an income corresponding to their labor. A booming voice rang out. Are you mad? Yuan retorted with displeasure. That's absolutely out of the question. Others in the escort caravan chimed in resentfully. Is it that Yuan punk again? That useless brat is being insolent again. A subordinate loyal to the agency's owner scolded him. Does this brat have a death wish? How dare you call the chief escort mad? Qian Yuan pointed to the mountains in the distance and said forcefully, we cannot go around Mount Aso. Taking that route will add at least 3 more days to our journey. Another man defended the agency owner. That's why the chief escort said he'd pay for those 3 days out of his own pocket. Are you still not satisfied? Yuan repeated. Regardless, we absolutely must not go around the mountain. Losing his temper, the man pointed a finger at him and cursed loudly. You crazy bastard, don't you know that of the 18 fortresses of the Green Forest, the Aso fortress is the most vicious? The agency owner cleared his throat. Ahem, his subordinate continued to curse, so of course avoiding it is the right choice, Yuan muttered sarcastically. You must be thrilled at the thought of pocketing the toll fee for Mount Aso, the man immediately stammered. What did you say? Yuan frowned and said, birds die for bait and men die for greed, the man shouted in disgust. This bastard, now you're showing off by reciting poetry? Yuan looked elsewhere and spoke softly. All of our lives depend on your decision. The man pointed a finger at him and continued to snap. That's why we decided to go around to save you all. Yuan looked back at him and said clearly, No, you're the ones who will die. Both men exclaimed in shock. What did you say? Yuan glanced at them and answered, Because of that very greed of yours. The subordinate continued to curse. How dare this insolent punk raise his voice here trying to act smart? It's because of that stupid mouth of yours that your life is such a mess, Yuan retorted. On the contrary, I have a feeling this mouth of mine is going to help me live quite well. The man was so angry he couldn't speak. You crazy bastard, Yuan continued. With this very mouth that you despise I am going to save myself and my comrades. While they argued, the escort caravan had to halt. Yuan addressed the group. Go around or don't, do as you please. He turned his head, waved his hand and walked away. In any case, I've given my warning. I hope you all manage to stay alive, the subordinate, trying to look good, shouted. That bastard, I'll go get him right now. The agency owner signaled that there was no need. That's enough. We can't waste any more time on one arrogant brat. He glanced at the other members of the escort agency and ordered his subordinate. There are less than 6 hours left until sunset. From now on we travel without stopping until we are 100 li clear of Mount Aso. The man took the order and hurriedly urged them to depart. The order was to move without rest until they were 100 li away from Mount Aso. As they moved, they shouted loudly, GM's and escort agency, it's the GM's and escort agency. The agency's owner, hearing the cry, turned his head in displeasure and scolded them. Can't you be quiet at once? Have you forgotten we're secretly bypassing the Aso fortress? The subordinate hastily replied. Ah, yes. He relayed the order. Everyone be quiet. We will travel without any calls until we are 100 li clear of Mount Aso. As evening fell, the group continued to walk. Their shadows stretched across the forest and the two men in the lead moved while surveying their surroundings. When the deputy chief escort looked back, he saw Yuan and the rest of the group chatting cheerfully. He muttered, If I'd known he would be such a nuisance I would have just left him behind. The agency owner replied, What can be done? Since he was sent by the new agency head, we have no choice but to bring him along, he continued. Speaking of which, I remember how arrogant he acted when the former agency head favored him. When the new agency head took his position, he kicked him down to a porter's job in one fell swoop. Everyone was so relieved. But are you going to let him keep wearing those clothes? He said with displeasure. He may have held a management position before, but now he's been dismissed and has become a porter. That attire is a bit much, isn't it? But the agency owner replied. There's nothing to be done about the clothes. They recalled the time Jin Damwei had given Yuan an ultimatum. Choose, will you stay with the agency as a porter or will you walk out on your own 2 feet? He had answered. I will take the position of porter. Yuan thought to himself, the new agency head may have spread bad rumors about me, but I can't quit my job. At home I have a sick mother and a younger sister who is even weaker than her. I have no choice, he continued. However, I have one condition, Yuan calculated inwardly. If I don't earn money quickly, forget about medicine, it will be hard to survive even if we tighten our belts. Damwei frowned and asked, What condition? Yuan answered. I will become a porter and follow the escort missions. In return, please allow me to continue wearing these clothes, he asked back. Unable to understand, what did you say? The deputy chief escort asked curiously. Are you saying he made it a condition that he'd only be a porter if he could wear those clothes? The chief escort explained. I heard they were a gift from the former agency head, Go. When Elder Go saw his calligraphy, he praised him highly, saying it was as if the master of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, had been reincarnated and gave him a management position. Furthermore, I heard he personally commissioned a first-rate tailor to make those clothes and bestowed them upon him. No wonder his clothes looked so luxurious, they must be very valuable, the deputy chief escort said. Anyway, he's a fool, he sneered. He should have just kept his mouth shut and tried to get on the new agency head's good side, but he couldn't, and this is what he gets. His gaze was still fixed on Yuan, who was with the group of porters. The chief escort continued, That's the fate of those who don't know their place. They kept walking, and the subordinate cautiously asked again, But will we really be okay with the Aso fortress? The chief escort explained, There will be some risk, but in this world nothing can be gained without taking risks. Still, I'm a bit worried, he said hesitantly. Another man chimed in to support his words. Recently, both the Wangryong escort agency of Wangju and the Wyong escort agency of Yangyang successfully completed missions at Mount Aso. He spoke as if answering the owner. They only passed through the officially notified branches. In reality, didn't they take a detour? The owner answered curtly. That's right, but the important thing is that the Aso fortress didn't chase after the escorts that bypassed them, Yuan explained. That's precisely why it's dangerous, because other escorts have already bypassed them. One of the porters asked back, not understanding. I don't quite understand what you mean, he continued to explain. I overheard the chief escort earlier. I heard that all the escorts that took the detour succeeded, the young man replied. If they were safe, then of course we too. Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder and explained. Try thinking from the perspective of the Aso Fortress bandits. Twice now escorts have taken a detour to cheat them out of the toll fee. The bandits who found out late must be furious by now. If it happens a third time, what would you do? He exclaimed. Of course I'd smash them to pieces. Then he paused as if he realized something and muttered, trembling in fear, then are we really going to be attacked? They fell silent. After a moment Yuan spoke. In any case I have a bad feeling. The young man tried to reassure him. Brother, why are you saying such unlucky things? Yuan looked at him and replied, Don't mind me, I was just talking to myself. The young man broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, how can he tell me not to mind him after scaring me like this? What's that supposed to mean? The chief escort signaled to the group, Just half a Sichuan more and we'll be out of here. Everyone hang in there. The deputy chief escort glanced at Yuan. He ground his teeth in displeasure. Yuan's demeanor remained calm and vigilant. He turned his head and said nothing. The young man next to him whispered, Brother, I think the chief escort has it in for you. Yuan spoke up. It doesn't matter. I can't resent them for the fact that their vessel cannot contain me. He asked curiously, Just how big is your vessel, brother? Yuan looked up at the star of the conqueror and repeated, How big is my vessel? I don't know either. I've never once had the chance to test it. Yuan thought to himself, Will I ever get such an opportunity? Unho's words suddenly echoed in his ears. I just wanted to go to the Murim anyway. Becoming the conqueror wouldn't be so bad while I'm at it. Yuan smiled to himself. Why am I suddenly thinking of him? Is it because of the star of the conqueror that has been in that spot for the last 11 years? I wonder if he achieved his dream of becoming the conqueror. The group continued to walk. The chief escort spoke again. Did I mention I'm thinking of retiring after this escort mission? The subordinate asked in surprise. Sir, really? He explained. That star of the conqueror is getting redder, so it's clear that the most terrible age of chaos in history will soon begin. He asked back. Are you referring to the all-out war between the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult? He replied. That's right. If rumors are so widespread that they've reached my ears, it means many places are already involved. The chief escort continued. I have seen with my own eyes the world turn into a sea of blood, he added. An age of chaos may be an opportunity for heroes, but for common folk like us it's a disaster to be avoided. That's why I'm trying to get out as soon as possible. And this mission will provide the best retirement fund. No sooner had he finished speaking than an arrow lodged itself in his chest. He stammered, Why does my chest sting so much? Looking down he was horrified. Blood spurted from the wound and soon a scream erupted as he fell. His subordinate cried out, Chief escort, someone shouted. Ah, it's Aso Fortress. They've appeared. Take cover. The members of the Jiamzhen escort agency screamed about a rain of arrows. Yuan was shocked and thought to himself, so it came to this after all. Under the rain of arrows from the Aso Fortress, the members of the Jiamzhen escort agency fell helplessly. Pained screams echoed from all directions. The small-statured young man hid himself in a corner. Seeing Yuan untying a horse's reins, he shouted in disbelief, Brother, what are you doing over there? What if you get hit by an arrow? Yuan made the horse run and answered loudly, I can't just stand by and watch innocent animals get hit by arrows. The horse safely escaped the rain of arrows. The young man continued to shout, You'll get hit by an arrow too. Yuan replied, If my life is meant to end today, then so be it. He continued to untie other horses and make them run. When he looked up at the sky, no more arrows were flying toward them. Yuan thought to himself, The arrow shower is over. In that case, just as he realized something, torches appeared from high places. The forces of Aso Fortress had surrounded them. Yuan was horrified. There were men with torches on this side as well. The members of the Jiamzhen escort agency gathered together and turned their bodies. They cried out in terror. They're cornering us. There are too many of them, at least over 200, they shouted in panic. Chief escort, the Aso Fortress bandits are surrounding us. They turned their heads to look for the chief escort. Please give us your orders. The enemy's numbers are too great. We cannot fight them. But he had long since stopped breathing. The deputy chief escort had been hiding, using his heavy corpse as a shield. The chief escort is dead, he said, crawling out with difficulty from under the owner's body. One of the group members stammered, Then you can give the orders, chief. He kicked the chief escort's body and shouted, Orders? What damn orders? The only thing to do is run, others replied. We are surrounded on all sides. I can't see any escape route. He pointed his finger and commanded, Set the carts on fire. They asked back, not understanding what he explained. What they're after is the treasure. If we set the carts on fire, they'll be distracted trying to put it out, and we can reduce the number of enemies chasing us in the confusion. They mulled over his words and then lit the fire. That makes sense. As the flames soared, they said to each other, It's a dead end anyway. The chief escort is gone. Treasure or whatever, we have to survive first. The cargo carts were engulfed in flames. He pointed his finger and commanded, Hurry, the front seems to have the fewest torches. Run that way. Yuan, who was behind them, finally spoke. If you go, you will all die. They paused and turned to look at him in unison. The porters stood with Yuan. He continued, You won't be able to break through the encirclement. Even if you do, you won't get far before you end up dead. The deputy chief escort asked back unpleasantly, Then are you telling us to just stand here and wait to die? Yuan explained, If you kneel and beg for your lives, there might be a chance you'll live. He shouted, You madman, are you telling me to surrender now? There's no way. The Aso Fortress bandits, who are notorious for their cruelty, will spare our lives. Yang, without losing his composure, continued his words. If you wish to go, then go. The porters and I will stay here and beg for our lives. The porters also hesitated at his suggestion. Hey, we should run too, he explained. None of us has the ability to fight anyway. The deputy chief escort left, leading half the men. Fine, you all survive on your own, whether you stay here or run away. Do as you please. Yang watched them and thought to himself, I warned them this much, but they were the ones who didn't listen. He turned to the remaining people and requested, let's put out this fire first. We especially need to put out the fire on cart number 3. Cart number 3 was the one carrying the most valuable treasure. The young man was puzzled. Brother, why do we have to put out the fire? The ones who set it and ran were those escorts, Yuan explained. The Aso fortress bandits appeared not for the treasure but to punish us. Burning the treasure will only make them angrier. He said urgently, let's do as Brother Yuan says for now, hurry. The fire is spreading to cart number 5. They immediately began working together to extinguish the fire according to his words. Yuan also lent a hand. When he paused, they also paused. It was when the group from Aso fortress appeared on the other side. 2 men who appeared to be the leaders of the group approached them. The expressions of the two were filled with vigilance and ferocity. Yuan also looked at them. The two sides stared at each other for a moment, and then the figure from Aso fortress spoke. What are you all doing now? Yuan explained politely. As you can see, we are putting out the fire. He crossed his arms and asked back. One group sets the carts on fire and runs away while the remaining group puts out the fire. What a truly bizarre sight. He turned his head toward the direction the GMs and escort agency members had fled and continued. Those bastards won't get far even if they run, and they'll all be dead soon enough, but that doesn't mean those of you who stayed behind to put out the fire will get to live. Yuan countered. No, we will live, he sneered. He, how we're going to kill you all, Yuan answered him. Because you will spare us, he asked again. And why is that, he explained. There are 4 reasons why you must spare us. In a certain mountain range, among the thousands of fortresses in the world, the 18 strongest were called the 18 fortresses of the Green Forest, and the chiefs responsible for them were called the 18 tigers of the Green Forest. Among the 18 fortresses there was one known to be particularly vicious, the Aso fortress ruled by Guanghiao. The group from Aso fortress soon returned to their assembly point. Yuan and the porters were tied up on one side. He thought to himself, Guanghiao, the chief of Aso fortress, if he were as cruel as the rumors say, we would have been dead by now. Did he understand my reasoning? As a voice announced their arrival, the people inside the fortress immediately turned their gazes to one side. The chief is here, they all shouted in unison. We greet the chief. Yuan was stunned. The man standing at the gate was a huge rugged man. Yuan frowned and thought with vigilance, our lives hang by a thread dependent on that man's past. The great chief of Aso fortress entered with a commanding presence. Yuan, not taking his eyes off him, observed him and thought to himself, Guanghiao was a former soldier who rose to become the leader of a group of over 500 men. But that was his limit. He was not from a good family, nor did he have a strong background to support him, and the army's promotion process was opaque. He quit that job and worked for several escort agencies. In his hand was the head of the deputy chief escort. Yuan looked at it and continued to think, but there was no other place with so many budding talents. That was how they deceived one another, and so the last place he chose was a mountain fortress, where only the strong could rise to the top. A place where deceit was useless. Yuan watched him thinking, between him and me our survival depends on who is stronger. His men shouted in unison. Chief, welcome back, Yuan calculated inwardly. But there is one thing I cannot be sure of, whether Guanghiao still possesses the fire of the warrior who once fought against the injustices and absurdities of his youth. One of his men spoke up. There is much blood on your clothes. Are you unhurt? He replied. Do you think that's even possible? It took little effort to deal with a few escorts, the man continued. It was not a few, but 10 of them. Next time, please take some men with you just in case. But why have you brought a man's head with you? The chief set down his weapon and sat in the leader's seat asking, what's the deal with these men? His subordinate explained. They are the porters. Guanghiao looked at them, then threw the head. It landed in front of Yuan and his group. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at it. The chief ordered, impale that bastard's head on a pike and plant it at the mountain entrance. A subordinate asked, is this to serve as a lesson to those who would try to cheat us? He answered, that was the idea, but it seems a useless gesture. There are still plenty of heads left here to be chopped off. They flinched at the threat. The chief continued, there aren't many scowling faces, so I'll have to take my time choosing which head to pick. Yuan grew a little worried. The chief changed the subject. But why are these men here? I thought I ordered you to kill every last one of those who disrespected us and leave no one alive. The chief's man explained. They begged for their lives. He looked at Yuan and continued. This one even said there were 4 reasons why you must do so. It seemed quite interesting, so I brought him here, thinking you might enjoy taking his head yourself, chief. The chief raised an eyebrow and replied, is that so? An amusing fellow. His subordinate spoke up. You know how easily I am swayed by others' words. Even though this man is of low birth, he persuaded me to bring him all the way here. Guanghiao smiled and continued. Ha, thanks to that, you do offer some decent advice from time to time. He looked at Yuan and commanded, speak. What are these 4 reasons I must spare you? He then added a threat. If a single word of nonsense comes from that mouth of yours, I will rip it right off your face. The porters trembled in fear as they looked at him. The man's head still lay rolling on the floor. He shouted, "The first reason," Yuan answered. "The first reason is that by killing us you gain nothing and only waste your strength." Guang Hiaojang exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation as he continued. "You are the ones who gain nothing," he explained, "sending a loud and clear warning to those who would disrespect us like you did. That is what we gain," Yuan countered. "But if that threat is too excessive, no one will come to this mighty Mount Aso in the future." At his words, the chief and his men paused. They all turned their gazes toward Yuan. Yuan explained, "It was the GM's escort agency that broke its promise to pay the toll for passing through Mount Aso. But if the GM's escort agency admits its own fault, the rumors about the great Aso fortress will become so foul that you will be cut off from the world," the chief asked back. "Rumors?" Yuan continued to explain. "The rumor that despite paying the toll, the wicked bandits of Aso fortress seized the cargo and killed everyone in the escort," he shouted in displeasure. "What kind of ridiculous rumor is that?" he calmly continued. "Even if it's a lie, that is what they will do. It is the only way for the escort guild to regain its credibility." The chief of Aso fortress did not take his eyes off him. Neither did the others as Yuan continued. "Meanwhile, the great Aso fortress will be forced to defend itself deep within the mountains. The head of the GM's escort agency travels all over this continent. If the rumors they spread become widely known, they will continue to circulate, whether the great Aso fortress denies them or not." The chief looked at Yuan with burning eyes and asked, "And if I spare you?" He answered firmly, "We will tell the truth. That the escorts led by our chief failed to keep their promise. This also protects the credibility of our agency. The GM's escort agency will be able to reach a fair agreement with the great Aso fortress and seek forgiveness." As the icy atmosphere thawed, Guang Hiaojang demanded of Yuan, "Fine, give me the second reason." He smiled faintly. "We have already provided you with a considerable benefit, chief," his subordinate explained. "They are the ones who put out the fire on the cargo carts." The chief asked in surprise, "What, they really set it on fire?" The man explained, "Yes, they did. The escort set the fire and fled, and these porters extinguished it," he countered. "That's not such a difficult task. It might have taken some time, but our men could have done it." Yuan furrowed his brow and said, "You are correct, however. We were the only ones who could have saved the most valuable items in cart number 3 from being burned. Without us, those precious goods would have turned to ash in the time you mentioned," he appraised Yuan. "You have a silver tongue." Yuan met his gaze with a steady one. The chief continued his demand. "Let's hear the third reason." He presented a condition to Aso fortress. "Before I tell you, there is something I would like to ask." He did not wait for the chief's consent before speaking. "Do you truly not dream of a higher position, of joining the ranks of the Green Forest 18 fortresses?" The chief was stunned by Yuan's words. The others in the fortress all thought to themselves, "What in the world is that bastard spouting?" Guang Hiaojang looked at him again with burning eyes and asked back, "Did you just ask me if I have any thought of becoming one of the Green Forest 18 fortresses?" Yuan answered curtly, "Yes, I did." He slammed his fist on his chair in a rage and shouted, "Nonsense!" An expletive followed. "You finally said something worthy of having your mouth torn off. The Green Forest 18 fortresses are like a father to me, and the brothers there are my sworn brothers, and you dare ask if I dream of betraying my father and sworn brothers?" Everyone present was terrified by the Aso fortress chief's fury. Yuan, without losing his composure, asked him back, "I am curious what the mountain air is like." The chief and his two subordinates were all stunned by this remark. He asked back, "Are you telling me to take a walk in a situation like this?" His subordinate persuaded him, "Why don't you take a walk with him? The wind is quite refreshing today." He considered for a moment, then agreed to go with him, though the flames of his anger still burned. "Fine, let's go. The head on that pike might just be replaced with another." Yuan frowned and looked at him. 30 days earlier, in a region shrouded in mist and mountains, a man entered the Valley of Heavenly Demons deep within. Qian the Valley of Heavenly Demons, was a place where the unparalleled heroes of the evil cults had to abandon everything. For the past 500 years, countless warriors had challenged and entered that cave to obtain the heavenly demon arts. But not a single one had succeeded, and all they found was death. Unho had been training here, but today, one man broke the 500-year-old legend. He had unleashed its techniques, and he was a man who had roamed the frontiers of the Murim with the Thunder Emperor of the evil cult, uniting the two borders into one. A man known to have greatly contributed from behind the scenes to the hegemon of the demonic realm, the Black Heaven Army. A black dragon coiled around him. This man was the heavenly demon blade lord, Unho. Back at Aso fortress, the chief and Yuan were taking a walk. The others commented to themselves, "Looks like the chief was swayed by that punk's words." The man beside him said, "I think you were the one most swayed," the man explained. "Their leaders set the fire and ran, but that punk stayed behind and put it out. That alone shows he's no ordinary man. I don't know why such talent is being wasted as an escort, but it would be a true shame if his head were to fall here." He thought to himself, "As for my abilities, there is but a one chance that that is his true intention. This man has far greater potential than I had imagined." Yuan and the chief looked into the distance together. He spoke first, "I will spare you. The first reason alone was enough to save your life," Yuan replied. "Nevertheless, I must tell you the third reason," he warned him. "If you keep spouting off, your head won't stay attached to your shoulders, but according to you, that wouldn't matter, would it?" he replied. "If that is my fate, then I have no other choice," the chief said. "You will have to take responsibility for your words. Yet you continue to put yourself in danger to say what must be said," Yuan explained. "It is because I have seen it," he asked, unable to understand. "Seen it? What do you mean?" Yuan began to explain. Your eyes, Chief. The chief looked at him with suspicion. Those eyes, they were telling me that deep in your heart you long to rise to a higher place. The chief was stunned. He replied, it doesn't matter what you saw in these eyes. But if you spout any more strange nonsense, I'll have your head on the spot. Tell me, what is the third reason? He made a serious proposal. Before I state the third reason, I have a condition, he repeated. A condition. I cannot promise I will grant your condition. If you wish to continue despite my saying so, then continue. Yuan immediately explained, if we return like this, we will be kicked out of the GM's and escort agency. We may have saved our lives, but it will be very difficult to make a living. No agency would want to hire porters who are ready to abandon their cargo without hesitation to save their own skin. Guang Hiljang listened and then asked back, so you want to take back some of the cargo and you want us to spare your lives? If we cannot live an ordinary life, we will face a life more painful and miserable than death. If what I have to say is of any help to you, Chief. Yuan bowed his head and requested, please allow us to collect the heads of our manager and the bodies of the escort guards and return with them. Though they are dead, their families will cherish this. The chief answered without looking at him. If you take your leader's head with you, the agency will not cast you out. Yuan agreed. Yes, that is correct. He turned his head to look at Yuan and asked, do you know of the star of the conqueror? You must know that many pray to it, right? Wishing they could become that star. Then what about you? Have you ever wished to become the star of the conqueror? The sky was pitch black and those words echoed in Yuan's ears. Have you ever wished to become the star of the conqueror? Guang Hiljang asked me, but I did not answer. No, to be precise, I could not answer. Yuan thought to himself as he returned with the men from the GM's and escort agency. As the rain poured down in sheets, Yuan was lost in thought. To think of such things is too great a luxury for one who has nothing, let alone for someone struggling to change their own fate. When my current life is so difficult, how could I have the strength to dream of something so fanciful? He mused as the rain soaked his body. I just want to live each day in peace. The others were also silent. I just hope not to starve tomorrow. The bodies of the escorts were loaded onto a cart. Yuan recalled when he had told him the third reason. I could feel Guang Hiljang's heartbeat quicken violently. He who had locked his ambitions firmly in his heart began to be shaken by my words. Thinking back, my meeting with Guang Hiljang may have been fate. I'm a little curious as to how his destiny will change now that he has met me. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, the chief of Aso Fortress was talking with his subordinate. I told that brat that it's impossible for me to become a leader of the Green Forest. The man was puzzled. Why did you say that? He explained. You know as well as I do. I am much weaker than my sworn brothers, and our fortress is in the most remote frontier. That is why the rest of the brothers are not wary of me. As he spoke, the chief nodded. Yes, that's what the kid said too. And the solution was in his third reason. He said this was the only thing I needed to know. He asked the chief, what did he say? The chief said, chewing on a piece of chicken. He said the Green Forest 18 fortresses are heading in the wrong direction. The man's eyes turned to surprise. The chief continued, he said that if my sworn brothers continue to fight amongst themselves, the Green Forest will soon be split into two factions. He advised me to urge my two brothers to take a step back and forgive each other, because few are wary of our fortress. They would listen to me, and even this Aso fortress's weakness could become a strength, the subordinate continued. He is right. If you do as he says, Chief, everyone will follow you. As if you were the leader of the Green Forest, he spoke up. Yes, that's what he said too. That if I could make my brothers take a step back and bring about unity instead of division, an opportunity would surely come, and that I must never miss that opportunity when it appears. After hearing his words, strangely, my heart began to pound like crazy. The subordinate was stunned by his words. He said, no matter how hard I tried to calm my heart, it was no use. That brat truly shook me. The ambition that was hidden deep within me. He asked the chief. So that's why you let them leave with the heads in one of the cargo carts? Guang Hiljang continued. Qian Yuan, that is his name. The man was puzzled. Why do you suddenly mention his name? He replied. He told me to remember it, that perhaps one day he might be the one to save me. We never know what might happen. Then our situations may be reversed at our next meeting. Yuan's words came back to him. If our situations are reversed when we meet again, I will be sure to save your life then, sir. So please do not forget my name. That is the fourth reason. The chief was astounded by Yuan's words. He ground his teeth and sighed and burst into a hearty laugh. I will give you a big laugh when that time comes. When that star of the conqueror that I have watched for 11 years shines its brightest. He placed a hand on Yuan's shoulder and promised, I give you my word, if I manage to take control of the Green Forest, I will grant at least one of your proposals. Yuan did not answer. His brow furrowed and the rain continued to fall. While the chief walked with his subordinate, the war between the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult had already begun. It would soon become a war of annihilation. He continued, if that happens, the Green Forest will have to choose a side. If the Green Forest continues to fight for hegemony in this situation, we will disappear into history. That is why we must unite. If I can stand at the center of that cooperation, I will be in the most advantageous position for the leader's seat, and that is precisely what Qian Yuan told me. The subordinate added his thoughts. You should not have let him go. You should have kept him and given him a position here. the chief explained. He is not a man who would stay just because I forced him to. He is more than I can handle, so how could a mere escort agency possibly contain him, he said. I saw the star of the conqueror shining above his head. Do you know what I thought then? I thought that the one chosen by the star of the conqueror might just be Qian Yuyang, returning to the place where Unho had been training. A cold air hung about, and the arts he had mastered swirled around him. Unho slowly opened his eyes and thought, I always regretted being born 3 years before that star appeared. Back then that man told me that it takes a few years for a star to become visible to the human eye after it appears, that even those born up to 3 years before the star became visible could receive its energy and become the conqueror. Thinking this, he left that place. Unho dashed outside. The moment I heard those words, I decided to escape my fate as a mere soldier and become the conqueror. The air outside was just as harsh. Unho moved using his arts. He set foot on the ground, the arts surrounding him still churning violently. Unho scoffed. Has it been 3 years already? He looked up at the star of the conqueror and asked, Have you been well? Since I began training in the Valley of Heavenly Demons, I have not forgotten you for a single day. And I became certain, Star of the Conqueror, you exist for me, so do not even think of following another. I will not forgive anyone who covets what is mine. As Unho declared this resolutely, his subordinate said, Master, you have finally achieved it, he replied. Yes, it has finally become completely mine. How are the preparations for what Qian Gwi left behind? The other replied. All preparations are complete. Everyone is awaiting your arrival, Master. Unho sneered. Good, very good. He moved immediately. Let's begin. The age of the demonic cult. As the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the sun revealed itself through the white clouds. 5 young men and 3 women, all outstanding in martial arts, strategy and scholarship. The next generation of leaders in the Jianghu were called the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. And the 5 most beautiful women in the world were praised as the 5 flowers of Murim. 12 youths filled with passion for martial arts were called the 12 moons of the Jianghu. There was only one person who belonged to all of those groups, and that woman is her, the red maiden asked. And the white maiden answered, Yes, she is. The white maiden continued, Bangom Heidungwa Yonol. She is known by such names, the red maiden commented. She is so beautiful that even disguised as a man one could never forget her beauty after seeing her just once. Solri gazed into the distance and muttered, Is that the place where the Murim's Sichuan branch will fight the demonic cult? Over the past 100 years we have stopped the demonic cult a total of 12 times. I wonder what kind of legend will be made this time. A figure appeared from behind her and said, Isn't that a given? Solri immediately asked back, What is? Zhou Qianhu answered with a serious face, You and I are participating in this battle, my lady. Isn't it only natural that we will stop them? I assure you those demonic cult bastards will get a sound thrashing from us and run away with their tails between their legs. Solri said with a smile, Mister, he answered with a smile, Yes, my lady. Solri asked him, How do I look? He laughed heartily. Of course, my lady, you look like my lady, but since you are disguised as a man, you look like a man. She chided him. The only reason I look like a woman to you is because you know who I am. Don't make a mistake and address me properly. He asked back, There's no one here, is there a need for that? But as Solri pouted, he couldn't help but say, Yes, sir, understood. The great captain of the 5 divisions of the special arts. Solri chided him. Just call me captain, he replied. Captain. Qianhu raised a hand to stop her and said, Just a moment, how can the captain call me mister? Solri answered awkwardly, You kept calling me my lady, so I called you that without thinking. She said, Never mind, deputy captain, let's not make any mistakes from now on. Having said that, she moved forward with renewed vigor and said, Let's go. To reach the Sichuan branch today, we must pick up the pace. It may look close, but we still have a long way to go. Qianhu chimed in. It will take the demonic cult bastards 3 days to reach Sichuan. We don't have to arrive today. Our unit can only join us tomorrow morning. Since we have plenty of time, how about we look around the city of Sichuan and survey the situation? It is possible that the demonic cult bastards have already infiltrated the market. Solri muttered, Infiltration, that's possible, she continued. Then let's do as you say, deputy captain. The white maiden looked at her, and the red maiden, also watching Solri, commented, That woman is one who can change herself. A woman who will have a great influence on many others. As the day drew to a close and darkness slowly fell upon the city of Sichuan, loud voices could be heard from here and there. Are you crazy? How could he do that? What did he even do to get kicked out? I knew the chief escort was a petty man, but this is too much, isn't it? The porters complained on Yuyang's behalf. Who was it that saved us when our necks were on the line? We would have died like dogs if it wasn't for you. Kicked out instead of rewarded? Does this make any sense? This is ridiculous. If they had been in that situation, they would have just pissed their pants. Their loud voices reached Solri's ears. He was so brave in the Aso Fortress bandits' den that chief escort bastard should have seen it himself. Solri and Zhou Qianhu looked at each other. They were surprised to hear Aso Fortress mentioned in the other party's conversation. Yuyang raised a hand to calm them. Brothers, this was something I expected anyway, so please don't be too upset, the porters asked back in disbelief. You expected it? Really, he explained. You all know that the new chief escort dislikes me. Even if it wasn't for this incident, he would have surely found another excuse to kick me out soon. It just happened a little sooner, another person chimed in. I really can't understand that man. It's hard to find someone who works as well as you. Yuyang smiled confidently. It's because I'm too outstanding. The others fell silent. Yuyang thought to himself, being good at your job isn't always a good thing. You start to see other people's mistakes even when you don't want to. In a way, that could also be a form of incompetence, he continued to think as he picked up food with his chopsticks. I should have pretended not to see the wrong numbers, but I couldn't. Yuan paused. He was surprised to see the dishes on the table, thinking they had spent so much money for him. He spoke up. Isn't this too much? There are too many expensive dishes, one of the porters explained. We all chipped in as much as we could, so don't worry and enjoy the food. A few others added excitedly. After all, you saved our lives, brother. This is the least we can do. What are you doing? Hurry up and eat. They laughed. Ha ha ha, since we're all here, let's order some drinks and curse that damn new chief escort to our heart's content. While they continued to urge him, Yuan was lost in thought. Please try this fish dish, it's the most famous dish at this restaurant. Meanwhile, Solri said to Zhou Qianhu near Aso Fortress, is that the place commanded by Guanghiao? He agreed. Yes, it is. It's known as the most vicious of the Green Forest 18 fortresses, he continued to explain. Heard a rumor on the way here that one of this city's escort agencies was annihilated by them, and only the porters survived and returned. Solri turned her head to look that way. Then those must be the porters. Qianhu continued her thought. I wonder how men with no martial arts skills managed to survive. She motioned for him to be quiet. The voices from the other side continued. You are truly amazing, brother. How did you come up with a plan so quickly? In front of the vicious bandits of Aso Fortress you told them 4 reasons why they had to spare us. And you were so bold when you spoke to them. My goodness, you are truly amazing. Qianhu showed a look of discomfort as he listened, and the voices from the other side continued. What's more amazing is that they accepted the 4 reasons you mentioned and actually spared our lives. But brother, we heard the first and second reasons. But what were the other 2? Another person chimed in. Hey young man, I'm really curious too. Tell us so we can put our curiosity to rest. The conversation quickly turned to that topic. The third reason was that if they spared us, the chief of Aso Fortress could become the leader of the Green Forest 18 fortresses. Is that right? Is that even possible? I don't understand a thing, Yuan answered as he chewed his food. Please forget the third reason. They all fell silent and looked at him. Yuan explained while chewing his food. In this world, knowing too much will only bring you disaster. There is a saying that disaster comes from the mouth. That is the very reason. Please erase it completely from your minds. Silence fell again as they continued to discuss. Solri slowly approached them. Now that you say that, brother, I'm suddenly scared. Matters related to the leader of the Green Forest 18 fortresses are not for people like us to discuss. The way to live a long life is to pretend you didn't hear, even if you heard everything. She lifted the curtain and joined the conversation. I would like to hear more about that incident, even if it cost me my life. They all looked at her in surprise. One person spoke up. Who are you? Solri explained. I apologize for intruding on your conversation. I happened to overhear a very interesting story as I was passing by, and I couldn't help but come in. She continued her offer. Let's do this. If you tell me more of the story, I will pay for all the food you have ordered and treat you to another table of the finest dishes. Yuan looked at her with wary eyes, his brow furrowed. She smiled kindly, but inwardly she was thinking, go on, agree. It's a very good offer, isn't it? Yuan's group whispered among themselves. I think we made a mistake. That's right, brother. What should we do? I think we were talking too loudly. He put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, you should finish this meal before the food gets cold. One person hastily stopped him. Where are you going? Yuan explained. Since I have unexpectedly met the king of hell, I should at least show him my neck, shouldn't I? They were surprised and worried about him. What? No way. Solri explained. The king of hell, I think there's a misunderstanding. She clapped her hands as if she realized something, then pointed at Qianhu and asked, is it because of this person's face? Yuan approached them and explained, it was a joke. This doesn't seem like a conversation to be had here, so I would like to move to another place. Please keep your promise to pay for all the food here and treat them to another table of the finest dishes, Solri smiled. Don't worry about that. I am a person who keeps my promises. Yuan took a step, then turned to look at the porters and didn't forget to add, I will not forget that you all pooled your money to treat me today. The food is very expensive, so please enjoy it without leaving any behind. At Wanwolchong, the most famous brothel in the city, Sol reintroduced herself. I am a warrior from the Special Arts Division dispatched from the Muram Alliance. This is the captain of the 5th Division. Yuan answered her. So you are warriors of the Muram Alliance. I have heard the rumors that the Muram Alliance's Sichuan branch will be fighting the demonic cult. She observed him and thought to herself. The more we talk, the clearer it becomes that he is no ordinary porter. Although Guanghiao may be just a bandit of the Green Forest, he is a master of martial arts. To have met such a man and survived with words alone is no small matter. She looked at him. As he still wore a wary expression, she thought to herself, what could it be? What did he say to Guanghiao that made him spare his life? She spoke again. I have arranged for courtesans to join us after our story is finished, Yuan refused firmly. There is no need for that. Continued, when it comes to beauty, I don't think there is anyone more beautiful here. Not only the courtesans of this place, but all the beauties of the world combined could not compare to you, sir. Solri raised the cup to her lips and asked back, is that a compliment, or are you teasing me for looking like a woman? Yuan picked up the wine bottle and explained, I had no intention of teasing you, so please do not misunderstand. As someone who knows that disaster comes from the mouth, I have failed to watch my words, Solri replied to him. The words you have just spoken will bring you fortune, not disaster. If you tell me what you said to Guanghejiang, I will give you a handsome reward, in addition to the payment for the food I promised earlier, Yuan asked back as he poured the wine. Are you saying you will give me enough gold and silver to live on for the rest of my life? She replied. If you wish, I will. He was lost in thought for a moment before he said, that sounds good. I can easily obtain gold and silver with just a few words, while the brothers I just had a meal with were the ones who risked their lives to feed their families. Solri frowned in displeasure. I cannot understand their way of life. But that is not my fault, is it? Yuan agreed in thought. That is true. Everyone is born into a different environment, Solri said. It seems our conversation is going in circles. I would like to get to the point now. The great war between the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult had already begun. In this situation, the Green Forest Fortress has yet to decide which side to take and is observing the situation. The Green Forest Fortress has about 10,000 motley bandits. Depending on which side they take, the aspect of the war will change greatly. That is why the matter concerning the chief of the Green Forest Fortress is very important. Yuan picked up the wine bottle again and proposed, if it's that important, I can't just tell you. How about we make a bet? Unho interjected from the side. A bet? Are you trying to stall for time? Yuan threatened. If you don't like it, then don't. It is you who are in need, not me, he growled in displeasure. You bastard, how dare you? Solri calmly agreed again. Let's make a bet, he cried out in astonishment. Captain, Solri continued her words, keep talking. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Very straightforward. First, I would like for there to be only the two of us in this room, he continued to propose. And the bet I will propose is to win against me by drinking. Unho spoke to Solri in a loud and urgent voice. Captain, we cannot do that. Please call off this bet. She refused him and agreed to Yuan. That shouldn't be a problem. Very well, I agree. In any case, there's no way that Punk has any useful information. We're better off returning to our unit. Deputy Captain, you return to the unit first, Unho stammered. He cried out in astonishment. Captain, Solri repeated firmly. That's an order. He bowed his head and accepted the order. I understand, but please do not forget that we depart at 10 a.m. tomorrow. He asked her through telepathy. My lady, what are you thinking? She reassured him. Don't worry, mister. You know how strong my alcohol tolerance is. Solri's expression was filled with firm resolve. And I must find out about the Aso fortress from this man. Unho left the room, and Solri finished her words through telepathy. With this we may have a chance to achieve great merit. The door closed behind him. Unho looked into the room and thought to himself with worry. I have a bad feeling about this for some reason. The night streets were unusually lively, and the voices of people echoed from Wan Wulchong. Bring 4 more bottles of wine. Someone continued. Are you going to keep drinking? How many bottles is that? Yuan laughed. You're a better drinker than I thought, Solri agreed with him. You're no slouch either, Yuan said. If you think you can trick me into drinking with you, you are greatly mistaken, she continued her words. No, I am a person who keeps their promises, but for the two of us it seems it will be difficult to settle this quickly. Yuan raised the wine bottle and thought the same as her. I think so too, but let's try to finish this quickly. They drank endlessly, and Solri's face turned red from the alcohol. She continued to drink and thought to herself, I shouldn't have started drinking before him. I need to get information about the conversation between him and the chief. Yuan's face also turned red. Solri looked at him and thought to herself, he's harder to deal with than I thought. I would never lose when it came to drinking. I have to win by any means necessary. Yuan also regretted it. I shouldn't have mentioned the conversation with the chief. They urged, and the owner also urged the waiter. Hurry up, we're going to run out of wine at this rate. As the night deepened, Solri spoke up. Hey Yuan, can you keep drinking? You're drunk, aren't you? Yuan slurred his words. You weak little girl, how can you drink so much? Solri stammered. Did you just admit that you lost to me? Yuan answered quietly. I lost, Solri asked again. What did you just say? Yuan answered her. I said I lost, Solri asked with a slurred tongue. She could barely speak properly now. Then tell me what you said to the chief of Aso Fortress, Solri thought to herself. I have to finish this while I'm still conscious. Yuan slurred and stammered. To the chief, I just offered to give him the treasure, he thought to himself. I'm sorry for lying, but I have no other choice. He continued to speak aloud, asking the chief if he could be his successor, and said a few words to make the chief feel good. Yuan thought to himself as he collapsed. I can't hold on any longer. He finished his words. That's all. Solri felt her head spinning and thought to herself. What did this bastard just say? He just said that to Guanghejiang and left. A liar. She kept shaking her head to clear her mind. Why is everything so blurry? Get a grip, Doko. Solri. She frowned in displeasure. I was fooled by a swindler. She looked at him, trembling with anger. I must have been crazy to think I could get good information from a mere porter. Zhou Qianhu was right. This information is really useless. She slapped her own cheek. I just wanted to prove myself to my father, who always looks down on women, that even a woman can achieve great things. Now everything is a mess. I was even fooled by that swindler. I'm really not there yet. She looked around and sized up everything. Should I kill him now and say I was right? No, killing someone because I was fooled is a bit. Solri smiled and stopped herself. She continued to look at Yuan and calculated. No, this is not just a matter of honor. He messed up my plans as well. I can't just stand by and watch, she slurred. But why is this room suddenly shaking? Solri gritted her teeth and tried to get a grip. Get a grip. When that bastard wakes up, I need to confirm the conversation again. I'll find out even if I have to torture him. I won't let you go easily. Solri continued to slap her own cheek. How dare you fool me, she slowly collapsed. I will make you regret this. A loud noise was made as she fell. Solri tried to think. I shouldn't fall asleep, but I'm so sleepy. Yuan was collapsed on one side. On the other side was Solri. The door to the room they were in opened. The owner stood at the doorway and muttered, "What's going on?" A woman appeared behind him. She looked at the two people collapsed on the table and asked, "They're not dead, are they?" She frowned and continued her words. "Don't tell me we have to hold an unlucky thing like a funeral at our establishment." "That's a definite no," the man replied. "Don't worry. I just need to check if they're breathing," the woman continued. "Why are young people drinking so much? It's a wonder they're still alive." The man agreed with her. "It's really amazing." The two of them drank 38 bottles of strong liquor. He looked at her. "What should we do with them now? The bill must be quite expensive," she answered. "What's there to think about? They're precious guests, so we should treat them with respect. Move them to the VIP room and let them sleep comfortably. Call Charan and Hyungran to wait on them as well," he objected. "That's a bit," she asked back. "Why?" he explained. "They just came here to drink. What would they think if we called courtesans for them without their permission?" She agreed. They'd think we're looking down on them." "Then I understand. They seem to be close, so take them to one room and let them be." Late at night at Wanwolchong, Doko Solri had two long-standing habits. She would recover her energy before sleeping, and she would not wear anything when she slept. Tonight she subconsciously did both of these things. The cold winter night made it difficult to sleep, and the two instinctively hugged each other and fell asleep, maintaining their body heat. Tonight was the first day of winter, so the heaven and earth were exceptionally cold. On the other side, the Sichuan branch of the Murim alliance was on the border with the place that had invaded the Central Plains 12 times in the last 100 years. So far, the invincible Murim alliance had not been able to cross the Sichuan branch, and this place was the spirit and pride of the Murim alliance. The dismantling of the sect was a huge shock to the Murim world. The demonic cult had made many plans based on this to destroy this impregnable fortress. They made this place the starting point of the demonic cult. As a brick in the courtyard was lifted, the eyes of the demonic cult were seen underneath. The same thing happened under the other bricks. They gave each other orders. The Sichuan branch master is distracted by our appearance. He would never imagine that we have already completed our first surprise attack preparations. Unho was listening as he crawled out from under the bricks. He probably ordered his men to rest in preparation for the main battle in 3 days, he replied. So they won't be able to turn this situation around easily. Despite ordering his men to rest, the guards on the city walls were quite strict. His subordinate replied, "That's why you're amazing, master. You have been anticipating and preparing for this surprise attack for 30 years. He replied to them. "You are all amazing as well. Not only did you trust me completely, but you have also been digging tunnels patiently for 30 years. Unho's troops gathered behind him as he continued. "Thank you, everyone. If we can bring down the Sichuan branch, the core of the current Murim," Unho smiled as he looked at them. "It's all thanks to your efforts." Unho's troops were ordered to capture the king and win the war. To defeat the enemy, they would first capture their king. He smirked and signaled. "Shall we begin?" his men shouted in unison. "We will obey your command." They scattered in various directions. Unho walked and thought to himself, "If we eliminate the Sichuan branch, the next are the righteous sects of the Murim gathered around this place. We will use the opportunity to divide and invade them and win this war." He headed towards the main gate. Unho looked up at the star of the conqueror and thought to himself, "Star of the conqueror, you are shining brilliantly at the prelude of the great campaign to unite all people. I like it. Watch carefully what I'm about to do. I will never disappoint you." Unho's subordinate opened the door and led him inside. "We greet the master." He gave an order. "Report." They quickly replied. "We have dealt with the guards at all the gates leading to Ganghyuljang. There will be no obstacles on the way there." He spoke up. "Thank you. Do you not hate me for giving you such a difficult task?" they said. "Have you forgotten the day you ordered us to infiltrate the Sichuan branch 3 years ago? On that day we offered our lives to you. So even if you order us to commit suicide right now, we will have no complaints." Unho smiled with interest, and the others continued to report. "The ones currently guarding the front of Ganghyuljang are the troops of the Sichuan branch master, Mang Qianhu. Their skills are considerable, so please be careful." Unho leisurely entered and replied, "Don't worry. We will soon destroy most of this fortress that was called impregnable and show the world what true impregnability is." His subordinate continued. "It has been a long time since I have been able to witness your martial arts in person, and I am simply excited." Unho smiled with satisfaction. "Let's make this a spectacular finale," they continued. "We look forward to a great fight. We will wait here with peace of mind." "Where does that confidence come from? Isn't it close to a self-defense mechanism?" the white maiden spoke up. The red maiden smiled and asked back. "A self-defense mechanism," the white maiden explained. "Confidence is what is needed to survive in a disadvantageous situation," the red maiden continued her words. "So Baek Unho has put up a shield to protect himself." He was still walking inside. The red maiden continued to comment, "That shield is called confidence. What would happen if that shield were to crack?" The white maiden smirked. They continued to observe him. There were 5 guards at the castle, and Unho stopped and faced them all. One of them spoke up. "Who are you?" the second one said. "How dare you come to Ganghyuljang at this late hour?" Another continued. "From the way you walk you seem to be quite young and you're quite handsome," one of them shouted. "Stop," they interrogated Unho. "Who are you? State your name and position." He smirked and replied, "If you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. Qian Gwi Seong Yo Qianrangdi Master. Chian Gwi Dogun Bek Unho, the guards muttered in confusion. Chian Gwi Seongyo and what Bek Unho? One person asked back. So you're saying you're Bek Unho, the guard of the Chian Gwi Seongyo master and the Chian Rungdi master? You must be insane, Unho smirked and replied. Even if I tell you the truth you won't believe me, so I can't help it. I'm very busy and the introductions are over, so shall we get serious now? They shouted in displeasure. You really are crazy. Do you know who we are? We are the closest guards who protect the branch master. That means you will not be leaving here alive today. They threatened him with a very loud voice. Unho continued to speak calmly. You want my head, so I'm really looking forward to this fight, he said. But you should hurry, you don't have much time. One of the five thought about that point and interrogated. You didn't come alone, did you? Unho sneered and replied, I came here to take this impregnable fortress. Of course I didn't come alone. Horrified, they immediately assumed a defensive stance and shouted to each other. The emergency bell rang. Hurry, you demonic cult bastards, how dare you sneak in like rats? Bek Unho took his stance. The conversation is over. He swung his sword and said, it's time to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Bek Unho rushed toward the guards and attacked. They looked at him with wide eyes. Unho passed by them, cutting all five in half. All that was left were their pained screams before they died. Unho sheathed his sword and muttered, how boring. To think Ganghil Du Mang Chian whose guards are this weak. He continued walking, then stopped to look at the castle before him. This was where the real fight would begin. The man who had made the Sichuan branch an impregnable fortress for the past 10 years, Unho leaped into the air and shouted, ha, this is exciting. He landed and looked inside, thinking to himself, don't disappoint me. Ganghil Du branch master Mang Chian Hu. Unho glanced at him and demanded, come out, you must have heard my introduction, shouldn't you be welcoming me? The door was flung wide open by a brutal force and Mang Chian Hu leapt inside, shouting in anger. You insolent bastard, he shouted without pause, attacking Unho. How dare a brat from the demonic cult invade Ganghil Zhang? Unho sneered. I like it, he stepped back and replied in an equally loud voice. I like your way of welcoming guests. Chian Hu rushed in and accused him. You must have used some dirty tricks to get this far. But you won't succeed. I'll show you why this place is called an impregnable fortress. They exchanged a few blows and Chian Hu was pushed back by Unho. He turned and moved, and Chian Hu screamed as he fell to the ground. Unho stood lightly in front of him again. He swung his sword and shouted, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword with all his might. Unho's strike clashed with Chian Hu. The force of their blows was so strong that the building next to them shook violently. Chian Hu looked at Unho and thought to himself, the one who joined forces with the leader of the evil cult on the frontier. The rumors of him having made the greatest contribution to the founding of the Black Heaven Army were no exaggeration. Unho just laughed, enjoying the fight. Chian Hu shouted, all right, I admit you're strong. Unho landed on the ground and moved gracefully. The two adversaries faced each other and he spoke. Mang Chian Hu of the Blood River Sword, you live up to your name. Thank you for opening the beginning of the conquest of the Murm so splendidly. I won't forget our first fight. Chian Hu ground his teeth in anger at Unho's arrogant attitude. The fight hasn't even begun yet. How dare you mock me, he threatened. Today I will cut off that arrogant head of yours and show the world why the Sichuan branch is called an impregnable fortress. But as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Unho quickly explained the source of the movement. It seems my men have started to move. Chian Hu was shocked and thought to himself, no way. Unho continued to ask him, do you want to know what that bell means? He immediately explained, it means we have already taken over the fortress of the Sichuan branch and the main force will soon invade. Chian Hu's mouth hung open in shock. Unho declared, in short, the legend of the Sichuan branch ends today. Aren't you satisfied? As his sword was enveloped in the heavenly demon arts, he continued, you will die before you see the fall of the Sichuan branch. Unho leapt high and said, as a sign of respect for being my opponent today, I will grant your wish. Chian Hu answered calmly, as you said, the several hundred-year legend of the Sichuan branch's invincibility may end today. If that is the fate of the Sichuan branch and the Murm, then it cannot be helped, but his fighting spirit still soared. I won't give you my head so easily. Chian Hu assumed a fighting stance and shouted, come on, if we're going to fight anyway, let me see the power of the heavenly demon you've obtained, he answered, drawing out his own power. As Chian Hu attacked and shouted, Unho lightly drew his sword and opened his mouth, watching the attack coming toward him. For someone like you, it is only right to end this with the heavenly demon arts. The two swords clashed with terrifying pressure, but the victor was Unho. He landed on the ground, the sword in his hand not wavering in the slightest. Unho sneered and said, farewell, it was a good fight. Chian Hu was cut in two by his sword. His body and sword met the same fate. The blow was so powerful that it split the entire castle in two, and the surroundings were in complete chaos. Stones and earth rained down, leaving only ruins on the ground. Unho looked around and said, I have finally destroyed the heart of the Murm alliance. Now all that remains is the conquest of the Murm by the heavenly demon's sacred cult. Morning dawned at Wanwolchung and the birds began their day early. As the sunlight streamed into the room, someone thought to themselves, it's warm. Solri was in a daze. I don't want to open my eyes. Chian Hu's words echoed in her mind. I understand, but please do not forget that we depart at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Solri sat up and thought to herself, I have to get up, I can't be late. I made a promise to Mr. She yawned long and stretched. My body feels so refreshed. She turned her head to look beside her and wore a puzzled expression. What is this? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Her expression soon changed to anger, injustice, and bewilderment. Yuan was lying next to her. What is going on? Solri trembled with rage. Why am I naked in bed with a man like this? Yuan was still fast asleep. Solri reached out her hand and muttered, "You're worse than a beast," Yuan snored. She thought to herself, wait, I've seen this scene in a book before. Then she checked her body and sighed in relief. Thank goodness nothing happened. She continued to look at him, fuming. But I can't forgive this man. Solri raised her hand, and internal energy had already gathered in her palm. If rumors spread that I slept in the same bed with this man, she prepared to kill him and made up her mind. I can't let that happen. To prevent the rumors from spreading, I have to destroy the evidence. Yuan was still in a deep sleep. Solri thought to herself, don't blame me. She struck down but stopped just before she reached him. Then she thought again. He was the one who got drunk first last night and lost consciousness. Then he probably doesn't even know we slept in the same bed. Do I have the right to kill him? No, I don't, she continued to think. And I'm also at fault. I was arrogant and tried to use him to get my father's attention, and that's what created this situation. But even so, I can't forgive him for deceiving me. Solri still looked at Yuan with murderous eyes. So he must pay the price. He was still asleep, unaware of anything. Solri thought of a way to get revenge on him. Should I make him pay for the drinks in this top-class room? He'd be paying it off for the rest of his life. A deceiver deserves such a punishment. It seems a bit excessive, but there's no other way. She reached out her hand and sealed his acupoint. The first thing to do is eliminate the root of the problem. Yuan was still in a deep sleep. Solri thought to herself, now that I've sealed his acupoint, he'll sleep even more deeply for 2 more hours. She looked back at him one last time. Let's not meet again, Qian Yuan. Solri thought to herself and left, leaving one person still in a deep sleep. Unho was training after the battle, and the image of a black dragon swirled around him. The form became clearer and clearer. When he opened his eyes, the dragon was still above his head. Unho reined it in, and the dragon slowly disappeared, finally leaving only a blue light. He gave an order. Report the situation. His subordinate immediately replied. Everything is proceeding as you ordered, master, Unho urged. Even the smallest mistake is not allowed now. Only then will there be no disruption to our plan. The other party accepted the order. I will keep that in mind, master. Unho continued, looking at the Sichuan branch that had been split in 2 before his eyes. A good start, he sneered. I like it very much. As morning dawned at Wanwulchong Yuan yawned long, waking up groggily. He thought, I feel like I slept very well, but at the same time I don't, he muttered. Wait, how did things end yesterday? I think I was talking about Aso Fortress before I fell asleep. Did I say something I shouldn't have? From what I remember, it shouldn't be a problem. He frowned and looked around. But what's more important now is, he continued to monologue, I'm alone. He's gone. That means he didn't pay for the drinks or the room. He got out of bed and walked, thinking to himself, I suggested the drinking contest because I didn't want to talk about the chief of Aso Fortress, but I didn't know he could drink so much. I did tell a few lies about him before I fell asleep, but unless he's a fool, he wouldn't believe that the chief of Aso Fortress took a bribe to become the successor. Yuan thought, since he's not here, I can't be sure what happened last night, he guessed. What if he realized I was lying and didn't pay? Then I'm finished. Yuan searched his clothes and thought, there's a high probability he didn't pay. He had nothing to gain from me anyway. He was horrified at what he held in his hand. 4 silver taels. This is all I have. 1 silver tael is for travel expenses to Ukrion village where my mother and sister live, and the rest is living expenses until I find a new job. He thought, this money is my life. Just then there was a knock on the door from outside. Yuan was afraid, and the voice outside continued to call him. Sir, are you awake? He replied. Yes, come in. The door opened. The owner came in, smiled, and asked, Sir, did you rest well? Yuan answered cautiously. Yes, so, he said. Sir, I'm sorry, I had to disturb you to settle the bill. He thought to himself, was my guess right? The other party sneered, pointing with his finger to emphasize, it's quite a large sum. Yuan was afraid. He stammered and asked back, didn't the person who was with me yesterday pay before he left? The owner answered curtly. No, he did not, Yuan shouted in anger. You son of a bitch, the owner continued. He left 1 gold tael without even taking the bill. Yuan's mouth hung open in shock. 1 gold tael, the owner said again, and he instructed me to give you the remaining money after settling the bill. Yuan thought to himself in disbelief. What is going on? I didn't expect this at all. The owner took something out of his pocket. After deducting all expenses from 1 gold tael, the remaining 98 silver taels, and as a token of our gratitude for using Wanwulchong, we added 2 more taels to make it an even 100. He handed it to him and urged, it's a large sum, so I've prepared it as a promissory note. Yuan was even more shocked than before when he saw the money. How could this be? 100 tael promissory note. He took it, still unable to believe this was real. Even after coming out, Yuan still looked at the promissory note in his hand, puzzled. Why did he do this? Why did he leave such a large sum of money for me? Did I tell him everything about Aso Fortress? While the landlady put down a bowl of noodles, Yuan was still wondering about the nature of that promissory note. He was certain. I must have told him everything, but this money doesn't make sense. I must have been so drunk that I told him everything without remembering, he muttered aloud. Is this money the price of my life, or is it because of his wounded pride? I still don't know. The shop owner was curious. What kind of money is that? She continued. Well, I don't think there's any meaningless money in this world. Whether it's a lot or a little, easy money always comes with a price. Of course, this money might not be that scary, but anyway, you should be careful with money that falls from the sky. You could lose your life by receiving such money. Yuan's face turned pale. I must have said something, he scratched his head and thought, and this money is the price for what I said, the shop owner continued to urge. Anyway, hide that money quickly. There are many people who target those with money, Yuan asked back. But there's no one here, she replied. I'm here, aren't I? Then she laughed. I'm tempted by that money too, but I'm desperately holding back right now. Yuan laughed. I understand, ma'am. I'll be careful from now on, she smiled and left. Hurry up and eat, the soup gets cold quickly. Seeing the other side, she was puzzled. Why are those people passing by here again? On the other side, men and horses were marching. Yuan was curious. Who are they? The shop owner explained. They are warriors of the Murim Alliance. They've been entering this city from dawn to morning. It seems they've all gathered and are leaving the city now. It looks like this city was their assembly point. I've only heard stories, but seeing them in person is truly majestic. There were 300 from Doko Bang, 400 from Kunlun sect and 150 from the Bai Sultan. A total of 850, Yuan asked again. But how do you know? She replied. I heard it from the warriors who were eating and talking here this morning. He watched the procession with wary eyes and thought to himself, they must have gathered here to deal with the demonic cult in the Sichuan branch. He said he was a member of the Bai Sultan dispatched from the Murim Alliance. Then he must be in that group. The owner pointed her finger and spoke, cutting off his train of thought. Who is that nun? Yuan turned his head to look, wondering to himself. A nun, a figure appeared in the distance. Yuan saw the figure of a nun in the distance. She looked exhausted, holding a flag, and was running towards the Murim Alliance warriors. When she finally spotted the group, she rejoiced inwardly. I've found them. I have to tell them quickly. She ran toward them, passing Yuan. He felt a strange premonition. Yuan observed her, thinking, something is wrong. If my intuition is correct, something big is going to happen today. He immediately stood up, leaving his meal behind. The owner, seeing him leave, followed and asked, Aren't you going to eat more? Yuan replied, No, I'm not very hungry. She continued to ask, Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. How can a young man in the prime of his health eat so little? Yuan answered, There's something more important. He furrowed his brow and calculated, I might have to risk my life for this. The group came to a halt and the nun stood before them. The men in the lead dismounted and one of them approached her. He was Doko Moying, the current leader of the Doko clan. The other two were Han Chugwang, the undefeated sword and the strongest swordsman of the Kunlun sect, and Nung Unbi, the master of the Murim Alliance's special arts division. Behind them were Solri and Zhou Qianhu. She looked at the nun. Moying also saw her running toward them. Unbi spoke. Judging by her attire, she appears to be a nun from the Amipa sect, he wondered. But that flag, it says Murim Alliance Sichuan. She thrust the flag firmly into the ground. Moying observed her. She spoke. Is the esteemed undefeated sword of the Kunlun sect here? Moying quickly gave an order. Give that woman some water. His subordinate answered immediately. She hastily expressed her thanks, snatched the water skin and drank from it urgently. Unbi observed her without taking his eyes off her. She nearly emptied the water skin. Solri's group all stared at her. They all felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed something terrible had happened. The nun spoke. Please, you must save us. The water skin in her hand fell as she urgently blurted out her story. The demonic cult has surrounded our Amipa forces on our way to Sichuan. Solri was shocked by this information. She continued, It's about 100 kilometers south of here. Please, hurry and send reinforcements. Moying asked back in shock. Are you saying the Amipa sect is under attack by the demonic cult? He cried out. We started moving there before dawn, but they were hiding behind the trees along the road to Sichuan, she continued. They are all skilled in concealment, so none of us noticed them. Their forces numbered around 600, twice our own. Not only were they superior in number, but they were all warriors, so we stood no chance. Adding to the dramatic effect, she continued through tears. I was ordered by our sect leader to escape by any means necessary and call for reinforcements. That is why I have come here alone, Moying asked in disbelief. How can that be? No matter how fast the demonic cult is, they shouldn't be able to reach here before the day after tomorrow. Chugwang added to his words. Are you saying they managed to infiltrate the Sichuan area, evading our intelligence network? The nun agreed. Yes, that is correct. The one leading those demonic cult members is the heavenly demon Blade Lord, Unho. Moying was stunned to hear this name. They were all surprised by the news she brought. The first place I went after breaking through their encirclement was the Sichuan branch, but it was already under attack by the demonic cult. I met with Branch Master Ganghil Du and reported our sect's situation. The Branch Master is currently fighting the demonic cult forces led by Unho. He had no reinforcements to spare, so he told me to find you all on your way to Sichuan and ask for help. Moying gritted his teeth and thought, the heavenly demon Blade Lord Unho, the undefeated leader of the demonic cult, always full of arrogance, he thought after sweeping through the frontiers as he started to attack the central Murim, the bastard who humiliated us last year, leaving a permanent stain on our sect. Chugwang shouted in fury, Heavenly demon Blade Lord, it is time for Unho to pay for what he did to the Kunlun sect. He proposed to Moying, I will lead the Kunlun sect to Sichuan. You take the special arts division and go save the Amipa sect. Moying immediately agreed. Very well, he urged his men. The situation is urgent in both places, hurry. but another voice came from the other side. Before that, I have a question for the great captain of the 5 divisions of the special arts. They looked in that direction and saw Yuan. As soon as Solri saw him, she thought with displeasure, "What is that swindler doing here?" He looked at them seriously, his brow furrowed. Several people glanced at Solri and spoke. "What's going on?" "That man just said he had a question for the captain of the 5 divisions of the special arts," she thought, unable to understand. "What is he plotting?" Zhou Qianhu also dismissed him and calculated inwardly. If he tries any useless tricks in this situation, he won't be leaving in one piece. Yuan slowly approached Mo Ying. The nun thought with displeasure, in such an urgent situation, where did this man come from? Mo Ying spoke. "Do you have something to say?" Yuan explained. "I owe a debt of gratitude to the great captain of the 5 divisions, and there is something I wish to confirm," he asked back. "A debt of gratitude." Zhou Qianhu shouted angrily, "Where do you think you are? How dare you spout such nonsense here?" Mo Ying turned his head to Solri and asked, "Do you know this man?" She blushed and explained, "We met yesterday." Yuan looked at her seriously and asked, "Why did you give me 100 silver taels?" Mo Ying thought in shock. 100 silver taels? Zhou Qianhu cut him off in an extremely furious voice. "Do you have a death wish?" one of the group members wondered. 100 silver taels? Why would the great captain of the 5 divisions give such a large sum to that man? Solri explained angrily. "It was out of pity. He's so young, yet he's already acting like a swindler. I told him to take the money and live a proper life, not to harm others." Yuan smiled to himself. "A swindler? Good. That means she hasn't told them about Aso Fortress yet." She continued to scold him angrily. "I've answered you, now go." Solri's tone turned threatening. "If you appear before me again, I will not forgive you," Yuan answered her seriously. "I will gratefully accept the money and your kindness. To repay that kindness, I will save your life in exchange for those 100 taels," Solri thought, unable to comprehend. "What, he's going to save me?" she continued unpleasantly. "You wretched. I was going to forgive you, but you dare to come all this way to try and swindle me again?" Yuan crossed his arms and ignored her words. "And thanks to you, I will be able to save the lives of everyone here as well." Yuan sighed. "Although I might lose my own life in the process." He touched his forehead, sighed, and said, "All in exchange for your 100 silver taels?" Solri asked, unable to understand. "What on earth are you talking about?" She asked him. "Do you think someone like you can save us?" "How?" Yuan pointed to the nun beside them and began to speak. "This woman is an impostor." The nun stared at him, breaking out in a cold sweat, shocked. Wang's group mulled over his words. "An impostor? What does he mean?" Solri was the first to object. "Are you mad to suddenly appear and spout such nonsense?" Yuan pointed at the woman's face and accused her directly. "This woman is neither a disciple of the Amipa sect nor a nun." The nun, enraged, swung her hand as if to attack. "You wretched worm, shut your mouth." Yuan was shocked. The woman lunged at him. Yuan took a direct hit and was sent flying with a pained scream. The woman sensed something was wrong. Mo Ying, Unbi and Chugwang also watched in shock. It was Solri who had blocked the attack for Yuan. He looked at her in surprise and thought, "Didn't she hate me?" Solri's hand collided with the nun's. She herself was bewildered by her own actions and thought, "I don't understand why I protected him. He's a swindler I thought deserved to die, but my body moved unconsciously." The woman shouted unpleasantly. "Why are you stopping me?" Solri replied in an equally irritated voice. "To attack someone who knows no martial arts. I've heard rumors that the Amipa sect is arrogant, but isn't this going too far?" The woman retorted. "Do you not see how urgent the situation is?" she shouted. "At this very moment our sect is shedding blood fighting the demonic cult. How can we waste time here over one swindler?" One of the 3 leaders shouted. "Captain of the 5 divisions, step aside." Solri hesitated. She glanced at Chugwang. The one who just spoke was, she thought to herself, the undefeated sword has drawn his blade. She worried for Yuan. If this goes on, that man will. Chugwang approached Yuan, held his sword to his neck and threatened him directly. "If you are deliberately trying to delay our reinforcements, my sword will cut your throat this instant." Yuan looked at him without a shred of fear. Chugwang commanded, "Speak. Why do you say that woman is an impostor?" He answered with a sneer, "You will soon find out why I said so." The people present were shocked. Yuan continued, "I have already done what I needed to do." He asked back, "What have you done?" Yuan explained. "After hearing my words, you have already begun to doubt that nun a little, therefore you will not split your forces to send reinforcements." The woman shouted angrily again. "Shut your mouth, you wretched worm," she urged Chugwang. "Lord Han, this is no time for this." He continued to persuade the others. "Leader Doko, Master Nun, why are you just standing by and watching? This man is more suspicious. He clearly came to delay the reinforcements. He might be a subordinate of the demonic cult." Chugwang looked at him and answered her. "The woman has a point. Do you have anything to refute it?" The nun continued. "Lord Han, we don't have time." Yuan cut her off. "For someone in such a hurry, you seem to have had plenty of time to drink water." The woman was too shocked to speak. Yuan continued to present his evidence. "Even if you were extremely thirsty from running a long way without rest, how could you drink water when your own sect is in such a critical situation?" He pointed at her. "That is the first reason. You are not a messenger of the Amipa sect." The woman struggled to make an excuse. "I ran 100 kilometers without rest, so I was extremely thirsty." Yuan retorted, lying on the ground. "Ah, did you not understand me?" he continued nonchalantly. "If that is not enough, there are 7 more reasons." Han Chugwang exclaimed in shock. "There are that many?" Yuan slowly got up and continued to explain. "The second reason is," the woman hastily cut him off and urged the group to move. "Lord Han, surely you don't believe him." I don't have much time, my sect's people are dying. Yuan looked at her with sharp eyes and spoke. 600. He pointed at the woman and continued his accusation. In a situation where you've been suddenly ambushed, it's impossible to count the number of enemies. You should have just said that the enemy's numbers were overwhelming compared to the Amipa sect. Solri thought in shock. He's right, in a situation like that, it's difficult to even grasp what's happening around you. Yuan clearly stated the next reason. The third reason is that you said the Sichuan branch master told you to find reinforcements. That is a lie. The woman's face flushed with anger as her lie was exposed. Yuan continued, the Sichuan branch is a fortress built to fight the demonic cult, and naturally the leader of such a fortress would be a cautious person. A person in that position would not send a nun who had just run 100 kilometers to run another 100 kilometers, he said firmly. He would have sent someone else, the nun shouted. It's because I insisted on going, Yuan refuted her again. If that were the case, he would have given you a horse or sent a letter by carrier pigeon to leader Doko. Nung Hunbi turned his head to look at Moying. The more Yuan spoke, the angrier the nun became. This bastard, Yuan continued. The fourth reason is that you have not a single wound on your back, despite having just escaped an encirclement by a force twice the size of yours, the nun retorted loudly. That's too far-fetched. Why should there be a wound on my back? Yuan stared her down and continued. You are right, in a way. Everything I've said is just a hypothesis, therefore I will give you a chance to prove you are not a spy. Solri watched Yuan with wary eyes and thought to herself. He cornered her, and now he's offering her a chance to prove her innocence? Yuan spoke. If you are truly a disciple of the Amipa sect, you must know many Buddhist scriptures. Am I right? She agreed enthusiastically, and began to chant. Of course, Namo Guan Shi Yin Bodhisattva. When practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, one perceives that the 5 skandhas are empty and is liberated from all suffering. O Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Yuan stopped her. That's enough, that's sufficient, he asserted. If you were truly a disciple of the Amipa sect, you would not have recited scriptures while arguing with me. Isn't the Amipa sect in a life or death crisis right now? Chugwang looked at her, and her face grew even harder. When I asked you to recite the scriptures, you should have been angry, Yuan pointed at her. That ridiculous act of yours is my 5th reason. She gritted her teeth and thought, now that I think about it, that request to recite scriptures was a ploy to test me. Chugwang asked him. What is the 6th reason? Yuan answered concisely. That woman's hair color is darker. It's clear evidence that she shaved her head for the first time for this. He explained the next reason. And the 7th reason is the wounds on that woman's shoulder and stomach. Looking at their depth, they were clearly self-inflicted. And finally, the 8th reason is that this woman came here alone. Chugwang was curious. Is there a problem with that? Yuan explained. The very survival of the entire Amipa sect depends on reinforcements, so why would they send only one person? In a situation like this, they should have sent at least a few people to increase the probability of survival. But that nun said she escaped alone. Solri and Qian, whose group mulled over his words, he's right. There's no way they would have sent only one person, Yuan finished his argument. If everyone believes this woman's words, she will succeed in her objective, to lure you all into a trap. He continued to present them with the situation that would unfold. After you split up in 2 directions towards the Sichuan branch and the Amipa sect, they will use a divide-and-conquer strategy. Chugwang and Moying were shocked. Divide and conquer, Moying spoke. After hearing all you've said, everything truly makes sense, Chugwang continued as he approached the woman. And there is not even a single tear of sorrow in that nun's eyes. The woman cried out loudly, trying to gain their sympathy. Why do you not believe me? The woman retorted, pointing at Yuan. That man is just spouting sophistry, Chugwang shouted. Shut up, he pointed at the woman's face and explained. The eyes do not lie, your comrades are falling, yet there is not a single trace of sorrow in your eyes, he declared. That is the proof that you are an impostor. The woman ground her teeth in displeasure and thought to herself. Everything is ruined because of him. She drew her sword and made up her mind. Since things have come to this, the woman rushed to attack Yuan with murderous intent. I will take you with me, but her sword was blocked by Solri. The woman shouted, Why do you stand in my way again? She charged with determination. It won't work this time. The woman's sword was aimed squarely at Yuan. Solri turned and desperately tried to block her. It's dangerous. She struck Yuan once, pushing him out of the woman's attack range, and then she faced the woman head-on. The woman's sword shattered, and next was her body. The woman was sent flying by Solri's strike and fell to the ground with a pained scream. Yuan was also pushed away by her, but fortunately Qianhu helped him up. The woman, bleeding from the mouth, ground her teeth in displeasure. She declared, You will all die. No one who stands in the way of the heavenly demon's sacred cult will survive. Han Chugwang rushed in with fury and shouted, You filthy wench of the demonic cult, you finally show your true colors as a spy for the evil cult. He went toward her, intending to punish her. How dare you try to lead us to our deaths with your vile tricks? The woman bit down on a pill. Chugwang swung his sword, thinking to himself, Did she just take poison? Unbi shouted. No, the woman with her last remaining strength left a few words for the Murim alliance. The eyes of the heavenly demon are everywhere. Those who stand in the way of our plans will surely die. After saying that, the woman vomited blood. Moyang's group stared at the woman in shock. She collapsed. Yuan and Solri looked at her corpse. They mulled over the words she had said before she died. The eyes of the heavenly demon are everywhere. Those who stand in the way of our plans will surely die. Her words made Yuan feel a little scared. Chugwang spoke. My mistake, I should have known that woman would take poison, Mo Ying said. It's alright. We couldn't have captured that woman alive from the start anyway. Since her mission failed, her final end was bound to be taking poison, Yuan muttered. I've just received my death sentence. Solri asked him back. What do you mean? Yuan explained. Since I interfered with their plans, all that is left for me is death, isn't it? She reassured him. Don't mind what that woman just said. She was just talking nonsense before she died, he continued to mutter. This is all my fault. I knew that disaster comes from the mouth, yet I chose to speak, Solri shouted. That mouth saved many people. Yuan was shocked and thought to himself, that voice? Solri also realized her mistake. I spoke in my real voice without realizing it. Yuan looked at Solri and wondered, You were a woman. It was only then that Solri realized her slip of the tongue. I did it without thinking. She cleared her throat and explained awkwardly. Yes, so that is? Yuan cut her off. There's no need to explain, Solri asked back. Why not? Whatever my circumstances, it is a fact that I deceived you, he continued. I was the fool for being deceived even after seeing your appearance, Solri pouted and thought to herself. So does that mean I don't look like a man now? She blushed and continued. The truth is, Yuan waved his hand and replied, Don't worry. It wasn't that obvious, she smiled. I worried for nothing. Yuan slowly got up and opened his mouth. You saved me twice today. Thank you. Thanks to you I get to live a little longer, Solri said. Don't worry. Since you helped us, we won't let you die, she smiled and continued. You saved more people than I did today. Yuan also smiled and replied, I've just paid back the money I received. Solri retorted, 100 silver taels is nothing compared to what you've done, she proposed. So I will continue to protect you from now on. Mo Ying continued her words, but to do that, it seems we will have to take that man with us. Yuan refused firmly. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline, Mo Ying said clearly. If you are alone, you will not last even a day, Yuan asserted. I will protect my own life. He turned his head and walked away resolutely, passing Mo Ying. Solri looked at him. Mo Ying glanced and opened his mouth. Help us, Yuan paused, he continued. Let me be frank. You have more potential and ability to become a military strategist than anyone I have ever met, he proposed. So will you not join us on this journey and become our military strategist? He repeated Mo Ying's words in his mind. The ability to become a military strategist. He looked at them and weighed the pros and cons. If I accept this offer and seize this opportunity to become the military strategist of a famous clan or the Murim alliance, he calculated, I would be able to amass a great fortune, and I could also learn martial arts. But Yuan's eyes were filled with tension as he thought of the risks. The leader of the evil cult is the heavenly demon Blade Lord Unho. The memory from 11 years ago came back to him. The heavenly demon Blade Lord Unho. His words echoed in Yuan's ears. I am Unho. Yours, he had answered softly. Qian Yuan. Unho had sneered and asked back, what was that? Yuan had snapped at him. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Unho had burst into laughter as he left. What a brusque bastard, he had left a promise. If we're fated to, we'll meet again. I'm really leaving now, Yuan thought to himself. If the Unho I met as a child is the same person as the heavenly demon Blade Lord who is shaking the world. No, it must be him. He recalled the past and calculated in his mind. Seeing what he did on the battlefield for half a year, it wouldn't be surprising if that was him. That is why I wanted to fight him. Yuan looked at Mo Ying and answered, I have already done everything I can to help, and I do not wish to be involved in the affairs of the Murim any longer. For now I will think of a way to protect my own life, Mo Ying continued to plead. Please think it over. Yuan was lost in thought, and Solri suddenly came to his side. Mo Ying saw them and burst into laughter. He decided to leave this matter to his daughter. Yuan looked at her, and she frowned and opened her mouth. You said you returned the 100 silver taels, didn't you? He answered curtly. Yes, she continued to press. But the bill for the drinks last night was much more expensive than that. And there was also the meal I treated your brothers to. Solri looked at Yuan's incredulous expression and asked directly, How do you plan to pay for those? He looked away and said, I told you what I promised to you, so I don't think there is anything more to pay back, she laughed. Yes, you're right, you did say a few things when you were dead drunk. She pointed her finger at his face and commented, You're a real swindler, Yuan insisted. I did not lie, I told you the truth. Solri turned and walked away, threatening him. Fine, then I will have to spread rumors everywhere. That Guang Jiang is thinking of becoming the chief of the Green Forest 18 fortresses. Yuan's face turned pale and he marveled. How despicable. She stopped and turned to look at him, opening her mouth. I'm doing this to protect your life. Yuan was shocked and blushed. He still insisted. Who do you think I am? He assured her. I will protect my own life, Yuan continued. But I will go with you for now. In return, forget everything you heard about Uso Fortress and do not ask me about it again. Solri answered him with satisfaction. I swear on the honor of our clan and my name, Bongom, Yuan asked back in shock. Bongom? He looked at her and marveled inwardly. Is that woman Bongom of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, Heidunghua of the 5 flowers of Murim and Yonul of the 12 moons of the Jianghu? Is that woman Doko Solri? He was shocked. He thought that the woman whom all the men in the world dreamed of meeting even once in their dreams was standing right in front of him. A voice came from the other side. We don't have much time, let's go. Form up. They left. Leaving the woman's body behind, a shadow appeared next to her. He looked at his comrade's body and thought to himself, I will make sure to tell everyone in the cult of your loyalty to our cult, and then he opened his mouth inwardly. Rest in peace. The owner of the roadside restaurant watched Yuan's work and muttered, Life is truly unpredictable. To think a mere porter could join the ranks of such people. She looked at him and commented inwardly, but it's strange. He doesn't look out of place with them at all, as if it's his rightful place. Doko Moyang's group moved, and Yuan went with them. Chugwang asked Moying, We must decide which way to go now, he agreed, frowning. Yes, he continued to explain. Seeing that they sent a spy, the evil cult is moving faster than I thought, he concluded. It seems we will have to hear that man's opinion. Yuan and Solri were shocked when the order was given. The Bangju is calling for you. Unho brought a horse before them, and then he explained, he has ordered the two of you to ride there. Solri asked him curiously, Why did my father call us? He said curtly. He said there is something to discuss urgently. Solri lightly mounted the horse. I understand. She looked at him and wondered as he walked away. Aren't you getting on? Yuan made an excuse. I prefer to walk. Solri laughed mischievously and teased him. Oh, don't tell me you're afraid of horses. Yuan was awkward when she hit the nail on the head. Who's afraid of horses? I just prefer to walk. Before he could finish his sentence, his collar was grabbed. Qianhu lifted the shouting Yuan and put him on the horse. He repeated the order. It's the Bangju's order. Get on. He even kindly whipped the horse to make him go. And Yuan was terrified once again. They quickly caught up with Moyang's group. He looked at him and immediately asked, I'm listening, which way do you think we should go? Yuan thought for a moment and answered curtly to Sichuan. The others all stared at him in shock and thought in unison. Sichuan, Moying asked back. Not the Amipa sect, he asserted once more. Yes, we must all go to Sichuan, Yuan explained. That spy said there were 600 troops attacking the Amipa sect, and I don't think she made up that number, he answered. That makes sense. Lies are always mixed with a little truth, he continued. Since they were trying to divide and attack us, there are probably about 600 of them in ambush near Sichuan as well. Solri did not take her eyes off him as he laid out his logic. If my prediction is correct, there will be 600 on the way to the Amipa sect, and 600 on the way to Sichuan. Yuan explained. I heard that Sichuan is defended by 700 warriors. No matter how strong the evil cult is, they won't be able to wipe out Sichuan, which has over 600 warriors, Moying continued. I think so too. After all, that is an invincible sect, and the attackers need to have twice the number of troops as the defenders to win, Yuan explained. Putting all the clues together, the evil cult's plan is to disperse the Murim Alliance's forces and then use a divide-and-conquer strategy. After that, they will attack Sichuan with all their might. And that means there is a very high possibility that Sichuan has not yet been attacked. He suddenly grabbed Solri's hand as he spoke. She immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed a defensive stance. Yuan was still explaining to Moying, writing on her palm. That is why I propose we go to Sichuan. Solri interpreted his words inwardly. Deceive the enemy's eyes. She was shocked when she realized the problem. So everything that man said was a lie. Solri quickly spoke to her father Moying through telepathy. Everything Qian Yuyang is saying is to deceive the enemy's eyes, he continued. In short, we will use their own strategy against them. Solri continued to speak through telepathy. There is another spy nearby. That man is trying to deceive them by letting them hear what he just said. Moying was shocked to another mountain range. He looked at him and repeated the earlier reasoning. Then you are proposing that we use a divide-and-conquer strategy to attack their divided forces. Yuan answered firmly. Yes, that's right, Chugwang exclaimed. What a brilliant strategy. Unbi laughed heartily and continued. Haha, we'll see them fall for their own trick. Yuan continued to remind them. Speed is the key to this plan, so we must arrive there at the fastest speed possible. Moying whipped his horse and gave the order to Sichuan, full speed ahead. His army set off in unison. Both men and horses galloped at full speed, leaving only a cloud of dust behind them. Another spy appeared from a nearby rock pillar and muttered, I see. He followed them and thought to himself, I know their plan. I must deliver this news quickly. He put down the bag on his back, and he put his hand in and took out a piece of paper and began to write a letter. He looked up at the sky and gave a signal, and a golden bird immediately flew over. He saw it. The bird landed on the ground and a letter was quickly tied to its leg. He sent the bird off with an order. Go. And he continued to move and sneered. Hee hee, you will never know. Whichever way you go, you will die. In that mountain range, the golden bird was flying towards Sichuan. It flew over Unho's subordinates and landed on his hand at the top of the tower. He took out the letter and checked the information. Unho's eyes turned unpleasant. He looked at the words and muttered, So that's what happened. The spy was discovered and committed suicide. The person behind him opened his mouth. Is it bad news? Unho explained. The woman was discovered and committed suicide. The other was slightly surprised by the news. Unho clenched his fist in displeasure. It seems I underestimated them. His subordinate wondered. Then they are. Unho burned the paper and agreed. Yes, your guess is right. They are coming here at full speed. Unho looked into the distance and planned his next move. A subordinate asked Unho, if they are all coming here, doesn't that mean we've succeeded in dividing their forces? Unho replied, It doesn't matter. As the subordinate frowned, unable to understand, Unho asked, How many troops do we have left here? He answered curtly, 98 of our men died in last night's battle, so we have about 500 left. We have 500, and the enemy has about 800, Unho answered, thinking seriously. To have a strategy means to have a backup plan, he continued. Sometimes a revised strategy yields better results than the original plan. This time, we are on the defensive, so we will meet their attack here. and the reinforcements we called from behind will attack the enemy's rear, the subordinate said cautiously. Isn't this what they call turning a crisis into an opportunity? Unho explained. The moment we captured the Sichuan branch, this battle was over, he continued. Whatever happens, victory will be ours. But something still bothered Unho. But what I'm curious about is, who is he? The one who saw through the woman's disguise and made us change our plans. The golden bird Unho had sent was flying. It circled the area before landing on the shoulder of another warrior of the evil cult. With the information from him, the twin behind Ma Jinrang spoke up. What did he say? He answered. He said to go back. One of them asked back. Are you saying we should leave the Amidst sect and go? Jinrang frowned and said. Since they are heading to Sichuan with all their might, he's telling us to attack the enemy's ringleader. The twin asked again. Is there no possibility that the Amidst sect will attack our rear? Jinrang admitted that was a definite possibility. He asked, where is the Amidst sect now? They answered, they are still quite far away. Another person spoke up. Perhaps because they don't want to leave their sect for too long, they seem to be enjoying the scenery on their way here. At their current speed, they will arrive in Sichuan tomorrow. Ma Jinrang sneered and continued, it seems the Murim Alliance bastards haven't properly realized that we are at war with them. They must be mistaking the battlefield for a romantic place. One of the twins said, the current Murim Alliance forces are not that close. They also don't have a strong bond like our cult, he declared. And that is precisely why we are confident of our victory. Jinrang gave the order. Let's move out. They leaped from the cliff and scattered, having received the order. Stab those fools heading to Sichuan in the back. And we will crush the middle-aged bastards following behind. As the day drew to a close, the Murim Alliance group was still moving forward at a fast pace. Yuan, Solri and Moying continued without rest. He spoke up. We will soon arrive at a crossroads, he guided them. All you have to do is go west in the forest ahead. Moying gave a loud order. We will go up the mountain, so abandon the horses and use your lightness skill instead. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took flight. Chugwang and Unbi followed him. Solri, Yuyang and Qianhu watched them. Yuyang opened his mouth to try and slip away. This is where my job ends. From here on it is your territory. But his collar was grabbed again. His escape plan was foiled in an instant. What nonsense are you talking about? Solri said, holding him while using her lightness skill. If I leave you here alone, we won't be able to protect you. She placed a hand on his chest to steady him. Yuyang looked around and thought to himself, I'm flying. Qianhu said loudly, Captain, please stop for a moment. I will take him. Yuyang blushed and smiled awkwardly while Solri answered him. Do you not know how critical our situation is? We must get there as soon as possible, he retorted loudly. Even so, you should not be embracing a man on the way. Solri did not argue and immediately threw Yuyang to him. I understand, Deputy Captain. Please take him then. Qianhu caught Yuyang and flew off, ignoring the man who was wailing behind him. I'm not a piece of luggage. When they had been moving for a while, Yuyang shouted, both of you, stop. They looked at him in surprise, wondering. For him to tell us to stop right from the start. Yuyang explained, it's clear that someone is tailing us. Be careful of the person hiding here. They smiled and agreed inwardly. He's right. Solri spoke to the person in front of them through telepathy. The great captain of the 5 divisions, Doko Solri, and the deputy captain, Zhou Qianhu, will control the rear and follow behind. The other party received the signal and answered through telepathy. Understood, begin. Solri and Qianhu changed their course, landed on a solid tree trunk and used the force to change direction, saying to each other, we must find the tail and deal with him before he sends another letter. If he reports to the Valley of Heavenly Demons, everything will be much more difficult for us. They headed in the opposite direction of the army. As they moved, they wondered what to do, but how do we find him? The two of them stopped. Yuan was thrown roughly to the ground and he looked down and thought in horror, what's going on? Why did we stop in such a dangerous place? As he held onto the tree trunk, trembling in fear, Solri and Qianhu looked into the distance. In the distance, they saw a single light. Solri spoke to him through telepathy. I found the tail, he answered her. I will catch him. Solri agreed immediately. Good, I'll back you up. On this side, the one who was tailing them had stopped. He looked around with displeasure and spoke to the others through telepathy. Damn it seems they've changed their position. Could their original target be? He realized the truth with an unpleasant expression and took out a golden bird to send a letter. I see, it was a lie that they were going to Sichuan. He quickly wrote the information on a piece of paper. This is an emergency, and he tied it to the bird's leg. I have to report this quickly. He sent the bird off. Go. He did not take his eyes off the bird, but he paused and his eyes turned to horror. He exclaimed, what? The tail was horrified as Solri appeared and caught the golden bird. He rushed in with his weapon in hand and shouted, who are you? Qianhu drew his sword and retorted in an even louder voice, that's the question we should be asking. He swung his sword and cut him. Pushing him back, the tail fell to the ground in pain. Solri gracefully turned her body and landed where Yuan was. She admired with a pleased expression, look at these golden feathers, they're so beautiful. He looked at her and thought in horror. She has this side to her. Yuan did not take his eyes off Solri. I thought she was cold, but now she looks like an angel, the tail asked him. Are you a dog of the evil cult? He scolded unpleasantly. You bastard, watch your mouth. The tail shouted loudly. You will soon be going to hell, so tell them this. He cut him off. Shut up, you will soon be going to hell, so tell them this, that Zhou Qianhu sent you there. The tail looked at him with murderous eyes. He thought to himself, now that the golden bird is in their hands, there's only one way left, and he opened his mouth. I have no intention of going to hell yet. I must report this myself, he thought, and then ran away in an instant, not forgetting to leave a few taunting words. If you want to go, then go alone. Unho gave chase and shouted loudly, where do you think you're going? I will take your life before you get the chance. Followed him closely. From above, Solri shouted and gave an order. Do not lose him no matter what. Yuan was curious. How much longer are you going to drag this out here? She turned her head to look at him and asked back. What do you mean? Yuan proposed. Take a look at that. Solri asked back, unable to understand. What is it? He answered curtly. The letter you just took, she retorted. I don't know if there's a need for that. He was talking about how we changed our direction. She unfolded the paper and read it, and could not help but be surprised by the information inside. Solri spoke. It's just as I expected. She looked at him and admired. It seems I owe you again, Solri continued. If this letter had been sent, we would have been in danger. We must send this messenger bird back to them. Solri was curious. Why? Yuan explained. We can use this, she asked back, excited as she realized something. Are you saying we should change the contents of the letter? Yuan plucked a leaf and answered. That's right, we should use the opportunity that has come to us naturally, shouldn't we? 10 p.m. He carved the words on the leaf, and as he rolled it up, Solri spoke. That's the time we will arrive at the Sichuan branch, Yuan sneered. If they believe the contents of this letter, it will be very advantageous for us. And he put it on the bird's leg. Solri instructed, Pretty bird, please deliver the letter carefully. And she sent the bird off. They watched its back as it flew away. Solri asked again, Are you saying the Sichuan branch has really fallen into the hands of the heavenly demon's sacred cult? Is that what you think? Is that why we pretended to go to the Sichuan branch and then changed our direction to the Amipa sect? Yuan answered, The evil cult was scheduled to arrive tomorrow, but they have already infiltrated the area and carried out a detailed plan. What do you think their objective is? Solri answered. Before the reinforcements arrive, Yuan continued her words. If they succeed in a surprise attack, they will think victory is already theirs. While they take control of the Sichuan branch, they will divide the Murim Alliance's reinforcements and defeat them one by one, Solri agreed. You're right, as you just said, that is most likely their plan, she asked again. Then what should we do next? Yuan answered. There are two things that will help us win this fight. It depends on how well we deceive the enemy and how fast we can march. Solri immediately understood. Deception and speed. I have one question. How did you know there was someone tailing us? Even we, who have learned martial arts, could not sense him, Yuan explained. Before she died, that spy said the eyes of the heavenly demon are everywhere, she said. But it's a bit surprising that you thought so much about the words of a dying person. He answered, Since they sent a spy, it's only natural that they would send one more person to watch over that spy, isn't it? She looked at him and thought to herself, How could I not have thought of something so obvious? Am I really an idiot? He continued. In any case, you are a pretty good organization. You did not ignore the words of an ordinary porter, and you trusted me without any doubt, Solri explained. There is a certain power in your words. A power that makes others have no choice but to acknowledge it, he muttered. The power of words, that power has always made the places I go dangerous. She reassured him. It's not always like that, because those words can change any situation, she continued. Your words created our current situation, and thanks to you, we have gained an opportunity to save more people. So please believe in the power you have. Yuan glanced at her and reminded her. Don't think too highly of me. What if I fail? He lamented. In any case, we don't know what will happen from now on. Yuan's face turned pale with worry, because right now my head is full of the useless ambition of wanting to win. Solri asked back, unable to understand. The ambition to win? He held his head as if tired and answered. Now that I'm involved in this, I want to help you win by any means necessary. She asked again. Then is there a way to win? Yuan explained. There is one method we can try before we know if we can win. But what's more important are the changes that might occur. Yuan asked her. How strong is the Amipa sect? Solri explained. Very strong. After Master Nung Bo Yun became the sect leader, their power grew even stronger and they became one of the 9 great sects. He listened and then proposed immediately. In that case, we must involve the Amipa sect in this speed battle. Solri opened her mouth and stared at him. She was horrified. He wants to involve the Amipa sect. Solri and Yuan were still standing on a huge tree branch. Yuan spoke. They are coming from Mount Ami. There are 2 paths they can take. One is flat and the other is a little dangerous but has a good view. If it were them, which one would you choose? Solri answered. Since we still have time and they haven't left their sect in a long time, he continued her words. You're right, the Amipa sect would have probably chosen the path with the view. Since there are many shortcuts in that mountain range, we can use them to catch up with the Amipa sect's group. Solri's eyes widened in horror. She looked at him and opened her mouth. Then we must hurry, and she asked back with a puzzled expression. Is that the only way we have? Yuan retorted, slightly displeased. Do you think I want to do this? If you don't like it, go alone. She blushed at this man's pouting face. They flew off at an incredibly fast speed and Yuan's face contorted in fear. She thought to herself, embarrassed. It was fine at first, so why am I so conscious of it now? Solri shouted loudly. We have to wait until the deputy captain comes back. Yuan explained. I think so too, but the deputy captain won't be back until he kills that man. And did you forget that I said speed is the priority in this tactic? Solri couldn't help but agree with him. All right, I'll listen to you. Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall. I have to find a way to keep you from falling. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out her hand and cut some vines, and the man behind her spoke. Don't tell me you're planning to use these vines? She brought the vines and handed them to him, ordering him to tie them around them. Tie them as tightly as you can. That way I won't have to hold you in case of an emergency. Yuan tied a firm knot. Solri gave a signal. I will use my full strength now. Just as she had said, she flew faster than a moment ago. They reached a mountain, and Yuan spoke. It's quite a distance from here to that cliff. Can you cross it? Solri answered. Don't worry, just hold on tight. She stepped on a branch and flew with all her might. Yuan was horrified and thought to himself, I can't believe it. That woman flew 10 meters. He couldn't believe he wasn't dreaming. The two celestial maidens watching them from high above also marveled. How amazing, that woman is truly remarkable. The white maiden was pleased. Yes, that child is more courageous than many men. Most importantly, her martial arts are outstanding, and she is also very decisive, the red maiden agreed. You're right, if she continues to grow like this she will surely become the strongest woman that no one can catch up to, the white maiden asked her. More importantly, have you made a decision? The white maiden replied. But there are too many problems. I don't want to mess up anyone's destiny, but it seems there's no other choice, the white maiden answered with a sad look. Will they eventually become enemies on the battlefield? The red maiden explained. We don't know yet if their destiny is to solve these problems. Solri strode forward and they thought to themselves, we're almost there, just a little more. Solri stepped on a protrusion and leapt high, thinking to herself with satisfaction. I've done it. As she landed she asked him, where should we go from here? He answered curtly. Straight ahead, of course. She asked him back, a little anxious. Are you saying we have to cross that place? There was a mountain in front of them, and the terrain was much more rugged than before. She reminded him, crossing such a sharp cliff will not be easy, so hold on tight. Solri looked down and continued to urge, if I miss my step even once we will fall down the mountain. Yuan replied. I'm sorry, she asked back, unable to understand. Why are you suddenly saying that? He began with a question. Am I putting you in danger? Solri shouted as she flew. Stop with that useless talk. Her voice was by no means small. I am not such a fragile person. She aimed for a spot and landed there. But they missed their step. Solri hastily grabbed on with her hand and thought to herself, it's much more slippery than I thought. Then I'll have to climb, avoiding the slippery parts. The mountain peak was just ahead of them. With beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Solri thought to herself that she had made it. She marveled in awe. We finally reached the top of the mountain. Yuan cursed loudly. Damn it, they stopped and shouted. There's no path from here. They looked down, and Yuan observed and then proposed, let's find another way. If we turn back there must be a path down. Solri asked back, was it part of your plan to come to a place where there's no way forward? She repeated his words in a confident tone. You said deception and speed decide the battle, so I will not turn back and I will continue to move forward, he answered with a bitter smile. I knew you would say that. Solri repeated, we only have one choice, he answered. That's right. And then he pointed with his finger and guided, jump from here. She said it seemed they would have to risk their lives. There was water below and they stood on a high cliff. She continued. And in fact there is a very high probability that we will die. Solri and Yuan stood on the cliff. Yuan was cautious. There is nothing more precious than life in this world, so let's go back, Solri answered. But if we succeed, can't we save more lives? His expression changed subtly. They reassured each other that the probability of danger has just increased. Solri glanced at him and continued, that is a good reason for us to try. She looked at him and wondered, can you trust me? Yuan looked at her and asked back, what do you mean? Solri joked. The truth is I prefer lightness skill to swordsmanship. Yuan sneered and asked back, does that mean we have a higher chance of survival? She smiled. In a way, yes. Yuan smiled and looked at her. His hands were clenched tightly. I can completely trust this person. Good, from now on my life is yours. Solri replied, thank you. I will do my best to protect your life. Solri leapt down. She used her internal energy to slow down and landed lightly. The stream water below splashed on the rocks and her energy spread all around. Returning to Sichuan, a fat bird arrived at Unho's place. He held the leaf in his hand and muttered, 10 p.m. He was lost in thought. Jimyoung continued, 10 p.m. is a perfect time. By then the second unit will have arrived as well. Unho opened his mouth. That is the problem. Jimyoung asked back, unable to understand. Yes, what do you mean? Unho frowned and continued, it's too perfect. In fact, it's even more suspicious that the time fits so perfectly. He fiddled with the leaf in his hand. The way the time is written on this leaf means they didn't even have time to write on paper. He stood up and continued, but if they come at 10 p.m., Jimyoung understood and finished his words for him. There's plenty of time, so they wouldn't have had to rush so much, Unho agreed. You're right if we speculate based on that. The ones who are short on time are the enemies. Jimyoung was horrified and thought to himself, amazing. To find out so much with just a few words written on a leaf. Unho walked and gave an order. Prepare for battle. If they come here, we will have an all-out war. But if they move to another place, we can attack them from behind, Jimyoung said. It will be difficult to do that with our current forces, so please wait until the second unit arrives. Unho sneered and replied, I will not wait. He placed a hand on his chest and declared, my heart is urging me fiercely. To move faster, I will follow my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his lightness skill and flew off. The battle order rang out below, and Jimyoung gave a loud order, everyone, listen, follow the Daezu at the fastest speed possible. They all shouted in unison below. We will obey your command. The members of the evil cult scattered in all directions. They followed Unho with determined expressions. On a mountain foothill by a stream, Solri and Yuan were lying side by side and he opened his mouth. I think I understand why you said you prefer lightness skill to swordsmanship. Solri replied, when we were falling I didn't think to use lightness skill to slow down right away, she joked again. Were you scared? Yuan answered her. Not really, Solri continued tiredly. You're saying you weren't scared even after falling from such a high place? Yuan also breathed heavily and continued, since I chose to believe you, I could not doubt. Solri opened her mouth. The truth is I was a little flustered too since we fell from a higher place than I thought, she continued. I couldn't maintain my lightness skill until the end, Yuan continued her words. Anyway, we survived. He marveled. I owe you my life again, Solri continued. But we don't have time to lie here, do we? Yuan agreed. You're right, if we continue to lie here that jump just now would have been for nothing, Solri proposed. Let's rest a little and then get up. The truth is I was quite scared, she confessed. I pretended to be brave, but it was the scariest moment of my life. If I had died just like that, there were still so many things I wanted to do. All those thoughts came to my mind while we were falling, Yuan thought to himself without taking his eyes off her. I thought that woman was a strong and cunning person, but seeing such a weak side of her is really confusing, he wondered inwardly. Which one is her real self? Solri sighed and opened her mouth. We have to go now, please say something to encourage me. Yuan opened his mouth obediently. If I were Unho, there's a high possibility I wouldn't be fooled. Solri turned to him in shock. She opened her mouth, unable to understand. What do you mean? Don't tell me the leaf we sent? Yuan was flustered when she looked at him, and he stammered and explained. Unho's intuition is very sharp, and he is also very decisive. If he senses something is wrong with the leaf, he will immediately lead his men out of Sichuan. Solri's eyes widened in surprise. She stood up energetically. That's enough motivation. She urged him. What are you doing? Get up, Yuan replied. Please go alone from here, Solri asked back in shock. Alone? What are you talking about? Yuan did not answer, lost in thought. On the riverbank at the foot of the mountain, Yuan explained. The nuns of the Amipa sect will probably follow this river. If they plan to camp along this river, there is a high possibility they have found an ideal spot. Solri looked down, lost in thought, and asked him back. Then what do you think we should do next? Yuan explained. I plan to go southeast where the main force is. About 5 kilometers from here, there is a place known as the Wangliang Waterway. If my prediction is correct, that will be the place where the main force will face the enemy. Solri asked back with concern, will you be alright alone? Yuan held up a finger to her. Don't worry about me. Even if I haven't learned martial arts, I can protect my own life. He stood up and continued. We don't have time, let's go. Whether we win or lose, this battle depends on how fast you can bring the nuns of the Amipa sect to us. Solri looked at him with suspicious eyes, but Yuan's expression was confident, and she had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll see you later. Yuan followed up and said, I have one more thing to tell you. He pointed to a mountain with his finger and guided. On the top of that mountain there is a path considered to be a cliff gorge, Solri asked back in shock. A cliff gorge? You mean a path along a cliff? Yuan explained. It's a very dangerous path for an ordinary person, but for a martial artist like you can use your lightness skill. It's a shortcut that will shorten the distance by several times, Solri answered seriously. Thank you for telling me. She left a few words and flew off. I'm leaving now. Take care. Yuan followed her with his eyes and thought to himself, you too, take care, we must meet again. He stood there and turned his head to execute his next plan. I don't have much time either, he ran. I have to hurry. As the day drew to a close, Doko Moyang's group faced Ma Jinrang's group. He and the twins looked at them with killing intent. Moying recalled Yuan's words. According to my calculations, this is where the Murim alliance will face the evil cult. There is a very high possibility that it is the Wangliang Waterway. He opened his mouth. We really met them, as he said. For a non-martial artist to calculate exactly how fast we would arrive here, and to find the exact location, Chugwang continued his words. No matter how much I think about it, he is a very respectable person. To think a person like that was working as a porter in an escort agency until now, Unbi joined the conversation. I have only heard stories, but the Wangliang Waterway is truly a spectacular sight, Moying agreed. Yes, this is a very nice place for everyone to fight and die, Jinrang muttered. So they are coming to us instead of Sichuan now. One of the twins answered him. It seems we have fallen into a trap. He frowned in displeasure. The other continued. Fortunately, those girls from the Amipa sect have decided to take their precious time to come here. Jinrang continued, it seems they also know some kind of strategy. The other replied, we may be at a numerical disadvantage. Jinrang was confident. But the one who will win in the end is us. He glanced at the other and promised. Because Qian Gwi Dogun will come, the twins asked back. Are you sure he will really come here? Jinrang asserted. Of course, he sneered. He didn't get the name Qian Gwi Dogun for nothing. By now he would have figured out their plan exactly. So all we have to do is wait until he comes. The twins opened their mouths. If he comes, we should not show him a shameful side. Jinrang continued their words. It would be even better if we finished everything before he arrives, so that there is nothing left for him to do. They left a few words and flew off. Lord Ma, you take care of the rear and we will deal with him, he sneered. It seems I will be stuck with this boring job. The members of the evil cult crossed the forest. Moying opened his mouth. It has finally begun. Chugwang and Unbi also moved. We will deal with the vanguard first. Please protect the rear Doko clan. The members of the alliance also moved with them. Moying followed and thought to himself, we don't need to protect the rear. He gave an order. Listen, only half of the army will engage. Someone interrupted his order and shouted, "No!" Mo Ying turned his head in shock and thought to himself, "This voice is..." Yuan rushed toward him and continued, "Please stay where you are. Do not move. The Doko clan must not participate in that battle." Mo Ying frowned, unable to understand. Yuan ran, panting for breath. Even when he stood before him, he was still tired. Mo Ying wondered, "What do you mean, that we should not participate in that battle?" Yuan explained, "Please have the Doko clan not participate in the battle as a backup plan." He asked back, "Reinforcements? Are you telling us to just sit here and do nothing while our comrades are fighting so fiercely over there?" Yuan continued, "There's a possibility of being attacked during the battle, so we must be prepared for that as well." Mo Ying fell into thought again, then opened his mouth. "Is the heavenly demon Blade Lord coming here from Sichuan?" Yuan answered him. "I'm not sure, but there's a high probability," Mo Ying said. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for us to join the battle and subdue them before the heavenly demon Blade Lord arrives?" Yuan asked back, "How long do you think it will take?" Mo Ying thought for a moment and answered, "It will probably take about 4 Sichuan, but to do that we would have to sacrifice half of our forces." Yuan commented that 4 Sichuan was too long. He declared that if the main force of the heavenly demon Blade Lord joined them by then and the Amidst sect had not yet arrived, they would be the ones to be annihilated. Mo Ying also realized the seriousness of the situation and asked back, "Then what do you think we should do? We must leave this place as soon as possible and set up an ambush." Mo Ying repeated, "An ambush," Yuan explained. "As I said before, if the main force of the heavenly demon Blade Lord arrives and the Amidst sect is not yet here, you must not join the battle no matter what." Mo Ying was surprised. Yuan looked at him and opened his mouth in a firm tone. "You must abandon what is useless and move forward, looking to the future," he urged. "And the sooner you decide," Mo Ying cut Yuan off, "I cannot do that. If one survives in that way in the Murim, there is no future. And that is precisely the difference between the Murim and the army." Yuan was horrified and thought to himself, "The difference between the Murim and the army?" Mo Ying opened his mouth. "I will only listen to half of what you said. You are not wrong, but if we just watch we will suffer greater losses. So it is the right choice to commit half of our forces to reduce the casualties." Mo Ying gave an order, "Doko bang." The soldiers answered immediately. Mo Ying gave an order. "The left wing will join the battle and the right wing will lie in ambush in the bushes." They immediately carried it out. "We will obey your command." Yuan was a little surprised by their speed. On this side the fight was still in full swing. Han Chugwang and Nung Unbi were fighting the twins. One of them turned and attacked. Unbi was horrified and thought to himself, "Is he a user of the moonlight wheel?" He counterattacked and was certain. He must be one of the cold-blooded twin demons. Both of them were pushed far back and dust filled the air as they looked at each other. Unbi opened his mouth. "I am Nung Unbi, the master of the Baisuldan. You will die by this sword, so remember my name clearly." The other sneered and replied, "How passionate." He retorted, "I hope you last long enough to entertain me." Unbi pointed his sword at him and declared, "Don't worry, I will be very pleased when I cut off your head with this sword." He sneered, pleased with the answer. "Good, very good," and he continued to rush in. "You need to have at least that much passion to make me want to get rid of you." Unbi blocked the attack with a frown, wary. The two exchanged several blows in succession. On this side, Chugwang was also fighting with difficulty. He was fighting the other twin. The opponent was shocked when he was hit by his sword and sent flying. Fortunately, both of them landed safely. He opened his mouth. "Han Chugwang, I heard that you rebuilt the fallen Kunlun sect." Chugwang, displeased that he had mentioned his sect, cut him off. "Shut up. Kunlun has never fallen. We just temporarily vacated our headquarters because of the evil cult's attack. Are you trying to buy time now by talking nonsense?" He gritted his teeth in displeasure and continued, "Do you know that you can live a little longer thanks to that nonsense?" He used the moonlight wheel and opened his mouth confidently. "You should be grateful that I'm letting you live a little longer." Chugwang drew his sword and rushed in, shouting, "Nonsense!" The two rushed at each other. "To have survived a jump from such a high cliff. The heavens have surely helped you," Mo Ying continued. "And it was the right decision for Solri to bring the Amidst sect. Thanks to you coming to help us, our chances of winning have increased." Yuan frowned and replied, "I do not have the ability to predict the future." Mo Ying asked back, "Is that so?" Yuan continued, "Only the heavens know whether the Murim Alliance or the heavenly demon sacred cult will win." Mo Ying looked at him in thought. After a moment he opened his mouth. "Perhaps the only thing I can do is wait as you said." Yuan continued his words with a serious face. "But if we can overcome this crisis we will learn a great lesson," Mo Ying asked back, unable to understand. "What do you mean?" Yuan explained. "The current Murim Alliance cannot bring down the evil cult," Mo Ying agreed. "I agree, there is no future for a Murim that lacks unity and strength." Yuan observed him and thought to himself, "Before we discuss the future of the Murim we must think of a way to survive right now. Only those who survive can dream of the future. Please do it, Miss Doko. You are our only hope to dream of a future." Suddenly a sound caught their attention. The desperate screams of people echoed endlessly. Yuan and Mo Ying could not help but turn their heads to look. They were horrified and thought to themselves, "No way." It was Yuan who spoke first. "It seems the evil cult has arrived first." Mo Ying replied, "My men are in ambush there, so why did they not let them pass and attack from behind?" Yuan retorted. "It was not your men who attacked, but they were the ones who were attacked." Mo Ying was horrified and asked back, "Wait, are you saying the enemy saw through our ambush and took the initiative?" Yuan pointed with his finger into the distance and asked, "Do you see the group bypassing the bushes over there?" Mo Ying immediately turned his head to look. Yuan continued. Those are, he exclaimed in horror. Are they the Black Wolf Brigade? Yuan asked back. The Black Wolf Brigade, Mo Ying explained. They are a subordinate unit of the Heavenly Wolf Brigade led by the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord, and they are led by Zhou Jimyong, who is called the Messenger of Death, he reminded him. From now on you must protect your own life. And he assumed a fighting stance. I must do what I have to do. Yuan wondered, is it necessary for the Bangju to personally step forward? Mo Ying explained, there is no master on our side who can face the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, so I must take this responsibility. But another voice interjected, I will face him. Unho rushed in and shouted, Bangju, please continue to command the battle from here. Mo Ying exclaimed with a hint of pleasure, Brother Zhou. He opened his mouth. I'm sorry for being late, Bangju. And he immediately ran off. I will explain everything later. Yuan and Mo Ying watched Qianhu's back. Yuan commented that the man named Zhou Qianhu was quite strong. Mo Ying agreed, very strong. He serves me as his master because I saved his life once. He said he was from the North Sea Ice Palace. When the evil cult occupied the eastern frontier of the Murim, the North Sea Ice Palace refused to join the evil cult, and that's when they were annihilated. Yuan continued. Then he must have a deep grudge against the evil cult. That grudge probably made him stronger than before. Behind them, lights and screams appeared again. Mo Ying opened his mouth. Don't tell me the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord is fighting the ambush unit, Yuan thought to himself. The Heavenly Demon Blade Lord. Unho. He opened his mouth again. I hope they survived by using the advantage of the ambush. They must hold them there for as long as possible. Yuan wondered inwardly with an unpleasant expression. Where is he? Is he in that forest or on a high place? Yuan looked up at the sky. He saw the figure of a person standing on a high place. Mo Ying also saw it. Yuan bit his lip and thought to himself. It must have been 11 years since I last saw him, he commented. He seems much stronger than before. The old image of Unho flashed in Yuan's mind. Now he was a man stronger than he could have imagined. Mo Ying added, that is the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord, Unho. Did you see the star of the conqueror above his head? It's as if the star of the conqueror is saying that the conqueror it has chosen is him. Yuan opened his mouth. Please run away at once. Mo Ying was horrified by this. He asked back, are you telling me to run away in this situation? Yuan explained. The fact that Unho came with his main force means that our chances of winning have disappeared even if the Amipa sect arrives. The sound of fighting still echoed endlessly. Mo Ying opened his mouth. I know we are losing because our forces are weak, but I cannot run away like this. The Heavenly Demon Blade Lord must already know that all of our forces are here, Yuan explained. From the moment the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord infiltrated Sichuan, the tide of the war had already turned in their favor. The current situation is probably going as he expected, and all the variables that could have occurred are also within his calculations. The only choice we have in this situation is to make an unpredictable move, he asked back, and that is to run away. Yuan did not answer. Mo Ying opened his mouth. I've realized it once again. You are not a Murim warrior. Do you know when the masters of the Murim are certain of death in a fight? It is the moment they lose their will to fight and turn their backs to run. This situation is the same. If we do not fight until the end, and if we turn our backs in fear and run, that will be the moment we are annihilated. Yuan frowned and refuted. That is the common sense of the Murim, he asked again. Then are you telling us to go against that common sense? Yuan asked him back. Then do the Murim warriors have a retreat tactic? He explained. There is no specific tactic, but in an emergency they know what to do, Yuan continued. With that we have Harmony Renhei, and fortunately the timing Tian Shi and the terrain De Li are also on our side. Yuan looked up at the sky and commented. Mo Ying asked back, what do you mean by harmony, timing and terrain? Yuan answered, it will rain soon. I can smell rain in the wind. He repeated his words. The smell of rain. Dark clouds were gathering. Yuan opened his mouth. It's coming, Mo Ying continued. As you said, it seems it will rain soon. Yuan pointed with his finger and presented them with a way. If you cross the forest southeast from here, there is a narrow path next to a cliff. If we can reach that place safely, we might be able to live. Mo Ying looked at where Yuan was pointing and muttered, a narrow path. In a narrow path, one master can block hundreds of enemies. Yuan continued his words. And Miss Doko and the Amipa nuns will also be heading there now. It started to rain, and the rain grew stronger. Yuan urged, we must hurry. We don't have time, he requested of Mo Ying. Please make a decision. He thought for a moment and opened his mouth. I cannot be sure that this decision I am making is the right one. Running away is something that is hard for a martial artist to believe. I will follow your words. And now that I have made a decision, please make this choice the right one. Mo Ying turned his head and gave an order. Listen, Doko Bang ambush unit. Everyone hold your ground, do not retreat even a single step. As long as you have strength, block the enemy with all your might. They were still fighting below, but the sound of an answer echoed. We will obey your command. We will obey the Bangju's command. Yuan opened his mouth in a sad voice. None of them will return alive. Mo Ying replied, I know, but to save someone, there must be someone who sacrifices themselves. He gritted his teeth and turned around. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, I will never forget your sacrifice even if I die. He grabbed Yuan's wrist and urged, hurry. Yuan refused with a firm voice. I will only be a burden if I follow you, so please leave me here. I will protect my own life, Mo Ying scolded. Don't be ridiculous, I need your help. Besides, you are the only one who can lead us to that narrow path. He continued, not giving Yuan a chance to refuse, and dragged him along. Trust me and leave your body to me. Yuan closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is an incredibly fast speed. His lightness skill is even better than Miss Doko's. All of their actions were watched by Unho, who was on a high place. Yuan moved through the rain. Jinreng was horrified and turned his head. He was surprised and thought to himself, she's here, and he ran through the rain, muttering, she's here, it would be polite to greet her. Ma Jinreng shouted with a pleased expression, it's been a long time since I've warmed up. Jinreng flew like a beam of light. He caught up with Yuan in an instant. She looked at him and thought to herself, Black Ghost Sword, Ma Jinreng. The Murim Alliance declared him an enemy and issued a kill order, but in the end no one could catch him. It's unbelievable that such a person has become an elder of the evil cult and has reappeared, she thought to herself as she drew her sword and retorted his attack with a sharp tone. A dead evil spirit has come back to life and is disturbing the Central Plains. As she fought him, Jinreng's words were just as sharp. Let's see if the sect leader of the Amipa sect can cut off my head. He pushed her away. Yuan continued to rush in and shouted, no matter how strong you were in the past, you are no match for me now. On this side, Moying joined the battle. He helped Unbi and attacked one of the twins with a sword from behind, bringing him down. He screamed in pain at the sudden attack. Moying watched him fall and said to himself, if I had time I would not have ambushed you. Unbi opened his mouth. Bangju, Moying explained briefly. The situation is urgent, hurry. He was horrified and turned his head. Moying, seeing Yuan being pushed back, opened his mouth in disbelief. Don't tell me that's, he asked Unbi. Did you not just see Yuan Sathai? He answered absent-mindedly. I don't know, I did not see. Moying was horrified and continued. But behind them the figure of the remaining twin appeared. Did Sathai lose? They saw the enemy appear and said to each other, let's deal with that one first. Understood. As soon as they finished speaking, they rushed in at the same time. The three leaders attacked the one remaining twin at the same time. On this side, Yuan surveyed his surroundings and thought to himself, the Doko clan leader just mentioned Master Yuan. If she is the sect leader of the Amipa sect, then Miss Doko must be here as well. One of the twins ground his teeth in displeasure. Damn it, he shouted. I may have to avoid you now, but next time I will cut off all your heads. He hastily left the spot, and Chugwang joined Unbi and Moying to talk. That cunning rat running away like a rat. Chugwang was curious. But what happened? Was there any change in the rear? Moying explained briefly. The heavenly demon Blade Lord, Unho, is here. They were horrified by this information. Moying continued, the ambush unit is currently holding back the Heavenly Wolf Brigade, but they will not last long. He proposed with a displeased expression, even if it angers you, we must leave this place in a hurry. We have no time, so that man will guide you. Chugwang asked back, can we not fight Unho? Moying explained, if the probability of winning is low, it is wise to wait for the next opportunity. Unbi and Chugwang found this fact hard to accept. Moying continued, if you wish to save more people, you must move in a hurry. They answered in unison, we will obey your command. Chugwang immediately gave an order, the Kunlun sect will retreat. The second-class disciples will block the enemy, and the rest will follow me on this side. Unbi also gave an order. The Bai-Sultan will retreat. The captain and the deputy captain will block the enemy. Moying continued, the Doko clan orders each captain to block the enemy and the rest will retreat. He turned his head and saw Yuan fighting Ma Jinreng. Master Yuan, she answered his words as she fought him. The situation is urgent, so I came first. I will take on this cunning evil spirit, so please retreat first. My sect's disciples will arrive soon. He did not forget to shout to her. We will regroup and counterattack, so please do not overdo it. Moying moved and formulated a strategy. The moment the heavenly demon Blade Lord moves, it will be impossible to escape this place. He took Yuan's hand and went with him. I can only hope that the ambush unit will block the pursuers from the rear. Lightning struck, shaking the whole space, and the stream grew rougher. Unho was watching from a high place. He watched quietly, as his own army was defeated and the chaotic battle continued. Unho wondered, are they retreating? He muttered in displeasure. Who is it to have such a cool head in this situation? Could the one who saw through the woman's identity and made her commit suicide and the one who wrote 10 p.m. on the leaf be the same person? Unho looked up at the sky and continued to mutter, this dark sky has hidden the star of the conqueror. He finished his words, it's time to move. Unho drew his sword with a look of pleasure as he prepared to join the battle. He leapt from the top of a tree and headed for the battlefield. He began to slaughter the members of the Murim Alliance. Unho moved lightly and took dozens of lives in an instant. They screamed in pain before they fell. Unho muttered, shall I begin to drive the rabbits into their burrow? He looked around and said, I am very curious about that person's identity. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Yuan ran through the rain and thought to himself, I don't know how long I've been running. I'm just running as my body remembers. Behind him, the Alliance army followed. Suddenly, a great bolt of lightning struck a huge tree. I can only hope I'm going the right way. The old tree exploded instantly. Yuan was forced to retreat and he continued to move, panting for breath. I can't stop. Until my last breath is gone, until this heart stops, I must run. He turned his head to look back and thought, they are following the tracks I left behind. The people of the Alliance were following him. Yuan himself felt the weight of responsibility for them. My footsteps could be the gate of life and death for them. Yuan gritted his teeth in worry. I'm scared. Am I going the right way? His mind was in a turmoil. Will the retreat go well? What if they are annihilated faster because of my words? He stopped to catch his breath, but his mind was still filled with thoughts. How did I get involved in this? Why am I so afraid of what is to come? Why did everything turn out this way? Is it because of the heavenly demon Blade Lord, because of that bastard? Yuan continued to think one thing and another. Or is it because of Miss Solri, because of her? Yuan paused. In front of him were Solri and the nuns of the Amipa sect, he thought with wonder. Could it be them? Solri was running quickly toward him. Yuan thought in disbelief, it really is her. Solri was also surprised to see him. They looked at each other. Solri shouted happily, Master Qian, is that you, Master Qian? Yuan was no less happy to hear her call his name. Master Qian. They ran toward each other as Solri continued to call. Yuan thought a little awkwardly. This is the first time in my life I've heard someone call me that. Solri shouted loudly again. It's Master Qian, isn't it? He was flustered. My heart is beating too fast. Yuan asked himself, why was I looking forward to meeting her again so much? The person behind him shouted. Look, it's the people of the Amipa sect, Yuan answered. Yes, it is. Miss Doko has brought them. Chugwang spoke up. I am Chugwang of the Kunlun sect. The entire army is retreating, so the Amipa sect must also immediately switch to a retreat formation. She stopped and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with thought. They looked at each other without a word, and it was Solri who spoke first. We meet again, Master Qian. He also smiled happily. Others ran past them, urgently reminding them, keep running, we will set up an ambush formation with the 180 arhats of Shaolin and block the enemy's rear pursuit. We will set up 2 formations and pressure them. They continued to say to each other, thank you, we will trust you all, we will take care of the rear, so don't worry and move forward. Solri and Yuan looked at each other. He opened his mouth. Let's talk later. He left her a signal and continued to run. The situation is urgent, so let's move quickly, Solri thought to herself. Urgent means the main force of the heavenly demon Blade Lord has already arrived. I have to hurry. This is no time for such thoughts. Let's focus on getting out of here first. Suddenly she grabbed his wrist. Yuan was shocked. She asked curtly, will you get on my back? He stammered and refused. It's all right, I'm fine. Solri did not insist. She proposed, pulling his hand to increase their speed. All right, then I will help you run. Her hand was still holding his tightly. Yuan blushed and thought, I don't know if I'm running or being dragged, but one thing is for sure, there were a few times my feet did not touch the ground. Lightning flashed in the sky and another tree was struck by lightning and exploded, smoke rising from it. Soon the rain began to subside and the moon slowly revealed itself. As the people of the Alliance passed through the mountain path, they said to each other, from now on everyone must be on their guard as much as possible. The path gets narrower as we go up, so be as careful as you can. Solri gave an order. I will take the lead, be careful as you follow. They ran faster. Nevertheless, they maintained their formation, one step at a time through this path. Yuan opened his mouth when they stopped at a crossroads. We've made it. We've arrived here safely so we can take a breather. He looked back and wondered, but there are fewer people than I thought. Did something happen on the way here? Solri looked at him and answered. Don't worry, they must be following right behind us, she explained. All the masters of the Murim are protecting our safety from behind, Yuan agreed. I see, he guided them. The length of this bridge is about 50 meters. If we destroy it after we pass, the enemy will not be able to follow us. Solri looked at him without a word. She let go of his hand and opened her mouth. You must go alone from here. Yuan was stunned. Go alone? What are you talking about? Yuan was dazed after hearing her shocking statement. Soon he opened his mouth. Are you not going to go with me? She answered firmly. I will wait for my father. Yuan looked at her in disbelief. Solri pushed him first and shouted behind him. We don't have much time. Everyone pass through here as quickly as possible. That is how we can help our comrades who are protecting the rear. Yuan furrowed his brow. She looked at him without a word. Before Yuan left, he gave her some instructions. After crossing this bridge and going a little further, there is a place between 2 cliffs where you can slide down. On the right side of the mountain, there is a slope that goes straight down to the foothills. Below that is a plain. He carefully instructed Solri. Start the defense on that plain and make a plan to gather all our forces. She listened carefully and answered. All right, I'll see you there again. They looked at each other for a moment. Yuan turned his head and left a word for her. Be careful. Solri blushed slightly and smiled at him. Yuan left. The people of the Alliance also followed him. Solri watched them and did not forget to instruct. This bridge is not very sturdy. It cannot bear the weight of everyone and might collapse, so use your lightness skill to make your bodies as light as possible. The people of the Alliance smiled and thanked her. Understood, we will do so. Yuan took the lead. Solri followed him and thought to herself, everyone be careful. The figure of the last person soon disappeared behind a corner. Solri sighed in relief, but a shout came from behind her. Master Qian? She turned her head quickly and wondered what's wrong. Qian Yuan had missed his footing. He fell from the bridge, but fortunately a hand quickly reached out and grabbed him. A young man caught Yuan in time. He smiled and shouted, got you. Yuan was shocked and then slowly regained his composure. He looked up and marveled, amazing. As Yuan was pulled up, others clapped and praised the young man. Well done, hold on tight. The voices reached Solri. Be careful, what happened? Are you all right? Yuan answered, I'm fine now, don't worry. As expected, the bridge was wet from the rain and weakened. Master Qian almost fell, but the young lady saved him. Solri sighed in relief. Ah, thank goodness, she shouted. That might happen again, so someone carry him on their back, they answered. Don't worry, I've already got him on my back. A hearty laugh followed. She laughed in disbelief. All right. Solri turned her head and thought to herself, when I thought something had just happened, my heart sank without me realizing it. I don't know, maybe it's because I've gotten closer to him. On this side, Yuan was being carried by a member of the Alliance, his face blushing with embarrassment. They pointed to one side and said, Don't worry now, Master Qian, you won't fall again. Yuan's face turned pale. He sighed and muttered, "Martial arts?" The person carrying him asked back. "Yes," he said with a determined look. "I must learn martial arts." He continued to explain, "If I don't want to rely on others, I think I have to learn." Panglan, who was next to him, heard his words and smiled with interest. The person who was carrying him answered, "Master Qian, you have something stronger than martial arts?" He asked back. "Something stronger?" The person smiled and explained, "Of course it is your wisdom, master. Your strategy saved us all. That is not something anyone can have," he continued. "Martial arts is something you can train, but innate wisdom is something you can't do anything about, right?" He looked at Yuan and laughed. "I truly envy your wisdom, master." Yuan was lost in thought and did not answer. Solri was still watching them and constantly asked herself, "Will everyone be all right?" "I hope so." She hugged her knees and was lost in thought. "I can't believe we just happened to meet at a tavern yesterday and drank together." She looked up at the sky and continued to think, "But it feels like more than a year has passed. Maybe meeting him was not a coincidence. If so, it must be fate." Solri mulled over those two words. "My fate." There was a movement on the other side and she turned her head. Solri thought to herself, "That shadow is?" As she shouted, Unho answered excitedly, "My lady." She chided him. "Didn't I tell you to call me captain?" He laughed and said, "You made the mistake first, my lady." Solri continued to ask, "But why are you alone? Where is everyone else?" Unho looked back and answered, "Don't worry, they will arrive soon." He explained, "I ran ahead to catch up with you, my lady." Solri asked with worry, "Is my father all right? Is everyone safe?" Unho was lost in thought. Unho answered her, "The Banju is safe, so please don't worry. As far as I know, both Master Nung and Great Swordsman Han are safe," he said. "But many warriors were sacrificed during the battle and retreat," he continued. "I also met a tricky opponent and almost died." She asked back, "Who was your opponent?" He answered, "The leader of the Black Wolf Brigade." Solri was horrified. "Was he strong enough to be a difficult opponent for you?" Unho explained, "I didn't think I would lose before the fight, but once we fought I realized how strong he was." He scratched his head in displeasure and continued, "If the masters of the Amipa sect had not come in time, I would have surely gone to heaven. Besides the heavenly demon Blade Lord, there are many masters in the demonic cult." Solri assessed the situation. "Are the Amipa masters still in charge of the rear?" Unho answered. "Centered around Master Bohyan, they are blocking the enemy forces by forming the two dragons subduing the tiger formation with 48 members each," he continued. "It was dark and raining heavily so I couldn't see well, but the two dragons subduing the tiger formation seemed to create two solid metal walls that prevented the demonic cult bastards from getting close. It was truly amazing," Solri commented. "There were about 200 nuns from the Amipa sect. They used the power of their people to deploy the four dragons subduing the tiger formation." Unho continued her words. "All the disciples except for the 100 who had deployed the last stand with Master Bohyan had retreated." Solri asked back, "Then what happened to Master Bohyan and the 100? He answered, "They said they would shake off the pursuers and join us immediately, but there is a high probability that they failed. No, even if they had the chance they would not have gone." Unho commented with a sad look, "Master Bohyan is not one to retreat as long as the enemy remains." The only reason she ordered her disciples to retreat was because she had no other choice. She opened her mouth lost in thought. "We should have fought with the Amipa nuns as well." He continued his words, "And it wouldn't have been bad to be annihilated together, would it? At least our hearts would have been at ease." Solri's mood was dampened by his words. She asked back with a glimmer of hope, "Are you sure they were annihilated?" She explained, "No matter how strong the demonic cult is, we have two elite units, don't we?" Unho answered. "Perhaps because we thought we could handle the demonic cult with that power, we became complacent and arrogant. The demonic cult knew what we were trying to do like the back of their hand, but we, on the other hand, were not prepared enough," he continued. "I think the Banju's decision to retreat after listening to Qian Yuyang's advice was the right one. He might be criticized by those who think they could have done better, but above all, that decision saved many lives. To think he could persuade the Banju to make such a decision, he really is becoming more and more amazing." Solri did not answer, lost in thought, and looked up at the star of the conqueror. Suddenly someone announced, "The Banju is coming." She looked that way and thought to herself, "Father, thank goodness, everyone is safe." Mo Ying and the soldiers rushed toward her. The battlefield was filled with blood and corpses, and the moon shone on the fallen soldiers of the evil cult and the alliance, Bohyan, the twins, and Jin Rang. Standing before Jin Rang's body was Unho. He opened his mouth in anger. "Our losses are greater than I thought. Isn't the second unit almost annihilated?" his subordinate reported. "There are only 30 survivors from the second unit." Unho repeated, "Only 30. Your way of speaking could cause a misunderstanding. Others will think I intentionally drove the second unit to their deaths," he hastily explained. "That's not it at all. The enemy's losses are much greater than ours. Master Bohyan and 100 Amipa reinforcements and about 300 from the alliance, including the Doko clan, died at our hands. Besides, the enemy's strength was greater than we thought. Nevertheless, the fact that we were able to achieve such results is all thanks to you, Dezu." Unho Dezu sneered and replied, "I wonder if that's really the case." Unho looked up at the sky and marveled. "Sometimes the old men of the demonic cult overestimate my abilities," he continued. "They will be satisfied with this result and continue to talk about what happened. The fact that the second unit led by Qian Gwi Dogan was almost annihilated will make everyone think I am plotting something." his face darkened with anger. If we had won this battle they would have been satisfied. Besides, there are a few things I still don't understand about this battle. There must be a problem somewhere. Unho continued, the one who commanded the Murim alliance reinforcements should have been Doko Moying. But this doesn't seem like his tactics. Does he have a military strategist by his side? His subordinate answered, there is one person from the Doko clan whom we captured alive. He asked for Unho's opinion. Shall we interrogate him? He glanced and gave an order. Bring him here. His gaze returned to the star of the conqueror. The soldier of the Doko clan was soon dragged out. Unho looked at him as if sizing him up. He gritted his teeth and answered him with hostile eyes. Unho opened his mouth. A military strategist joined the Murim alliance reinforcements, didn't he? If you speak honestly I will spare your life, the other said stubbornly. I don't know. Unho stared at this man. He sweated and stammered, I mean there was no military strategist. Unho sneered and confirmed again. Then are you saying there was a newcomer? The other's eyes turned to horror. Unho continued to ask, who is it? This man shouted loudly. I told you there is no military strategist. Even if there was I wouldn't know, he replied. I gave you a chance, yet you dare to lie? This man trembled in fear. Unho gave an order. The interrogation is over. Take him away. His subordinate opened his mouth. It seems he is hiding something. How about we torture him and make him confess? Unho walked and explained, there is no need for that. He will not speak. He sneered and continued, I am quite curious who that strategist is. The man from the Doko clan thought to himself in disbelief. Did he figure that out just from my reaction? Chian Gwi Dogun Bek Unho. He is truly a terrifying man. Unho walked with his subordinate and opened his mouth. A military strategist? Could he be the one who secretly interfered with my plans? He glanced around and opened his mouth. He's making me angry. Unho's subordinate opened his mouth. Daezu, why did you order the Black Wolf Brigade to chase the ones who were running away? Shouldn't our Heavenly Wolf Brigade be the ones to chase them? Unho answered. We have about 400 soldiers left, and we must also consider the number of wounded, he continued. With 200 from the Black Wolf Brigade, there will be no problem in dealing with them. Can they really take them all out? He asked back. But our enemies are very unpredictable, so shouldn't we also consider that? Unho declared with a dark face. Then we must also act in a way that surpasses their expectations. He ordered a map to be brought out. The map was quickly unfolded. Unho observed it carefully. He opened his mouth, lost in thought. Looking at it again, they are not simply running away, but they have moved to a place to minimize casualties. The wide plain is to use their numerical advantage. They can keep an eye on their surroundings while facing the Black Wolf Brigade, Unho added. There could be more casualties on our side while they retreat, he declared. The leader's goal is to divide and defeat us, his subordinate answered. He is always the cause of the problems we face, Unho agreed. Yes, he sneered. He keeps ruining my plans, my perfect plans, every single one of them. Unho commented that it was very interesting. He looked at a high place and continued to mutter, how interesting, I'm excited because of him. Unho declared, now that it has come to this I must deal with him myself. The star of the conqueror shone over the whole sky. Yuan suddenly felt a strange premonition. He thought to himself, what is this chilling feeling? This cold and strong energy seems to be targeting me. Bek Unho, is he looking for me? In that mountain range, Jimyong surveyed his surroundings and opened his mouth. They cut the bridge so we couldn't follow. His subordinate explained, the only way to cross now is to go over the mountain, but that will take at least half a day. He asked for Jimyong's opinion. What should we do? Jimyong looked into the distance. We will cross by rope. They were shocked by this declaration. One of them opened his mouth. Even if we do that, the speed of crossing will be no different from going over the mountain, Jimyong continued. But in return we will not leave any traces on the path they have passed. He gave an order and flew off. Follow me. Jimyong clung to the mountain and began to climb. The others followed him. They climbed the mountain together. The day was also slowly dawning. The people of the alliance were resting and treating their wounded. The Amipa were doing their morning meditation. Unbi was discussing with Chugwang. Are you saying we should make a last stand here? Yes, he answered. We can't keep running forever. Yuan commented. There will be a limit if we continue like this. Moying opened his mouth. I know there is no way back, he continued. Besides, I think it is time for us to counterattack now. After all, we have been retreating to maintain half of our forces and wait for an opportunity to counterattack, based on what we saw when we last retreated. The Heavenly Wolf Brigade was facing the Amipa sect's 2 dragons subduing the tiger formation. Yuan opened his mouth. Then the unit chasing us must be the Black Wolf Brigade. Moying agreed. That is highly likely, he continued. I heard that the Black Wolf Brigade is called the Spear of the Battlefield. It means they can continue to carry out pursuit missions, break the enemy's vanguard, and defeat a retreating enemy. The important thing is that they are now divided. Moying looked at him and asked back, Don't do this to me. This is the plan to divide them that you told me about, Yuan answered. If everything goes as I expected, it seems possible. Moying crossed his arms and said, If we can defeat the pursuing Black Wolf Brigade before the Heavenly Wolf Brigade arrives, we will have a chance to defeat them one by one. Looking at the current situation here, I am not so confident. Even if we outnumber the Black Wolf Brigade, the difference in individual abilities is too great, and many wounded are holding us back. Moying continued, Most importantly, the morale is too low. he asked Yuan. Since you were on the battlefield, you must clearly remember how strong the enemy is. Yuan frowned and proposed. That is precisely why we must make a last stand. Everything is over only when they think they can negotiate with the enemy if they lay down their arms and surrender, Mo Ying repeated. A last stand, he continued. An ordinary person cannot be calm in a situation like this. If they fight to the end to live, they will only fall into greater chaos. It is very rare for someone like you to maintain your composure in such chaos, he marveled. What a heaven-sent talent. You are just a commoner. If an opportunity comes in the future, be sure to seize it and rise to the top. Yuan thought about Mo Ying's words and he continued. Fate is what makes the weak face the strong and makes the weak bare their fangs if you do not fight against it. Fate will drag you into a world of nothing but pain. Yuan listened quietly, and Mo Ying looked at him and continued. You are a person who can face your own fate. Yuan mulled over those words. A person who can face fate. Jimyong and the others stood on a cliff, and behind them was a considerable number of the evil cult's army. He frowned in displeasure and, looking at the people of the alliance, declared, We have finally caught up with them. On the other side were the people of the Murim alliance. Jimyong continued, It is thanks to our efforts of chasing them day and night. Another subordinate opened his mouth. They are forming a formation. Look over there, look over there. It seems they are planning to counterattack us. Jimyong opened his mouth. Perhaps it is a bait to lure us here. Do they think having more troops is an advantage on such a wide plain? Another one scoffed. How foolish. It seems they still don't know that the power of our Black Wolf Brigade becomes several times stronger on a plain. Jimyong frowned and answered seriously. I think they know that as well. They are being commanded by a tactician with very accurate judgment. His subordinate asked back, Is there anything strange about them? In any case, that movement is similar to soldiers, and it seems they are forming a formation for battle. Jimyong explained, It is a square formation. The other one asked back, A square formation? Are you talking about the formation anyone can use? Jimyong crossed his arms and explained, It is a formation used only when there is no way back. It helps to protect the wounded comrades behind them. The ones in front will fight to the death on the front line. A square formation originally carries such a meaning. The people in the formation stand at a calculated interval, and that will create a solid formation. If one person in the formation is sacrificed, another person will fill that spot. That's how they maintain the formation from beginning to end. Another one continued his words. But from what I can see, it is a formation to stand against our breakthrough power, Jimyong commented. This is a battle of spear and shield. We will attack and they will defend. He gave an order. Everyone remember, if anyone takes a single life of the Black Wolf Brigade, we will make them pay tenfold. That is the will of the Black Wolf Brigade and the fighting spirit of Zhou Jimyong, he declared. This is just their miscalculation, and a battle that is too hasty, we will kill them with a single attack, he shouted triumphantly. Show the foolish ones who blocked their own path to survival the power of our Black Wolf Brigade, his soldiers shouted in unison. Long live the Black Wolf Brigade. In this camp of the Murim Alliance, the soldiers were forming a formation while others were treating their injuries. Someone opened his mouth. At first I heard it was a formation to fight with our backs to the river, so I wondered how we would deploy our troops in a place with not a single drop of water. Unho continued, But it turns out we have to support our wounded comrades. The wounded will be the river that blocks our retreat. Solri continued his words. They are blocking our unit's retreat more strongly than a river, because we have to support and treat many comrades who do not even have the strength to resist, Qianhu continued. In any case, they will be fine with time. I was very nervous when I first heard the explanation, because to create such a formation you need a very strong fighting spirit. Solri stood up and answered him. Because my comrades are always in my heart. She couldn't help but be surprised when she looked over there. Yuan was standing with Moyang's group, his face more serious than ever before. As Yuan looked over there, Chugwang ground his teeth and said, Those bastards are charging. They truly are the kind who don't hesitate at all, Mo Ying added to his words. Perhaps we should be grateful. We were the ones who wanted to end this quickly after all. Unbi sweated and smiled. That's a relief. I was worried those bastards would see our formation and wait for the Heavenly Wolf Brigade to arrive as reinforcements. Yuan explained. That won't happen. They looked at him puzzled. How can you be so sure? Yuan explained. I heard that in this battle the demonic cult is leading the Black Heaven army of the Black Heaven Alliance to attack the central Murim, Mo Ying agreed. That's right. The demonic cult and the Black Heaven army are originally allies, but the real power is the demonic cult and the Black Heaven army merely follows. Yuan continued his words. That is why the demonic cult will have a larger stake in this fight, since they captured Sichuan with the immense power of the heavenly demon blade lord Unho. It was more to show off the demonic cult's power to their allies than to their enemies. The capture of Sichuan was successful as planned. However, in the battle against the Murim Alliance reinforcements, the two units led by the demonic cult elders suffered a crushing defeat, almost being annihilated. Mo Ying glanced sideways and replied, So their hopes of conquering Sichuan have greatly diminished. The factions within the Black Heaven army must have also come to distrust the demonic cult's ability to conquer the central plains. Yuan crossed his arms. The demonic cult will create a scapegoat to shift the blame for the setback in the Sichuan campaign onto the Black Heaven army. Mo Ying asked him, Do you think this scapegoat will be the Black Wolf Brigade? He analyzed in detail. For the demonic cult making Unho, the heavenly demon blade lord and leader of the Black Heaven Army, a scapegoat would be the wrong choice. Therefore, Zhou Jimyong, who is under Unho's command in the Black Wolf Brigade, is the most suitable person to be the scapegoat. A man like Zhou Jimyong, who is part of the demonic cult, cannot possibly be unaware of that fact, Mo Ying continued. In that case, he will prepare in advance to avoid becoming a scapegoat. If he joins forces with the Heavenly Wolf Brigade to defeat us, the credit will ultimately go to Unho. Therefore, the Black Wolf Brigade must kill us with their own strength alone, Yuan said. If you have confidence, anything is possible, and the result will become the reality we desire. Jimyong and the demonic cults group were on the move. They charged toward the alliance. Jimyong sneered and said, "The outcome is different for every battle," Yuan commented. "Therefore there is no reason for us to be discouraged and disappointed already." He guided them. "We too must have confidence like them. What we should worry about now is not the Black Wolf Brigade. The problem is whether we can annihilate them before the Heavenly Wolf Brigade arrives. And another important problem is that there isn't much time left," Mo Ying continued. "It can't be helped. We have no choice but to leave our fate to the heavens in this battle." He looked at Unho and Solri and asked, "How is Zhou Jimyong's martial arts? Do we have a master on our side who is his equal?" Mo Ying explained. "If we fight one-on-one, it will be difficult to find someone who is his equal. Objectively speaking, we would barely be able to face him even if we attacked from both sides," Unbi continued. "At the Wangryang waterway, briefly saw Deputy Captain Zhou Qianhu fight Zhou Jimyong," he recalled with a displeased expression. "Deputy Captain Zhou Qianhu's martial arts are similar to mine, however his level was far below Zhou Jimyong's." Yuan proposed, "We have no choice but to fight him in a wheel battle." They didn't understand and asked back, "A wheel battle, what does that mean?" Yuan explained. "The three of you will take turns facing Zhou Jimyong, fighting for about 20 to 30 seconds each, and the Bangju only needs to command the battle from the rear," they thought in unison. "It's worth a try." Yuan continued to explain, "When you fight him, abandon the thought of finishing it as quickly as possible. Your mission is to tie him down and bring him to the ground. If even one of you gets injured by rushing, the mission will be considered a failure." Qianhu and Unbi were both shocked by the weight of his words. He continued, "So focus on the battle and remember that Zhou Jimyong is our final enemy. Fight with the mindset that he is a very strong foe who must be defeated." Unbi continued, "I will do my best." Chugwang agreed, "I will do my best too." Qianhu chimed in, "I don't expect much, but it seems I've got a chance to get revenge on you, bastard." Yuan was lost in thought and didn't answer. As they moved, Mo Ying asked Solri, "Can you protect Master Qian?" Behind them, someone else said, "That mission has already been entrusted to me." Peng Un smiled at Yuan. Mo Ying asked back, unable to understand. "Entrusted to you?" Yuan explained. "I thought the Bangju would assign someone, so I asked Brother Peng Un in advance." He was puzzled. "I've never heard that name before." He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Bangju. I am Peng Un from the guest hall." Mo Ying continued to ask, "Are you talking about our clan's guest hall?" He explained, "I am staying there as a visiting warrior." He looked him over as if sizing him up, then opened his mouth. "Master Qian is the most important person among us right now. Can you protect him well?" he said confidently. "Don't worry. I will not die before Brother Yuyang." Mo Ying saw his firm attitude and reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll trust you this once," he said to his daughter. "You stay by Master Qian's side as well," she said shyly. "I will protect the master with Peng Un," Yuyang replied. "There's no need for that." Solri pointed a finger at his face and chided. "Don't you know how important you are?" she continued as if pouting. "Peng Un and I will be here together, so just know that," Mo Ying instructed. "Watch the situation carefully. It's up to you." He and she both had serious expressions. As Mo Ying left, Yuyang's eyes were filled with determination. Jimyong's group was on the move and they were getting closer and closer to the alliance's troops. They soon clashed and both sides received the same order. "Block them," they said to each other. "Hold your positions with your lives," Unbi shouted as he used the moonlight wheel. "All who dare to block me will die," he charged, slaughtering the enemy. And Mo Ying also fought with all his might. Every one of his attacks was made with his full strength. As Chugwang shouted, his terrifying saber cut off and sent several bastards' heads flying. On this side, Qianhu was fighting Jimyong, but he was pushed back. He shouted, "Damn it, he's too strong." Jimyong sneered and asked loudly, "Did the bastard who just ran away now come back to die?" He ground his teeth and growled, "We'll see who dies." As he swung his sword and made Jimyong retreat, Jimyong sneered, "Your spirit is good, but your fate to die under my blade will not change." Qianhu blocked Jimyong's attack with his sword. He was continuously cut. Blood splattered from his body and a painful scream erupted. Qianhu fell to his knees. He used the moonlight wheel and thought to himself, "The leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, Zhou Jimyong, is truly strong." Jimyong charged at Qianhu to attack and said, "How disappointing, with only this much skill." Planned to get revenge, he struck down with his sword, but his sword was blocked. Jimyong looked at his opponent in shock. Unbi said, "From now on your opponent is me." Unbi pushed him back and identified himself as Nung Unbi, the master of the Xuanwu Hall of the Murim Alliance. "This is my name." Qianhu ground his teeth, his eyes wide as he watched the battle, assessing the situation. "Zhou Jimyong, our fight is not over yet." On this side, Solri was escorting Yuyang with Peng Un and the surroundings were noisy with the sound of clashing swords and shouts. Solri sighed. When Yuyang looked puzzled, she answered, "It's truly painful to just watch them fight for their lives. I think I've been given the wrong mission." Peng Un joked. "I think so too. I'm enough to protect brother on my own." Solri immediately denied it. "No, even the two of us are not enough." She looked at him, puzzled. Master Qian, how can you be so calm in a situation like this? Aren't you afraid? He furrowed his brow and answered, the truth is my heart is trembling with fear. I keep asking myself how I got involved in a fight like this, and I'm constantly reprimanding myself. My sick sister and helpless mother rely only on me to live. Solri listened to his story and looked at him with sad eyes. Despite that situation, here I am doing this crazy thing. Peng Lun also looked at him with a similar gaze. I've regretted it countless times, but what's the use of thinking about it now? Yuan ground his teeth. I'm already involved in this crazy fight. There is only one way to get out of this situation. We must win, Solri agreed. That's right, we just have to win. Peng Lun also did not let his guard down. Yuan continued, actually I thought there was a chance, but looking at the situation it seems difficult. I think I may have miscalculated our chances of victory. Solri and Peng Lun stared at him in shock. Solri asked back, you miscalculated? Yuan's face hardened. He told his story. I went to the battlefield starting from the age of 12, Solri thought to herself in disbelief. He went to the battlefield at such a young age? Yuan continued. It wasn't as scary as a fight between martial artists, but the horror was much greater. Rotting corpses everywhere and maggots crawling on them. The screams of wounded soldiers who had their limbs cut off and could do nothing but scream. The groans of the dying. His eyes were filled with anger and disgust. He recalled how the soldiers were nothing more than chess pieces, easily discarded when their usefulness was over. Those bastards who called themselves generals could use those chess pieces to freely employ all sorts of strategies, tactics, and formations. After all, if they failed, they weren't the ones who would die. They didn't have a shred of hesitation. Yuan continued helplessly. Countless times I cursed them to their faces, asking why they used such crazy formations. From the bottom of my heart I cursed them again and again. Yuan trembled with anger. Stupid bastards, if it were me, I would have used this kind of formation. A formation that saves people, not one that kills them. He let out a helpless sigh and Solri felt a sense of pity. He soon continued with a determined expression. From then on I always started to think of my own strategies. But in the Jianghu, it seems things like strategy aren't important. Formations even less so, Solri explained. It's because the number of troops differs in every battle, and in the Murim, morale is the most important thing. Yuan continued her words. That very thought shows how arrogant martial artists are. Because they think martial arts are the most important, they don't even glance at things like strategy, he explained. That's why I thought we had a chance to win. The Black Wolf Brigade's morale may be higher than ours, but if we have a good strategy, I was sure there was a high chance we would win. And Doko Bongju accepted my ideas without a moment's hesitation. It was the same with Grand Swordsman Han of the Kunlun sect and Master Nung of the Bai Sultan. Solri continued to explain. That's because you have already shown us your abilities, Master. So it's only natural that we trust you, he said. It's probably because our enemy is the demonic cult. They watched him quietly, and as Yuan continued, Peng Lun's face changed in surprise. It's because of the immense pressure that the name demonic cult brings. He looked up at the sky and continued. Everyone must have needed something to rely on. And that was me, a porter with no martial arts, Yuan commented. Perhaps I seemed more special because of my humble origins. Solri finally spoke again. Let me correct you. I don't know what others think, but my father truly thinks highly of you, Master. Many people have acknowledged my father's eye for people. Peng Lun added, the guest warriors of the Doko clan are all talented individuals who have come from all over. He was puzzled. Although I don't know why you forgot about me. Moyang's words lingered in Yuan's ears. You are by no means an ordinary person. When an opportunity appears before you, seize it by any means necessary and climb higher. Fate is weak before the strong, but it always bares its fangs before the weak. If you succumb to it, it will only bring you pain. That is the nature of fate. You are a person who can be the master of your own fate. Yuan looked at the sky and thought to himself. Does the Bongju really think so? He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Until now, I've never thought of myself as someone who could accomplish great things. The sound of fighting from over there interrupted their conversation. Yuan continued, anyway, we need to rethink this battle. If we leave it like this, there's no telling when the war will end. Besides, if the Heavenly Wolf Brigade arrives, there will be no hope for us. Solri continued his words. My father said we must leave this matter to the heavens, she said. Let everyone do their best in their assigned roles. But if we still lose, it can't be helped. Yuan surveyed the situation, then pointed a finger at the center of the battle and asked, can you protect me in this fight? Both Solri and Peng Lun were surprised by this proposal. Peng Lun asked back, you're saying you'll go in there? Yuan furrowed his brow and said in a resolute voice, there is something I must see up close. While they mulled over his words, the sound of fighting still rang out loudly. Solri was the first to agree. Let's go, I will escort you, Peng Lun also said with interest. Oh, are you too serious? Are you really going? Solri answered. We can't solve any problems from here, he agreed with her. You're right, if we wait here, we'll only be waiting for the enemy. Yuan interjected. Since we've already decided, there's no need to delay any further, he continued. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to walk, and the other two hurried to follow him. That man is really impatient. Let's go together, Solri spoke up. I'll take the lead, Peng Lun agreed. All right, then I'll take the rear. They slowly entered the battle, and he thought to himself, I'll see it with my own eyes and find it. The path to victory. All those who tried to approach him were cut down by Solri and Peng Lun. He shouted, don't come this way. If you don't, you won't have to die. The members of the evil cult were cut down like grass. Solri asked back sarcastically, do you think they'll listen just because you say so? She also cut down a few of them. Peng Lun smirked, Oh, is that so? In an instant they entered the center of the battlefield. Yuan was still thoroughly protected, and as Solri swung her sword, the members of the evil cult were either injured or lost their lives. They moved forward without hesitation. When they reached the place where the leaders of both sides were fighting, Solri asked him, "Is that what you wanted to see for yourself?" The leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, Zhou Jimyong, Yuan answered curtly, "The outcome of this battle depends on how quickly we can defeat him." Jimyong swung his sword at Unho once again. He was pushed back, and Chugwang, who was behind him, leapt high into the air and introduced himself in a loud voice. "This time I, Han Chugwang, will be your opponent." Jimyong hastily raised his sword to block his attack. He frowned and asked back, "Do I have to switch opponents again?" The two's weapons clashed fiercely, and Chugwang had no choice but to be pushed far back. As he landed, he commented, "He really is amazing. Instead of tiring out against the three of us, he's actually gotten stronger." Jimyong rushed in, swinging his sword at him. Solri thought to herself in shock, "It's dangerous." Chugwang fought Jimyong but was being pushed back. Yuan was still observing quietly, and Jimyong rushed in and closed the distance. His eyes never left the fight. Then he opened his mouth. "This fight seems like it will be tough," Solri said. "Now that I'm standing here, I can see what a terrifying master that man Zhou Jimyong is. Wheel battle was the best choice, but I can't believe he can withstand it." Yuan answered her. "Everyone has a weakness," he continued. While the other two cut down those who tried to attack him, he said, "If we can find it, everything will change." Solri looked at him. "Zhou Jimyong is an absolute master. How can we possibly find his weakness?" Peng Han continued. "Luck? You must be joking, brother," Yuan asked back. "Have you ever played Go?" He answered honestly. "I've been too busy training in martial arts to ever play." Yuan explained, "When masters play Go, there are times when a single move by the weaker player can turn the tide of the game." Solri slowly understood the situation. "Are you saying we are that weaker player now?" Yuan did not answer. On this side, Jimyong was still pushing Chugwang back. He screamed in pain as he was attacked. Jimyong glanced behind him, and as Unbi rushed in, he opened his mouth. "Do I have to switch opponents again?" He quickly dodged as Unbi's sword cut down. Jimyong burst into laughter and commented, "How interesting." Unbi blocked his attack and thought to himself in disbelief, "Why isn't that bastard tiring out at all?" As his sword was swung fiercely, Unbi stepped back to assess the situation. "If this continues, it's too difficult. We're cornered. How pathetic that we're struggling this much because we can't handle one man from the evil cult," he continued to calculate. "If we can't defeat this man, there is no future for us." Unbi thought so, but he also knew. "But I've never met someone this strong. How can we possibly subdue him?" On this side, Yuan had the answer to that question. "I've found it," he thought to himself. "They are forced to fight in close combat." Yuan asked Peng Han, "Isn't Zhou Jimyong's sword very advantageous in close combat?" He explained, "That's right. It's a weapon specialized for close combat and slashing," Yuan continued. "It has the advantage of being faster than a long sword, but its weakness is that it feels a bit awkward when making a thrusting motion," Yuan corrected. "No, his thrusts are not weak. He doesn't thrust in a straight line but thrusts skillfully as if he were slashing." Peng Han marveled. "You have truly sharp eyes, brother." He continued, "If they can maintain a distance of about one step, I think that would be the solution." As Peng Han cut down another person approaching from behind, Solri interjected, "But even if we know the method, it's not something that can be easily achieved. Even if they want to fight at their desired distance, if the opponent is stronger, that distance will be taken away again." The melee was due for another change, and Qianhu was leaping in to replace Unbi. He brought his sword down hard on Jimyong's head. Yuan commented, "They are losing distance because they keep retreating." Solri asked back, "To create distance, don't you naturally have to move back?" He answered her. "Zhou Jimyong is half a step faster to close the distance," she added. "And that's why there's no way to stop him." He opened his mouth again. "But what if they don't retreat and move forward instead?" Peng Han explained. "Zhou Jimyong's physical strength is superior. If they clash, our side will be pushed back by him," Yuan asked back, lost in thought. "Then what if their strength is actually similar? What if their strength is similar but only Zhou Jimyong is superior because of his momentum?" Solri and Peng Han looked at each other at the same time and asked back, "His momentum?" They watched as Jimyong pushed Qianhu back with a series of blows. Yuan explained, "Not just his momentum, it could also be because of his tactics." Peng Han added, "The way he pours all his strength into the first strike, he doesn't use any strength for defense and pours everything into his attacks. There is no martial art in this world that doesn't have at least a few defensive techniques," he commented with a frown. "But Zhou Jimyong is abandoning his own life and focusing only on attacking." Peng Han smirked and slowly moved forward. "It seems we'll have to check for ourselves." He leapt up once and drew his sword, signaling, "Uncle Zhou, let's join forces." He received the signal and Peng Han leapt up. Qianhu stepped back to let him strike Jimyong. Jimyong pushed Peng Han back and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Qianhu landed on the ground. He let out a pained groan and turned his eyes to the other side. Peng Han was fighting on par with Jimyong, and he thought to himself, "How amazing, he's even more outstanding than he looked from the outside." Qianhu muttered, "That man named Peng Han, he's trading blows with Jimyong." Solri signaled to him, "Come here." Qianhu immediately rushed over and landed next to Yuan. She was curious. "Are you all right?" He raised his arm, which was dripping with blood, and answered, "It's a painful cut, but it's not deep. It's just a graze. More importantly, will Peng Han over there be all right?" Solri commented seriously, "That boy's martial arts are more outstanding than I thought, so he should be able to hold on for a while." Qianhu continued, "I have also been watching that boy for a long time." They watched the fight between Jimyong and Peng Han. "Although that boy is still young, I can't tell how strong his martial arts actually are." To be invited as a guest warrior of the Doko clan at such a young age, I am really curious about that boy. Unho declared, if we survive this I must find out about that boy. Peng Lun fought one-on-one with Jimyong, and he struggled to block the attacks. From the outside, Solri commented, for his age his internal energy is too strong. Yuan still did not take his eyes off, and watched the fight. As Peng Lun made a move, Jimyong blocked it and their swords clashed violently. He shouted, it won't be that easy, you brat. Jimyong pushed Peng Lun back from above him. Chugwang signaled, step back, it's my turn now. He stepped back and thought to himself, I want to keep fighting but it's better to stop for now. Chugwang engaged Jimyong. Peng Lun returned to Yuyong's side and he still maintained that gaze. He opened his mouth. Everyone was right. After fighting him I realized that his martial arts are similar to mine and Uncle Joe's. Unho glanced at him and opened his mouth. What do you mean? I was completely pushed back by him. Peng Lun frowned. That is only because his movement speed is incredibly fast. He opened his mouth as if he had realized something. I see, I know what you're saying, Peng Lun continued. And there's also the problem of distance, he thought to himself with a look of confusion. Distance. Peng Lun pointed a finger at Yuan and answered, this is entirely thanks to brother Yuan's advice. Qianhu looked at him and thought to himself, as I expected. Was it his opinion? Peng Lun opened his mouth again, but the problem is, even if we know the answer, everything is still not easy. The speed of those evil cult bastards is no joke. Yuan interjected, if we can't get completely far away from him, how about we reduce the distance? They were shocked by this proposal. Qianhu was the first to answer. Then if we can't fight at our desired distance, you're saying we should just eliminate it altogether? Yuan nodded. They were as if they had seen a ray of light, and Qianhu shouted in excitement, what a great idea. He immediately broke his sword, reducing its length by half, and opened his mouth. I can't guarantee we'll win, but at least we'll be able to fight on the same level. Qianhu joined the engagement once again, his voice growing louder as he signaled his comrade, Warrior Han, it's my turn. Chugwang immediately retreated and gave the battlefield to Qianhu. Solri asked him back worriedly, can we succeed? It was Peng Lun who answered her. We'll have to try and see, but the chances are higher than before. He looked at him with excitement and opened his mouth. I have a question. Brother, you've never learned martial arts, so how can you point out what's wrong just by observing us? He explained, it's just that. I could see it clearly because I focused on the fight. They were shocked by this answer. Just by looking, does that make sense? Solri continued. This person has an unimaginable talent, but he doesn't know how great it is. Yuan opened his mouth. Since you seem not to know what to do, we should proceed with the plan. My order. He asked back. What order? He explained. While Master Zhou faces Zhou Jimyong alone, Grand Swordsman Han, Master Nung and Doko Bongju will lead all troops and retreat together at the fastest speed. Then change from a defensive formation to the crane wing formation and trap the pursuing enemy. Solri continued his words with excitement. So the spread wings will fold, trapping the enemy and turning the battlefield into quicksand. Peng Lun smiled and marveled. What an impressive strategy. He scratched his head and asked back. But how do we deliver such a long message? I can't go to each person and tell them this plan, Yuan answered. You just have to tell them to move to the second formation. Peng Lun was shocked. Brother, you've already talked to them, then I don't have to tell them one by one. He winked playfully. I will shout and let them know. I learned the lion's roar for fun once, Solri thought to herself unexpectedly. What? He learned the lion's roar for fun, Peng Lun explained. On a plane like this, my voice can be heard up to a radius of 2.5 kilometers. Brother, you are not a martial artist, so cover your ears. He used the moonlight wheel and signaled, I will deliver the order. By order of the military strategist, move to the second formation. By order of the military strategist, move to the second formation. Jimyong was startled by this sound. He muttered, a military strategist. Qianhu used the opening to cut down and opened his mouth. It seems you let your guard down because it was too comfortable. Jimyong quickly swung his sword to block. From the outside, Solri marveled. Amazing. I didn't know he could actually use the lion's roar. Yuan asked him. But why did you suddenly call me a military strategist? Peng Lun smiled and explained. To give an order, you have to at least be a military strategist, don't you? Even without being told, everyone already thought of you as the military strategist, brother. Yuan's face turned pale as he thought to himself. But how can they call me that? Jimyong and Qianhu stepped back, keeping a distance from each other. Jimyong looked around and assessed the situation. Someone must have been directing the tactics. He looked toward Yuan. That bastard over there is the one who did it. Qianhu shouted loudly again and rushed in. How dare you look away while fighting me? The people of the Murim Alliance changed their formation according to the order. Solri marveled. It seems they are entering the second formation smoothly. Yuan turned his head to watch their movements. She continued. True to its name, I never thought I'd see the crane wing formation. Peng Lun also marveled. It's like a quicksand hell has been created. Yuan was worried about something else. My life is officially over. A man who barely knows martial arts like me has become the military strategist of the Murim Alliance. Solri muttered with a fed-up look. Here we go again. She looked him straight in the eye and declared, Don't worry, you will live much longer than you think. She made up her mind. I will be the one to protect you, Peng Lun agreed. I'm here too, didn't I just show you that I'm a skilled warrior? Yuan smiled as he looked at them. Jimyong was still engaged with Qianhu. The two's weapons clashed with each other. Jimyong's face darkened as he opened his mouth. I should have noticed this unpleasant feeling from the time I was watching you in Sichuan. As Qianhu struck down, he blocked with all his might. You now and you before are completely different. I know it's all because of that bastard. Jimyong shouted loudly and attacked. Die. Qianhu cursed inwardly. Damn it, he smirked. Before I kill you, I must kill that bastard first. He changed his target and finished his words. This is what my intuition is telling me. Qianhu sneered. Your words sound like an excuse for your defeat. He swung his sword and shouted, how pathetic. I never thought you'd follow a weakling who knows no martial arts. Jimyoung replied firmly. A weakling? I see now you're just a strong moron. Jimyoung threw his sword toward Qianhu and shouted, get out of my way. Qianhu was shocked. Why did he suddenly throw away his weapon? The enemy rushed in, explaining his action. By abandoning my weapon I can close the distance and take you down. Jimyoung struck Qianhu hard, sending him flying with a pained scream as he vomited blood. Jimyoung closed in and attacked again. He stomped on Qianhu, leaped high into the air and caught his weapon. Jimyoung landed with the moonlight wheel in his hand and leapt up again. Yuan watched his every move, and Jimyoung charged toward him, shouting, a potential disaster must be nipped in the bud. Yuan was horrified, while Peng'en and Solri quickly drew their swords and shouted, stand back, this won't be easy. Peng'en rushed forward with Solri following close behind. As Jimyoung struck down, Peng'en blocked his attack. Jimyoung leapt high, continuing his charge toward Solri and Yuan. He shouted, the moment I strike you will die by my hand. Yuan's eyes widened as another sword blocked the attack. Solri retorted, not so fast. Yuan was pushed back by the shockwave. Jimyoung sneered, ignoring her and turning his attention back to Yuan. I have no interest in other weaklings, my only target is him. Peng'en appeared before him just in time. Then I will be your opponent. As Jimyoung attacked him, Peng'en said, if you want to get to him, you'll have to go through me first. Solri also quickly moved to block Yuan and said, did I not make you a promise that you will live much longer than you think? Trust us. We will protect you. Qianhu came over and signaled, I'll take him on. As Peng'en stepped back, he ordered, take Master Qian and get as far away as you can, as far as possible from this place. Go. He attacked Jimyoung. Solri took the opportunity, grabbed Yuan's hand and shouted, let's run. Solri pulled Yuan along with Peng'en following. They landed where Qianhu was. Peng'en gently supported Yuan to help him stand properly. Solri looked at Qianhu's condition and commented, you're internally injured. He gritted his blood-stained teeth. It's not serious, he remarked. That bastard is much stronger than I thought. I couldn't handle him. At least I wore him down a bit, Peng'en continued. Now great swordsman Han has the upper hand. He looked over at the ongoing battle and marveled, so that's the 18 forms of storm saber arts of the Kunlun sect. Chugwang used every technique at his disposal, their swords clashing again and again. Annoyed, Jimyoung unleashed another form as a ray of light shot down. Peng'en said, I hope he can buy us some time. Qianhu added, Brother Han is finally fighting at his preferred distance. Yuan turned his head in alarm, and Solri asked worriedly, what is it? Yuan's eyes filled with shock as things spun out of control. He spoke up, it would have been better if they were a little later. Solri thought to herself, don't tell me the heavenly demon Blade Lord is here. Yuan continued, if they had been a bit later we could have won. Solri asked, is he coming this way? Where from? Yuan pointed to a spot. There, they could hardly see Unho's figure. He continued, the air around us has changed. He's coming from over there. They were horrified to sense the heavenly demon Blade Lord just from the flow of the air. Incredible. I knew he was extraordinary, but this is ridiculous. Yuan was afraid, sensing movement in the distance. Peng'en also tried to observe and pointing in the same direction as Yuan replied, brother is right. The heavenly demon Blade Lord is coming this way from over there. Such incredible speed, it's rare to find someone with that kind of ability. Solri thought, given the situation it really might be him. They were puzzled. What do we do now? It looks like he came alone. His subordinates aren't with him. He must be supremely confident to have come by himself. Qianhu moved and spoke. I'll hold them off for a moment. Yuan said, stop. What we need to do now is finish this fight as quickly as possible. If we can't finish it, we must take down as many of them as possible. That's our best strategy. Qianhu said, I understand. Once the heavenly demon Blade Lord arrives, we'll have no chance of winning. We need to split into 3 groups immediately. Yuan agreed. Yes. Advance, Qianhu said with displeasure. It looks like we'll have to use the 3rd formation. Yuan frowned. Yes, deploy the formation immediately. Qianhu gave the order. Brothers, gather and deploy the 3rd formation. Solri, Peng'en and Yuan watched as Qianhu continued to relay the message. Great swordsman Han, it's time for the 3rd formation. He glanced over, then moved and shouted, let's finish this fight. I'll help. Qianhu cheered him on. Hang in there. Chugwang pushed Jimyoung back and shouted to Qianhu, I'll handle him. Go tell the brothers to get into the 3rd formation. Qianhu immediately agreed. Understood. Jimyoung shouted in displeasure. How dare you ignore me? Chugwang yelled and thrust his sword at Jimyoung repeatedly. Jimyoung retorted, do you think you can wound me with such illusions? He swung his sword and cut Chugwang, who vomited blood from the injury. Yuan was shocked by the strike. Chugwang did not back down. He leapt high and shouted, I told you. They're all fakes except for this one. As he struck down, Jimyoung gritted his teeth and blocked. Solri and Yuan were stunned by this turn of events. Jimyoung clutched his face and screamed in pain while Chugwang gripped his bleeding stomach. Yuan's group grew anxious. Chugwang collapsed, screaming in pain. Jimyoung fell too, hitting the ground harder than Chugwang. Everyone watching had the same thought. They went down together. Peng'en commented, great swordsman Han ended the fight by sacrificing himself. Chugwang staggered to his feet, swaying in pain. Jimyoung remained unconscious. Chugwang pointed his sword at him and said, do you know, in my heart is the will of the Kunlun brothers you killed. I have never, not for a single moment, forgotten the humiliation you brought upon us. He swung his sword and declared, pay the price for underestimating the spirit of the Kunlun sect. Peng Lun blocked him. Stop, great swordsman Han. He landed in front of Chugwang and explained. The military strategist ordered him captured alive. Chugwang looked at Yuyang in shock. Yuyang spoke up. Reinforcements will be here soon. They just need to cross one more mountain range. It won't take long. Chugwang could barely stand. Peng Lun sealed Jimyang's acupoints. He explained to Chugwang again. I've sealed his acupoints. He can't escape. Leave him to me. Yuyang signaled. Let's go to the place we discussed. As soon as he spoke, he left and they all ran at full speed to their destination. Meanwhile, Mo Ying was giving orders. Deploy the confinement formation. The Alliance warriors were still locked in a chaotic battle with the demonic cult. Screams echoed all around and Unbi shouted in displeasure. There has to be a way to retreat. Try to overwhelm them, he declared as he fought. It is a warrior's glory to die on the battlefield, the melee continued. Qian Hu joined the battle and said loudly, we need to end this fight quickly before the enemy brings in their main force. Stay sharp and let's win this. On the demonic cult side, they also rallied their troops. Don't back down. Show them the terror of the Black Wolf Brigade. The screams continued. Meanwhile, the wounded, including Chugwang, were resting. He was circulating his energy to heal while Jimyang lay unconscious nearby. Solri watched the battle. Just how strong is he? Yuyang replied. Let's hope he's only as strong as the rumors say. Can he really take on 1,000 men by himself? Peng Lun spoke up. I'm curious as well. The title Heavenly Demon Blade Lord is formidable, so I can't even begin to imagine how powerful Unho's martial arts are, Solri said. Aren't our forces being subdued too quickly? And he's all by himself, Yuyang said. That's what makes me wonder. He's on a completely different level from his subordinates. And the fact that he came here alone shows how confident he is. The Heavenly Demon Blade Lord is completely convinced he can handle this fight by himself. Peng Lun and Solri looked at him as Yuyang continued. For now, we need to focus on the Black Wolf Brigade under his command, Peng Lun said. We're at a huge disadvantage. Our army will likely have to launch an all-out assault. Yuyang turned and asked, How is great swordsman Han? Solri explained. His wound is deeper than we thought. If he doesn't circulate his energy soon, he might die. Peng Lun added, The deep gash on his chest is the problem. The bigger issue is the severe internal damage from that wound. Zhou Jimyang, the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, was a formidable opponent. Even though he was exhausted, he poured his internal energy into his attack on Great Swordsman Han without a moment's hesitation. Yuyang suggested, Great Swordsman Han must rest during the next battle. Peng Lun immediately agreed. Right? They sensed something was off. Peng Lun was the first to speak. He's here. Solri and Yuyang were surprised. She asked where. Peng Lun pointed. There, I can feel an immense energy from that direction. In the midst of the melee, Yuyang's eyes filled with fear as he saw an alliance warrior get sliced in two, then another. Unho swept through the battlefield as if it were a game, his overwhelming aura crushing everyone. He glanced around, sneered, and said, Good, I'm not too late. Yuyang watched him, the words from their past encounter echoing in his mind. I am Unho, and you. If we're fated to, we'll meet again. I'm off. Unho. Yuyang's blood boiled. We finally meet again. Unho swept through the battlefield mercilessly. Yuyang watched him. He was truly enjoying the fight. Alliance soldiers were cut down like weeds and another was sent flying. The others flinched as the body flew toward them. They trembled in fear, thinking, what kind of monster is he? There's no way to win. From the crowd, Nung Unbi stepped forward. He looked at Unho, his gaze unwavering and fearless. Unho gave him a faint smile, his own eyes perfectly calm. Corpses were piled high as the two warriors faced each other. Rain began to fall. Unbi spoke first. Heavenly Demon Blade Lord Unho, you're finally here. Unho asked, and you are? Unbi's eyes flared. I am Nung Unbi, master of the Murim Alliance's Special Arts Division. Unho studied him as Unbi continued. You would do well to remember my name. Unho sneered. Whether I remember your name or not is up to me. First you'll have to show me you're worth remembering. Unbi shouted in displeasure, you arrogant bastard. Charged, attacking, then witness my form. Unbi watched his opponent's movements and thought with displeasure, he's unbelievably fast. Unho retorted, what's with that look on your face? Don't tell me you're already frightened and we've only just started. Unbi pursued him, swinging his sword repeatedly. Your arrogance is endless, Heavenly Demon Blade Lord. Unho sneered as he commented on the last attack. Not bad. He lunged with another strike, taunting, now try and block this. Unbi was pushed back, marveling as he dodged. Incredible speed, powerful strikes. And he's still not using his full power. An explosion sent Unbi flying even further back. He thought, we're on completely different levels. He's too strong, far stronger than I ever imagined. Unbi spoke again. You're on a whole other level from the Black Wolf Brigade's leader, Zhou Jimyang. Unho's expression soured at the mention of his subordinate. Unho said, now that you bring him up, where is Zhou Jimyang? Unbi smirked. We took him down. I don't know if he's alive, but we have him. Unho let out a laugh that was half relief, half displeasure. I see. Which one of you defeated him? Was it the one pulling all the strings from the back? I'm quite curious who that is. Unho continued. Regardless, thank you. Now I know what to do next. Unbi frowned on guard. Unho fought with even more vigor. If Zhou Jimyang is in your hands, then it's only fair I take the head of one of the Murim Alliance's leaders in return, wouldn't you agree? Unbi used the moonlight wheel and shouted, how dare you disrespect me? I, Nung Unbi, will die before I am humiliated? Unho sneered. If you manage to survive despite being so pathetic, there could be no greater humiliation than that. He instantly charged and attacked Unbi. Unho's hand shot out. Unbi closed one eye, gritted his teeth and blocked, but thought, I can't avoid his attack. Unho grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. Unbi coughed up blood. Unho stared at the prey in his grasp with murderous eyes. Your willpower is truly remarkable. To endure even after becoming so weak is unbelievable. Unho released his hand. sealed Unbai's pressure point, slung him over his shoulder and surveyed the other side, commenting, "They've arrived just in time. His subordinates are here," the members of the demonic cult shouted. "The Heavenly Wolf Brigade is here, brothers. Kill every last one of those Murim Alliance bastards." On this side, Moying also gave an order. "Even if we must make sacrifices, we will kill our enemies." The Alliance warriors charged, but were pushed back by the demonic cult. The battle raged on. The morale of the demonic cult soared. "Brothers of the Heavenly Wolf Brigade, show them the power of the demonic cult." Several Murim warriors fell. They were being pushed back by the demonic cult. Moying fought while encouraging them. "Brothers, do not give up." On this side, Yuan's group was still watching the situation. Solri spoke, "The Heavenly Wolf Brigade is here. I'm sorry for not being able to keep my promise. I can no longer stay by your side." Yuan was surprised by her words, and she continued, "I must go fight them." Solri and Yuan looked at each other. His face was filled with seriousness. Her face was clearly waiting for the next strategy. Peng spoke up, "Everyone is going to die anyway. What are you trying to do over there?" "Miss Doko, our mission is to protect the military strategist. Therefore, death is meaningless. We must see this mission through to the end," she answered. "But I can't just stand by and watch our brothers die." She glanced over and saw someone moving. All three of them turned their heads. The wounded Alliance warriors stood before them and spoke, "Miss Doko, please focus only on Master Qian's mission. We will protect him with you too." They were surprised by these words. The warriors continued, "It is thanks to him that we are still alive. Please let us repay this debt." They took a protective stance around Yuan and shouted, "As long as we are alive, no one will get near him." Yuan muttered, "What should I do at this rate? There's no way to end this fight. I can't just run away on my own." Peng answered, "Military strategist, be honest. You never intended to run away from the beginning, did you?" He spoke. "I am serious. I will run away to create an opportunity. I have to at least try, even if I get caught." Yuan furrowed his brow and spoke, "If only the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord had brought about 50 men, Peng asked back, unable to understand. "Yes, what do you mean?" Solri continued his words. "Just from a glance, the Heavenly Wolf Brigade's forces number around 200. Does that mean we shouldn't carry out that plan? The probability of dying while running away would be higher." Yuan refuted. "No, on the contrary, our chances of survival are quite high." Solri was puzzled. "The enemy is growing in number, so how can we possibly survive? It makes no sense," Yuan answered. "You will soon find out whether I am right or wrong. The reason that probability is correct is because our opponent is the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord, Unho." The people of the Alliance thought to themselves in disbelief. What is he talking about? My foolish head can't keep up with his thoughts. Solri guessed, "Are you saying we should do this before the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord arrives? So we must kill as many enemies as possible before he arrives. But now we have to face not only the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord, but also the numerous members of the Heavenly Wolf Brigade he brought with him. And yet you're saying we have a chance to survive?" Yuan said again. "Just wait a little and see for yourself. You will soon understand my words." Solri and the others looked at him, and Peng spoke, "Brother Qian, I know you're trying to calm the brothers, but what you're saying really doesn't make sense." Someone spoke from behind. "I'm curious too." They turned their heads and shouted in surprise, "Great Swordsman Han, you're awake." They hurried to worry. "How is your body? Is your internal injury still severe?" He answered. "I've recovered enough to take at least 5 or 6 of them with me to the afterlife." And he asked, "Can you explain the current situation?" It started to pour rain and lightning struck. Yuan explained, "We don't have enough time to explain the situation right now, before the tide of battle completely turns against us. We must retreat quickly." Chugwang asked back, "Those words again, you will soon know the reason. For now, please help us retreat the army immediately." Yuan asked Peng to immediately order the entire army to retreat. He quickly carried it out, understood. Solri watched as he used his thundering voice. "By order of the military strategist Qian Yuan, the entire army will retreat. The entire army will retreat by order of the military strategist Qian Yuan. The entire army will retreat," Chugwang shouted with a determined voice. "All right, as you say, I will help them retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The Alliance warriors said to each other, "Everyone retreat." The rain stopped and the sun reappeared. The armies of both sides gathered in one place. Unho was watching the people of the Alliance, and the people of the Alliance were also watching him. Yuan spoke to Moying. "Although we suffered great losses while retreating the army, we managed to retreat before we faced the masters," he answered. "As soon as you gave the order, the soldiers immediately followed. At some point they started to follow your words without a doubt. But what's strange is, I don't know why the enemy didn't chase after us when we were running away," Chugwang interjected. "It seems that Master Qian has the privilege of a master." Qian was puzzled. "The privilege of a master?" Solri continued his words. "He doesn't even know martial arts, so what are you talking about?" Moying explained. "I mean that he has already become a master of strategy. It is only natural to want to leave before facing a master. A master's simple action can become a complicated problem." Qian spoke. "Now I understand. Because Master Qian has set traps several times, the enemies mistakenly thought we were luring them." Moying spoke. "Although the enemies might think our army is luring them somewhere, sometimes that alone is not enough to explain it," Yuan explained. "The reason they did not chase us is because they are suspicious of the one who gave the order to our army. If it is the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord, as I remember, his intuition is quite sharp, and his movements are very fast. If so," Moying asked back, "You remember? Have you met him before?" Yuan explained. There are some things I remember from a very long time ago. If so, I will begin the negotiations. He gave an order. Bring Zhou Jimyong and follow me. He immediately followed. Solri went with them and proposed, I will follow you and protect you. Moyang's group watched them and muttered negotiations. Chugwang continued his words. That boy, does he really think he can end this fight with negotiations? Moying continued his words. Let's wait and see how that boy will resolve this situation. Then the famous heavenly demon Blade Lord won't kill someone who has brought a hostage. Unho furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He called out, Hyukchu. That person answered immediately. Did you call Daezu? Unho ordered him to bring the prisoner. On this side, Yuan was slowly approaching, thinking to himself, I'm really curious, will he recognize me? Yuan stood before Unho. Both of them stared at each other with sharp eyes. The two sides faced each other. Unho looked at Yuan and Yuan looked at him as well. The person behind Unho was carrying Unbi on his shoulder. It was Unho who spoke first. Are you the military strategist of the Murim Alliance reinforcements? Yuan became a little sad. He answered, You don't recognize me. Unho looked at him, and Peng'un and Solri were surprised by these words. He asked back, I don't recognize you, have we met before? It is only natural that he does not remember me. Yuan thought, You are as young and beautiful as before, but I am no longer the little kid I was then. Unho was still staring at him intently. Yuan smiled faintly and proposed, Forget what I just said. You probably don't remember everyone who has passed through your life either. Solri watched him from the side and thought to herself, Am I thinking too much? It seems Master Qian was very disappointed just now. What happened between the two of them? Yuan bowed his waist and spoke, I will reintroduce myself with respect. I am Qian Yuan. I was a porter who was on my way back to my hometown after being kicked out of my house, and I happened to get caught up in this fight. Unho muttered. A porter, he continued. Are you saying that your involvement in this fight was a complete coincidence? Yuan answered curtly. Yes, he commented. That's highly likely. The world is so vast that strange things happen all the time, so this is nothing strange, Unho continued. I believe you, that would be to my advantage, Yuan asked back. To your advantage? What do you mean? Unho explained. Today's meeting must be a coincidence. To be more precise, it is fate. So I think now is the time for you to switch sides. Solri was surprised by this proposal. Unho continued, What do you think? Will you not join our side? I will treat you 10 times better than they do. I will accept whatever your demands are. Peng'un and Solri were so surprised they dropped their jaws. Yuan answered. Did you hear me clearly when I said I was just a porter? Unho answered curtly. I heard you, he explained. That's why I want to bring you to our side even more. You are like a rough stone that can become a diamond with a little polishing. Yuan was lost in thought and did not answer. Unho continued, But my intuition will not necessarily work in your favor. If I cannot have the diamond I want, I won't give it to anyone else. I will shatter it, he asked back. Are you saying you will kill me if I refuse? Unho said frankly. You understood without a single word being wrong. If I cannot have a potential blade in my hand, it is best to destroy it before it becomes sharp. Let me tell you, I am one to make decisions and resolutions very quickly. Solri said angrily. You arrogant bastard, Peng'un thought to himself. This is not good. Unho took out his weapon and threatened. Decide, will you spread the wings of ambition with me, or will you be a stain on my blade? Yuan stared at him intently, and Solri and Peng'un blocked his path. Shut up, do you think we'll just stand by and watch? Unho burst into laughter. Yuan spoke. The boundary between life and death, it seems my fate will be decided by my choice. Unho laughed. You don't have to think so seriously. Just make a decision that is advantageous to you. Either die protecting that useless loyalty or join my side and start anew. Isn't it easy to choose? Solri shouted. Shut up. Loyalty is not something that only develops over a long time of knowing someone, even if it was just one night. If we went through a lot together. She realized she had gone too far and stopped. Peng'un looked at Yuan with a puzzled expression. One night, that sounds a bit strange. Am I thinking too much? Unho answered. One night, so what? Did you two do what adults do? Solri hastily refuted. It's not like that, I mean, Yuan continued her words. That's enough. I have to keep my loyalty to a great many people. You all toyed with your own lives to treat a porter like me, but they, though they may be bad people, always stood up to protect me. The absolute trust they showed me is the weight of the loyalty I must keep. That is my choice, Unho commented. Disappointing, he sneered. Have you no thought of reconsidering? Yuan said firmly. Kill me, he immediately rushed in. All right, I will kill you. Solri raised her sword and blocked Unho's attack. Not so fast, he struck once. Solri was pushed far back, and the next to face him was Peng'un. Unho and Peng'un's swords clashed. As Solri was pushed back, she thought with displeasure. He's too strong, much stronger than I thought. Peng'un and Unho were fighting, and Qianhu hurried over and shouted, It's dangerous. Moying answered, Let's watch a little longer. Qianhu said with worry, What if something irreversible happens at this rate? Chugwang agreed. There's no time to wait. They are trying to kill our people, Moying refuted. That boy said it would be all right, so we must trust him. Even if our heads are cut off, he urged us to just stand and watch. Qianhu was displeased, and on this side the fight was still in full swing. Peng'un struggled to block, and Yuan spoke. Do you want to kill me? Unho answered with displeasure. Did I not tell you? A diamond I cannot have I will give to no one. Did I not say I would destroy it with my own hands? Yuan looked at him. Unho pushed Peng'un away, and Yuan spoke. If you kill me, today's fight will not end. Unho glanced at him and answered. Really, that's a shame, because I was planning to kill them all before the sun sets. Yuan looked at him and continued. I still don't know why I got caught up in this group. I just happened to be one of them. They trusted me, cherished me, and worried about me. Unho sneered and replied, when someone is in a difficult situation on the battlefield, they need a hero strong enough to rely on and follow. And if that hero can create miracles, people won't just follow you. They will trust you absolutely, Yuan continued. Heavenly Demon Blade Lord Baek Unho, you have created a new beginning for the evil cult. You are the very hero I was talking about. Unho opened his mouth. As I see it, you too have reached that state, he commented. Not in martial arts, but in your mental strength, you don't seem to be afraid at all even in this situation. That brave action alone is enough to prove it, he explained. The reason I am not afraid is because there is no way to block your sword. If I know that I can't avoid it anyway, I won't bother trying to avoid it. Unho was shaken. He looked at Yuan and opened his mouth. A very long time ago I met a person. For the first time in my life I was deeply impressed by a child. He was a kid who was walking nonchalantly on the battlefield with his bare hands and no weapon. I was angry and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you distract me?" At that time that kid answered that it was just a foolish and reckless act to hold a weapon. That kid was more focused on other things than holding a weapon. He said he saw the path to victory, Yuan continued. At that time no one believed my words completely. When I said we had to retreat to win, no one believed my ridiculous idea except for you, he continued. While Unho was still fighting Peng-un, he laughed. I thought so when I saw you giving orders to your subordinates without any hesitation. If that person survives this war, he will surely become a very fine hero. They looked at each other. Unho's words echoed in his ears again. I am Baek Unho. Who are you? He said softly. Qian Yuyang. Unho sneered. What did you just say? Yuyang snapped at him. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Suddenly he finally realized. I remember now. Solri frowned in displeasure. Yuan opened his mouth. Compared to before, there are more people who believe my words now. To them I am hope, so if you take that hope away, they will become angry and try to fight you all until their last breath is gone. That will lead to more fights. It will increase their fighting power. So this fight will continue until at least tomorrow. In that situation, the Sichuan you have taken over will be taken back by the warriors of the Qingcheng sect. Yuyang mentioned the others. The brothers of the Heavenly Wolf Brigade you left in Sichuan will also be annihilated. Unho was shaken. He spoke as he delivered his final blow. The Qingcheng sect. They were not in this reinforcement. Yuan commented. It seems you haven't grasped the latest information yet. They are part of the Muram Alliance's second reinforcement. As Unho stared at him intently, Yuan continued. Following the words of the Doko Bangju, I suggested to them that they send the second reinforcement to Sichuan instead of here. The Bangju immediately believed my words and gave the order. They will arrive in Sichuan before midnight tonight. If you take your brothers and hurry there, you might be able to catch up with them. Your mistake was to leave only a few in Sichuan and bring too many people here. Solri thought to herself in shock. Now I see why he said the more Heavenly Wolf Brigade members there are here, the higher our chances of survival. Yuan continued. If my guess is correct, there must be someone among those brothers who is as precious as your life, right? So you won't let Sichuan be annihilated, he asked. What will you decide now? Will you save them, or will you stay here, kill me, and continue to fight the Muram Alliance? Unho sneered. What should I do? He swung his sword once more and Peng-un was pushed back. Unho rushed toward Yuyang. Solri was horrified. She rushed in and shouted loudly. Stop, she thought to herself. It's too late. Unho brought his sword down. He struck Yuyang without a moment's hesitation. Moying was horrified and Peng-un and Solri were also surprised. Unho ran. Yuyang did not move at all. They watched him with bated breath. Unho opened his mouth. I will consider that I have not yet heard your answer to my proposal, but when we meet again I will surely get the answer from you, he promised. I will not let you go just like today. He turned his head and left, giving an order. Leave the prisoner here and take the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, his subordinate answered. Ying Chugwang and Qianhu were surprised. They wondered what was happening. Unho and his subordinates took Jimyong and left. Yuyang watched them as he recovered Unbi. Unho and his army moved quickly. They all had the same thought as if by agreement. We will meet again, Unho laughed. I look forward to our next meeting. Yuyang watched his back. Yuyang's sharp gaze was fixed straight ahead. A huge explosion occurred before Moyong's group's eyes. Moying asked suspiciously, did they really go back? The sun was slowly rising. Yuyang stared ahead. In front of everyone, Unbi was lying on the ground. Qianhu said to Moying, Master Nung's acupoints were sealed, but he's all right. Moying sighed in relief and said softly, that's a relief. He turned to Yuyang and asked, what did you just say to make them leave? Suddenly, Yuyang staggered and could not stand properly, and everyone was surprised. He slumped to the ground and Peng-un shouted in surprise, military strategist. Solri raised her hand and stopped him, saying, it's all right, let him rest. She smiled gently and said, he's just tired from being tense for a long time. Yuyang was sitting weakly on the ground. Solri seemed to have thought of something and said to Moying, Father, I think you should give an order quickly. He was surprised and asked his daughter back, give an order? Where to? She asked back in confusion, and her hands flailed in the air showing a sense of urgency and confusion. No, didn't you order them to go to Sichuan with the warriors of the Qingcheng sect? Solri hurriedly explained to Moying. The situation has changed now. The Heavenly Demon Blade Lord has now returned to Sichuan. Moying still did not understand and asked her back. What are you talking about? When did I give such an order? Solri was puzzled, but the military strategist just said so. As she spoke, her eyes widened in surprise. All eyes turned to Yuyang, who was sitting on the ground. Solri covered her mouth with her hand and stammered, don't tell me he lied. Yuyang had not yet opened his mouth, and Moying said, I only told the Amipa sect to join our army in Sichuan. I never gave an order to our clan and the Qingcheng sect. Solri and Pengun stared at each other with wide eyes. At that moment, Yuan opened his mouth. The heavenly demon, it seems he wants to walk the path of a hero. Everyone was silent at his words. Mo Ying asked back, the path of a hero. Yuan continued coldly. Even if he does not win this fight, he is a hero for saving and protecting his brothers. He commented seriously on Unho's recent actions. Only a true hero can willingly give up the smooth path and enter the rugged path. Such heroes will live a hard life, but many people will willingly follow them, Yuan concluded. Today, the heavenly demon Blade Lord chose to walk that path, so it doesn't matter whether I lied to him or told him the truth. He stood up and said, the fact that he turned back without hesitation after hearing that his brothers were in danger, that is what is important. He looked at the rising sun and marveled. What happened today may become the heavenly demon Blade Lord's weakness, but it will be the most valuable achievement among the great achievements he has made. Meanwhile, Mo Ying narrowed his eyes and commented, as I see it, there is one more person who chose the path of a hero today, he thought as he looked at Yuan who had his back to him. There is one more person who is walking the same path as the heavenly demon Blade Lord. Qian Yuan. The moment this young man realizes his own abilities, the world will write a new chapter of history with his wisdom. The army stood quietly under the dawning sun, cherry blossoms scattered in the wind, and the petals shone brilliantly under the full moon. A single pigeon spread its wings among the scattering petals. A string with a tube containing a small letter was tied around the bird's neck. The small bird flew toward a large mansion, the headquarters of the Murim Alliance. As the operation against the demonic cult began, the inside of the Murim Alliance was filled with tension. In the mansion of the Murim Alliance, as this tension grew, the rumors of the Zhonghu were also all related to the Murim Alliance. All the rumors were focused only on the military strategist of the Murim Alliance, Qian Yuan. The pigeon was flying over the wide sky of the Murim Alliance's mansion. He was one of the pillars who had led this war with the Sword Emperor and the leader of the Murim Alliance. Yuan was also a close friend of the Beggars clan's leader, one of the 9 great sects. The pigeon flew into a room with an open window. The small bird flew in and landed on Gakjian's hand. On his desk, 2 more pigeons were sitting. On the desk were many small scroll letters like the one on the neck of the pigeon that had just arrived. The one behind the many great achievements of the Murim Alliance was also Yuan. He was the mastermind behind everything. Gakjian crossed his arms and looked at the scrolls on the desk, lost in thought. Yuan was evaluated as the greatest genius strategist in the Murim. He sweated and frowned as he thought. He repeated the name Yuan. He clenched the scroll tightly and was lost in thought. Most of the current rumors were focused on him. Gakjian looked at the scroll as if he could not understand and said there was also unbelievably absurd information. He held the scrolls above his head and continued to turn them from side to side, saying, and this too. He crossed his arms again and sighed. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't think I would taste such a defeat from someone whose name I don't even know. Gakjian sweated and calculated. If I had been there, would I have been able to find the spy disguised as a member of the Amipa sect? He asked himself again. Even if I had found her, would I have been able to come up with such a brilliant strategy against the heavenly demon Blade Lord? He pressed the letter on the desk with both hands and stood up. His mind was still filled with thoughts. No matter how many times I thought about it, there was only one answer. Gakjian stroked his chin and concluded, I would not have been able to handle it so perfectly. He stood by the window and looked at the night scenery, thinking, Yuan's decision really surprises me. He called his name in his mind. Qian Yuan, who are you? Gakjian was surprised and looked down. An old man, the leader of the Murim Alliance, was practicing his sword in the courtyard. His sword quickly and decisively cut the scattering cherry blossom petals in half. The old man asked Gakjian, I just wanted to ask if you would come down to the courtyard and watch the moon. Gakjian had already come down to the courtyard and asked the leader, who was still practicing his sword, are you enjoying it? Blue light shot out from his blade and pierced the cherry blossom petals. He swung his sword but still said with a cold expression, it's boring. Gakjian closed his eyes helplessly and smiled, asking, then why do you continue? The leader of the Murim Alliance jumped up and answered, it's become a habit now. Even if I don't want to, I have to swing it to keep the sword from rusting. Gakjian looked through him and said, as I see it, it looks like you're protesting to be sent to the battlefield. The old man shouted. Does it look like that? The old man marveled. Indeed, your strength is to quickly notice such things. You're quite mischievous. To be so late even when you know someone is waiting, Gakjian asked seriously. You want to go to Sichuan, don't you? The leader of the Murim Alliance was surprised and asked back, is it that obvious? The evil cult has begun to expand its power on a large scale to the Central Plains. How can a Murim Alliance leader like me just stay cooped up in a room and do nothing? The old man jumped high and cut the cherry blossom petals as if to vent his anger. Gakjian said to him, that is precisely what the leader of the Murim Alliance should do. It is not to go to the front lines when a war breaks out. The leader landed on the ground. The moonlight shone on his back. I think differently. I want to be a completely different leader. Am I going to go to the battlefield at this age? Gakjian thought, mulling over what the leader had just said. A completely different Murim Alliance leader? The old leader ran again and cut the cherry blossoms. Gakjian said, it's not time yet. He turned away calmly and said, if the leader of the evil cult, the Lightning Emperor, also joins the war, the leader will be immediately defeated. At that frank statement, the old leader almost fell. Gakjian added, But if you join the war now and achieve something of value, everyone will cheer for the leader. But that will not help to increase the leader's influence. The leader glanced at him and said, "Don't see through me so much. Won't I be embarrassed if my ambition is revealed like that?" Gakchen turned and stood facing him, saying frankly, "I know the leader's thoughts well. The fact that the beginning was not smooth must have had quite an influence on the leader's thoughts, and you also tried hard to lead the Murim alliance to become a prestigious orthodox sect on par with the 9 great sects." The old man cut him off and said, "Stop it. Didn't I just tell you not to be so frank?" Gakchen stroked his beard and teased, "Are you embarrassed?" The leader turned his back and left, leaving a word. "I'm boiling inside." Gakchen teased this stubborn old man and smiled slyly. He immediately returned to his serious look and said to the leader, "Since you are here, I would like you to decide one more thing." The leader looked back and asked, "What is it?" The full moon shone brightly on the entire mansion, and the two sat on a stone chair under a cherry tree. Gakchen asked him, "What do you think of Yuan?" The leader repeated his name with a thoughtful expression. "Qian Yuan." As if he had thought of something, he turned to Gakchen and asked, "You mean the young military strategist who appeared recently?" He answered, "Yes, according to the records he seems to have worked as a porter in the Sichuan mountains for several years to supply the necessary materials for the war." The leader crossed his arms and thought, "A porter, it seems you have investigated everything about him, haven't you?" Gakchen frowned. "Yes, but I still suspect him." The leader turned with a sharp gaze and asked, "What do you mean?" He guessed. "You mean how a porter who doesn't even know martial arts can command the soldiers so perfectly?" Gakchen closed his eyes and raised his head to the moonlight. "Yes, I have been thinking about this matter continuously." The old leader asked back, "In truth, are you not just jealous of that child?" Gakchen looked at him with displeasure. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly smiled and said, "It's a joke," and he continued, "But wouldn't it be great if that were true? If there is a strategist so outstanding that you are jealous of him, that is a good thing." Gakchen said, "I think I am really jealous." The old leader fell into silence. Gakchen turned his body completely and said to the old man, "But if you analyze it on an emotional level," he said seriously, "I think he might be a spy for the evil cult." "A spy for the evil cult?" the old man asked Gakchen. "How interesting. Can you tell me the reason?" Gakchen answered. "If he is a spy for the evil cult, all the recent incidents will be explained." The old man nodded his head. "I see. In other words, if everything was planned, there is nothing to be surprised about." Gakchen added, "More importantly, there are too many coincidences. Meeting Doko Moying at the tavern, finding out that the Amipa sect's nun was actually a spy for the evil cult." The old leader nodded his head and said, "Indeed, if there are too many coincidences, it is easier to understand that everything was already a set plan." "But did you not just confirm that he is just a porter?" Gakchen said in thought. "Perhaps he was recently recruited by Qian Gwi Dogun. We have confirmed that he knew Qian Gwi Dogun in the past, but even if they knew each other from before, the atmosphere between the two was still very strange," the old leader said. "But even if he is a spy, the miracle he has achieved is truly amazing." Gakchen said, "It makes more sense if he did it for a bigger plan. Yuan will soon raise Sichuan to a new level," he continued. "A genius strategist and Qian Gwi Dogun, a great boy hero who saved all the Murim alliance reinforcements who were on the verge of annihilation," the old leader asked casually. "Everyone will start to follow him, right?" Gakchen answered. "And his words will gain more and more weight in the future." The old leader thought about the future. "If he leads us to a bad situation after gaining everyone's trust." The two were silent at those words. Suddenly the old leader stood up and asked, "So what decision do you want me to make?" Gakchen also stood up and asked, "Should we give him the position of the Murim alliance's great strategist?" The old man turned his head and asked with a silent smile, "You mean you want to keep him by your side and watch him?" Gakchen smiled. Peach blossoms scattered in the spring wind and the peach trees vied to bloom. A carriage passed through the peach blossom forest. Unho was driving the carriage. He held the reins tightly and drove the horses. Inside the carriage, Yuan, Solri and Pengmen were sitting quietly. The carriage hit a stone and rattled. Pengmen, who was dozing off, was startled and woke up. He looked out the window, wiped his drool and thought, "Where am I?" he asked Yuan, who was sitting next to him. "Brother, your hometown. Is Sungrian village still far away?" Yuan answered with his eyes still closed. "Yes, it is still far." Pengmen yawned loudly and said, "How boring." He asked Solri, who was sitting opposite him, "Miss Doko, why are you dressed like a man? You are very beautiful, so everyone will think you are a woman." Solri answered with her eyes open, "That is because you already knew I am a woman. Others will not notice. It also attracts a lot of attention from other ladies." Pengmen rubbed his chin and commented, I don't think so." And he twirled his index finger and said with a wide smile, "But anyway, there are many fools in the world who won't recognize it." He looked at Yuan, who still had his eyes closed. "Brother, aren't you bored? Talk to me a little, I'm so bored." "I have something to ask you," Yuan asked back with his eyes still closed. "What is it?" Pengmen placed a hand on his chest and asked. "Why did you choose me as your guard?" Yuan said without a moment's thought, "Because you are very strong." Pengmen asked back in confusion, "How did you know? I never revealed it." Yuan answered calmly, "When you saved me when I fell from the bridge." Pengmen was surprised when he recalled the time he had stopped him from falling off a cliff with one hand. He wondered inwardly, "Really? I didn't even use much strength?" Yuan said, "You still haven't shown us your full strength." Pengmen was startled. He looked at Yuan with caution. Pengmen scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "Did I look like that?" And he suddenly turned to Yuan in fear and asked, "But that's ridiculous. How can someone who doesn't know martial arts notice something like that?" Yuan crossed his arms and answered coldly. It is precisely because I don't know martial arts that I noticed I have not learned martial arts. I can only see how others use it. Solri was silent and the air in the carriage became quiet. Peng Un asked Yuan, brother, why didn't you train in martial arts? Yuan answered. I was too busy making a living. Solri looked at him intently. Yuan admitted, I tried to learn for a while, but martial arts is different from learning to read or write. It takes a very long time to learn, Peng Un commented. That's right. To be recognized as a master, you have to dedicate your whole life to martial arts, Yuan added. And to be honest, I have no talent and my body was originally weak. Peng Un looked at Yuan and admired. You know your limits well. You look healthy on the outside, but it seems there is something lacking inside, Yuan said, turning to Peng Un as if angry. Do you have to say it like that? Peng Un still teased him playfully. Seeing you sad, you are a human being after all. Solri covered her mouth with her hand and burst into laughter. Yuan continued his story. Anyway, I decided that martial arts was not for me and gave up very early. But Peng Un asked back, you changed your mind, Yuan said solemnly. The current situation has changed my mind. He raised his head and said seriously to the two of them, to not be a burden to others, I must learn martial arts. I must learn it by any means necessary, Yuan said, turning to Peng Un. So I am thinking. A carriage rolled slowly through a forest of blooming peach blossoms. Yuan's words echoed, be my guard and my master. Unho, who was driving the carriage outside, smiled when he heard those words. The carriage rolled evenly on the shady road. The scene changed, and as the golden clouds of sunset hung in the sky, the evening glow shone on a mansion with a collapsed central part. A few bird feathers flew and scattered freely in the idle evening wind. Unho stood with his arms crossed, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Behind him, Teereng stood solemnly. Vice President Teereng. Vice President Teereng. He reported seriously to Unho, while the Qingcheng sect and the Tang men were on the move, we have confirmed that they have not attacked yet. Unho muttered. Do I really have to solve one side? Teereng said. The president truly values our lives. If we were really attacked when the president was not here, we would surely have no chance of survival. Unho stood with his back to the sun and looked at the castle in front of him, saying, but they haven't attacked yet. That won't happen. Teereng gritted his teeth and asked in wonder, Qian Yuan, that bastard, why does he know that the president values the lives of his subordinates so much? Unho was silent at those words and said, when a person believes a lie, he continued, that lie is more effective because there is a part of their heart that wants to believe it. Teereng asked him, are you saying you were deceived because you wanted to believe it? Unho said coldly, in any case I had nothing to lose. We succeeded in rescuing the Black Wolf Brigade, and we succeeded in keeping our belief by putting the lives of our subordinates first. More importantly, he frowned, recalling Yuan's face at that time, and said, no meaningless blood was shed. Teereng continued to report, on the contrary, our overwhelming victory has imprinted that we were right from the moment this battle began, and our occupation of the Sichuan branch. He frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, and currently, the young lord seems to want to shift all the blame onto the unit that invaded Sichuan. Unho sneered. How ridiculous. Yes, it is like a joke. He always appears after everything is over. Unho was silent, and Teereng continued. But this time the situation is different. The young lord has brought at least 2,000 masters and 5 elders. Among the elders, Hyol Su Ryong is also with them. If we really fight with all our might, the losing side will surely be us. After finishing his words, he sneered. Of course that is nothing to us. Unho smiled in satisfaction at those words, and his red eyes shone with interest. Suddenly 2 soldiers ran from a distance and shouted loudly, President Teereng, President. Unho and Teereng turned their heads at the sound. The 2 soldiers knelt before the two and greeted them, saying urgently, Vice President Teereng, please save our president. Unho was curious. What happened? The Black Wolf president's injury has worsened, the 2 soldiers said. His wound is recovering very well, so it's fine. But the young lord has ordered him to be flogged 300 times for this defeat. Unho's red eyes shook. The 2 soldiers said anxiously, 300 strokes is too much even on a normal day, and he is still recovering. He will never survive. Unho was filled with anger, and that anger was clearly felt from his body. Teereng said coldly, I can't guarantee for others, but the Black Wolf president will be able to endure that much. The 2 soldiers were horrified by those words. Vice President, one of them said, this is clearly a trap to lure our president, because they know that our president will not stand still if the Black Wolf president is flogged. Unho opened his mouth. We can't disappoint them, can we? Teereng was a little flustered by those words and reminded him. Of course we can't do as they want. I want to remind you again. The Black Wolf president is a strong person, so he can endure about 300 strokes. The 2 soldiers immediately opened their mouths again at those words. That's not possible. Please reconsider. How can you say that? Unho turned and left, leaving a word. If you get punished, you're next. I will remember these words clearly. Teereng could only obey the order. Understood. Suddenly, feeling something strange, Teereng asked in confusion. Yes, he shouted to catch Unho, who was walking far ahead. Wait, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Below the courtyard, Marrying was sitting on the martial arts stage with 5 other people. He had taken off his shirt and was wrapped in bandages. Looking down at the Black Wolf president Jimyong, who was kneeling in the courtyard surrounded by numerous soldiers, he said strongly, You might as well kill me. Marrying sat majestically on a chair and asked back, Why kill you? A death sentence is too much for losing one battle in the name of the demonic cult. Our rules may be strict, but they are not cruel. Jimyong was contemptuous at those words and said, I have fought for the demonic cult my whole life. I think I have the right to end my life with a single stroke. If the cult leader were here, he would not have insulted me with a flogging. Marrying frowned and said, how strange. I am showing you mercy and you hate me for it. Jim Young frowned and listened to his nagging. Marrying concluded, are 300 strokes not enough? Then increase it to 500. Jim Young's unbandaged eyes really sparked. Marrying asked loudly, what are you all doing? Are you not ready yet? Immediately the soldiers brought the wooden frame for the flogging. We are ready. Marrying thought to himself, arrogant bastard, you are acting like that because you follow Chian Madugake. He laughed to himself. But this time you will not escape my hands. Look forward to it. I will make you crawl like a worm today. Suddenly a voice was heard and stopped all activity. Stop right there. Teereng and the two soldiers flew in time. Marrying gritted his teeth at their appearance. Unho sent a blow like a pillar of fire. Unho's attack split the frame in two. The 4 soldiers holding the frame were horrified and dropped it, retreating far away. What's going on? Marrying gritted his teeth in anger at the sight. Teereng and the 2 soldiers landed behind Unho, who was walking forward with his sword raised high. Jim Young recognized Unho and walked toward the stands where Marrying was sitting high. Marrying asked in anger, what are you doing here? Unho smiled confidently and put his sword behind his back, saying, a useless thing was blocking my path, so I easily cut it down. Marrying crossed his arms and asked back, are you trying to start a rebellion? Unho was filled with anger. Marrying pointed at Unho and shouted loudly, did you all see? That arrogant bastard is trying to rebel against the vice leader of the demonic cult. He is not only being disrespectful to me, but he is also insulting all the elders who are here. Unho said calmly, you are the vice leader of the demonic cult and yet you really know nothing about me. Even if you mention the cult leader, nothing will change between you and me, he retorted firmly. You seem to have forgotten, but I am the commander of the vanguard of this battle. Who are you to act so high and mighty here, a person with no authority? Marrying gritted his teeth and said, as you said, you are the commander here. He pointed straight at Unho and said, that means you are also responsible for this defeat. I was trying to end this mercifully with only the Black Wolf Brigade, but you are not accepting my grace and are trying to rebel, Unho asked in anger. A defeat? Who was defeated? Marrying did not lose. We were attacked twice, so what would you call it if not a defeat? He pointed at Jim Young, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, I was trying to end this situation by reprimanding the Black Wolf president for not completing his mission properly. If you had not saved his unit, how would we have fallen into the enemy's trap and been chased to this point? His eyes went up. I showed you grace and you repay me with rebellion. Marrying clenched his fist and said, then you will take responsibility for the Black Wolf Brigade's negligence and receive their punishment instead. Unho furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. Marrying, don't make me angry. At these words, Marrying flinched slightly. Unho extended an angry index finger, pointed it directly at his face and said, a bastard like you is not qualified to hold me responsible. I will say it again. I, Unho, am the commander of the vanguard. Do not forget that our missions are different. Upon hearing those words, Marrying, despite breaking into a cold sweat, stubbornly retorted, you are the one who does not know his place, Unho. The vice leader of the demonic cult and the elders present here are responsible for aiding and supervising the entire army. This also means that we decide on rewards and punishments. The 5 elders sitting above had dazed, blank looks on their faces. Unho, it seems you have forgotten these facts because you were favored by the masters. Unho sneered. Is this child's play? Marrying's brow furrowed in anger at his words. One of the 5 elders above spoke. Unho, the vice leader's words are not wrong. The punishment for the Black Wolf Brigade was decided by everyone here. They attacked recklessly without careful consideration, and the pursuit led by the Black Wolf Brigade nearly led to the annihilation of the entire army, so it is a crime deserving of punishment for all. Even if you do not accept it, nothing will change. Unho stood in front of Jim Young and said, even so, I cannot sacrifice a brave warrior who has dedicated his life to the demonic cult. Although there were losses, we won this fight. We have occupied Sichuan, which the Murim Alliance was always proud of. If the result is a victory, how can you call it a lost battle? Why must we be punished? Marrying waved his hand and said loudly, Unho, your arrogance is beyond imagination, he berated him. Even at this moment you are ignoring the judgment of the elders. Unho glared at him. You are not qualified to interfere. Marrying, his face was filled with anger. Do not test my patience any further. Even if you are of the master's bloodline, his red eyes showed that he was extremely angry and could lose control at any moment. I too have my limits. Marrying gritted his teeth. You bastard, Unho continued. Give me 1 month. I will conquer the Sichuan alliance. Hailsu asked back. 1 month, Unho answered firmly. The main forces of Sichuan are Amipa, Qingcheng, Dianqing, and Tang Men. He took a step forward, passing in front of Marrying, and said, among them, the Amipa sect has lost half of its forces, including its leader, so we can wipe them out at any time. He explained to the 5 elders. The Dianqing sect is at the very end of the Sichuan alliance, so it will take them a month just to march here. Unho declared firmly. I will wipe out the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect before they arrive. At those words, all the elders were so shocked they could not speak. Marrying, filled with anger, glared at him and thought, is that bastard delusional? The 2 soldiers with Jim Young doubted their own lives. It's impossible to do that in just 1 month. Is wiping out the Qingcheng sect and the Tang Men as easy as it sounds? Marrying jumped to his feet and said, cut the nonsense. Unho, do you think that's possible? He interrogated him, giving all sorts of reasons. Don't you know that the Tang Men has the best poison in the world? There is no antidote. Once you're hit, it's death. The entire Murim fears them for that reason alone, the Tang Men. He was about to continue, but a hand reached out and covered his mouth, stopping him from blabbering further. Unho answered confidently, I keep my promises. If I fail, I will gladly accept any punishment. Jimyong and the two soldiers froze at his words, as did the 5 elders. Hyolsu asked back, can you take responsibility for your words? Unho placed a hand on his chest and said, I Cheon Gwi Dogun Bek Unho, swear on my life. The day was drawing to a close and the carriage was still rumbling through the forest. The wheels continued to turn. Inside the carriage they had to light a lamp. Peng said, there is no problem with me being your guard, brother, but I refuse to teach you martial arts. Yuying asked for the reason. Peng held out his palm and said, to put it in the way you always explain, brother, there are 5 reasons. Yuying said, slightly surprised. What, as many as 5? First, you are too old to learn martial arts, brother. Solri rested her chin on her hand and watched with amusement. Peng continued, second, it takes a very long time to train internal energy at your age, brother. Even if you focus solely on internal energy for several years, it would be difficult to achieve even a fraction of it. Third, even setting aside internal energy, it is already too late to learn external arts. Peng crossed his arms and calculated. Even if you train for 10 years, you won't surpass the 3rd stage. Fourth, now is not the time for you to sit in one place and train in martial arts, brother. You are a warrior who uses his head more than his body. Yuan was tired. You've been talking for a while, but that's what it comes down to. Peng closed his eyes and said, I do not want to teach you, brother. Yuan's eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open. Solri couldn't help but laugh at the sight, and the carriage left the forest. Actually, I don't really like martial arts, he confessed. How can I teach you something I don't even like, brother? Upon hearing this, Yuan asked, you're so outstanding yet you don't like martial arts. Is there a reason? Solri was also surprised and asked him, why did you learn it if you don't even like it? Peng was silent and did not answer. Yuan comforted him. It's all right if you don't want to talk about it. There must have been a reason why you had to. Peng was quietly lost in thought. Yuan continued, more importantly, he sighed, feeling sorry for himself. It doesn't feel good to be rejected for such a reason. Qian Hu, who was driving the carriage outside, chuckled at his words. As the day drew to a close, they had to light the lamps to continue on their way. After a long silence, Peng turned to Yuan and asked, brother, do you really have to learn martial arts? I'm here to protect you, aren't I? Yuan answered, that's true, but you can't always be by my side, and I don't want to be a burden to you. Peng looked down at the floor again, not daring to look at him, and said nothing. Solri asked him, but why did you suddenly think of that? Yuan confessed, on the battlefield earlier, the wounded, who could barely stand, stood their ground in front of me and said they would protect me. I started thinking from then, I have to be able to protect at least myself. Peng and Solri looked at him with deep eyes. A martial art that can save you from danger. I'm not sure if that's possible with just one technique, Yuan answered confidently. It doesn't matter, if I diligently train that one technique it will be useful someday. That is the best I can do right now. One technique, he suddenly laughed out loud. In that case I can do it. Yuan was extremely surprised. Peng asked him, will you do whatever I tell you to do? He answered happily. Of course. Peng called out to Qian Hu, who was outside. Uncle, please stop the carriage for a moment. Qian Hu pulled the reins. The wheels stopped. Peng said to Yuan, get out, from now on you will run behind this carriage. Yuan was dumbfounded as if he couldn't believe his own ears. As the day drew to a close, a few small stars appeared faintly in the sky. The evening glow shone on the gates of the Tang Men Castle. Under the sign that read Tang Men Castle, the evening was truly quiet. Tang Men Town was different from other towns. It was a very large town built centuries ago. Not everyone on the streets is a Murim master who is trained in the Tang Men's poison arts, right? Not everyone, but I bet there are some. I heard that even people with the surname Tang have no information about people from other families. That's why few people look for the Tang Men. A conversation between 2 men drinking tea. I see, it's because you can't tell if those people with the surname Tang are friends or foes. Although they decided to join the Murim Alliance this time, they did not belong to any organization before, whether it was the Orthodox sects, the underworld, or the council, Moying thought. They participated, but they have shown no action so far. Even when we asked for help, they did not respond immediately. Unbi offered his opinion. In that respect it seems quite good. Not only will it confuse the alliance, but it will also confuse the enemy's thoughts. Moying raised his teacup and said, you are right. Qian Gwi Dogun dares to act so wildly in front of so many people in part for that reason. The two talked while drinking tea. Unbi looked at the door and wondered, it's already been half a Sichuan since we arrived. He's making us wait too long. I'm not a big deal, but you are the leader of the Doko clan, one of the 8 great sects. Even if he is the head of the Tang Men, one of the elder warriors of the Murim, this is a bit too much, Moying corrected. Not only is he an elder, but he is 93 years old this year, Unbi said with displeasure. Setting aside his age, our lord personally came to invite him. At least there should be basic etiquette. As he was speaking, Moying raised his hand to stop him. A beautiful maid entered and bowed respectfully, saying, the leader has sent a message saying he is sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but please wait a little longer. Unbi crossed his arms on the desk, furrowed his brow and asked back, you mean he doesn't even have time to see us? Please understand. "There is a guest who came before you." Upon hearing this, Unbi asked, "A guest who came before us? Who is it?" The maid answered nonchalantly. "How would a lowly servant like me know? I am only relaying a message." The two were lost in thought. What kind of guest is it that he has to postpone an appointment like this? Who could it be? Night fell on Tang Men town. At that moment the door opened slightly, and the leader of the Tang Men, Cholhyun, entered. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard, but his mind was still clear. Unbi and Moying stood up and greeted him. Leader of the Tang Men, the eccentric of the Doko clan, Tang Cholhyun. Moying cupped his hands and introduced himself. "It's been a long time. I am Doko Moying." Unbi also bowed politely. "I am Nung Unbi, the head of the Xuanwu Hall of the Murim Alliance. Greetings, leader." Cholhyun extended his hand and replied, "I have kept you waiting for too long. Forgive me." The old man looked at the white-haired girl who had just entered the room and said, "I lost track of time while talking to that child." Xianmyong entered with white hair and black clothes. Moying and Unbi were puzzled. "Aren't you Strategist Yu?" "Strategist Yu of the Murim Alliance." Bong Xianmyong bows her head in greeting. "I did not know you two would be here. I am Bong Xianmyong. I pay my respects to the Doko leader and the Xuanwu Hall leader, one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes and a rising talent of the Orthodox Murim. Your martial arts and strategic mind are both outstanding," Cholhyun said to everyone. "That's enough with the greetings, let's all sit down." The 4 sat at the tea table and talked. Cholhyun asked first, "What brings you two here?" Moying bowed his head and answered, "First, thank you for lending your strength to the Murim Alliance. Thanks to you, we were able to avoid a great disaster." Cholhyun said humbly, "What help could we have been? That person called the Murim scholar interfered and deceived us." Moying and Unbi asked back, "The Murim scholar perhaps you don't know. The person we are talking about is Qian Yuyang, whom the Doko lord is trying to recruit as a strategist." The person who had just spoken was Bong Xianmyong. Upon hearing this, Doko Moying was a little surprised. "The Murim scholar," she quickly explained. "He is a scholar who knows nothing about martial arts, yet he negotiated with Qian Gwi Dogan and saved the Murim Alliance from this great disaster. That is the rumor that is currently spreading in the Jianghu." Nung Unbai's eyes widened and he thought, "A scholar? We are the ones who spread that rumor," she admitted. "It is better to spread the rumor that he is a scholar rather than a porter. That way we will not tarnish the reputation of the Murim Alliance. If his humble origins were to be known, the enthusiasm of the Murim warriors would disappear in an instant." Bong Xianmyong proposed a plan. In any case, an order came down from the Alliance to focus attention on him. "Right now we need a hero to wash away the disappointment caused by the fall of Sichuan." Nung Unbi offered his opinion. "Even so, spreading rumors about the reputation of the Alliance," Tang Cholhyun spoke up. Now let's stop with the personal talk and the work talk." Doko Moying took a letter from his bosom and placed it in front of Tang Cholhyun. "Please read this." The people there suddenly became still. The old man picked it up and asked, "What is this?" He did not answer himself and said, "There is no need to answer. I will know when I read it." The 3 watched as the old man read with concentration. As he read, a murderous aura emanated from the old man, and his face began to contort. Tang Cholhyun's cold gaze turned to Doko Moying. "Who sent this?" Doko Moying answered. "The strategist, no, the scholar you mentioned, leader." Tang Cholhyun growled, "The Murim scholar." Bong Xianmyong was a little surprised by the old man's attitude. The people there thought in unison. "As expected, he's in a bad mood." The old man exuded a murderous aura and slammed the letter on the desk. "Doko Lord, do you know what is written here?" he said. "I do." The old man's eyes widened with displeasure and he cursed. "You bastards are crazy. You've fallen for a kid's trick and are running away like cowardly rabbits. This is truly crazy." Nung Unbi said, "Leader, please watch your words." The old man looked at him with murderous eyes. "What did I say?" the old man said angrily. "A brat who doesn't know his place dares to give me orders in a letter." The old man crumpled the letter and said loudly, "This is truly ridiculous." Bong Xianmyong had a puzzled look on her face. Doko Moying said, sweating, "Please don't misunderstand. We are only offering advice, not ordering you what to do, leader." Tang Cholhyun growled and replied, "What's the difference?" The old man asked as if blood was rushing to his head. "Are you still the Doko head I used to know who was always careful with his words?" He regained his composure and said firmly, "If you meet him yourself you will realize that military strategist Qian possesses a natural talent. That is why he came up with this plan and wanted to warn you, leader." The old man calmed his anger at those words, but still did not accept it. "Are you saying he predicted that the heavenly demon Blade Lord would move before the Dianking sect joined us? Not only that, but he told us to seal this place and focus only on defense, even if there are provocations from the demonic cult bastards." Tang Cholhyun answered firmly. "What is that if not a blatant insult to our Tang men?" Nung Unbi could not hide his displeasure. "It is not an insult. He merely offered 2 pieces of advice. Secure the safety within the castle and ignore any provocations while we focus on defense until the Tang men and Dianking can join forces." He asked back, "That is not such a difficult task, is it?" Doko Moying tried to persuade the old man. "Military strategist Qian is a much deeper thinker than you believe, leader. He has also sent a letter to the Qingcheng sect. More importantly, I trust that Murim scholar no military strategist Qian." Then in a pleading tone he said, "Even if you do not like the proposal, I implore you to consider it." Nung Unbi bowed his head and pleaded, "Leader, please reconsider." The old man was lost in thought at those words. Suddenly a carriage appeared in the dark forest. The driver was Zhou Qianhu. From behind the carriage the sound of a person's rough breathing could be heard. The person running was none other than Qian Yuying. He was panting and the carriage did not slow down. The The two people inside the carriage continued to look outside. Doko Solri said in surprise, "He is still following us." She was astonished. "It's truly unbelievable. I thought he would run for a bit and then collapse on the ground." Peng Lun agreed. "That's right, he looked weak, so I thought he really was weak, but it seems he has quite good stamina," the two discussed animatedly. "He worked in transportation for quite a long time, so it makes sense that he has good stamina. Now that you mention it, I remember, you need muscular strength to carry luggage over long distances," Solri asked back. "But are you really thinking of teaching him martial arts?" Peng Lun explained. "Actually, I was trying to make him give up on learning martial arts by making him run, but I really didn't know he would be so persistent." Solri was puzzled. "If you really have to teach him, do you have a technique that can save his life in a critical situation?" Peng Lun scratched his head. "I have one, but I don't know if he can learn it. I can only make him give up. I plan to train him so harshly that his body will be exhausted, so I don't know if he can endure it." The moon rose to the middle of the sky, the scene changed and the door slowly opened. Moyang's group had finished their discussion and left on horseback. The old man by the window watched their backs and asked, "What do you think of the letter that brat sent?" The woman answered while drinking tea, "I'm not sure, those two seem to have fallen into some kind of faith." The old man furrowed his brow. "Faith," she explained, "having been helped so often in dangerous situations, their trust eventually turned into something like faith." The old man nodded, thinking there was some truth to it. "You are right. If they were in their right minds they wouldn't have rushed all the way here because of one order from that kid," she continued. "I heard the demonic cult also recruits followers in a similar way." The old man was even more surprised by those words. "Are you saying that Muram scholar is related to the demonic cult?" She nodded. "That is the most reasonable answer. The great strategist thinks so as well," the old man marveled. "Even Master Zug," she continued. "Of course he didn't say it in the same way, and I am not 100% sure either. We can only leave open the possibility that he is a spy in the demonic cult's elaborate plan," the old man explained as he poured tea. "It is not good to draw conclusions based on suspicion alone. He is not a weak person. He is known for his pathological calmness and magnanimous personality." She was puzzled. "Leader, did you not just say he was not in his right mind?" He explained. "I only said that because I was angry." She stroked her chin, lost in thought. "It seems I will have to meet him myself." The old man had a stern expression at those words, and it was impossible to know what he was thinking. After a moment he opened his mouth. "You said Muram scholar?" she confirmed again. "Yes, we must find out who he really is," the old man agreed as he lifted his teacup. "Do so, and if it is revealed that he is a spy for the demonic cult, kill him immediately." Bong Xianmyong did not agree as she looked at the night sky. "No, if he really is a spy I will use him." Tang Cholhyun asked, "Are you saying you will make him a double agent?" The old man joked, as if the thought alone gave him a headache. Bong Xianmyong said with conviction, "We will take care of that. You just need to focus on what is to come, leader. After all, you will become the next Muram Alliance leader. Our Bong Son clan and the great strategist of the Zug clan will guarantee it." Taking a sip of tea, the old man thought to himself. "Bong Xianmyong, go ahead and continue with your plan." Then he said, "All right, I will trust you." Bong Xianmyong looked at the night sky again. Tang Cholhyun stared at her intently and thought, "Do you think I don't know that you wench and the great strategist are trying to lure me into the Muram Alliance with the position of alliance leader as bait?" The tea water began to boil from the murderous aura emanating from the old man. "In any case, if that scholar is right and the heavenly demon Blade Lord really sends his army here," the old man laughed triumphantly, "I will show that bastard exactly why the world trembles in fear whenever the Tang Men is mentioned." The scene changed to a dark forest. The carriage did not stop and Qian Yuyang was still running behind it. His rough breathing continued to be heard. Qian Yuyang ran behind the carriage, drenched in sweat. His face was covered in it, but he did not give up. His stamina was truly amazing. The two people inside the carriage continued to watch him intently for a long time. Doko Solri said with pity, "He won't be able to hold on much longer at this rate." Peng Lun marveled, unable to take his eyes off him. "There are too many unbelievable things about him." "I didn't think he would still be running," she said worriedly. "Let's tell him to get back in the carriage. It's already dark outside, so it wouldn't be good if he tripped on something and got hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, Peng Lun said, "It's over." At those words she stuck her head out to look. Qian Yuyang slowly collapsed to the ground, his face planted in the dirt, his whole body seemingly motionless. Doko Solri shouted, "Zhou Qianhu, stop quickly." Zhou Qianhu stopped the carriage with a loud shout. Doko Solri ran to him. "Master Qian, are you all right?" His rough breathing became clearer, showing how exhausted he was. Qian Yuyang answered honestly, "I'm not all right." His limbs continued to tremble, but he struggled to sit up and said, "My heart feels like it's going to explode." Doko Solri shouted and scolded him. "Why did you keep running like that? Are you an idiot?" Peng Lun, who had approached from behind, answered her question. "Because I didn't tell him to rest. He collapsed without my permission." Qian Yuyang struggled to explain why he had fallen. "The reason I stopped is because we took the wrong path." Everyone was slightly surprised by his words. Peng Lun asked back, "The wrong path? Is there another path?" Qian Yuyang pointed to the other side. "To get to my house we have to take that path and go through the forest." Following his pointing hand they saw that they had to pass through that small trail to reach his house. Doko Solri asked for confirmation. "So you stopped because you reached your destination?" he answered as he lifted his tired body. The two of them couldn't help but be astonished at those words. "What is with this person? He's making me feel like an idiot." Zhou Qianhu approached and asked, "How much further to your house?" He answered, "It takes about half a shichen on foot. It's not too far nor too close." Zhou Qianhu asked everyone, "This carriage won't be able to go down that narrow path. What should we do?" Qian Yuyang said, "I will go alone." He explained, "My house is in a remote village deep in the forest. There are only about 10 households. They are self-sufficient through farming and hunting, and outsiders rarely visit the village." Zhou Qianhu understood. "So if we suddenly show up they will feel uncomfortable, right?" he confirmed. "Besides, you are not ordinary people but Murim warriors." He quickly stood up. "In any case, I do not want to disturb the peace of the village." Qian Yuyang told them of another place where they could rest. "If you go about 5 kilometers further down this road, you will reach Qianrian village. There are many decent inns there where you can stay for the night, so let's meet again tomorrow morning." Everyone exchanged glances at those words. Peng Un scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "You seem to have forgotten that I am your guard brother. Although she is the same age as my younger sister, that child does not want to show her sickly side to strangers. It would not be good to bring you along." He reassured everyone. "The demonic cult will not send assassins all the way here just to kill me, so don't worry." Peng Un called out to him. "Brother Yuyang, let's do some training before you go." He was surprised. "You're going to teach me?" Peng Un answered. "You said it yourself, brother. You wanted to learn one technique that could save your life in a critical situation." He asked back. "Right now." Zhou Qianhu and Doko Solri looked at each other and thought, "Suddenly is he serious?" Peng Un said seriously, "Since you want to continue on without me, brother, you must at least learn this before you go." He dragged Yuyang along. "There is a place to train here." He turned back and urged them. "It might take some time, so you two should sleep in the carriage first." He walked and thought, "I'll have to see how far this fate goes." Qian Yuyang looked back at them and nodded as if to say goodbye, then followed Peng Un. "I may not be able to use it right away, but if I have a chance to learn, why wouldn't I?" Zhou Qianhu and Doko Solri watched their backs. They watched them slowly disappear without a word. Zhou Qianhu suddenly said, "Peng Un is a really special kid." Doko Solri said, "I think it's best we get some sleep first. We can't follow them to watch anyway." Zhou Qianhu agreed, "We can't follow them. In any case, there is an unwritten rule in the Murim not to spy on others while they are training in martial arts." She yawned and answered, "I know, I'm sleepy too." He continued, "You have to sleep even if you're not sleepy. No one knows when we might have to stay up all night." He walked and thought, "A technique that can save my life in a critical situation." He was a little worried. "It's the first martial art I'm learning in my life. Will I be able to learn it?" A light slowly appeared. The sun rose and sunlight filtered through the trees. Zhou Qianhu woke up to the sunlight and said, "We really stayed up all night." Doko Solri got out of the carriage and said drowsily, "The sun will be up soon." Then she leapt onto the roof of the carriage. She asked casually, "How long are they going to train?" She was a little curious about the technique. "Just how amazing of a technique is it that they have to train so urgently?" Zhou Qianhu answered, "It's probably not that amazing. It won't be that difficult to learn either." She sat down next to him. She also said helplessly, "We can only wait." Suddenly, they looked toward the path over there. Seeing Peng Un walking out step by step, she called out loudly. As he slowly approached, the two quickly jumped down. Seeing him come alone, she was puzzled. "Why are you coming alone? Where is Master Qian?" Peng Un answered in a sleepy voice. "He went straight home. It would be a hassle to come all the way here and then go back again." The two were stunned at those words. The two looked at the path he had just come from. Doko Solri thought in astonishment, "Shouldn't he at least say goodbye?" She turned around and seeing him yawning short and long said, "You worked hard last night." He said modestly, "Not at all. At least I was able to doze off all night." Peng Un told them about the training. "To be honest, I'm not sure if he succeeded in his training or not," she said, a little surprised. "What, you're the one who taught him and you're saying that?" he said cheerfully. "He was more passionate than I thought. He kept practicing just one technique all night. How could I keep watching?" Peng Un yawned loudly and said, "I have to sleep first." He urged Zhou Qianhu, "Wake me up when we get to the inn," she thought to herself with worry. "Is it all right to let him go alone? Why am I so anxious?" The scene changed to Qian Yuyang. He was lost in thought as he passed through a green bamboo forest. Right now his mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of his family. "How many months has it been since I've seen my mother and Qian Sueng again?" He stopped walking and thought, "Are they both all right?" He looked down at the village from a high place. "I should take them to Physician Wang to get a checkup and some medicine. Oh, and I should buy a few sets of clothes." He happily listed the things he had to buy. "I should buy a pile of meat and have them take some nourishing supplements. Sueng is also at the age to dress up now. I should buy a few hairpins for her too." The sunlight grew more and more dazzling. Qian Yuyang finally arrived at his village. He was shocked by the scene before him. All the villagers were tied up and hanging from the old tree in front of the village. Shocked by the sight, he stammered, "What is this?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and asked, "Who is it? Who dared to do this?" A voice calling Qian Yuyang was heard from behind him. He immediately turned around. Elder Wang said in surprise, "It really is you." He approached Elder Wang and asked, "Elder, what are you doing here?" His face turned pale as he answered, "The captain of the escort team brought us here." He thought in surprise, "The captain of the escort team?" He turned and asked, "Surely you're not saying he did this?" Elder Wang confirmed, "He ordered us to." He frowned and asked back, "Why, there's no reason for that." He answered, "It's because he is jealous of you." He still asked back in disbelief, "Jealous? What on earth are you talking about?" He quickly told him everything. After you left the escort team, the captain carried out the mission alone. When the Bangju and supervisor Wang died, most of the others gave up, so he had no choice but to carry out the mission alone. He sat on a rock and continued his story. He tried to restore relations with the Green Forest bandits and decided to pioneer a new transport route. It was all because of you. Elder Wang revealed that he had always considered you a thorn in his side. It was because you always completed the missions entrusted to you by the former Bangju with excellence. When your natural talent and achievements spread under the command of the Esosung Lord, he became insanely jealous. Having spoken this far, he grew a little tense. Moreover, his mission did not go smoothly. Before the Black Serpent Castle he first encountered, he couldn't even say a proper word, and had all his goods taken. In retrospect, it was only natural. He didn't have the same talent as you. More importantly, the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult are currently engaged in an all-out war. The Green Forest bandits were no longer the same as before. They didn't care about relationships and plundered anything they saw. The problem was that the value of the goods being transported this time was quite significant. If they had to pay compensation, the GMs and escort team would go bankrupt. After returning miserably, having had all his goods taken, he began to hear rumors about you. An unbelievable rumor that you had become the military strategist of the Murim Alliance and openly mocked the demonic cult's forces. He went berserk every time he heard that rumor. He pointed at the tree in anger. That's why he did this. He admitted that he had completely lost his reason. He remembered that your family lived here and, without thinking, had a few warriors attack. He said, "How could a lowly porter become the military strategist of the Murim Alliance? Because you said you would return home, he wanted to meet you in person." Elder Wang added, "I didn't actually want to come along, but I was worried something might happen and followed, hoping I could stop it," he said with a look of shame. "But I couldn't do anything. The crazy Bangju and all the porters hated you." He revealed why the villagers were hanging. When they tried to hang your mother and sister, a few villagers tried to stop them and ended up being hung from this tree. He said that fortunately they were not dead, only unconscious. Looking at the hanging villagers, he felt a sense of guilt. "To think people ended up like this, trying to protect my mother and sister." Elder Wang said as if he had just remembered something. "Why are you here?" He asked about the rumor. "Is it true that you became a military strategist?" He paid no attention to the question, merely looking at the villagers. Lost in deep thought, his sharp gaze asked, "Where are my mother and sister?" He answered, "They are at home. Fortunately, they are safe, so you don't need to worry." Qian Yuyang hurried toward his home. "Thank you for your help, Elder Wang." He grabbed his hand. "Yuyang," he shouted loudly. "Run away. If you go home, your mother and sister will only be in more danger," he advised. "If you don't appear before him, his anger might cool after a few days and he might return to his base," he retorted. "Weren't you the one who said they were completely crazy, Elder?" He stammered in reply. "I did say that, but..." He turned with a dark face and said, "Such a person is likely to commit murder in a fit of rage," he said with conviction. "I have to go and stop him. Only I can do it. He is after me after all." The scene changed to Qian Yuyang's house. The Bangju, Jin Dam-he, was sitting arrogantly in the middle of the courtyard getting a massage from his mother and sister. He had a contemptuous expression. A long time ago there was a saying, "One who forgets a kindness done to them is worse than a beast." As his gaze turned to Qian Sueng, she became slightly frightened. "If you're human, you should know gratitude," he irritably ordered his mother. "Rub harder. Why are you so weak? It's not refreshing at all." Suddenly a person approached. It was none other than Qian Yuyang. She called out in surprise. His mother also stopped her hands upon hearing that and turned her head in surprise to look. Seeing him, he laughed barbarically. "You're finally here." The atmosphere was extremely tense. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings. He spoke first. "See, was I right?" he said sarcastically. "How could a guy like that be a military strategist? It's all absurd rumors." He said one word. "I'm home," his mother answered indifferently. "We are willingly serving the escort team's Bangju to thank him for the grace of giving you a job." "Thank you, mother. I'm home, mother. That's enough." "Sueng, you stop too," she answered happily. As she tried to pull her hand away, the fat man grabbed it. He said loudly, "Who told you to stop? You sick weaklings were able to live well thanks to that money. I told you to show some sincerity and you're already tired of it." Qian Yuyang said in anger. "Shut up, Jin Dam-he," he retorted without losing. "What?" The subordinates cursed inwardly in anger. "Arrogant bastard who gave him the guts to call the Bangju by his name." He stood before them, grinding his teeth, and said, "It is a grace to you that my mother served you out of gratitude. Thanks to that, you were able to return alive and well," he said, clenching his fists in a fiery rage. "I'll consider what just happened to be voluntary. Take your subordinates and get out now. I will suppress my anger and let you go." Jin Dam, he cursed. "Are you crazy? Let me go. Who do you think you're talking to?" He gave an order. "Make that bastard kneel." The subordinates approached. "Stupid bastard, are you crazy? We'll make you kneel like a dog." A sword struck his leg and he let out a painful scream. His leg buckled. His mother and sister shouted in worry. "Yuyang," he said with a forced smile, "don't worry about me. Mother, take Sueng and go into the room," he declared firmly. "I will take care of these bad guys. Trust me and go." Jin Dam, he crazily kicked a water jar and cursed. "You filthy fly, who do you think you are?" He snatched a subordinate's sword. He shouted loudly, "The only way to deal with mad dogs is punishment." He immediately rushed at him and attacked repeatedly. He continued to land strong blows on him and he couldn't get up. He fell with his face planted on the ground. Jin Dam, he cursed as he beat him. "You're nothing. This is not nearly enough to quench my anger." He hit harder and harder, and the people around just watched, not daring to stop him. His mother and sister were worried. His mother took Sueng's hand. She said urgently, Let's go inside, Sui-Eng. She was surprised. She explained, your brother is someone who always keeps his word. He told us to go inside and rest, so let's trust him. Sui-Eng said, crying, but brother is in so much pain. How can we? She said with a tense face. Right now there's nothing we can do to help your brother. If we stay here, we will only be a burden. Taking advantage of the distraction, the two ran into the house and locked the door firmly. He thought as he beat him, do you know how much pain I was in when I saw the disappointed look in my father's eyes as he looked at you? He shouted like a madman. Do something. Didn't you say you'd take care of us? Didn't you say you'd spare my life? What's wrong? Why are you just lying there taking the beating? Qian Yuan, who was being beaten like that, suddenly said, stop. Jin Dam He also stopped at his words. He struggled to get up. Looking at him seriously, he said, one-on-one. He was startled by that gaze. He repeated without hesitation, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one, he shouted. What? The subordinates were contemptuous. Did the beating make him stupid? He seems really crazy. He growled in anger. You dare? You arrogant bastard, he sneered. My guess was right. What guts would you have? You just have your subordinates do your work. He brought up his story. Now that you mention it, I remember. You had all your goods stolen at the Black Serpent Castle and ran away scared out of your wits, didn't you? You miserable loser, you coward. Hearing that, he slammed down a club and said, shut up, you son of a bitch. The subordinates there were surprised by that. He continued to provoke, you're 100 times weaker than me, so you wouldn't even dare to fight me one-on-one, would you? Jin Dam He's eyes widened as he asked, are you provoking me? You've given me a legitimate chance to kill you, so I'll grant your wish. He accepted the challenge and asked, what will we fight with? Qian Yuan smiled slyly and said, if we use something like that, you'll die too quickly. If it's too fast, it's no fun. Let's use something else. He went along with it. He's going to die soon anyway. Tell me, what do you want? Yuan answered. The thing in your hand looks fine. He smiled slyly and licked his lips. This thing, do you want me to beat you to death with it? Then he turned his head towards the subordinates behind him and shouted, give one to that bastard. One of them immediately received the order, broke a club and approached Yuan with a sly smile to hand it to him. You arrogant bastard, you will die a miserable death because of your arrogant and foolish lies. Yuan resolutely snatched the club from his hand. He snorted coldly. It's not yet decided who will die. He saw his appearance and shouted in displeasure, you're on the verge of death, yet you're still dreaming. The fat man behind him also opened his mouth again. Give up, you bastard. Yuan swung the club, pointing it straight at his face, and thought to himself, I didn't think I would get a chance to test Peng An's life-saving technique so soon. The fat man became even more furious at his provocation. Yuan firmly resolved in his heart, I must succeed or I will die. The scene changed to another place. Sunlight shone from behind a high mountain. A chicken was being roasted over a red fire. Qian Hu's group was sitting around the fragrant roasted chicken. Qian Hu happily opened his mouth. It's cooked, he said to Peng An. Put out the fire. Peng An, put it out properly or we'll start a forest fire. Seeing him pick up the chicken, he answered. Understood. One person tore off a chicken leg. Qian Hu brought it to Solri and she was pleased. A chicken leg for the young lady. Qian Hu gave the other one to Peng An. The other one is yours. Then he brought the rest to his mouth and said, since I'm the oldest, I'll make the sacrifice and eat the body. Peng An immediately replied, with that physique you'll need to eat a few more to be full. Qian Hu shook his head and retorted, you shouldn't say that. Just because I'm big, does that mean I eat a lot? Solri answered indifferently. Do you expect us to believe that? You only eat 1 chicken, 4 kilograms of beef and 3 kilograms of pork. Qian Hu laughed and explained, you don't understand, that's eating 3 days' worth in advance. Solri stuck out her tongue and teased, you expect me to believe that? Have you ever seen me lie? Peng An watched and laughed. Suddenly Solri asked, are you really not going to tell me what you taught Master Yuan? Peng An answered calmly, it's nothing special. Solri didn't believe him and asked again, if it's nothing special, why won't you say, what is it? He answered calmly, bloodless heart piercer. The two were startled by those words. An attack that pierces the opponent's heart without shedding blood? Qian Hu spoke first. The name sounds quite impressive. Peng An swung the chicken leg in his hand and said, it's a martial art you can use without much thought. It's about taking down the opponent with a single strike that pierces a vital pressure point. That's the key. Solri looked at him and asked, you taught him how to stab people? Peng An answered immediately. I taught him how to focus on the thrust once he has a target. Solri didn't believe him and continued to ask, you only taught that all night? Yes, Peng An sighed. I didn't have time for anything else. His concentration, patience and stubbornness, he had so much of all of it that I almost wanted to give up. Solri said softly, even if he trained all night, it's difficult to use without internal energy. Qian Hu said, tearing at the chicken leg. Actually, he doesn't need to use it. He probably learned it just for peace of mind. One person asked, what do you think he's doing now? One person answered, he's probably chatting with his family. Elsewhere, a person whose face was covered in blood was staring wide-eyed in pain. Yuan was beaten all over and a fat man hit him and said loudly, you arrogant bastard, for someone like you to dare fight me one-on-one, you must really not want to live. Yuan's 2 family members held their heads in fear. Just then the fat man stabbed his stomach with the broken club. His strength was so great that Yuan let out a painful scream. Dam He smiled slyly as he watched Yuan fly far away. He lay on the ground clutching his stomach and enduring the pain. Dam He held the club and taunted, you're the one who wanted to fight, what are you going to do now? Don't tell me you want to give up. The hand holding the club braced itself on the ground. With many people watching, Yuan clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet. Seeing that, Dam He said, yes, hurry up and get up. Yuan, with a trembling body, swung the club forward. Dam He ignored him. try and attack me. Even if you die, you have to stab me at least once, right? Yuan thought to himself. Pressure points. I have to find the vital points on that bastard's body. Seeing damn he's afterimage, Yuan hesitated slightly. But fatal pressure points are usually in places that are difficult to attack. He swung the club and thought, and that bastard is constantly moving. Looking at damn he's face, Yuan judged that it was impossible for someone of his low level to accurately hit a warrior's vital points. The place where I can inflict the most damage is, his eyes widened with a thought full of conviction. Here. Looking at his neck, he assessed, it's not a vital point, but it's one of the softest places I can injure. Just then his club was hit as words were heard. Fight properly. Damn, he opened his mouth. That's what a real fight is. Yuan's eyes flashed. He saw an opportunity. Immediately he swung his hand and stabbed toward his opponent's neck. Damn, he was also surprised by his sudden movement, but at the critical moment he threw his body to dodge. Aiming for my neck, you use your head a little. After finishing his words, he immediately swung his hand and counterattacked. Now it's my turn. Yuan was not as fast and was stabbed right in the neck. Hit by the blow, he clutched his throat in pain. He stumbled back, coughing continuously. Damn, he laughed triumphantly. I held back. If I hadn't controlled my strength, you would have died on the spot. Then how would I have had my fun? After speaking, he swung the club again and hit him. Endure it. Try to endure it until I get bored. Now it's your head's turn, you bastard. But he pulled back the club mid-swing. That won't do. You'll die if I do that. He changed direction and struck his stomach. I told you to endure. Yuan was hit once more and flew backward, but he still held on stubbornly. Damn, he became even angrier seeing his eyes. How dare you glare at me? Do you think a guy like you can beat me? Do you think you can even touch one of my fingernails? Yuan endured and thought to himself. Just one shot is all I need. As damn, he beat him, he thought to himself, unable to understand. Why does such a lowly and dirty bastard dare to look at me with those eyes? I hate those eyes so much that I want to torture him to death. But that bastard keeps getting up like a weed that can't be uprooted. Why do I, who has all the power and wealth, feel so pathetic in front of a guy like that? If I can't sever this terrible fate between me and that bastard, I will have to live in the shame of defeat for the rest of my life. Even if you die, I will definitely make you submit. Just then, Yuan's two eyes shone brighter than ever before. As damn, he swung his club and struck Yuan's head. Yuan felt a terrible pain. Then he swung the club and stabbed at his neck, but the club only grazed his neck, leaving a small wound. Damn, he said in anger. For a final struggle, that was pretty good. He hit Yuan's head hard and shouted loudly. But no matter how much you struggle, you will never cross the line. You dirty bastard, I won't hold back anymore. Damn, he continued to hit his head hard and said, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Yuan's body hit the ground hard and damn, he continued to beat him. He shouted, eat this and die. Yuan's mother and sister covered their heads, unable to watch the scene. A hand slammed the ground hard. Yuan straightened the club in his hand, thinking that there was still a chance to land that one blow. He rushed in and attacked, and damn, he was surprised. He was sure that as long as he was still breathing there was still a chance, but that blow only grazed damn, his shoulder. He was angry. You still have the strength to struggle? Didn't I say I've lost interest? Unho's group watched from a high place as damn, he spoke while beating him. Die. They were very focused on the fight. Just then a trembling foot stood firm. Seeing that, damn, he cursed. Damn it, you can still move? Unho's group was talking. He could have given up, but he's being foolishly stubborn. Unho was puzzled. Why does he always risk his life like that? Penglan explained. It is not foolishness but resolve. Watching Yuan continue to attack, he continued. It is the resolve to attack the place he has decided on, no matter what the cost. Damn, he still looked full of strength. It's just that not everything always goes as one wishes. The difference in skill between the two was too great. Seeing Yuan get hit hard on the head by damn, one person spoke up. We have to intervene or something really bad will happen. Seeing the resolve on Yuan's face, one person said, let's watch a little longer. Unho, Solri added. Just a little longer. Unho. He's been hit too much. Seeing Yuan beaten to a pulp, he said, if we're late his life will be in danger. Penglan also spoke up. Solri, he is right. I don't know why, but I feel like we shouldn't intervene right now. Watching Yuan rush in and attack damn, he continued. This is not an ordinary fight, it is his first real battle with a weapon. At that moment damn, he was surprised and dodged Yuan's attack, shouting, you annoying insect. After speaking, he rushed in and attacked in anger. Die. The blow struck his left shoulder, and Yuan fell to the ground, his eyes wide open and bloodshot. Yuan stretched out his hand and stabbed. Penglan was shocked. Don't tell me. Just then, damn, his face was covered in sweat and saliva broke from his mouth. Yuan gritted his teeth and pushed. The blow landed squarely on damn, his lower abdomen, and he felt extreme pain. Solri's group was shocked by the scene. How is that possible? One person said. My goodness, that's amazing, he did it. Another person also spoke up. He suddenly changed his target. Looking at Yuan's bloody face, one person explained, it wasn't sudden. He was waiting for the opponent to show an opening. I think he was able to attack another place by surprise because he deliberately kept aiming for the neck. Damn, he was crying and foaming at the mouth, slowly losing consciousness. He screamed and fell to the ground, and his subordinates screamed sharply. Yuan's mother and sister were also shocked. Even while lying on the ground, damn, he cried and foamed at the mouth. Yuan was also gasping for breath. Elder Wang shouted, Bongju. The group rushed over and shouted loudly, how dare you, do you want to die? The group stopped at the words stop right there. They saw Solri's group entering through the door. All three had gentle expressions. Seeing that, Yuan smiled. As his body was about to collapse, he thought that he could finally rest. Lying on the ground, he sighed. Closing his eyes, Yuan continued to think, I'm tired. Jin Damhee's group asked loudly, "Where did you guys pop out from? Identify yourselves." Unho said, "Those guys are more like bandits than porters, show them what's what," he answered. "I was thinking the same thing." He approached and snatched a spear from one of them, saying, "I'll just borrow this." Then Peng knocked him down. He continued to knock down the rest of them. The group flew through the air as they were hit, screaming in pain. Just then Solri and Unho approached. "Yuyang, are you alright?" Sueng ran out and called, "Brother." His mother also worried. "Yuyang." Unho held Yuyang in his arms and said, "Don't worry too much, he will be fine." Watching the fight in front of him, he continued, "First I need to make him circulate his energy." Sunlight shone on the shabby roof, and below it was a vent. Solri's group stood in front of the bed where Yuyang was lying. His face was bloody from his injuries. Solri looked at it and thought, "This person is truly extraordinary." She placed her hand on her chest and continued, "I didn't think he could win against that person with just resistance, toughness and endurance." Her gaze softened with her thoughts. "It's not just because the opponent was a third-rate warrior." Solri looked at Yuyang with concern and commented, "With this kind of persistence, even against a first-rate warrior." In front of that strong face, Solri was sure, although it might not be fast, the final result would surely have been the same. Solri's group stood in front of Yuyang's bed and Sueng was sobbing. "Brother, you're not going to die, are you?" Seeing that, Solri reassured her, "Don't worry, he won't die, he just fainted because he was relieved." Yuyang's mother took care of him and said, "Your brother looks weak on the outside, but he is very strong on the inside. No matter how deep his wounds are, he will never leave us in this world." Unho also spoke up, "Your wife is right, he is stronger than anyone in this world." He stood before the two and continued, "Although his injuries are serious, they are not life-threatening, so there is no need to worry." The person standing in front of the door spoke up, "It was because that bastard was too careless and underestimated him that Yuyang was able to win with the bloodless heart-piercer." Then he asked with a puzzled expression, "But didn't he mistake the heart-shin of the bloodless heart-piercer for a man's other heart-shin? Although his aim was very accurate." Unho gave a thumbs up and said, "That bastard won't die, but he won't be able to escape the fate of being a eunuch for the rest of his life." Solri blushed and said in embarrassment, "You men should stop talking about things like that. Don't you see there are women in the room?" Unho saw that and hurriedly opened his mouth. "I was rude in front of the ladies." One person cut him off. "We should call a doctor." Solri asked Sueng, "Where can we find one?" "There are none around here. We have to go to Qianrayan village." Solri immediately gave Peng a mission. "Go with Miss Sueng." She looked at Yuyang and explained, "Although he is not in critical condition, his injuries are quite serious, so if we don't meet a skilled doctor, his wounds will get worse." Peng raised his hand and pointed behind him, asking, "Can I take care of the guys lying around outside? It would be satisfying to hang them up just like they did to the villagers." Hearing that, Unho said with excitement, "That would be fun, leave it to me." And then a group of people were hung from a large tree. Seen up close, the group looked very miserable. Jin Damhee was the worst. His face was all bloody. The scene changed to Yudu, Sichuan, and there were many tall and beautiful houses there. Then, in front of the gate of Jiomyangjiam, a poetic mansion appeared with an introduction. "Half a day from Tang Men, there is a mansion particularly famous for its tea scent. In a place full of flowers and grass," the introduction continued. "But recently, Jiomyang no longer gives off a tea scent, and instead an extremely uncomfortable and heavy air has settled." In a small pavilion, 3 people were talking, and a young girl was holding a teacup. A disciple of the Huishan sect's outer gate, Hua Ga Yin, a robust man, sat opposite her. The second son of the Hebei Peng family, Peng Yuyang. The 3 sat together in the colorful scenery. Yuyang spoke first. "I can finally rest, to be able to drink fragrant tea in a beautiful and fragrant garden like this during a war. I can't believe it." Ga Yin narrowed her eyes and said, "The flowers are fragrant but the tea is not. It's too bitter." Hearing that, Yuyang said contemptuously, "You've never tasted the bitterness of life, so the tea tastes bitter to you." Ga Yin clicked her tongue and retorted, "Are you saying you have? You're only 8 years older than me, yet you're so arrogant." He crossed his arms and looked outside, introducing, "Jiomyangguan is a place where many Jianghu people have become friends. The scent of tea is better than the scent of swords." Ga Yin grimaced and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know, the tea tastes more bitter when it's in my mouth." Son Miang had been sitting silently all this time. Seeing that, Ga Yin was a little puzzled and turned to her and asked, "Sister Son Miang, do you have any worries?" She added and asked, "Why have you had such a gloomy expression all this time?" Yuyang smiled as if he knew everything. "She must have something to worry about," Yuyang explained. "Right now, not only the Doko clan but also the Kunlun sect, the Xuanwu Hall, and the masters of the Amipa sect are in Jiomyang. Everyone is gathered here, but the person she wants to meet the most is not here." Ga Yin guessed that he was a scholar. She looked at the still cold Son Miang and said, "I heard that person stopped by his home. What is taking so long?" As if she had remembered something, she asked, "That's right, Jiambong also went with that scholar, right?" Yuyang rested his chin on his hand and answered, "Yes, she is his guard." Ga Yin lowered her voice, "To be guarded by Jiambong. I guess he's a very important person." Suddenly a person began to move. Son Miang turned her back and said, "It was arranged in advance, so she must have done so." She asked, "Young Master Peng, have you heard any rumors about that person?" Yuyang looked at her and answered, "The most spread stories in the taverns these days are about that scholar and Qian Gwi Dogun." He smiled and asked, "Which one do you want to hear first?" Son Miang answered, "Let's start with the light one." Yuyang immediately stood up. He walked and said, "There is a rumor that the Murim scholar is not coming here but going straight to the Doko clan." Sun Miang rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Everyone including the Doko leader is here, what would he do there?" Yu smiled and answered, "I don't know the reason, all I know is that the rumor spread from the Doko clan. People think he is deliberately avoiding you because he heard you are here." Hearing that, Sun Miang turned her head. Yu explained, "They say he is afraid to face the real military strategist of the Murim alliance." Sun Miang turned her back and said, "As I see it, people are just talking about how he went back home and I am staying here." The three left the small pavilion. Under the evening glow, Sun Miang walked and said, "What about the rumors about Qian Gwi Dogon?" Yu stroked his chin and continued, "I think you have heard the news as well." Sun Miang answered with a thoughtful expression, "If it's about Qian Gwi Dogon sending a letter of challenge to the Qingcheng sect, then yes, I have heard it." Yu nodded and smiled. "I thought so." Sun Miang frowned slightly and asked, "But has such a rumor already started to spread?" Yin heard Yu's words and had a serious expression. "I think the demonic cult deliberately spread that rumor." Sun Miang opened her mouth. "Explain in detail." Yu told the story. "Qian Gwi Dogon has challenged a duel, one-on-one with the leader of the Qingcheng sect. If he loses, he will offer his head and order the demonic cult to withdraw from Sichuan immediately. On the other hand, if he wins, the Qingcheng sect must seal their gates for the next 10 years. Yin asked, "Is that bastard crazy?" Sun Miang answered, "He clearly spread that rumor intentionally. Qian Gwi Dogon is only the commander of the vanguard of this battle. He has no authority to withdraw the army from the occupied territory." Yu also spoke up. "The real rumor they want to spread is probably..." Yin was puzzled. "What?" He closed his eyes and answered, "If the Qingcheng sect refuses the proposal, they won't have to seal their gates and the entire sect will be destroyed. They will attack as soon as they are refused and the Qingcheng sect will be left with nothing but ashes." Hearing that, Yin's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the two and said, "He sounds crazy and arrogant, but why does it sound a little cool?" She tilted her head slightly and continued, "A young warrior dares to challenge the leader of the Qingcheng sect and threatens to slaughter the entire sect if they refuse. There is no one in the world more insane and arrogant than that bastard." Bong Sun Miang said, "Unho must have lost his mind recently." The other two said nothing to her words. Peng Yu recalled Unho's confident appearance. "Lost his mind," Bong Sun Miang said with her hands behind her back. "All the rumors spread by the demonic cult bastards are baseless," she continued coldly. "Currently there are over 20,000 disciples in the Qingcheng sect. Even if the demonic cult mobilizes all its forces from the Sichuan branch, it won't be enough to defeat the Qingcheng sect." Bong Sun Miang walked and wondered. The attacking side must have several times the forces of the defending side, yet he declares he will slaughter the Qingcheng sect if they refuse. Her gaze fell downwards. Red flowers were in full bloom beneath her feet. As Bong Sun Miang bent down, Peng Yu made an ignorant comment. "If they're besieging the Qingcheng sect to attack it, they can't leave Sichuan defenseless," Bong Sun Miang said, picking a flower with one hand. "The demonic cult might have besieged Sichuan. Seen from another angle, they can no longer leave Sichuan, so they are essentially trapped here." She plucked a petal and continued, "Our army has been joined by the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect. It will take some time, but the Dianking sect will soon join us as well." As she infused the petal with her qi, she explained, "Until we begin the battle to retake Sichuan, they can only stay trapped in Sichuan and wait for reinforcements." With those words, the petals fell to the ground. The Murim alliance also has the masters of the Xuanwu Hall and the Doko clan. Kunlun sect and the Amipa sect are also temporarily gathered at Jiangjiang. The Qingcheng sect and the Tang Men are 25 kilometers away from us. The demonic cult knows they will face a fierce attack if they come close, so they will not act rashly." Peng Yu said, "In that case, the reason they are deliberately provoking us is to make us think they are stronger than we believe, thereby confusing public sentiment." Bong Sun Miang replied, tossing the flower branch she was holding behind her. "That is the most logical explanation." A hand caught it. Yin said hesitantly, "But," she said, holding the flower branch in her hand, "didn't that scholar warn us about that? That the heavenly demon Blade Lord would leave his Sichuan base and attack the Qingcheng sect and the Tang Men first, before the Dianking sect could join the main force?" She asked. "What do you think, sister?" Bong Sun Miang said nothing. She thought as she turned her back. "That is precisely why I am suspicious." Recalling the two men, she thought, "If he has been communicating with the heavenly demon Blade Lord all along, it would explain everything. I must find out Qian Yu's true identity, no matter what it takes." The moon rose high. A star twinkled in the sky. Fog enveloped the village and a shadow sat before the door of a humble house. Sui buried her face and called out softly, "Brother." As a person approached, Sui raised her head to look at him. Seeing Peng Un carrying 2 buckets of water, she fell silent in thought. The 2 water buckets were placed heavily on the ground. Sui looked at Peng Un and pointed at the dining table. She hesitated. "Please eat." Peng Un hurriedly refused. "It's all right, I just ate not long ago." Looking at the water buckets again, Sui said, "But you must be hungry, you came all this way." Peng Un smiled and replied, "What I ate earlier will keep me full for a very long time." Looking at the hearty meal, he guessed, "It seems the villagers brought it." Sui pointed to her sunken eyes and said, "I told them not to bring anything, but I think everyone is being so diligent because our benefactors are here." Peng Un scratched his head in embarrassment. I may be his guard, but being called a benefactor is a bit much, Su Ying asked. In any case, you saved us, so what should we call you? Peng An immediately changed the subject. Has brother Yuan not woken up yet? She looked inside and replied. No, it's already been 3 days. I don't think he will wake up today either. Peng An was silent in thought. Looking at the wounded Yuan lying in bed, a person said. Indeed. The physician rested his chin on his hand and wondered. The injuries are not severe enough to keep him unconscious for several days. Yuan's mother spoke, and he grimaced. Could it be a head injury? The physician tilted his head and answered. No, I checked his pulse. Other than a few bruises, there is nothing serious. It's not that he can't wake up, but that his desire to rest is stronger. Solri asked. A desire to rest? What do you mean? The physician frowned and answered. Sometimes that happens when a person has used too much physical and mental energy, he continued. The mental fatigue from that battle seems to be a bit too much for him to bear. Solri bit her lip and thought, it's not just because of the battle. Looking at Yuan with bandages on his head, she continued to think. All this time he's commanded countless people, lived under immense pressure, and fought battles with almost no hope. Solri's eyes welled with tears as she marveled. Even though he looked so calm on the outside, on the inside, he must have been lonely and exhausted. At that moment, the physician opened his mouth. In any case, there is nothing we can do for him right now. We can only wait for him to wake up. He rested his chin on his hand and instructed them on how to care for Yuan. When he wakes up, your top priority should be to feed him many nourishing foods so he can regain his strength quickly. In the sky, a twinkling star dimmed the moonlight. In the kitchen, food was boiling in a pot. Su Ying sat in a corner and asked, Mother, when will brother wake up? Mother, I want to see brother wake up. I want to see him eat a lot of soup and get well. The four sat in silence. Solri and Peng An looked at the sky and said, The star of the hegemon is shining particularly brightly today. Peng An said, Who do you think is the master of the star of the hegemon, sister? Solri looked at him and answered, Among those who know of this star, few wonder about that, Peng An continued. Perhaps no one can guess its master, Solri asked back. Cannot guess, Peng An answered. What if its master is not a martial artist skilled in martial arts, but an ordinary person like Yuan, for example? Hearing that, Solri was startled as if she had suddenly realized something. She turned her head to look into the room and thought, Master Yuan as the hegemon. Then Solri looked at the sky and hesitated. I don't know. Peng An smiled and said, Brother is too weak to be the master of the hegemon star. Thinking of Yuan lying in bed, the two talked. But there is no law that only someone with limitless chi like the heavenly demon blade lord can be the master of the hegemon star, is there not? Solri covered her mouth with her hand. Although you are right to some extent, I really can't imagine Master Yuan as a hegemon, Peng An smiled and replied. Then think of it this way. It's not just overwhelming power that can shake the world, but also transcendent strategy. She looked at him in silence. Solri was surprised when Peng An asked, What about you? He asked in confusion. Why are you suddenly talking about me? Solri approached and asked back, Do you not want to be the master of the hegemon star? He looked at the sky and thought. Seeing the sparkling light from the star, Peng An answered, It does not suit me, he added. The hegemon star was there long before I was born. Solri smiled and explained, It is not that only children born in the year the star appears receive its power. From what I know, anyone born within 3 years before or after the star appears can receive it, so you have a chance too. Peng An asked, Then what about you, sister? It's not said that only men can be hegemons. Now don't exclude yourself, sister. She looked at the sky and answered, That's what they say in families without sons like mine. All the expectations are on me. Peng An smiled slyly and said, It's not that different. Then the two looked up at the sky in silence. Solri smiled gently. Solri was surprised when Peng An asked, Why did you hide your skills and become a guest warrior of our clan? He stammered, When did I ever hide them? Someone said they could provide free room and board if my martial arts were weak, so I did that. She said, I know you possess greater abilities than you show, Solri asked pointedly. Can you tell me about your sect and your master? But Peng An refused. I'm sorry, I will tell you later. Solri was not disappointed. It's all right if you don't tell me, but don't deceive us. She asked Peng An, Can I trust you? He did not answer in silence. Peng An persuaded Solri. You can trust me. She smiled and agreed as she looked at him. I trust you, and this is not a question but a request, Solri advised Peng An. Don't worry too much about the things that weigh you down. It's all right to ask for help if you need it. You may not need it now, but when the time comes when you want to say something, just say it. Tell me, I am always ready to listen to you. As if she had just remembered something, Solri suddenly stood up. She looked at the sky and wondered, why hasn't Uncle Qianhu returned yet? At that moment, night covered the scenery and only the moonlight illuminated the surroundings. Solri asked herself, by this time he should have made 3 round trips to Qianrian village. Peng An pointed to the sky and said, Speak of the devil. In the air, Qianhu was flying like the wind, and Solri was a little surprised for a moment. Qianhu hurriedly landed in front of the two, and as if he had delivered bad news, the faces of the two turned pale. The moonlight shone quietly in the middle of the sky, painting a fantastical and peaceful scene. Perhaps because he had moved so quickly, Qianhu looked tired. He downed a bowl of water that Su Ying had prepared in one go. Solri and Peng An, still unable to believe what he had said, asked blankly, Say that again. Is it true that the heavenly demon blade lord declared war on the leader of the Qingcheng sect? Qianhu was in no hurry. He calmly returned the water bowl to Su Ying and thanked her. Thank you. I was delayed because I was listening to some rumors. Solri's eyes widened and she said, "A duel in the middle of a war," she asked back. "Is that news reliable?" Unho answered solemnly. "At first I thought it was a baseless rumor, but it seems he really did declare war. That way they can reduce unnecessary casualties." Peng Un wondered. "There must be conditions for winning and losing, right?" He raised his eyes to look at Peng Un and said, "If the heavenly demon blade lord loses, he will offer his own head and order the army to withdraw from Sichuan. But if he wins, the Qingcheng sect must seal its gates for 10 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the two shouted in displeasure, "Nonsense. Truly insane and arrogant. Only the heavenly demon blade lord would do such a thing," Unho said loudly. "What's worse is the hidden meaning in that proposal. If the Qingcheng sect refuses, the entire sect will be destroyed." At this news, both of them opened their mouths wide as if they could not believe reality. Solri cursed in indignation. "He's truly insane," he reminded them. "In any case, we have no time to delay here, so we must return quickly." Unho looked into the house and asked worriedly, "Has military strategist Yuan not woken up yet?" Solri answered hesitantly, "His absence in this urgent situation is a great loss. If he were awake, he would have known why the heavenly demon blade lord made such a proposal." The atmosphere sank, and the three said nothing. Solri hesitated. "Information about the time and place." "How is it?" he said immediately. "Tomorrow, at Changpyong Inn." She wondered and asked herself. "Changpyong Inn," Peng Un explained. "It is an inn built in the middle of the Dopian grassland." He crossed his arms, raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "A perfect place for a duel. There will be no shortage of people coming to watch." Unho retorted, "I don't think many people will come. After all, there are quite a few bastards who piss themselves just by hearing the name of the heavenly demon blade lord." In the quiet night, the two continued to argue, but most people thought that such a duel would not happen. Perhaps only those who were truly curious and the representatives of each sect would go there. Rain began to fall from the sky, and lightning lit up one side of the sky. The rain poured down like a waterfall, and the thick raindrops beat hard on the roof. A group of people stood in the rain, and the fierce wind seemed to foreshadow the intense battle that was about to take place in front of Changpyong Inn. The spectators were already wearing straw raincoats and had been waiting for some time. The thunder rumbled, making the atmosphere even more tense, but none of the heavenly demon blade lord's people could be seen. A person on the side of the Qingcheng sect's leader cursed. "Cowardly bastards," Yuan frowned and said. "We've wasted our energy here on a pointless matter," one person agreed and replied. "It seems so. Let's go back. It's useless to wait any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, another person stopped him. "Wait." He saw two shadows riding two horses from a distance and said, "It seems they've come." Through the pouring rain, two people came galloping on horseback, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. The horses' hooves splashed muddy water and cut through the rain. Yuan was a little surprised to see only two people. Two people. The rest of the people were also shocked and asked themselves, "It doesn't seem to be the heavenly demon blade lord," one person agreed and replied. "They must have just come to watch." In the thick rain, the two were still riding fiercely. The one in the lead was a large man with white hair, like a statue standing tall in the storm. The sound of horses' hooves echoed like thunder, splashing water with every step. Yuan's face hardened as he felt. "Is it Rinny, the heavenly demon blade lord?" The person before his eyes was none other than Unho, heavenly demon blade lord. Yuan's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked, "Surely the heavenly demon blade lord would not have brought only one subordinate." He raised his voice and said, "Where are your subordinates?" The rain was still pouring down. Unho raised his voice and called out. Immediately he answered, receiving the order. "It is teetering, Commander." He looked at him with red eyes, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly as he ordered, "Leave that old man and kill all the rest." Teetering shouted loudly, "I will obey the order." Yuan was on solemn alert. Teetering dismounted from his horse. The people on the side of the Qingcheng sect's leader seemed to be frozen for a moment, unable to believe that the heavenly demon blade lord's group would attack so recklessly with only two people. Teetering smiled confidently, calmly approached and prepared to draw the sword on his back with one hand. The sharp blade seemed to slice through the heavy raindrops. The men from the Qingcheng sect, intimidated by his aura, shouted loudly, "Insolent bastard, how dare you disrespect the great Qingcheng sect?" The onlookers began to murmur, "What's going on? Is that man really the heavenly demon blade lord?" "I can't tell, it's raining too hard to see clearly," one person replied. "No one has seen him in person, so we can't be sure, but everyone can feel a certain aura. We'll know if we watch a little longer." Someone else asked anxiously, "Who is that from the Qingcheng sect? Is that the sect leader over there?" Another person said that Master Yuan had come in place of the Qingcheng sect leader. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "It's starting!" The glint of Teering's blade flashed like lightning through the rain. He coldly swung his sharp sword, precisely cutting down two men who had no time to react, letting out only screams of pain. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in awe, their mouths agape. Unbelievable! He cut down two men in a single strike. Even the heavy downpour couldn't muffle the sound of clashing blades. People screamed and witnesses commented, "His subordinate is this strong. The heavenly demon blade lord must be here for sure." Unable to just stand by and watch his fellow sect members fall, Yuan charged forward, shouting loudly, "Stop right there!" He leaped into the air and swung his sword fiercely at Teetering. But all he received in return was Teering's sneer. Following Unho's order, Teetering parried his sword and said triumphantly, "Get lost if you don't want to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut down one person after another in quick succession without a moment's hesitation. The crowd watching from a distance held their breath and trembled in fear, muttering, "Unbelievable." A moment later all the disciples had fallen. The ground was soaked with blood which even the rain could not wash away. At this horrifying sight, Yuan could only tremble and shout. Unho, who had been watching from behind, opened his mouth. "Why so tense?" he said coldly. "Surely you didn't think you could set foot here and leave alive?" At these words Yuan's face darkened as he replied, "What do you mean?" Unho smiled and said, "If your sect leader had come it wouldn't have come to this, but he didn't, which means he rejected my proposal, yet he still sent you, so if I did show up, he intended to use you as a sacrifice to protect the countless other disciples of Chingcheng." At Unho's words he shouted in anger, "Don't speak so carelessly, the sect leader is not that kind of person." Unho simply continued smoothly, "Who knows, most of the sect leaders I know are of that sort." Yuan glared at him, filled with rage. Unho continued, "But the Chingcheng sect has overlooked one thing: when you die, the others will not only be enraged but also extremely terrified." He said to him, "I will spare your life, go back and tell them what you have seen with your own eyes." Unho sneered, "When the sect leader falls there is nothing left for you." His eyes flashed as he emphasized, "Only destruction." Yuan could do nothing but lower his head and ask himself, "Destruction?" After speaking, Unho whipped his horse and said loudly, "Let's go." The two of them galloped away into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but a battlefield mixed with blood and corpses. Left alone, Yuan watched the two figures slowly disappear into the rain. His hair was slicked down by the heavy raindrops and his face was grim. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Seeing the people who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him now lifeless, he asked himself, "Was this our reality?" The rain did not stop but grew even stronger as if to confirm Yuan's question. Was our fate already decided here? The next morning the rain slowly stopped. After the rain the sky gradually brightened and the cool air carried the scent of wet grass and trees as if the whole world had been washed clean and peaceful. Solri, Qianhu and Peng were happily eating the breakfast Yuan's mother had prepared. Peng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious, it's really delicious." Qianhu, while still eating with his head down, did not forget to agree. "That's right, it's absolutely fantastic. The best noodles I've ever had." Solri looked at Yuan's mother Jinzhou and replied gently, "Of course it's delicious, look how much effort she put into it." Seeing her sad expression, Solri said with concern, "She made this with all her heart, believing that Master Qian would eat it when he wakes up. I'm not sure if it's right for us to be eating this." The three fell silent for a moment. Then Qianhu spoke up, "That's why we have to eat even more heartily. I bet she prepared this not just for the military strategist but also for people she considers her own children." Hearing that, Solri hesitated and said, "We may be of their children's generation, but you, sir, are a bit—" "He's still eating with his head down," replied nonchalantly. All right, can you just exclude me?" Just then a voice came from inside the house. "He's awake." The person inside the house shouted loudly, "Yuan is awake. My brother is awake." For a moment the three were stunned as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Yuan's mother also turned her head in surprise. Immediately the three jumped to their feet, their eyes shining as they asked themselves, "He's awake?" Then they rushed into the house like a shot. Only the bowls, chopsticks, and the still boiling pot were left in the courtyard. On the bed, Yuan, with a bandage around his head, opened his blurry eyes. Everyone gathered around him, holding their breath and watching his every move. His mother, overwhelmed with emotion, called out in a trembling voice, "Yuan, you're awake." At her call, he slightly turned his head to look at her. Everyone looked at him with concern. Yuan opened his mouth to reassure them, "I'm glad you are all here." Seeing that, Solri also felt relieved and smiled gently. He said with difficulty, "I'm a little weak but nothing hurts at all." Tears welled up in his mother's and Suang's eyes without them realizing, and their voices choked with emotion as they said, "Of course you're weak, you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 4 days, just sleeping. We should thank the heavens." Yuan was surprised and asked himself, 4 days? He asked back in disbelief, "Is that true? I slept for 4 days? Yes," Solri replied. "The physician said that sometimes happens when a person has used too much physical and mental energy. You must have been truly exhausted from fighting through so many difficult situations." Yuan was silent, as if trying to remember something. Then he spoke, "Could you and Suang leave us for a moment?" Yuan's gentle gaze fell on the two as he continued, "I have something to say to the others." Yuan's mother also agreed gently. "All right, we will go out and prepare some food." She carefully opened the door and went outside, and the two of them held hands and went to prepare more food. The door slowly closed. Once outside, Suang looked up at the sky and wondered, "That's strange." In the peaceful morning scenery, the sunlight shone on the house, making it seem full of life. She looked around the house and continued, "My brother seems like a completely different person, a very different feeling." Her mother's eyes wavered slightly as she said sadly, "That is probably your brother's true self." Suang did not understand and asked back, "His true self," she explained calmly. "Weak people like us are only holding back your brother's future. He will overcome all adversity as fate has ordained. I always thought whenever I looked at your brother, someday that child will soar high into the sky," she said, stirring the pot. She knew her son better than anyone else. "Although he has an extraordinary mind, he has not been able to spread his wings freely because of a useless mother like me. But now my heart feels much lighter." Suang sat quietly and listened to her words. "From now on we must become strong too. We can no longer hold your brother back." Yuan tried to sit up with difficulty, and his aching body let out a groan. Peng immediately rushed to his side and stammered, "I'll help you." After speaking, he gently supported him, helping him lean against the head of the bed. After he was done, Peng playfully gave him a thumbs up and praised him. "Brother, you are truly amazing. You mastered the bloodless heart piercer in just half a day." Yuan smiled and replied, You know as well as I do that the technique is not as amazing as its name suggests, he immediately refuted. No, it is a technique worthy of its name, Peng Lin explained. If you continue to train, someday you will believe so too. His eyes sparkled as he looked at him, convinced of the power of the bloodless heart-piercer. Yuan listened to his words seriously, then looked at the ceiling as if exhausted and said, "But it's already been 4 days, we must leave quickly." Solri saw him and tried to stop him. "You haven't eaten anything for 4 days, so you must first eat your fill and rest to regain your energy and stamina. It won't be too late to leave then." But Yuan still replied stubbornly, "There is no time if we delay," he warned with a dark face. "The situation will become irreversible." At his words, the three were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Then Qianhu said gently, "We can't defeat the demonic cult easily. What about the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect?" he added. "Leader Doko has already sent your message to the Tang Men," but Yuan's eyes darkened as he answered. "The message will most likely be ignored." At his words, Solri was stunned. The Tang Men probably thought of the heavenly demon Blade Lord as just a kid. There's no way they would listen to someone like me. I should be grateful they didn't get angry or feel insulted. Yuan's voice was calm. "The reason I asked Leader Doko to do that was because I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." He looked at the ceiling and said vaguely, "I had no expectations from the beginning." At his every word, all three of them stared with wide eyes in surprise. Yuan's eyes flashed and he called out, "You must go first." When Yuan called him, he smiled brightly and replied, "Where to?" His eyes sparkled. "Do you want me to go first and deliver a secret message?" Immediately, Yuan's gaze changed as he confirmed firmly, "Yes." Hearing that, Peng Lin exclaimed in excitement, "This is so exciting," he instructed. "Deliver my message to Leader Doko at Jiangjiang and find out a few things for me." Then Yuan said in a low voice lastly. He said nonchalantly, "I need the clothes of the demonic cult." Hearing that, the three were puzzled, not understanding what was happening. The clothes of the demonic cult. By a stream in the forest, Xianmiang was alone. She walked quietly, lost in thought. The Murim scholar must have a reason to stay in his hometown for so long, but what is it? What reason? Suddenly, Xianmiang noticed something and glanced behind her. It was Yu Yung. He nonchalantly leaped down lightly from a tree, then Yu Yung opened his mouth. "The outside world is in an uproar and you have the leisure to take a stroll here?" Xianmiang nonchalantly asked, as if she knew nothing. "What uproar are you talking about?" Yu Yung was at a loss for words. He didn't know if she really didn't know or was just pretending not to, but he asked, "Have you not heard any news yet? The Qingcheng sect sent a few elders and disciples to the duel site with the heavenly demon Blade Lord, but the heavenly demon Blade Lord really appeared and killed all the Qingcheng sect members except for one elder." Hearing that, Xianmiang looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "What kind of uproar does that news cause?" Yu Yung was slightly surprised. He walked beside her and said, "Because of that incident, the people of Sichuan are almost dead silent. Everyone is nervously watching the situation to see if the demonic cult will really slaughter the Qingcheng sect, or if the enraged Qingcheng sect will attack the demonic cult." Xianmiang's gaze was still extremely cold, as if she was not interested in the matter at all. Yu Yung looked at her and questioned, "Is that also trivial news?" Leader Doko and the Xuanwu Hall were acting just as indifferently. Xianmiang replied gently, "That is because they only listened to the words of the Murim scholar." He did not understand and asked back, "Does that mean they are not taking any action because the Murim scholar told them not to act rashly no matter what happens? Do you think we should be as insensitive as them?" At this question, Xianmiang glanced at him. She stopped walking and remained silent. Xianmiang suddenly opened her mouth. "Will you go with me?" Yu Yung was slightly surprised. "Why such a sudden question? Where are you going?" Xianmiang replied calmly, "I want to go to the Qingcheng sect." His eyes narrowed at her answer. He was puzzled. "Are you planning to go there alone?" Xianmiang said calmly, "If you go with me, I will no longer be alone." Yu Yung stared at her intently for a moment, then opened his mouth. "If you need me, I will escort you, but I really don't want to see people with tired looks on their faces because of that scholar." Xianmiang replied indifferently, "They are just tired." The two talked as they walked, and she continued, "Because the Murim scholar told them not to act rashly no matter what, they are probably very grateful. That's why they want to receive such instructions again." Yu Yung asked, "That scholar, can he see through other people's psychological states as well?" Xianmiang did not answer. He changed the subject and asked, "When are you thinking of leaving for Qingcheng?" She replied immediately, "Right now." At Yu Yung's hometown, his mother and sister were tired and had fallen asleep on the flat bench in the courtyard. Solri was restless, lost in thought. Damn it, to be trapped here, unable to do anything in such an urgent situation. She asked herself, what happened to the others? Looking into the house, Solri thought with concern, I hope nothing happened. Then she quietly went inside, carefully opened the door and peeked in. Yuan was still tired and deeply asleep without any movement. She watched him intently for a moment, then, seeing that nothing was wrong, closed the door. Just then a voice called from inside the house. "Miss Doko." At the call, Solri quickly opened the door and asked, "Are you awake?" Yuan sat up and replied, "Come in." She entered awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry." Solri said embarrassedly, "I must have woken you up when I opened the door." She sat by the bed and continued to urge him, "You must rest well to recover quickly." Seeing Solri's surprise, Yuan said, "You didn't wake me, so there's no need to apologize." Then he asked, "By the way, where is Qianhu?" Solri looked into the distance and answered, "He went to get the carriage we left in the forest." She added, "Your mother and sister fell asleep on the wooden bench. It seems their worries vanished when they saw you were awake." Hearing that, Yuan's brow furrowed. Solri reassured him, "Don't worry about them. I will take them to my sect and look after them there. He seemed somewhat relieved at her words. Yuan's eyes softened as he replied, then I suppose they'll have no choice but to be guests of the Doko clan. He seemed displeased with the idea. Solri looked at Yuan, puzzled. You don't like it, he said in a worried voice. The Doko clan might find itself in trouble, because Solri looked at him with bewildered eyes. Why are you suddenly saying that? What do you mean? Yuan looked at her seriously and answered, if I become someone's target, the Doko clan will also fall into their sights, Solri said gently. That's only natural. More importantly, we made a promise and we have a responsibility to protect you from the demonic cult. His gaze was firm as he continued, the demonic cult is not after me. After he spoke, a sudden silence fell between them. Solri rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I understand what you mean. In any case, the Doko clan's fate is already deeply intertwined with yours. At Solri's words, Yuan smiled faintly, then suddenly said, I'd like to go out and get some fresh air. She was a little surprised to see that he wanted to go out. The setting sun cast a soft crimson glow across the sky. Solri and Yuan sat side by side on a rock talking, and she opened her mouth in admiration. The sunset from here is truly beautiful. It would be nice if people could become as beautiful as that sky. How wonderful would it be if people lived ordinary natural lives instead of killing each other for ambition and profit? Yuan was lost in quiet thought and said nothing, then smiled faintly with a calm voice. She asked him, by the way, what do you think will happen with the fight between the Qingcheng sect leader and the heavenly demon blade lord? Yuan looked into the distance and answered, the sect leader will not accept a duel proposal like that. So the duel will not happen. I don't understand. His decision could lead to his sect's destruction. And he's not going to step up to this question, he replied nonchalantly. Because that would be better than being defeated and having to seal his sect's gates for 10 years. She was greatly surprised by this answer. He'd choose destruction over sealing the gates? Under the sad glow of the evening sun, Yuan continued, the Qingcheng sect leader probably calculated what would happen if he lost this fight, and the disciples of the Qingcheng sect had to live in fear that the heavenly demon blade lord would destroy their sect, Solri replied. In that case, by not accepting the duel, the sect leader is choosing a path to avoid risk. He immediately judged, but according to that calculation, the Qingcheng sect will truly be destroyed. Solri looked at him and stammered, that's ridiculous. It might be possible if the demonic cult mobilized all its forces, but how could it be possible with only the heavenly demon blade lord's men? When a sect fights for its survival, they become the strongest. Besides, the outskirts of Mount Qingcheng are filled with a mix of countless Taoists and martial artists. Solri's gaze suddenly sharpened. That means if those bastards want to attack Qingcheng, they have to get through them first. Yuan looked at her and emphasized, that is precisely what will become the Qingcheng sect's weakness. Solri did not understand and asked back. A weakness, he replied grimly. What is considered the greatest strength can sometimes become a fatal weakness. Yuan told her, the only thing we can hope for is that the Qingcheng sect acts according to my instructions. Otherwise there is no future for them. He said this with a very serious face. Solri, not yet understanding the danger of the situation, widened her eyes in surprise. At Mount Qingcheng, a meeting was being held in the main hall of the Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect leader sat in the center and asked in a cold voice, did you return alone? Yuan bowed deeply and said respectfully, I swear it was not my intention to return alive alone. I had no other choice, as I had to deliver the heavenly demon blade lord's message. He immediately burst out in anger, shouting, those bastards are just mocking you. What else did they say after killing our sect's innocent disciples? The disheveled Yuan replied. From what I saw and felt there, I came to believe that what the heavenly demon blade lord said was entirely sincere. He continued to explain to Changjal. His words about destroying the sect were not empty threats. His eyes and his aura suggested as much. Yuan knelt helplessly in the middle of the hall and relayed the heavenly demon blade lord's words. They told me that he always keeps his word. The head disciple of the Qingcheng sect stood beside him, looked at him with a critical eye and replied, isn't that obvious, considering that bastard's insane nature? That's why we're in such a confusing situation. Sinjum scolded Yuan. Did you not know that his true goal is to throw the entire Murim, including our sect, into chaos? How dare he send such a duel proposal? Yuan growled with a dark face. I thought so too, but after seeing him in person my mind changed. He was not exaggerating in the slightest just then. Changjal spoke coldly. That doesn't matter, especially since you returned alone. Yuan's face turned pale as he asked in a trembling voice, Sect leader, what do you mean? Then Changjal pointed his finger, furrowed his brow and said, I'd say your opinions are the same. You want us to stay put and focus on defending the sect because the demonic cult is more fearsome than you thought, and you think we shouldn't act because acting rashly will lead to chaos. Changjal concluded, since the conclusion is the same, let everyone speak their minds. Immediately, one person spoke up. The disciples of Qingcheng were brutally murdered. He was an elder of the Qingcheng sect, he said grimly. We are talking about a real situation where the reputation of the Qingcheng sect is being threatened. Changyap also added, if we are to think of the sect's future, we must restore justice for those who were murdered. Then Changjal declared, you are all correct. That is precisely why I intend to organize an execution squad to attack those lawless demonic cult bastards. He called out loudly, Changyap. He immediately stood up and answered. Changjal gave the order, you will be responsible for this matter. Organize an execution squad by tomorrow morning and pursue those bastards. Changyap bowed his head respectfully. He replied in a solemn voice, I will obey your command. Changjal continued to call out, Sinjum, he too tensed and replied, I await your command. Looking at him with eyes full of trust, he said, From now on, do whatever you wish. Sinjum furrowed his brow, not understanding what was happening. What do you mean by that? Sect leader Changjal replied, Do you not wish to protect the sect with strength? Sinjum asserted, I do, but I do not think it is necessary to react to their provocation immediately. Before he could finish, Changjal interrupted, There is one thing we must react to. He paused for a moment. After a while, he continued, Gather all the groups and martial artists near Mount Qingcheng as quickly as possible and use them as a shield for our sect. If our opponent is the demonic cult, they will be defeated one by one. At this command, Sinjum confessed with a dark face, Actually, I have already told them to prepare to assemble in case of a surprise attack from the demonic cult. Having prepared in advance, he said nonchalantly, I have designated 4 assembly points in all directions. They can move immediately upon receiving a signal. Changjal was very satisfied and praised him generously. I didn't know you had already prepared everything. Very well done, Sinjum. Sinjum bowed his head humbly. Thank you, sect leader. The moon rose high. In a distant and remote mountain a person stood alone in the night mist. It was Unho. He stood on a rock with his arms crossed quietly. Unho was observing the people below. They were gathered with their faces covered discussing something. Teetering appeared quietly behind Unho. Sensing a presence, Unho asked, What is the current strength of our forces? Teetering immediately reported, We have 98 men, including you and me, Commander. That makes exactly 100. He smiled slyly and said proudly, A total of 100 hungry wolves will bring down the great Qingcheng, so a new legend will soon be born. After speaking, Unho glanced over and asked if there was any movement from Qingcheng. Teetering answered quietly, As expected, they have ordered all the surrounding martial artists to assemble in all directions. From what we've observed, there are over 500 martial artists, he continued. The Murim Alliance's intelligence network has probably also grasped the number of our forces. Unho asserted without hesitation. They would have, Teetering replied. Since the Heavenly Wolf Brigade has only 100 men, they will probably think that 500 martial artists are more than enough to finish us off. Before the disciples of the Qingcheng sect could even be dispatched, Unho smiled in satisfaction. He said with a very imposing attitude, To give those arrogant bastards a taste of hell, we must move very quickly. Teetering asked for Unho's opinion. Shall we depart right now? He said in a cold voice. Have you decided on the first target? Teetering immediately said, The Changho Taoist temple to the north. Unho was silent, as if calculating something. Looking up at the night sky, he marveled to himself. The hegemon star is shining particularly brightly today. Immediately, Unho gave a loud order. Let's go. Teetering respectfully cupped his hands and followed the order, and the two of them used their lightness skill to fly into the air. Countless soldiers of the heavenly demon Blade Lord's army followed behind them. Unho boosted their morale with a loud voice. Conquering the Qingcheng sect is but a small battle for you. But even so, he commanded, no one is to die, and no one is to suffer even the slightest injury. Unho, in the guise of a commander with the momentum of certain victory, majestically led his army through the darkness of the night, crossing a rocky mountain to begin the operation. At this time at Mount Qingcheng the regular and powerful sound of horse hooves echoed on the ground, creating a tense atmosphere. Xianmiang and Yu Yung were riding their horses in great haste. They galloped like the wind through a rocky slope in the forest. Suddenly, Xianmiang pulled the reins and stopped her horse. Yu Yung also stopped and said, It's already midnight. I think we'll arrive soon, but it seems too late to visit the other sects. Xianmiang immediately corrected him. Qingcheng is not just another sect to me. Yu Yung smiled and said, That's true. You are the true military strategist of the Murim Alliance, and Qingcheng is a member of the alliance. Xianmiang looked around, observing. He did not understand what she was doing, and he too looked around to see if there was anything unusual. Xianmiang said quietly, What do you feel? He hesitated and continued, I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything particularly strange. She was silent, as if sensing something. Seeing this, Yu Yung asked with curiosity, What did you see? Xianmiang said nonchalantly, No, it's just a feeling, something like a flow of energy cutting through the air. He looked back and thought to himself, a flow of energy, what on earth is she thinking? Then Xianmiang opened her mouth. Let's keep going, no matter what happens, the place we must go is the Qingcheng sect. Immediately she whipped her horse with a loud shout and moved forward, and the two of them continued their journey again. The forest wind blew, sending their cloaks and hair flying, adding to their free and strong appearance. They rode their horses side by side along a long path through the forest to get to the Qingcheng sect. The night was deep, but at this time the entire Qingcheng sect was still brightly lit by torches. The air here was extremely heavy, and the blazing flames illuminated one side of the sky as if foreshadowing an ominous sign. The Taoists of the Qingcheng sect all wore very tense expressions. They looked in one direction, gritting their teeth as if preparing to face something very terrible. Suddenly someone announced loudly, They're here. The announcing sound continued to echo. The demonic cult launched a surprise attack. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and immediately the large army of the demonic cult rushed in. The alarm sounded louder and louder. The enemy is coming, everyone defend. How can they be so fast? The demonic cult rushed toward the thin gate without hesitation. With a single kick, the gate of the Qingcheng sect was shattered. The melee officially began, and the sound of clashing swords and people's screams echoed everywhere. The demonic cult showed no mercy. They cut down one person after another with a single stroke. They were truly strong. A single strike pierced the heart. The people of the Qingcheng sect were no match for them. Another person who was screaming had his throat cut. It was a very chaotic scene, and blood splattered everywhere. From a distance, Unho stood nonchalantly on a roof appreciating the bloody scene. His gaze was cold and numb as he observed everything. Unho evaluated the Taoists of Qingcheng in his mind. Were they all cut down before they could even swing their swords? Immediately, one of his subordinates rushed in like lightning, swung his sword, and finished off another person. That person's body was cut in two by the blade without even a chance to scream once. The people of the Qingcheng sect continued to fall before they could even act, screaming in despair. Before the words could even come out, they were gone forever. Unho stood with his arms crossed, watching indifferently and coldly as people cut and killed each other. Suddenly, Teerang flew in from behind and reported to him. "They are weaker than I thought," Teerang said with a satisfied smile. "Or perhaps the Heavenly Wolf Brigade is too strong," he said with appreciation and at the same time, "I am very proud. They trained hard whenever they had a chance, hoping to become useful to you someday, Commander. There are more and more strong ones." Unho did not answer and still looked down intently. Then he asked, "What happened to the one who was to deliver the message?" Teerang quickly answered, "We opened a wider path for him. He is quite fast, so he should have arrived by now." Unho was puzzled. "Are you planning to wait for the Orthodox sects to arrive?" Teerang asked vaguely. "Will they come?" Unho sneered. "No," he continued in a cold voice, "we will only wait until morning." Immediately, Unho shouted to his subordinates below, "Stop and spare the remaining ones." The entire army immediately followed the order with a loud shout. Teerang departed at once, and Unho's face hardened. The murderous aura emanating from his red eyes enveloped his entire body, making all who saw him tremble in fear. In the main hall of the Qingcheng sect, a cheerful voice echoed under the lamplight. "This is truly an honor," he said in a very pleased voice. "I never thought that the military strategist who holds the affairs of the entire world in her heart would personally grace this humble place at such a late hour." Xianmiang and Yu Yong had already arrived at the main hall of the Qingcheng sect, and she continued, "That doesn't sound like a welcome." Changzhou laughed and said, "How could that be? How could I not welcome military strategist Zheng?" Xianmiang replied with a still calm expression. "I have only come to grasp exactly what has happened. I have no intention of intervening in my capacity as a military strategist." He also spoke in a solemn voice. "Of course you wouldn't, but if you have any valuable opinions, please do not hesitate to speak. I will gladly listen." Changzhou hesitated and asked, "Who is the person beside you?" Seeing that he was referring to him, Yu Yong respectfully cupped his hands and greeted him. "I am Peng Yu Yong of the Hebei Peng family. It is an honor to meet the sect leader of Qingcheng." As if he had remembered something, Changzhou said softly, "Looking closely, you are the genius child of the Hebei Peng family. I heard that you are not only one of the 12 azure moons of the Jianghu, but also more outstanding than your brother, the great young master of the sect." Yu Yong answered humbly, "You praise me too much. I am just a foolish man who was lucky enough to become an azure moon. I am merely at the very bottom of the 12 moons." A voice from outside broke the quiet atmosphere. A report from the Changho Taoist temple on the North Mountain." At that sound, Xinjim's face instantly turned pale. Xianmiang thought with concern, "News that has arrived so late." Her sharp eyes glanced over as if she had already guessed to some extent. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly darkened, and Changzhou roared in anger, "Damn it!" Both Xinjim and the messenger who had just rushed in had hardened faces and could barely breathe. Xinjim approached the messenger and asked, "So what is the situation? What did you see?" He stammered with a pale face. "It was a one-sided massacre. Although they had fewer men than us, they were too strong to stop." A few elders sitting in chairs saw that and sneered. "Watch what you say. How can you call it a massacre with such a small number of people?" The messenger Taoist's whole body was still trembling uncontrollably as he answered, "It is true. I saw my fellow disciples brutally murdered with my own eyes." Overcome with anger, he burst into tears. "They had no humanity. They continued to slaughter mercilessly," he said loudly, shedding tears. "We have no time to be sitting here. Please send reinforcements quickly." At this point, the messenger could no longer maintain his composure. He fell into a panic and pleaded desperately, "Please send reinforcements. We only need to protect at least 10 men. Protecting such a small number of people is surely—" Before he could finish, Xianmiang spoke up. "I understand the situation, so please calm down," she reassured him. "I am Bong Xianmiang, the military strategist of the Murim Alliance. We have fully grasped the situation, and from now on we will discuss with the elders of Qingcheng and come up with a way to counterattack." The messenger, unable to calm down, argued, "There is no time to waste. What is there to discuss?" Xianmiang said gently, "Did I not say we would come up with a way to counterattack?" Hearing her words, he was stunned for a moment and did not refute any further. Xianmiang looked at him and said, "The messenger must be tired, so escort him to a place where he can rest." Xinjim immediately replied, "Understood." He then escorted the messenger to a room, and he still looked back with a worried expression, unable to feel at ease. When the main hall became quiet again, Changzhou spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Let us begin the discussion. Military strategist Zheng, what do you wish to discuss?" Xinjim, who had appeared at the door at some point, said with a hardened face, "You're surely going to tell us not to send reinforcements, aren't you?" Yu Yong frowned and looked at him, and Xianmiang said nothing. And she nonchalantly asserted, "Yes, that is my intention." Xianmiang looked at Xinjim and said, It seems Taoist Sinjim thinks the same as I do, he then answered cautiously. Looking at the report, there is only one possible conclusion, Sinjim continued in a low voice. If they are truly that strong, sending ordinary reinforcements will not be enough to stop their advance. But if we reduce our forces here and send the main unit, we could fall into their trap. An elder of the Qingcheng sect disagreed and retorted. Even so, we cannot ignore the situation of our brothers at the Changho Taoist temple. Sinjim tried his best to explain. Even if we send reinforcements by the time they arrive, everything will already be over. Changjal also agreed and replied. That is highly likely. The messenger from earlier also said that it was a one-sided fight from the beginning. Changyap continued, if we do not send reinforcements, we will be recorded in history as a cowardly sect that ignored the life and death of its neighboring factions. In that case, what future is there for Qingcheng? Faced with a dilemma, Sinjim also bowed his head, helpless. Yes, you are all correct. The heavenly demon Blade Lord is forcing us to make a choice. Will we help, or will we let the neighboring sects fend for themselves? An elder of the Qingcheng sect spoke up. They are only about 100 men. If we abandon those brothers and protect the main sect, the entire Zhonghu will condemn us. Sinjim immediately made a decision. So the plan I have come up with is to call all the outside factions into the main sect. Everyone was greatly surprised by his proposal. After making the suggestion, Sinjim was silently anxious. At that moment, Yu Yung looked back at Xianmiang and thought to himself, the smartest person in the Qingcheng sect is the young successor. I see, suddenly. Xianmiang raised her voice and said, but the risk of following that plan is too great. Upon hearing those words, Changjal burst into a rage. He growled, Sinjim, are you trying to make our sect a laughingstock? Are you saying we should gather hundreds of martial artists from the outside into our main sect because we are afraid of a mere 100 demonic bastards? Do you want us to be forever mocked as a sect that protects itself with a human shield? He solemnly cupped his hands and asked back in a stern voice, is the survival of the Qingcheng sect not more important than such a thing? Changjal looked at him, gritted his teeth and replied, the reason I am here is because I feel humiliated that I have to play games with that heavenly demon Blade Lord bastard. And now you're telling me I have to worry about the survival of Qingcheng because 100 demonic cult bastards have invaded? Sinjim's face hardened as he continued, I believe it is what must be done. The best strategy is to not move according to the enemy's will. Changjal could not hold back and raised his voice. Are you implying that your strategy is superior to mine? Sinjim immediately bowed his head and answered respectfully. That was not my intention. The argument led to no conclusion. Changjal turned and asked, what is your esteemed opinion, military strategist Zheng? Xianmiang immediately looked at him, and the entire main hall listened quietly. She raised her voice and said, I believe the most urgent matter right now is to grasp the situation we are in. Xianmiang continued, to what extent is the Heavenly Wolf Brigade led by the Heavenly Demon Blade Lord truly strong, and whether the demonic cult has infiltrated other parts of the Qingcheng sect? Changjal thought there was a point and agreed in a low voice. You are right, that is indeed what is important. He then gave an order. Changyap, I will entrust this matter to you. Suddenly hearing his name called, Changyap was slightly surprised. He asked back, are you telling me to organize an intelligence unit instead of an execution squad? Xianmiang immediately said, it would be best to keep the name as the execution squad. The name will be so, but in practice it will be used for intelligence. Immediately, Changyap also stood up and reported urgently, we have no time now, I will go and organize the unit immediately. At the same time, Sinjim's face hardened and dissatisfaction was evident on his face. By this time the sky was almost dawning, and thus a turbulent night passed. As soon as dawn broke, bad news struck, and Changjal shouted loudly, what did you say? He shouted in anger. The Bokyong Taoist temple to the west and the Gunchen Taoist temple to the east have also fallen? Changyap's face was drenched in sweat as he asserted, yes, the only place that is still safe is the Sangxiu Taoist temple to the south. They scattered in all directions before the other temples were attacked. The elders asked themselves in disbelief, how can that be? The three temples were gathered in one place, how could they have been defeated so quickly? Changyap continued to report, there is a report that there are 10 survivors from the three temples, so it is not a complete annihilation, he guessed in a solemn voice. But the demonic cult may have deliberately spared them, and we cannot be sure they survived. This is what the people on the streets have reported. Changyap continued, they say that the Qingcheng sect not only abandoned its own people but also offered them as sacrifices to the demonic cult. They gathered the temples to fight against the demonic cult but did not send reinforcements. It is said that the heavenly demon Blade Lord proposed a duel to the Qingcheng leader to prevent unnecessary deaths, but the leader ignored it, fearing that his hard-earned reputation would crumble. Having spoken this far, Changjal could not hold back his anger and cursed loudly. Nonsense, Xianmiang, standing to one side, said, that heavenly demon Blade Lord has begun to manipulate public opinion in his favor. Changyap agreed and replied, yes, currently almost everyone is on the side of the demonic cult. As rumors of our cowardice and selfishness spread, people are gradually losing trust, he then said with a serious expression, but there is a bigger problem. People who have lost relatives at the hands of the demonic cult have started to show more hostility towards us than to the demonic cult. If we do nothing, the entire Murm will turn its back on Qingcheng, Sinjim immediately added. It is only natural that they feel that way. They trusted us like family, so they feel betrayed. It is a natural course for trust to turn into hatred. Xian Miang also raised her voice and said, the reason the demonic cult was defeated in the past was because no one stood on their side. The heavenly demon Blade Lord seems to have completely understood that mistake. Upon hearing this, everyone in the main hall had a dark face and said nothing. It seemed that everyone understood the current situation. Changjul said loudly, we have no time to stand around here. Tell me what we must do from now on. Everyone fell silent again. At this time Sinjim said in a fluster, I do not know either. Xian Miang immediately proposed, we must regain the initiative. She emphasized that they had to do it in the same way. Changjul did not understand and asked, in the same way, please explain in detail. She explained in a flat voice. From the moment they sent a duel request to the Qingcheng sect, the heavenly demon Blade Lord seized the initiative, and that situation has continued since the sect leader did not respond. He cleared his throat and asked, then how can we regain the initiative? Xian Miang answered in a low voice, you must propose a duel to the heavenly demon Blade Lord. At this proposal Changjul was extremely surprised, a mix of shock and worry. He widened his eyes as if he could not believe his own ears. She continued. One-on-one. Changjul sweated and asked back, are you telling me to challenge the heavenly demon Blade Lord to a duel? The sun emerged from behind the clouds, heralding the start of a new day, and the meeting continued. That is precisely the problem. How can we trust the demonic cult to keep its promise? Xian Miang continued. No one can be sure whether we would really withdraw or not. They are surely plotting something. That is why the sect leader did not respond to the heavenly demon Blade Lord's duel request. Her eyes turned cold as she said in a low voice, my guess is that the heavenly demon Blade Lord will not attack the main sect but will hide in the darkness and target weaker sects for slaughter. Xian Miang emphasized, therefore before the Qingcheng sect marches forward to avenge the fallen, you must challenge the heavenly demon Blade Lord to a duel to prevent any more innocent lives from being sacrificed. A few elders all listened with concentration. She proposed a hypothesis. If we lose the battle, Qingcheng must seal its gates for 10 years, and if the heavenly demon Blade Lord loses, he must offer his own head to comfort the thousands of resentful spirits who died under the blade of the evil cult. Changjul and Sinjim were also silent. Xian Miang continued, the demonic cult does not have to withdraw. Let them have Sichuan. After hearing all her words, Changjul's eyes widened in surprise, and all the elders could not help but be impressed. Changjul immediately opened his mouth in admiration. Truly the Ice Phoenix. How can you devise such a detailed plan? Sinjim asked. Have you considered the case where the heavenly demon Blade Lord does not accept the proposal? Xian Miang glanced at him and answered, yes, if we set the location as Wolzong Lake there is a high probability that they will refuse. The entire main hall was surprised for a moment and asked themselves inwardly, Wolzong Lake. She immediately laid out the plan. We will invite the heavenly demon Blade Lord to a graveyard at Wolzong Lake. There we will hold a memorial service for the deceased disciples of Qingcheng. Sinjim frowned and looked at Xian Miang, and she continued to explain, Wolzong Lake is not only a famous scenic spot of Mount Qingcheng, but it is also easily accessible through various routes. Xian Miang said in a low voice, the heavenly demon Blade Lord will not come. He is not foolish enough to jump into the enemy's den like that. Changjul answered in a cold voice, if that happens, justice and the upper hand will return to us. Xian Miang added, he too will be caught in a dilemma. He will be unable to retreat or advance. If he refuses the duel request, he will lose his credibility, the justification he has built up to attack Qingcheng. And if he agrees, he will lose the cleverness he has shown so far by walking into the tiger's den himself. Everyone was stunned for a moment by her thoughts. Changjul answered in a low voice, but how will we deliver the news to him? Xian Miang looked at him and answered, we are doing this not only for the heavenly demon Blade Lord but also to regain the trust of the people. Therefore it is enough to post notices in all the villages near the Qingcheng sect. At this opinion he exclaimed in excitement, good, truly an exquisite plan. It is a great blessing for us that the military strategist has come here. At Changjul's praise she only glanced at him with cold eyes and did not answer. Only Sinjim still looked very worried. Immediately after, notices were posted, and the people from all directions gathered out of curiosity to watch. They murmured and discussed. The Qingcheng sect leader has challenged the heavenly demon Blade Lord to a duel. To invite him to Wolzong Lake, one of Unho's subordinates picked up the notice and read it intently. It was impossible to know what he was thinking. The moon rose high, illuminating the starry sky. A group from the demonic cult was sitting by a stream resting. Even while resting, none of them removed the black hoods from their heads. This was a remote place with dense fog, rocky mountains, and only bare trees. Unho was also resting, lying leisurely on a rock. Just then, teetering approached from a distance, calling out for the commander in a loud voice. He held a piece of paper in his hand and quickly descended to Unho's side. Teetering knelt on one knee, handed the proclamation to Unho and reported. According to a secret report, this was posted in the villages around Mount Qingcheng. Still lying on the rock, he took the proclamation in his hand and read it. After carefully reading the notice, Unho spoke nonchalantly. Are they provoking me? The night was still quiet, without a breath of wind. He gave an order. We do not need to keep our promise to withdraw from Sichuan. Unho rolled up the proclamation and handed it to teetering. Then he said in a cold voice, "It's a pretty good plan." Teetering received the notice with a puzzled expression and replied, "This is an unexpected response from them." Unho then looked up at the sky and said nonchalantly, "Was there someone in the Qingcheng sect smart enough to come up with this plan?" He continued to answer, "I heard that Sinjim, the great disciple of the Qingcheng sect leader, is quite a brilliant strategist." Unho was puzzled, but he is too cautious to think of such a provocative plan. Seeing this, Teetering guessed, could it be that the scholar is behind this? Unho pictured Qian Yuyang in his mind and thought to himself, "Our paths are not the same, so if it is you I will kill you." Unho resolved in his heart, "Your existence is becoming more and more frightening." Teetering gritted his teeth and worried, if this is truly that scholar's masterpiece. His train of thought was cut off as Unho spoke, denying it. "It's not him. I don't feel his presence at all." His gaze turned to the moon as he continued, "Someone else is behind this, someone who persuades others." The two fell silent for a moment, after which Unho opened his mouth. "The location is Wolzong Lake, starting tomorrow, after the memorial service," he said with a sharp gaze. "If they are holding a memorial service, it means they have to move the bodies, right?" Teetering answered immediately. "The people from the Taoist temples will do it," Unho replied. "I see," he continued. "It seems I'll get to enjoy an unexpectedly amusing spectacle." After he spoke, Unho's eyes glinted with excitement. The night was still strangely quiet. Somewhere, Solri said loudly in anger. Qian Hu laughed awkwardly and replied, "Sorry, I was being very careful. The horse was bucking too much. It's not my fault." Has military strategist Qian woken up? She looked down at the resting Yuyang and said, "He is still asleep," she said worriedly. "But if it keeps shaking like this he might wake up." When he woke up, Solri said in surprise, "Are you awake? You need to rest more." Although the carriage is a bit, he just looked at her with gentle eyes. Yuyang smiled faintly and said, "I did not wake up because the carriage was shaking." He then sat up, and seeing that, Solri asked in surprise, "Then what was it? Are you unwell somewhere?" He lowered his face and answered as if embarrassed, "It's not that. Please stop the carriage." The person sitting outside heard his words and said cheerfully, "Understood, understood. It's a call of nature." At that moment her face suddenly turned red. The carriage stopped on the side of the road. Solri and Qian Hu waited for Yuyang to find a place to relieve himself. He did not forget to tease him loudly, "Go far away to do it, so the young lady doesn't get embarrassed from hearing you." Solri was already steaming with embarrassment and shouted loudly. Yuyang went deep into the forest alone, his hair scattering in the mountain wind. Suddenly Yuyang stopped. His heart sank heavily as he was lost in thought. "Although I have decided to live in the Murim, there is a fear that confuses me somewhere." Yuyang resolved in his heart, "Heavenly demon blade Lord Unho, I must face him." He asked himself, "Can I survive against him?" Solri and Qian Hu waited for Yuyang outside the carriage. He still did not stop teasing. "He's really gone far. He's still not back." She turned her head with a red face and scolded him, "Because you keep saying such foolish things." Qian Hu, seeing that it was taking too long, said nonchalantly, "Is he doing number 2? I wonder why it's taking so long." Immediately, Solri's hand covered his mouth, surprising him. She shouted angrily, "Stop talking." Qian Hu, with his mouth covered, struggled and pointed with his finger. "There, he's there." Seeing that, Solri looked in the direction he was pointing and said, "What, he's back?" Suddenly her face turned pale as she asked herself, "Why is he running so fast?" On Yuyang's side, he was running toward them with all his might. Immediately, Qian Hu and Solri also ran over and asked, "Is there someone in the forest?" "What's wrong, brother Qian?" With the speed of the wind, she reached Yuyang, and Qian Hu looked around and wondered. "Did someone attack you?" he said suspiciously. "That's strange. I can't feel anyone's presence around." Yuyang had just arrived, panting, and answered, "No, I started running because I suddenly remembered something important." He said in a stern voice, "We must leave quickly. We have to go as fast as possible." Immediately the carriage turned its wheels and continued the journey. Qian Hu whipped the horses repeatedly, running as fast as he could. Now sitting in the carriage, Solri had a chance to ask. She immediately opened her mouth. "May I ask why you are in such a hurry?" she said with eyes full of concern. "Is it because of the Qingcheng sect, or is it something else?" Yuyang spoke in a somber voice. "When I was in the forest I thought about the heavenly demon blade lord. Actually, I am very afraid. Every time I think of him I thought, is it all right for me to set foot in the world he is in?" Hearing this far, Solri suddenly stared at him intently and soon asked, "So you want to run away?" Yuyang admitted with a tired look. "I thought too deeply. I do not want to be a coward. The kind of person who runs away at the slightest fear," he confessed. "If going my way is the same as blocking his path, I will not be able to avoid facing him." Solri asserted, "It will probably continue until the war with the demonic cult is over." Yuyang lowered his head, lost in thought. With eyes full of sharpness he said, "He was brought to the battlefield as a prisoner since he was a child, so his way of fighting is completely different from that of martial artists." Yuyang commented, "He is one of the strongest warriors I have met on the battlefield. The battlefield is a place where you must use all means to win. And that is his way of doing things." When I thought of that, a warning bell suddenly rang inside me. "I am worried that we might be too late." Solri immediately spoke in a comforting voice. "You are not alone. I will help you," she said with a bright smile. "I want to be the person who gives you strength whenever you are tired." At her comfort he was momentarily dazed, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. "Miss Doko," Yuyang answered, reassured. "Then I will rely on you, miss. Please be a great help to me." Unho did not want to be left out, he shouted. Military strategist Yuan, I am here too. Feel free to call me whenever you need me, he laughed loudly throughout the journey, making the atmosphere much brighter on a peaceful rocky mountain. Qingcheng was busy preparing a memorial service for the unfortunate Taoists. The bodies were carefully wrapped in bandages and laid neatly on the ground. The person in charge of the event immediately opened his mouth to remind them. The sun will rise soon, so hurry. The preparations for the memorial service must be finished before sunrise. The remaining people saw that and quickly replied. We will obey your command, one person reported. The bodies have all been moved. All that's left is to finish up. Suddenly, one person wondered, wait, how many bodies are here? One person immediately said, I'm not sure, I don't know the exact number, but all the coffins over there have been moved. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered, that's strange, why does it feel like there are fewer than what I saw? Another person replied in surprise, how can that be? I checked and there were no more bodies at the foot of the mountain. Hearing that, the person no longer suspected anything. Did I feel there were more because my heart was so heavy from seeing the dead? After that, everyone did not pay much attention and just muttered in reply, I guess so. Anyway, it was difficult to judge the number of bodies from the start. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, a person in the robes of the Qingcheng sect stood alone by a rock observing the scenery. It was none other than Changjal. He stood quietly as if lost in unspeakable thoughts. Suddenly a person spoke from behind, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The person here was Sinjim. He spoke and asked, why are you not sleeping at all? Changjal's gaze turned to the distance as he answered, I can't seem to fall asleep, his mood right now was very bad. Changjal confessed, the thought that the 1,000-year reputation of the Qingcheng sect might crumble in my generation is keeping me awake. Sinjim saw his appearance, frowned and said, such weak words are unlike you, sir. Then the two suddenly fell into silence. Changjal took out a letter. He handed it to Sinjim and said, read it. He hesitated and looked at the letter, wondering. What is this? Changjal continued to answer nonchalantly. It is a letter sent by the Doko Bongju a few days ago. A proposal sent by that so-called Murim scholar. Sinjim's eyes widened in surprise. He explained, I received it but didn't even touch it. I thought it was a disgrace to have to listen to a snot-nosed kid. Changjal's voice was still calm. And the rumor that he might be a spy for the demonic cult made me want to read it even less, he said, not understanding. Then why are you opening it now? Changjal said in a somber voice, I couldn't sleep, so I started thinking about the letter, and so I took it out and read it. He added, you read it too. Immediately, Sinjim opened the letter and read it. The letter read, there are two things to be careful of. First, the allied groups of the Qingcheng sect symbolize great strength, but in war, they are also highly likely to become a burden. Depending on the situation, they could worship the Qingcheng sect, or on the contrary, they could turn and bite. The way to prevent that is to call them all into the main sect. After reading the letter, Sinjim could not hide his surprise and stood with wide eyes, speechless. How can this be? That person had the same thought as me. Changjal lowered his head and said, you said so too. He was silent without a word. He asked himself, how could a lowly porter who is not even a member of the Qingcheng sect think of such a thing? His eyes narrowed and he continued in a hoarse voice. After reading that, I thought, if I had listened to you then, we would not have suffered so many sacrifices. Sinjim did not blame him and answered gently, it is in the past. I think we should focus on the second matter he mentioned now. He read the letter aloud. What you must be extremely wary of is the identity of those who enter the Qingcheng sect. You must check their identities very thoroughly, and you must not let in anyone who is even slightly suspicious. You must very carefully check who they are and make sure they are not wearing a mask. Changjal said in a stern voice, he is saying that the demonic cult could disguise themselves as an allied group and infiltrate. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Immediately, Sinjim's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. He shouted loudly, the corpses. Changjal's face also darkened as he thought worriedly. The corpses, Sinjim said loudly in surprise, the corpses being moved to Wolzong Lake. By now, the Heavenly Wolf Brigade must have already disguised themselves as those bodies. Changjal was extremely surprised and shouted, impossible. If that's true, we are in big trouble. He gritted his teeth and replied, I will go and check immediately. Like a flash of lightning, Sinjim used his lightness skill and flew straight into the air, but suddenly his whole body was attacked by something, and Sinjim let out a scream of pain, after which he fell straight to the ground. Changjal saw that and was extremely surprised, calling his name loudly. He was flustered, not knowing what to do. What happened? Why are you like this? Sinjim lay on the ground in pain, struggling to say word by word. My internal energy, Changjal asked loudly. What about your internal energy? Suddenly he too screamed loudly as if he was also affected. Changjal was frozen and could do nothing. His eyes began to turn black and his whole body was in unspeakable pain. At that time, purple veins had already appeared on Sinjim's face. He trembled and thought, how can this be? Even Master has been affected. Immediately, purple veins also appeared on Changjal's face, and it felt as if all the strength in his body was being drained. He stammered and guessed, it seems we've been hit by a poison that dissipates internal energy. Before losing consciousness, Sinjim struggled to utter his last words. We have completely fallen into their trap. Immediately after, Changjal also let out a scream and fainted. The sun rose high, shining its rays through the thick fog. At that moment, Xianmyung stood leisurely, looking at the pond. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind. You are up early, Miss Bang. It was Yu Yung. He approached gently and stood beside her. Yu spoke and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "I couldn't sleep a wink, it was so noisy all night I thought I was going to die," he complained. "That's not all. They brought breakfast to our room before the sun was up. It seems the Taoists live very diligent lives," Xianmiang immediately said. "You should be grateful. They brought us breakfast even though they were busy." Yu frowned and replied, "You are right, the food tasted terrible." Xianmiang swept her hair back and continued nonchalantly, "But the tea was delicious. The tea of the Qingcheng sect is truly as famous as its reputation." Yu looked around and commented, "It seems most of the Qingcheng disciples have gone to Wolzong Lake." He looked at her and asked, "Shouldn't we go too?" Xianmiang did not answer and just continued to walk forward. Suddenly, her steps stopped and Yu also stopped. He wondered, "Why did you suddenly stop?" From the direction of the gate, a man with white hair was approaching. Yu wondered who it was. To come here so early in the morning, was he here to enjoy the fragrance of the flowers? That shadow was none other than Unho, Qian Gwi Dogun, feared by all. He continued to approach as if nothing was wrong. The two also seemed to sense his aura and they stood still, watching him approach without suspicion. Just then, Xianmiang's eyes widened and she stammered, "Don't tell me is that really Qian Gwi Dogun Bek Unho?" His red eyes shone with majesty as if ready to sweep away any obstacle in his path. As if she couldn't believe her own eyes, Xianmiang stood stunned, at a loss for words. This aura was truly terrifying. Could it be? Seeing her standing there, mouth agape and frozen, Yu asked, "What is it? Do you know him?" Xianmiang said in a trembling voice, "Qian Gwi Dogun," she spoke, extending a hand forward. "Bek Unho is here." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu looked at him in surprise and thought to himself, "I can't believe it, so this is the legendary Qian Gwi Dogun." Unho stared intently at the two with cold eyes, and as his hair fluttered in the wind, the atmosphere grew even more tense. The three stared at each other in silence for a moment, and Yu asked again, slightly suspicious, "Is he really Qian Gwi Dogun?" He couldn't understand it. It makes no sense. Why would Qian Gwi Dogun set foot in enemy territory without a single subordinate? Xianmiang also didn't know how to explain and just said vaguely, "My intuition tells me so." Her face turned pale with fear. "I have never seen him, but just a glance made his name pop into my head. My intuition is telling me he is Qian Gwi Dogun." Unho also replied, seemingly very surprised, "It is rare for someone to recognize me without an introduction." Hearing this, the two confirmed that he was indeed Qian Gwi Dogun and were even more shocked. Yu, still in disbelief, asked, "I still can't believe it. Are you really Qian Gwi Dogun?" Unho replied with a cunning and sarcastic smile, "Sometimes you have to trust your intuition. Deep down, don't you already know whether I am Qian Gwi Dogun or not?" Immediately, Yu took a stance, and Unho continued without rushing, "I think I know you. Ice Phoenix Bong Xianmiang, am I right?" Xianmiang tensed up hearing him call her name. After speaking, Unho looked at Yu and said, "But I don't know you." Yu immediately introduced himself. "I am Peng Yu." Then he seemed to remember something. He smiled and said, "One of the 12 azure moons of the Jianghu. Rumor has it that although you look foolish on the outside, you are quite brilliant strategically. Is that true?" Yu was furious at Unho's words. He stepped forward to block Xianmiang and said angrily, "If you're so curious, I'll show you." Very quickly, Yu drew his sword and warned, "My strength is not something anyone can trifle with. If you wish to harm Miss Bong, you'll have to go over my dead body." Despite Yu's threat, Unho was not the least bit afraid and said admiringly, "Good spirit, I like it." Then Unho said in a rough voice, "But you will not be able to use that sword." Yu shouted loudly, "What do you mean? Do you think I'll fall before I even swing?" At the same time he pointed his sword tip at Unho, but before he could act, Yu's sword hand was suddenly suppressed, and soon he became unable to resist, as if all his internal energy was being drained away. Xianmiang was shocked to see this. She wondered why he was suddenly in so much pain. Then, just as had happened to Sinjim and Changjiao, purple veins appeared on his face. Yu tried to resist, but it was no use. He wondered why he couldn't move his body. But why? Unho was very pleased to see him in pain. He crossed his arms and said, "It's not a problem with your body, it's just that you can't circulate your internal energy. Can't you feel it scattering every time you try to use it?" At that moment, Xianmiang was also affected, and her body trembled uncontrollably, unable to endure any longer. This was completely unexpected. Yu also couldn't bear it any longer and let out a groan in pain. She said with difficulty, "You used poison?" Unho raised the corner of his mouth and admitted, "That's right, you've both been poisoned." The two were surprised and asked themselves, "But since when?" He crossed his arms and answered nonchalantly, "You won't die, so don't worry. This top-grade poison can only destroy your internal energy. I call it Bulsepias, an undying crippling powder." Hearing the name, both Xianmiang and Yu's eyes widened in fear. Bulsepiasin. She trembled as she recalled the effects of this poison. A poison that scatters internal energy and destroys a person's inner power. The more one tries to use it, the stronger the effect of the poison becomes. I have heard of it. A colorless, odorless, tasteless poison. So anyone can be poisoned without realizing it. The effects last for at least a day. Xianmiang wrapped her arms around herself and continued to ask herself, "What if everyone in the Qingcheng sect has been poisoned?" Unho continued, "The two of you must have drunk water or eaten food made with that water in the Qingcheng sect today." Xianmiang was stunned. "Then that means everyone in the Qingcheng sect has been poisoned." He answered nonchalantly, "Probably. Most of them would have had breakfast or tea in the early morning before going to the memorial service. Unho couldn't hide his joy and smiled cunningly. Wolzong Lake must be dyed in blood today. At that moment the two could barely take care of themselves, let alone anyone else. From a distance, screams began to echo throughout the mountain. A very fierce battle was taking place there between the Qingcheng sect and the demonic cult. The demonic cult could be seen to have the upper hand. Teetering continued to cut and kill without mercy. One by one people bled under the blades of the demonic cult. They were very skilled and cruel and no one could escape. When Teetering swung his sword hard, a life ended with a single strike. The demonic cult was very strong and Qingcheng was no match for them. One person coughed up blood and died before he could even draw his sword, and the rest could not escape disaster either. Yu shouted in despair, "You despicable bastard." Unho's face hardened as he said, "Calling me despicable? I've heard that too many times. What does being despicable have to do with battle?" he asked in a rough voice. "What about the Tang Men?" Then Unho approached the two and said, "Those bastards created a poison called Muyongdok formless poison which can kill a person in the blink of an eye. You get poisoned without even knowing it." The two were shocked by this information. He walked past them and continued, "Bullsapyesin is nothing compared to that poison. Of course, if I had that poison, I would have used it." Yu turned his head and said loudly, "It would be better to use that poison. It's better to die instantly than to helplessly watch my internal energy scatter and be torn apart." Unho sneered. "You grew up sheltered. It seems you think war is a duel with set rules." He leapt onto the roof and continued, "Of course, thanks to your naivety, I've gotten many opportunities. And do you think using poison is an easy task?" His foot stomped hard on a roof tile. Unho looked at Yu. "To do that, you have to infiltrate the orthodox sects where there are countless Taoists and prepare many things." Xianmiang and Yu were furious, but they could do nothing to him. Unho added, "Not only that, you have to consider all possible situations and solutions and then modify those plans according to the current situation." Then he flew away. Unho rushed straight to the main castle and said, "Just one tiny mistake will cause the plan to fail." 2 guards were guarding the castle gate in front of him. Unho cut them down without hesitation in a single strike and blood splattered everywhere. Blood dripped from his sword. With a majestic posture he walked inside step by step without any hindrance. The two could only stare with wide eyes as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. After finishing, Unho sheathed his sword and continued, "I only have one chance. If I fail this time, I will have to offer my head to the elders of the sect." He approached Xianmiang and Yu and asked, "So what about you?" Unho approached step by step nonchalantly. "You must have boasted about how smart you are, guaranteeing you would help other sects win without using despicable methods. That is precisely why I intend to spare your lives." Yu glared at him with his eyes. He was furious. Xianmiang, as if unable to bear it any longer, turned pale without a trace of blood in her face. An overwhelming aura emanated from Unho's entire body. He said in a rough voice, "Especially you, the official military strategist of the Murim Alliance, Ice Phoenix Bong Xianmiang." Xianmiang was startled and flustered to hear him call her name. Unho looked at her with excitement. "I will be very happy if you live a long, long life in that position in the Murim Alliance," he continued. "Because if you are in that position, it seems everything will go my way." Understanding Unho's intention, Xianmiang was terrified, and Yu, unable to hold back any longer, gripped his sword tightly. His eyes burned with anger, showing that his patience had reached its limit. Without hesitation, Yu swung his sword and rushed at Unho, cursing loudly. "Shut up, stop the sarcasm and just kill us." As expected, Unho punched him in the face with just one hand. The punch was so fast and strong that Yu had no time to dodge and was hit, coughing up blood. He fell to the ground. Unho looked at him contemptuously and said, "How dare you act so rashly when you can't even gather a sliver of internal energy? It seems I have overestimated your intelligence." Humiliatingly mocked, Yu had now lost all his strength and could only lie there groaning, unable to move. Xianmiang also couldn't act rashly and could only watch. Unho stomped hard on Yu's face and opened his mouth. "The reason I'm sparing your insignificant life is for a completely different reason than that wench." He extended his hand and continued, "I need someone to deliver a message to Qian Yu." After speaking, Unho glanced at Xianmiang, and she was startled. He sneered, "That wench seems to be of no use." Unho's foot was still pressing hard on the wound on Yu's face, and he groaned in pain. Unho reminded him, "Tell him, I am reconsidering the offer I made last time," he said in a cold voice. "If he embraces the same ideals as I do, he will no longer be second in this world. He will stand at the pinnacle of the world with me." Beck Unho. Xianmiang broke into a cold sweat and dared not even breathe loudly, merely widening her eyes in shock at his words. Unho continued, "But if he refuses this offer again," he said in a rough voice, "he had better become the best in his own world. Tell him to climb as fast as possible, step on the heads of the Murim Alliance's worthless military strategists, reclaim the highest authority in the Murim Alliance, and then challenge me." She heard his words clearly, word for word, and had a look of complete incomprehension. Suddenly, Unho said, as if confessing, "Tell him, there are countless people in this world, but only he is worthy to stand by my side. Perhaps our fate was decided from the moment we first met on that battlefield. I had forgotten him for a long time, but the moment we met again, his image flashed through my mind like lightning across the sky." After speaking, he immediately turned to Xianmiang and shouted loudly, "Relay every single word I just said without leaving anything out." Her eyes darkened, and she obeyed. dawn broke, birds flew in all directions, and the morning sun shone on the whole world. A person walking with light steps was Ga Yin. She was on her way somewhere, but suddenly she stopped and said, "How annoying! If they were going to Chincheng, they should have taken me too. How could they leave me behind alone?" Ga Yin continued walking and said, "I was so curious about what was happening that I couldn't even sleep." Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she looked around. Ga Yin wondered, "That's strange. Why do I think I hear something?" The sunlight shone on the quiet ground. Without hesitation, she put her ear to the road and listened. Ga Yin's eyes shone with joy as she exclaimed, "Judging by the vibration of the ground, it seems to be a carriage." She hurried to the gate, and Ga Yin, extremely excited, kept muttering as she waited for the gate to open, "Who could it be? It would be great if it's him." As she expected, a carriage was rushing toward them. The driver, Unho, shouted loudly, "It's military strategist Yuan's carriage, open the gates." Ga Yin was slightly flustered and asked herself, "Military strategist Yuan?" Immediately she threw open the gates and welcomed them loudly. "The heroes of the Murim have truly arrived." Unho continued to whip the horses, rushing quickly toward the gate. The carriage flew so fast that he couldn't stop in time and passed through the gate into the courtyard, the horses neighing loudly. Solri, sitting inside the carriage, scolded loudly, "Unho, you should have slowed down when we arrived. Do you know how many times military strategist Yuan bumped his head?" He just scratched his head and teased, "Then you should have held him tight, young lady." She came out angrily and replied, "Do you think I had time for that? My hair is full of dust." Ga Yin ran out and saw Solri getting out of the carriage. She called out happily in a loud voice, "Sister Solri." Immediately, Ga Yin ran to Solri. Solri smiled brightly and said, "It's been a long time, Ga Yin." Ga Yin also couldn't hide her emotions and said, "Sister, do you know it's been a whole year since we last met? I've waited for you for so long, sister." But then she pointed behind Solri and said, "No, actually, I was waiting for him. Our sisterly bond is so cold." From the carriage, Yuan was slowly getting out. Ga Yin approached him and asked nonstop, "You're military strategist Yuan, right?" "I am Ga Yin, a disciple of the Huashan sect's outer gate." Seeing her approach like that, Yuan answered a little awkwardly, "I know." Although they had just met, Ga Yin talked as if she had known him for a long time. She pointed at him in admiration and said, "Your voices?" Ga Yin approached, brought her face close to his and said, "I've never heard such a wonderful voice in my entire life," Solri replied indifferently. "I suppose so. It's not just pleasant to the ear, it's a rare voice that makes people believe whatever is said." Ga Yin revealed her inner thoughts without the slightest hesitation. "Sister Solri, he's totally my type." Both of them were taken aback by her words. She declared with sparkling innocent eyes, "Starting today, I'm making him mine." Immediately, Solri pushed her away and chided her. "Hey, do you think he's an object you can just claim?" Suddenly, Unho shouted, "The Doko clan leader is here." 3 men were approaching from behind. Doko Moying, who was in the center, spoke in greeting. "Military strategist Yuan, welcome. You're finally here. We've been waiting a long time." It was a refreshing, cool morning. The early sunlight filtered through the leaves and reflected on the waterfall, creating a truly dreamlike scene. Everyone gathered in the pavilion by the waterfall to talk. Yuan spoke first, asking, "How is everyone's health?" Chugwang bowed his head and replied, "There is no need to worry." Unbi also smiled slightly and said, "We have almost fully recovered. We've been recuperating for a long time." Moying looked at Yuan with concern and asked, "We are more worried about you. Seeing your pale face, you must have gone through a lot recently. Are you all right?" Yuan replied politely, "It's bearable, so please don't worry too much." Hearing his words, he also felt somewhat relieved. "That's a relief. Everyone here was worried after hearing the news from Peng Un." As if he had just remembered something, Yuan asked curiously, "By the way, where is Peng Un?" Moying explained calmly, "He went out to carry out your instructions. He has been incredibly busy since he arrived." Then he added, "But did you really order him to do all those things? He was doing dozens of things that were completely incomprehensible." Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "In that case, he is doing exactly as I instructed." The people there were confused by his words and thought to themselves, "That makes it even more confusing. What on earth is military strategist Yuan planning?" Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from somewhere. Countless soldiers were rushing to prepare to head somewhere. What was about to happen? The warm sunlight was still shining on the Doko clan's residence. The leader of the Murim Alliance's White Tiger Brigade, Wolf King Bang Yachal, appeared leading his troops. They stood before the gates of the Doko clan and shouted loudly, "Open the gates of Jeomhyang up. We are the White Tiger Brigade of the Murim Alliance." Moying, Chugwang, and Unbi were immediately on guard when they heard they had arrived. "The Wolf King is here." Just then, a servant ran up to report, "The Wolf King wishes to see the clan leader. He requested that the clan leader come alone if it pleases him." Moying thought grimly, "Why has the Wolf King suddenly come to Jeomhyang up?" Chugwang and Unbi exchanged a silent glance, and Moying also had his suspicions. He stared intently at Yuan and guessed to himself, "It's likely related to military strategist Yuan." He ordered the servant to respectfully guide the Wolf King in. The servant bowed politely and obeyed the command. Solri said in a gentle voice, "Did the Alliance send the White Tiger Brigade? If so, they'll be a great help to us." Ga Yin added, "There are a total of 4 brigades in the Murim Alliance: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. The White Tiger Brigade is the strongest among them," she continued to explain, "and the White Tiger Brigade is the complete opposite of the Black Tortoise Brigade. The Black Tortoise Society is a gathering of the next heads of prestigious Orthodox sects, while the White Tiger Brigade recruits outstanding warriors from all over the land. I've heard that all its members are as tough and agile as wolves and tigers roaming the forests, and their leader, the Wolf King, Yuan, was listening to her intently when Solri suddenly cut her off. That's enough. Military strategist Qian probably already knows all of this, but Mo Ying said, still it would be best to explain it again. He isn't familiar with the internal affairs of the Murim alliance, he spoke in a low voice. The Wolf King was originally a lone warrior, but he is not only highly educated but also a strategist. He is known to have a special relationship with the great strategist Zhuge Qian. Mo Ying emphasized in a stern voice, for such a man to suddenly appear it is highly likely because of military strategist Qian, he said looking at him, and Yuan quickly caught on replying, then one of his missions must be to watch me. Everyone was slightly surprised by his words. Suddenly the Wolf King appeared quietly from behind. Chugwang noticed and immediately announced the Wolf King is here. Yachel walked in calmly as if nothing was wrong. Yuan watched him with guarded eyes. Mo Ying quickly stood and cupped his hands in a polite greeting. Wolf King, welcome. It has been a long time. Yachel returned the gesture. It has been a long time, Doko clan leader. Then he turned to everyone and said with a smile, it's been a long time everyone. Chugwang and Unbi also cupped their hands. Greetings. You must be weary from your long journey. Suddenly Yachel turned to Yuan and stared at him intently. He furrowed his brow and asked, are you the Murim scholar that everyone's been talking about? Yuan looked at him but did not answer. Mo Ying then spoke up, Yuan, pay your respects. This is Wolf King Yachol, leader of the Murim Alliance's White Tiger Brigade. Yuan stiffened and cupped his hands. I am Qian Yuyang. Yachol continued to stare at him with a displeased expression. Mo Ying spoke. Solri, bring another chair for the Wolf King. She replied brightly. Yes. Then Solri quickly pushed Ga Yian away from Yuyang and stood closer to him herself. Ga Yian was furious but could do nothing. Everyone sat at the round table again. Ga Yian and Solri stood and watched. Yachol spoke first. First, I will convey the Alliance leader's order. He glanced at Yuyang and said, by order of the Alliance leader, the Murim scholar Qian Yuyang is to become one of the 4 military strategists of the Chengyi Higuan. The White Tiger Brigade will be placed under the command of the new strategist and will be tasked with his protection, becoming the new strategist's subordinate unit. His words were like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, including Yuyang. He asked himself, one of the 4 military strategists of the Chengyi Higuan? He couldn't help but worry. This is completely unexpected. At that moment, Mo Ying asked, the Chengyi Higuan is composed of the great strategist, the left strategist of the Murim Alliance, the right strategist of the Murim Alliance, and the 4th strategist. Are you saying the position of the 4th strategist has already been filled? Yachol replied in a low voice. It appears so upon the strong recommendation of the great strategist. Mo Ying replied, then it must have also been the great strategist who ordered the White Tiger Brigade to be placed under his command under the guise of protecting military strategist Qian, Yachol affirmed. That is correct. Hearing this, Mo Ying thought to himself, so the surveillance is also part of the plan. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in surprise. Mo Ying thought, just as I suspected, a great strategist believed Qian Yuyang was a spy for the demonic cult. He was lost in his own thoughts. Thinking of Zhuge Qian, Mo Ying hypothesized his closest ally. The leader of the White Tiger Brigade has been assigned to watch over Qian Yuyang. Then Yachol continued, furthermore, the alliance leader has delegated full authority to the Doko clan leader and ordered Master Nang, the 4th strategist, the right strategist and the left strategist to cooperate. Silence fell again as everyone made their own calculations. Only Solri was very happy, saying, military strategist Qian has finally become a member of our family. Ga Yian chimed in. You're not his family yet, sister. If anyone heard you, they'd think you two were father and daughter. Solri blushed and retorted, that's not the kind of family I was talking about. Ga Yian retorted sarcastically, not backing down. Still, anyone who hears it will misunderstand. Solri was furious but could only curse inwardly without saying a word. That brat. Suddenly Yuying spoke up. Where's the right strategist now? Mo Ying answered calmly. She waited for you for a while, then left for the Qingcheng sect not long after. Yachol asked again. So you're saying the right strategist is at the Qingcheng sect now? Immediately Mo Ying confirmed. That's right. She went to Qingcheng to assess the situation and see if she could help. But we haven't heard anything from her since, he said in a worried voice. No messenger pigeons have traveled between Qingcheng and here recently. That's the only way we can communicate, so this is strange, Yuying said in a cold voice. There are 2 reasons why there's no news, he continued. Either there is no reason to send it, or they are unable to. Hearing this, Yachol's face darkened and he said, if there's no reason to send news, it means there has been no change in the situation. If they're unable to, it means no one is left alive to deliver it. He turned and asked him, military strategist Qian, which do you think it is? Mo Ying, Chugwang, and Unbi all waited tensely for his answer. After a moment, Yuying looked at them all with a sharp gaze and replied, the latter. Everyone's expression hardened as they were lost in thought. The latter. Does that mean disaster has befallen the Qingcheng sect? Just then, a fog began to settle around the pavilion where they were all talking. Yachol asked curiously, why did you come to that conclusion? Yuying remained silent and said nothing. He was lost in thought. Seeing this, Solri spoke up, Military strategist Qian felt a sense of foreboding and ordered our return, saying that Qingcheng was in danger, she continued to explain. As soon as we arrived, we tried to find out about the Qingcheng sect, but we were only told that nothing was out of the ordinary. Since the right strategist of the Murim alliance is there, shouldn't we feel reassured? Yuan asked in a quiet voice. What kind of person is the right strategist? Solri was a little surprised by his question. Ga Yian opened her mouth to answer. There isn't anyone who doesn't know Bong Xian Miang, the right strategist of the alliance, the heavenly phoenix with piercing wisdom. First of all, they say she possesses the greatest beauty and hair in the world, she explained, grabbing her hair as she spoke. She leaves a deep impression with just one look. She's also someone who can see several moves ahead before others even act, Yuan replied. It is precisely because the right strategist is such a person that it is more dangerous, he said in a low voice. The Qingcheng sect has likely been annihilated. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yuan's conjecture. Solri reminded him with a tremor in her voice. Annihilated? Do you know what you're saying? He lowered his head and continued. If the right strategist is such an outstanding person, Yuan crossed his arms and analyzed, if I were her, I wouldn't listen to advice from someone of such a lowly background. Rather, I would try to find flaws and errors in the advice of someone who challenges my position. And I would find a way to act contrary to my suggestions. He said this with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Moying, Chugwang and Unbi looked at each other as if they had realized something, and Yachul agreed. Those who take pride in their own excellence sometimes commit such mistakes. Yu blamed himself. I think I shouldn't have gotten involved, he continued to reason. The right strategist is an outstanding person. She should have approached the situation without any preconceived judgments from the start to find the correct solution. A vein bulged on Yachul's face as he asked, Is that what that bastard wants? Everyone fell silent for a moment, as if trying to digest the information they had just heard. After a moment, Moying raised his voice to question him. Wolf King, what do you mean by that? Now all eyes were on Yu. He spoke coldly. This is what you're thinking, isn't it? Without any hesitation, he voiced the thoughts of those sitting there. That I intentionally analyzed the right strategist of the Murim Alliance's personality to predict her course of action. Isn't that so? No one answered his question. Yachul had been watching him with suspicious eyes from the start. Yuan continued, If you suspect me of being a spy for the demonic cult, that too would be a logical conclusion. Everyone was greatly surprised by his words. Yuan spoke clearly and without reservation. To hold the position of fourth strategist, facing such suspicions is part of my duty, he admitted confidently. It is a position of great responsibility. I cannot afford to neglect urgent matters out of fear of suspicion. Moying immediately refuted him. Military strategist Qian, you're getting ahead of yourself. Are you saying the enemy is using our nature to drive us to our deaths? Moying raised his voice, admonishing Yuan. The alliance bestowing the title of fourth strategist upon you is tantamount to placing the power of our life and death in your hands. He shouted angrily, Tell me, are you saying that if we reveal our nature we will become the sacrifices in this battle? To this question Yuan lowered his head and could not say a word. Solri was also silent. She did not know how to handle the question. Chugwang and Unbi continued to look at Yuan with cold expressions. After thinking for a moment he closed his eyes and said in a quiet voice, I apologize. My thoughts jumped too far ahead, as he humbled himself and admitted it. Yachul did not seem to mind. Finally he spoke up. I too apologize for my slip of the tongue. That was not my intention. Ga Yian watched everything from the outside and commented to herself. Why say it just to apologize? I feel hurt just listening from the sidelines. Yuan's face also darkened, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a long discussion, it was already noon. One person spoke up. The sun is high in the sky. Let's conclude the introductions for now, take a break and resume our meeting later. After that, everyone dispersed to rest. On the way, Solri walked beside Yuan. She turned to him as if to say something, then finally asked, What are you thinking so deeply about? Yuan replied gloomily. 150 years ago, the relationship between the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect was like water and fire, Yuan said calmly. Solri replied, That's right, but not anymore. After many twists and turns, their relationship finally eased, Yuan continued. They stopped fighting when the Tang Men created the Muyangdak. After the Tang Men captured a Qingcheng disciple who had trespassed on their territory, the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect came to an agreement. But if their relationship was like water and fire, why did the Tang Men forgive the Qingcheng sect? Yuan wondered. Solri said, slightly disappointed, You're only realizing that now. It's very strange. Besides, at that time the Tang Men was not under pressure from the demonic cult, and its position was very solid. His eyes looked into the distance as he said calmly, They didn't need to cut down people one by one with a sword. They already had a powerful weapon in their hands back then. In that case, the first thing they should have done would have been to eliminate the Qingcheng sect, which was a thorn in their side, and expand their sect. The reason they did not do so was because the Tang Men and the heavenly demon Blade Lord had promised victory. The next morning, Moying and Solri were walking together around the pond at the mansion. Solri opened her mouth and asked, Is the Orthodox sect really suspicious of military strategist Qian as a spy? The only one who suspects him is the great strategist. Moying answered calmly, I don't know the exact reason, but the great strategist must have his own calculations. Zhuge Qian is the kind of person who would ask himself why the sun rises in the sky. If you think about it, there are indeed many suspicious things about military strategist Qian. The timing of his appearance was very unusual, Solri answered. From that perspective that might be so, but we all came to know through experiencing so many things together. It was fate that Master Yuan met us and saved Sichuan. As she finished speaking, a thoughtful expression crossed her face for a moment. Mo Ying said, just as I thought, since our thoughts are the same we must be more firm on this matter. From now on, military strategist Yuan will be caught up in numerous suspicions and jealousies. Human weaknesses are endless. So one day we might be blinded by rumors and lose our faith in him, Solri agreed. You are right, father. No matter how strong a belief is, it can crumble like a sandcastle. And when that time comes, Master Yuan will be lonelier than ever. If only he had trustworthy colleagues around him, no disappointment could hurt him. That's why I'm always trying. No matter what happens, I will never lose my faith in Master Yuan. Mo Ying asked Solri, have you eaten? Solri answered quickly, yes, I ate with Master Yuan. I didn't have much of an appetite, but he kept trying to feed me. Mo Ying smiled with satisfaction at those words and said loudly, you have to eat to recover quickly. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, let's go, let's start the meeting. He left decisively, left behind. Solri looked at him awkwardly, then quickly followed behind him. She thought to herself as she walked, my wounds will heal with time. I am worried about Master Yuan's mental state. Master Yuan has been through too much in a short period of time. He doesn't say anything, but I can feel how confused and exhausted he is on the inside. She asked herself, can I be a helpful colleague to Master Yuan? I want to share even the smallest burden with him. I don't know what kind of person I am to Master Yuan, whether I am an important person or nothing at all. At the same time, in the rugged mountains, Unho shouted loudly and leapt high from below. He looked intently at a point in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword and continued to cut at the mountain in front of him. In an instant, the mountain in front of him was shattered to pieces by Unho. After that, he leapt high again and headed for a rock on the side. Little by little, his feet touched that rock. The next moment, Unho calmly thrust his sword into the ground with a fierce momentum, finishing his training. As Unho was looking ahead, Teerang quietly approached him from behind. He reported in a cold voice, everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Unho turned his head and asked, what about the Tang Men? That mission must not fail. If it succeeds, immediately send a letter to the Sichuan branch. Hearing Unho's order, Teerang immediately cupped his hands and shouted, understood, Commander, he added curiously, but when will you go to the Tang Men? Hearing that, Unho looked up at the sky and answered, who knows? Teerang thought to himself with worry. That expression, it's as if that journey is not important to him at all. Unho continued, I am thinking of staying here for a while and looking around the nearby villages. Teerang, do you know why I came to the land of Sichuan after leaving seclusion and rejecting the cult leader's offer of a legion? Teerang answered quickly, is it not because of public opinion? Unho said without refuting, that's right, that is the reason. My past failures were because I could not win the hearts of the people. And if we repeat history, the final result will not change. Teerang opened his mouth. The Qingcheng Taoists you spared are spreading good words about you in the villages at the foot of the mountain. Unho smiled slightly and said, then I must make sure of it. With a sharp gaze he added, it is time to shed the old reputation of the demonic cult, and the two of them walked forward together. Noon at the mansion, the sun was already high in the sky. Light clouds floated sparsely, and sunlight shone on every part of the courtyard at that time in the room. Everyone was sitting seriously and holding a meeting. Mo Ying spoke first. In short, it is already too late to support the Qingcheng sect, so we must focus our attention on the Tang Men. Is that correct? Yuan explained. That is right. If we divide our entire army into two places, the risk will be greater. Mo Ying answered, I understand. We must choose and concentrate our military power on one side. We should focus on the Tang Men rather than worrying about Qingcheng, which is on the verge of collapse. Wolf King was puzzled. Isn't choosing Qingcheng more reasonable? At this question, the meeting hall fell silent for a moment. He continued, I believe that choosing one side based only on possibilities is not enough. We must also consider which side needs more support. In that situation, shouldn't we choose Qingcheng instead of the Tang Men? Even without our help, the Tang Men will be able to defend itself without any difficulty. In the 1,000-year history of the Murim, no sect or family has surpassed the Tang Men. Even if they are not poisoned, the demonic cult will not be able to attack the Tang Men easily. The lives of hundreds of people depend on your choice. Although you said the Qingcheng sect might have been annihilated at this point, there is nothing to be sure of, so let's focus on Qingcheng, which desperately needs us, rather than sending reinforcements to the Tang Men, which does not need our help. That is the way to not leave a stain on history. Hearing these words, the people fell silent again. A choice that determines the life and death of countless people. Can military strategist Yuan make a decision after hearing such confusing words? Damn it, this situation is really difficult, he thought for a moment, then said. Whatever choice we make, we will leave a stain and have to live the rest of our lives in regret. Because if we choose one side, the other side must be sacrificed, the other person continued. I said the Tang Men does not need support. Yuan explained, everyone will think that the Tang Men does not need help. On the other hand, the Qingcheng sect is facing the pursuit of the demonic cult and is desperately waiting for help. Thinking about it that way, there really is no other way. I will send the army to the Tang Men, and we must dispatch them as soon as possible, so please relay the order immediately. Doko Mo Ying frowned and was lost in thought for a moment, not speaking. The other person reminded him once more, "You will regret it. It is not too late, so you should change your mind." This place fell silent again. Doko Moying finally opened his mouth. "Wolf King, I am the leader of the Sichuan support army, so I am the one who makes the final decision. And I am here to help military strategist Qian fulfill his responsibilities. Furthermore, I want to follow military strategist Qian's advice, even if it means leaving a stain on history." Qian Yuan's face became very dark. Afternoon at the mansion, the sun was slowly setting. Everyone was lined up in front of the mansion gate. One person's voice echoed, "What? Brother Yuan is here?" Peng An approached and asked the people there, "Where's my brother?" One of the Doko clan's disciples quickly answered, "He is in the rear court with the clan leader. The clan leader said that when you return, you should go to him immediately." Peng An was delighted to hear that and ran, not forgetting to shout loudly, "I'm here, thank you." At this time in the rear court, Moying was infusing Yuan with his energy. As a large amount of energy entered his body, Yuan's face involuntarily grimaced slightly. While the two were transferring energy, Solri and Gao Yin stood opposite and watched. Solri asked Gao Yin, "You're marching with us this time, right?" Gao Yin answered, "Of course." But Solri continued to ask, "Then why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to prepare for departure?" Gao Yin hurriedly explained, "What more preparation do I need? A single sword is enough. I will help Master Qian by even an inch. From now on I will stick to Master Qian's side and not leave." Hearing this from Gao Yin, Solri could not hold back her anger and thought to herself, "But an inch, how annoying." Moying sensed something and narrowed his eyes. He saw Yuan starting to sweat and withdrew his hands, temporarily stopping the energy transfer. He reminded him, "Your external and internal injuries are quite serious, so you must rest for a very long time to fully recover." Solri, who was standing beside him, approached and said, "My brother is too worried about the situation of the Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect. The problem is that he has to march in this condition." Yuan heard her words and quietly said nothing. Moying, who was beside him, opened his mouth to explain, "But since you have not yet learned internal arts, a single Soqianden will be enough to restore your body and energy. You will see the effects very quickly." Yuan immediately waved his hand and said, "I cannot eat something so precious." Seeing him hesitate, Solri, who was beside him, took out a Soqianden from a box and said, "Right now there is no one who needs this pill more than you, brother." Master Qian, she brought the medicine closer. She warned in a stern voice, "Stop the useless talk and open your mouth, quickly." Yuan saw that she was firm and opened his mouth slightly, seeing the opportunity. Immediately Solri shot the medicine into Yuan's mouth and instructed, "Melt it with your saliva and swallow it slowly." Gao Yin, who was behind them, shouted loudly, "Don't melt it, just swallow it." Then Yuan immediately swallowed the medicine in his mouth. Gao Yin was excited that he did so and praised him loudly. "Good job, don't let it melt on your tongue. It's so bitter you'll faint." Solri also muttered, "Right, the energy of the Soqianden cannot be fused with internal power, so it's better to just swallow it." Moying stood up and did not forget to add, "Besides, the energy of that pill will be helpful in cultivating internal arts in the future. There is still time before we depart, so get some rest," Yuan said in a low voice. "Before that, there are a few things I would like to tell you about this journey." At these words, Moying, who was about to leave, turned to him with a face full of surprise. He asked with concern, "Right now, if you want to discuss the details of the countermeasures, wouldn't it be better to mention them directly in the meeting?" Yuan answered, "I am afraid that the meeting will become too long if I do that. There is not enough time to gather and debate positive and negative opinions. I will report to the Wolf King separately later." "Please do not repeat my words to Master Han and Commander Nong," Moying answered. "Understood, but the medicine's effect has to spread, so let's talk while you are lying down." Yuan slowly lay down and said, "Let's do that." Gao Yin hesitated and asked, Is it all right for us to listen?" Yuan answered, "It's all right." So Moying sat on a chair, Yuan lay on the bed, and Solri and Gao Yin stood on one side of the room. Yuan began to speak. "What I want to talk about now is about the Tang Men. The Tang Men may not be as strong as is known to the world." Moying heard his words and doubted inwardly, what is he suddenly talking about? After a while, dusk slowly illuminated the whole world. A person's voice echoed loudly in the rear court. "You're back?" Peng An approached and said with a smile, "Yes. Everyone returned while I was away." He asked Qianhu, "Where is brother Yuan?" Qianhu answered, "The clan leader is checking on Master Qian's condition. It's been a long time since they went in, so Master Qian must be very sick." As soon as he finished speaking, Moying walked out from the rear court. Peng An, with eyes shining like stars, shouted loudly, "He's out!" He excitedly approached Moying's side and boasted, "I'm back, clan leader." Moying laughed loudly and asked, "Well done, welcome back. Did you take care of everything?" Peng An answered boldly, "It was a little difficult, but there was nothing that could stop me." Moying praised him, "Well done, go and get some rest." Meanwhile, inside the room in the rear court, Solri glanced at the person beside her. She was witnessing Gao Yin lean her body slightly and get very close to Yuan. Peng An, who was beside her, was slightly surprised and asked with curiosity, "Why is that child taking care of brother Yuan? Is my brother really that sick?" Solri was slightly annoyed. She answered with resentment, "He's much better than before. That child heard Master Qian discussing future strategies, said that my brother was too perfect to be human, and has been staring at him intently ever since." Peng An said softly, "I see." Qianhu also added, "Everyone thinks that at first, so it's a normal thing." Gao Yin said in surprise, "No matter how I look at him, he's human." "Then from where in his head does that person pull out such high-level thoughts?" "Solri, that man is so cool. I thought so from the moment I first met him, and it seems we're destined to be love rivals in this life. Yian's words made Solri blush in surprise. Unho saw this and teased, "This is going to be a headache from now on." Solri said, "It's fine, I'll think of it as practice. It's not like only 1 or 2 women will be drawn to military strategist Yuan, so I can't stay down forever." Peng pushed Yian aside and said, "If you're done checking him out, move aside." He sat calmly in a chair and called out, "Brother, I'm back." Yuan praised him. "Well done." Peng smiled and said, "Don't even mention it, brother. Your missions are truly difficult." Yuan asked about the situation. Peng answered, "Most of it is done, but there's some difficulty with the Beijing opera troupe." Everyone stood there lost in thought. "The Beijing opera troupe," Peng continued. "I tried to persuade them to follow our plan, but a few are still afraid and haven't made a decision." Yuan sighed and said, "I understand. Their lives are on the line, so it's only natural for them to hesitate." Peng added, "But some of them were very passionate, saying they could devote their entire lives to this role." Yuan replied in a cold voice, "We'll have to hope their passion can lift the spirits of those who are afraid." The next day, sunlight slowly emerged from behind a majestic mountain range. In a forest, a group was moving, carrying a wooden palanquin. They continued forward. Surrounding the moving group were guards who had been positioned in ambush to prepare for the worst. Even those beside the palanquin were top-tier warriors, and the one leading the palanquin on horseback was none other than Unho. Inside the palanquin, Yian suddenly spoke. "Sitting like this feels a bit strange. It doesn't feel like we're running away." Hearing this, Solri, who was sitting next to her, retorted irritably, "What do you mean the 4 of us are running away?" Yian replied, "That's what I mean. The seating arrangement feels wrong." Solri suddenly stood up and ordered, "Fine, let's switch seats." Seeing this, Yian hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant." Peng cut in to remind her, "Be careful what you say in front of Miss Solri. She is not someone to be trifled with." Yian suddenly said, "The army is divided into 3 groups, so shouldn't there be at least 1 master warrior here? It's just the vanguard of the White Tiger Brigade and us." "Is this really okay?" Yuan explained. "The actors from the Beijing opera troupe in the rear palanquin are unlikely to step up and fight if there's trouble. Having too much manpower here would do more harm than good." Yian was puzzled. "I don't get it. According to the plan, aren't we the ones going to the Tang Men?" "Why?" Yuan replied, "What we need now is strategy, not strength. If our unit runs into trouble, we can join the other units." Yian immediately retorted, "Trouble? Do you have any idea how reckless this is?" Hearing this, Solri quickly stopped her. "Don't shout like that. Whatever your plan is, who in this world is more shameless and cunning than you? I'm sure you'll define." Yian thought to herself. "What is this feeling? It sounds like a compliment, but why does it feel like she's being sarcastic?" Then Solri turned to Yuan with curiosity and asked, "Is that also the reason you assigned the vanguard of the White Tiger Brigade to go with us instead of the masters of the orthodox sects?" At that moment, the men of the White Tiger Brigade were all masked and moving silently. Yuan answered, "That is correct. It is because they must act decisively, no matter what happens." Peng was puzzled. "They should be enough. They are all experienced, but will those Beijing opera troupe actors be all right? If they give up at the last moment, our plan will be completely ruined." Yuan looked out with a thoughtful expression and said, "On that point, we have no choice but to trust their professionalism." The 4 of them fell silent for a moment, saying nothing. Then Yuan spoke up, "In any case, you did well. These tasks couldn't have been easy." Peng frowned and said, "I had to persuade them for days and even had to threaten them. Since you told me not to regret my decision because of the secret, brother, I also showed them a few moves with a threatening aura." Yuan said in a cold voice, "The reason they agreed was not because of your threats, but because your desperation moved them." Peng was pleased and thought to himself, "My heart moved them." With an emotion hard to put into words, he scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Then I guess my sincerity got through." Solri asked, "By the way, how did you restore the demonic cult's attire?" Peng smiled slightly and said, "My memory isn't bad. There was a tailor among the troupe's actors. I asked him to make clothes exactly like the ones I wore before." Then Yuan took a pouch from his bosom and exclaimed loudly, "That is what I admire the most." Seeing it, Peng and Yian were both startled and shouted, "Be careful, my goodness." Peng looked at Yian, who had turned pale with a puzzled expression. He asked her curiously, "Didn't you say you were brave? Why are you so scared just by looking at it?" She blushed and explained in embarrassment, "What? That was an act." Peng asked back in surprise. "Act?" Yian replied. "Of course, I knew full well that what was inside was fake, so how could I be surprised? Don't you know the saying that to deceive others you must first deceive yourself? If I had stood there blankly like Solri, who would have believed me?" Seeing that she was being compared, Solri stuck out her tongue and teased, Right, you're the most talented one. Why don't you take this opportunity to debut as an actress?" Yian worriedly thought to herself, "What is this feeling? Why does it feel like Solri has been mocking me this whole time?" At that moment, as Yuan opened the pouch, Solri turned to him and asked, "What is it made of?" Peng sitting opposite her, answered, "It's a glass called sakping. I stumbled upon it while searching for a colorless, odorless and tasteless powder. It's a very precious item imported from Persia. Don't even get me started, it was a huge pain to grind that powder." Yuan offered a word of praise to Peng. "I never thought it would be possible, but you are truly meticulous. You far exceeded my expectations." But Peng said, "However, these tasks were too much to do alone. If the elders of the Doko clan had all helped, we could have saved time." Yuan retorted, "If we had done that, the demonic cult would have found out about our plan. The eyes and ears of the demonic cult are scattered all over this land." Peng thought with a serious face, "The eyes and ears of the demonic cult. I didn't hold his hand back then, but it feels as if our hands have been stuck together ever since, inseparable. Yuan stared at him intently for a moment, then smiled slightly and agreed, I think so too. Ever since you took my hand, I've always felt at ease when I see you. I don't know why, but when you're by my side, I feel like I won't die. As Yuan finished speaking, the atmosphere between him and Peng Un grew more and more subtle, and Ga Yin and Solri watched the two with some confusion. Then Ga Yin said angrily to Peng Un, I feel like I'll have to fight you too, not just Solri. Peng Un answered with no change in expression. You'd better add another person to your list, Ga Yin asked him in surprise. There's someone else? Who is it? Is she pretty? Peng Un answered. Qian Gwi Dogun, Baek Unho. Ga Yin immediately said loudly, What are you talking about? She said with a bewildered expression. Stop joking, how could I fight someone so scary? But Peng Un said, Because he is the one most obsessed with Yuan. Yuan's face instantly darkened. Time passed and the sun, which had been faintly visible behind the grand mountain range, was now hiding behind it. At that time, a group of people was rushing forward with great momentum. Among them, one man leading the group stood out. It was none other than Ya Chal. Leading his troops forward, the army moved in an orderly fashion behind him. As Ya Chal leapt high into the air, the sound of majestic footsteps echoed behind him. Ya Chal's army also leapt high with him. In an instant they had all landed safely on the trees. Everyone stood tall there, their gazes fixed on the mansion in the distance. Following Ya Chal's line of sight, he asked, Is this Tang Men town? A subordinate immediately replied, Yes, it seems nothing has happened yet. But Ya Chal's gaze turned cold. He looked down coolly and said, No, it has already begun. Meanwhile, on the other side, a person was standing on a rock observing everything. He was a subordinate of Baek Unho. Before his eyes, Tang Men town was shrouded in thick black smoke. He thought to himself the plan was a success. His gaze grew colder, and he gave a loud order to his hawk. Go, it is time to deliver this report. The Tang Men and the Qingcheng sect will fall into the abyss together. The men of the White Tiger Brigade were all shocked and thought, What is going on? Tang Men town continued to billow more and more smoke, Ya Chal muttered. A fire, judging by the location. With so much smoke coming from the Tang Men mansion, the fire must be huge. And it's spreading like a forest fire. There's no wind, so why is it spreading so fast? This made Ya Chal fall into thought, and his eyes turned red. He growled. The counter to poison is fire, right? A subordinate answered. That is correct. Poison seeps into water and is destroyed by fire. I heard that is why the poison sects are extremely careful with fire. At that, Ya Chal shouted loudly, Prepare yourselves. The entire White Tiger Brigade shouted in unison. We will obey your command, Commander. He gave the order with a point of his finger. Check the situation over there. Be careful not to catch fire. One of his subordinates quickly replied, Understood. Then he immediately flew off. And so that person flew forward before the eyes of the entire White Tiger Brigade. Ya Chal and the remaining men watched from above. A moment later, the burning place slowly revealed itself from behind the black smoke. Ya Chal muttered as if he had discovered something. Don't tell me his prediction really came true? The fire there was burning more and more fiercely. Ya Chal shouted loudly, Let's go. Immediately he and his subordinates charged forward like arrows. Just then 2 shadows were flying in from somewhere. Ya Chal was startled and wondered, why do they look so familiar? It was Yu Yong and Son Miang. The two heard the sound and looked back, and everyone's faces turned pale as they shouted. After that both sides rushed toward each other. Yu Yong opened his mouth and called out, Wolf King. Son Miang asked with curiosity, Why have you come here, young Master Peng? A moment later the sun was burning red behind the trees. Dusk cast its light over the scenery. The men of the White Tiger Brigade were sitting together, resting. At that time, Yu Yong and Son Miang were sitting on a rock, and Ya Chal stood beside them. He opened his mouth and asked, Permanent crippling poison, how could this happen? Yu Yong frowned and answered, We never dreamed that Qian Gwi Dogun would use such a method. Ya Chal continued to ask, How could you not predict that things would turn out this way? Hearing Ya Chal's words, Son Miang's face grew paler and paler, and she didn't know what to say. He continued, You should have considered and prepared for all possibilities. How could you overlook the possibility of the enemy using poison? Yu Yong explained. Since the enemy had recently infiltrated the Qingcheng sect, we never thought they would use poison. Besides, how could we have known they would disguise themselves as corpses to enter Wolzong Lake? Ya Chal warned in a cold voice. You have made a grave mistake. Son Miang could only close her eyes quietly, overcome with fear. Then Ya Chal continued, The Qingcheng sect was always first when it came to defending the fortress, but now it has been destroyed, Yu Yong replied. We couldn't confirm for sure if the Qingcheng disciples at Wolzong Lake were dead. There may still be survivors. Son Miang trembled and retorted, No, everyone who could stand was killed. The Qingcheng sect has truly been annihilated. At this point, beads of anxious sweat slowly formed on Yu Yong's face as well. Ya Chal asked, Then why are the two of you loitering here? Son Miang answered, Although we did not succeed in saving Qingcheng, we wanted to at least help prevent the Tang Men from falling into enemy hands. He cut her off. It's too late, military strategist. Son Miang's face turned pale. Then are you saying the Tang Men is finished as well? He explained. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but I have a bad feeling. The Tang Men is currently engulfed in a sea of fire, and if the fire can affect the Muyang dock owned by the Tang Men, then the savior the Tang Men relied on will be gone. At this point both Yu Yong and Son Miang dared not say another word. Fear was mixed on their faces. Ya Chal said, The only one you can place your hope in is the 4th strategist who is with us. Yu Yong asked back, You mentioned the 4th strategist. Ya Chal turned his body and said, The one named Qian Yuyang. The two were startled to hear the name and stared at Yachol with wide eyes. He added, "He has been appointed as one of the 4 strategists of the Chengyi Huguan, and the great strategist personally recommended him before the alliance leader." Sun Miang sneered and said, "How ridiculous! Is someone like him worthy of the great strategist's recommendation?" Yachol looked up at the sky, smiled faintly and said, "That man is climbing the ladder to the heavens one step at a time, so of course all eyes are on him." At that, Yuyang looked at Sun Miang and asked loudly, "Yachol, was he put in charge of sending reinforcements to the Tang Men?" He answered nonchalantly, "Yes, he ignored my suggestion to go to Qingcheng and decided to focus on the Tang Men. In the end his choice was right, so his assessment of the Tang Men must not have been wrong either." Sun Miang pressed, "What did he say about the Tang Men?" Yachol turned his head and gave a long answer. "The Tang Men is not as strong as the world mistakenly believes." These words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky to Yuyang and Sun Miang. Yachol's eyes grew pensive. There was a possibility that the terror of their poison was more exaggerated than the reality. He recalled that day when Yuyang had told him that the Muyang was not as perfect as rumored. Yachol had asked hurriedly, "Then what is it?" But Yuyang's answer was very firm. "It almost is not," Yachol asked with curiosity. "What do you mean? Are you saying the Tang Men is not as strong as it appears?" Yuyang explained. "I said that the Tang Men's reputation may be exaggerated, but I did not mention the danger of the Muyang. The poison can spread without form, taste, or color. The Muyang can fell even a top-tier master in the blink of an eye," Yachol asked. "Then why do you say the Tang Men is not strong?" Yuyang continued. "The Tang Men has produced many outstanding talents in the Murim for a long time. Only after the appearance of the Muyang did it become a powerful and influential family," Yachol agreed. "You are right. The Tang Men has deadly poisons and assassination weapons, but it is not without ways to counter them." As soon as he finished speaking he seemed to have realized something. He asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you mean the Tang Men doesn't have the Muyang?" Yuyang answered. "Even with a deadly weapon in hand they did not expand their territory to other families. On the outside they have built an invincible image that everyone fears. When 2 countries go to war, they cannot go on an expedition if they do not have enough manpower and resources," Yachol muttered. "Then you mean," Yuyang added, "the Tang Men's greatest manpower and resource is the Muyang itself," Yachol said again. "To have the most powerful weapon and not go on a conquest means they lack both," Yuyang said calmly. "The more perfect it is, the rarer the materials. Public opinion is mistaken about the Tang Men. They think they can produce the poison indefinitely." Yachol was puzzled. "Are you saying that producing even a small amount of poison is difficult for a family like the Tang Men?" Yuyang answered confidently. "I have a hypothesis. The Tang Men must possess only a very small amount of Muyang. This is because the materials needed to make this poison include rare and precious medicinal herbs." Hearing that, Yachol immediately frowned. He continued, "The Tang Men has been investigating numerous medicinal herb merchants on the continent for centuries. They have also expanded their trade relations for hundreds of miles in the Central Plains," Yachol answered. "I understand. The Tang Men never deals with medicinal herb merchants. The family members usually gather the herbs themselves to make the medicine," Yuyang also said. "A few years ago, a few herbal researchers with rare medicinal herbs in their hands knocked on the doors of the Tang Men." Yachol frowned again. He said in a low voice, "If what you say is true, the situation would not be in our favor." Yuyang just looked at him without a word. The scene returned to the present, and the 3 were still talking on the cliff. After hearing all his words, she widened her eyes in disbelief. "If one of those herbalists was a spy for the demonic cult," he continued, "that is precisely what military strategist Qian said." He recalled the conversation again. Yuyang explained to him. They gained trust, but they could not directly contact the Muyang. If they aroused even the slightest suspicion, they would immediately be put under the Tang Men's surveillance. "If I were from the demonic cult I would make the Tang Men believe that I was loyal with all my heart." Hearing this, he was startled. Yuyang continued, "It is the same with the Muyang. An irresistible situation where the Tang Men has no choice but to reveal the Muyang to the spy." Hearing his recollection, Yuyang shouted in disbelief. "How can that be? Then what should we do?" he answered. "According to military strategist Qian, the spy would have made the Tang Men believe that they would not harm the sect, and that even if they did, the Tang Men could handle it sufficiently." The 2 were even more surprised to hear this. Sun Miang stroked her chin and was lost in thought. For example, the spy could be a commoner who knows no martial arts, a senile old man, or a weak woman. "But all of this is just a hypothesis, nothing is certain," he continued. The fire at the Tang Men, there was no wind, yet the flames spread very quickly. The 2 were once again startled by his words. He continued, "If military strategist Qian's prediction is correct, the spy inside the Tang Men would have infiltrated the place where the Muyang was stored, poured oil around it, and set it on fire." The 2 were horrified inwardly. "How can this be?" Just then, someone rushed up from below. Seeing him, Yachol said, "We will soon know the truth." The man ran up calling for the commander, and in an instant he landed in front of the people. "I have returned, commander." He nodded and asked, "Did you find out anything?" The young man explained, "When my subordinate entered the Tang Men and the villagers were busy putting out the fire, I was able to overhear their conversation and get a rough idea of what happened. It was the work of an old woman named Hongo. She is a merchant who gathers precious materials from all over with other herbalists. It has been about 2 years since she started dealing with the Tang Men." Yuyang frowned. 2 years ago, Does that mean the Tang Men planned it since then? He shook his head. Not just the Tang Men. The demonic cult must have been hatching countless plots everywhere without our knowledge. The two widened their eyes again in surprise at those words. He told the man to continue reporting. He once again explained slowly. That old woman is very experienced. She continued to supply the Tang Men with rare herbs and gained the trust of the Tang Men leader. Hearing that, he recalled Yuan's words again. If I were a member of the demonic cult, I would make the Tang Men believe that I was loyal with all my heart. As he said nothing, the young man continued. Because she was a commoner who knew no martial arts, the Tang Men did not guard against her at all. She approached the storage area and threw in explosives, pretending they were medicinal herbs. Seeing how quickly the fire spread, it is estimated that a lot of oil was poured there. He sighed and marveled. And if the Muyongdok was stored in that warehouse, the Tang Men is as good as finished, Yu Yung said. Truly amazing. Everything is exactly as the Murim scholar predicted, he continued. The Tang Men was arrogant because of the Muyongdok. If that disappears, the Tang Men will be no different from any other family. Son Myung looked up at the sky. I see. They will probably be looking for a way to obtain the Muyongdok and destroy the Tang Men. The atmosphere there fell silent for a moment. After a while, Yu Yung spoke again. We cannot conclude that the Tang Men has weakened. Even without the Muyongdok, they still have other kinds of traps and poisons. There are rumors that in an emergency the formations surrounding the Tang Men mansion will activate, spewing poison and launching hidden weapons, he continued. The demonic cult has surely taken note of this and has already prepared countermeasures before attacking the Tang Men. The two turned pale again at those words. Yu Yung gritted his teeth and said, But what is the mission of the White Tiger Brigade? He nonchalantly uttered two words. To wait. The two fell into thought again at those words. Wait, Son Myung asked with curiosity. Are you saying the White Tiger Brigade will wait for the demonic cult to attack? Ya Chul answered. We have no connection to the Tang Men. Yu Yung said that those mechanisms are scattered, so no one can guarantee safety, he said. All we will get from fighting the demonic cult are corpses and disgrace. Then he looked into the distance. He continued, I agree with that. Yu Yung asked loudly. Then will you just watch as the Tang Men is destroyed by the demonic cult? Ya Chul answered. Yu Yung said that the situation will be reversed. That is when the White Tiger Brigade will move. Both Yu Yung and Son Myung were surprised and thought to themselves, What does he mean the situation will be reversed? How? Ya Chul was also lost in thought. No matter how angry I am, I have no choice but to follow Yu Young's words. At night the sound of leaves rustling in the wind echoed, and the scenery of the Tang Men mansion after the arson was desolate. Everyone belonging to the Tang Men, even Tang Chul Hyon and Tang Mei Riom, stood around the site of the fire. Chul Hyon's face was as cold as ice. Just then Mei Riom suddenly spoke. It's over, father, the time has come for our family to fall. Chul Hyon's face showed his grief and his eyes grew sharper. Mei Riom continued, I knew this day would come. Although we are a cradle of martial arts, we abandoned our ancestral martial arts and relied only on poison. This is the price we must pay. Changi Nozul was his hope. But now he is gone and the poison is gone, so nothing is left. Chul Hyon asked with a growl, Do you still think that Changi Nozul took your husband from you? Mei Riom answered. As a member of the family, I cannot think that way. But not only him but my husband and children also dedicated their lives to experimenting with poison and died suddenly in the process, Chul Hyon answered. Every descendant of the Tang Men must live such a life. That is the test that decides who is worthy of being the master of this family, Mei Riom said again. Thanks to heaven's grace my children were not harmed by the poison and they lived long enough to die under the blades of the demonic cult. Chul Hyon turned and scolded Mei Riom. The battle has just begun and you are already thinking only of death? She just nodded her head quietly. Seeing her, the old man became angry and shouted loudly, You are wrong to say that nothing is left of this family. The entire world knows of our poisons and hidden weapons, and we have never forgotten our martial arts while focusing on poison manufacturing. This place is overflowing with those who can use both poison and martial arts, Chul Hyon shouted. Everyone listen. All the people there shouted in unison, We are listening, clan leader. He shouted, The enemy is trying to turn us to ashes. The old man looked around at all the disciples of the Tang Men and shouted loudly, Everyone should know how to deal with those bastards. The disciples shouted loudly, We know, clan leader. The old man ordered with a growl, Now act, every single one of you is a part of this family. The spirited disciples shouted in unison, We will obey your command, clan leader. The old man warned loudly, Those who betray the Tang Men will not see tomorrow. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the disciples immediately rushed out like arrows. At that moment only Mei Riom and Chul Hyon stood there. Mei Riom spoke first. No one will return alive, father. Chul Hyon was lost in thought for a moment, then turned and called out. Mei Riom, she answered, Speak. The old man said, You are the strongest warrior of the Tang Men. Mei Riom looked at the old man with a blank expression. The old man continued, Do everything you can to protect your children. Mei Riom asked the old man, What should I do? My martial arts are not invincible either. Chul Hyon answered, Fight and stall for as long as possible. Only then can we open a path for our family to survive. Mei Riom asked the old man with a growl, Who is going to open that path to survival? Wait a minute. Surely it's not that porter fellow. Are you pinning your hopes on him, that the reinforcements from Jeomhyang will arrive in time to save us? Chul Hyon stammered. Yes, that porter. Mei Ryom glared at the old man. The old man continued, that child is the one who knows everything that will happen to us. So I can only hope that he is watching over us in this moment of life and death. The scenery at that time was miserably desolate. Nothing was left in the burnt area. Right nearby a group of troops was gathering. They began to move inside. In the lead was Ma Ryong, followed by Hyol Saja and Hyol Jang, as well as Hyol Bai, Hyol Gang and Ma Pil. Ma Ryong spoke first. Is this Tang Men town? Strange, I don't see anyone. Hyol Saja gave his opinion. They are hiding, looking for a chance to attack. Ryong said with annoyance. Then there's no point in spouting nonsense here. Those cowards won't dare come out and face us, so who will go first and check the situation? Any volunteers? Suddenly, a group of men in black clothes answered, we will go. He was startled and turned to look at them. From within the group, Jimyong stepped forward with two of his subordinates. Ma Ryong frowned slightly as he looked at them. Jimyong said in a cold voice, I will take the lead, give me the chance. Ma Ryong said in surprise. Black Wolf, I didn't know you had come, Jimyong answered. The Black Wolf Brigade has always been at the vanguard of every battle. Ma Ryong raised the corner of his mouth and asked sarcastically, is that so? What kind of fool gave you that job? Is it someone who finds pleasure in saving you when you fall on the front lines? Everyone on Jimyong's side was flustered by those words and glared at him. He continued, I don't think I have such a hobby. Jimyong was furious and thought to himself, why do we have to endure such insults? This son of a bitch, Ma Ryong warned loudly. Get out of my sight, you rabble. Jimyong and his group could only endure it in front of Ma Ryong. Meanwhile, he shouted again, there's no need to clean up the bodies. All of you charge and wipe those bastards out. Jimyong stood behind them, glaring with fury at the demonic cult members moving forward. They entered majestically, and in an instant the demonic cult's legion had gone inside, leaving the Black Wolf Brigade outside. Jimyong's anger blazed and his eyes burned as he watched them. At that moment one of Jimyong's subordinates called out worriedly, Commander! Jimyong stared ahead and gave an order in a firm voice, endure it for now, the day will come when we will repay this shame 1,000-fold. A subordinate answered, filled with rage, my sword is always ready. Another subordinate, just as angry, said loudly, it doesn't matter if we're the only ones left here. Those bastards didn't give us anything they got from the 5 poison sect of Miao River last time. They said the prescription would make them immune to 100 poisons, but you have to be alive to stay on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the demonic cult's subordinates continued to advance. Suddenly a light flashed from the Tangmen's mansion. In an instant thousands of small arrows were fired. They flew from all directions around the mansion. From somewhere even smoke jars came flying. Immediately, the jar lids opened and poisonous smoke began to rise. Seeing the arrows, the demonic cult's subordinates formed a defensive formation and raised their shields to block them. The remaining ones shouted to each other, hold your breath, don't inhale too much poison, the prescription will take care of the rest. But then countless sickles flew through the sky, drawing the attention of the demonic cult's subordinates. The sickles flew at the speed of light like giant boomerangs. The demonic cult subordinates stared with wide eyes. With quick reflexes they immediately struck them down. They continued to slash. The sound of clashes echoed continuously. Ma Ryong cut a sickle in two and shouted, finally a real battle. Hyol Saja said loudly, this is a sensory mechanism. It will keep targeting you, so destroy it. Hyol Bai shouted, nonsense, your hand will be cut off before you can even destroy it. At that moment arrows continued to be fired, more and more of them. The arrows were like bullets flying straight toward the demonic cult group. Hyol Saja shouted, it pierced your shield. Dodge, don't move rashly if you're not sure. In the instant they were fired, the arrows pierced the shields of the demonic cult group and quickly impaled the bodies of the subordinates. The remaining ones saw this and hurriedly swung their swords, but not long after they swung their swords, a few were lightly pierced by the arrows. They showed signs of fear and hurriedly hid behind their shields. The people of the Tang Men did not stop at all, continuing to throw down weapons from the rooftops. The sickles continued to claim the lives of the demonic cult members. Ma Ryong shouted in anger, attack, leave no one alive. Following Ma Ryong's order, the demonic cult members pushed away the Tangmen's weapons and slowly climbed onto the roofs. They thus began to engage the people of the Tang Men. The battle was fought very fiercely. The people of the Tang Men quickly cut down the demonic cult subordinates. Ma Ryong praised them. They fight quite well. Losing Chungi Nozul doesn't mean the Tang Men has become completely useless. Hyol Saja said, this is how the Tang Men should be. They allow no intruders. We won't be able to pass through here without taking damage. Hyol Gang said with displeasure, this is nothing compared to the Tang Men's inner sanctum. Poisonous energy is spread everywhere. That is where the true power of the Tang Men is unleashed. Ma Ryong shouted. That doesn't matter, Hyol Bai calmly reminded him. You too must drench your 2 hands in fresh blood. The enemy's blood, our army's blood, all of it. Only then will you be able to taste the true flavor of the battlefield. You will be the first to trample upon the once inviolable Tang Men. Of course it was Unho who took the first step in destroying Chungi Nozul. But victory will fly under your banner. After that the Tang Men mansion was gradually enveloped in smoke, and a red light flickered in front of the mansion. The signboard was thus split in two. The battle between the Tang Men and the demonic cult was not yet over. They continued to kill each other. Soon the people of the Tang Men gained the upper hand, and someone cut down a demonic cult subordinate from behind. Others also pushed them back. Mei Riom also used her strength to take down several men at once. One person cut down 4 men at once. Gradually, one by one, they fell at the hands of Mei Riom, her 2 children, and the disciples of the Tang Men. At that moment a voice echoed, "Look, it's the family head's daughter-in-law and grandchildren," Hyolgang said. "Her name is Seo Mei Riom Yomsa." Even before she set foot here, her reputation was not ordinary. According to rumors, after her husband died suddenly while making Chungi Nozul, her martial arts became even more brutal. Hyolbai agreed. "Yes, truly cruel. Her son is also very well trained. His sword is as sharp as his mother's. There's no room for leisure. He's more outstanding than I thought," Hyolgang said bluntly. "I sense others besides Yomsa's 2 children. A few are coming, but we are the only ones guarding this place," Hyolbai muttered. "Don't tell me." He stared ahead. At that moment he saw a group of people approaching. It was Yuan's group who had come to provide support. Hyolgang said, "They are not from the Tang Men's inner sanctum," Hyolbai replied. "Their chi is very different." As soon as Yuan's group entered, the demonic cult members immediately rushed at them, shouting, "They're here too, kill them all," Hyolbai complained. "Why are they so hasty? They should gauge their opponent's skill before unleashing a move." Unho saw them rushing in and exclaimed cheerfully, "Time to warm up. Forward, White Tiger Brigade. Breaking through an encirclement is our specialty. We need 4 people by Yuan's side to protect him. As long as Peng An is by Yuan's side, nothing will happen." "I'm going," Ga Yin muttered. "This isn't good." "What about Ga Yin?" Solri answered. "You're better suited for a stealth attack than just standing there," Ga Yin asked Solri with curiosity. "What's a stealth attack?" she replied. "Attacking silently," Ga Yin said cheerfully. "This is the Solri I know. That's my style. I have to go hunting." Unho and Ga Yin, in cooperation with the soldiers, fiercely attacked the group in black clothes. They struggled to block the attacks but could not avoid serious injuries and screamed in pain. On this side, Ga Yin frowned, took a deep breath and then rushed forward. She slashed hard at the chest of a man in black, sending him flying far away. His eyes rolled back in pain and veins bulged. Peng An watched this scene from a distance and said with interest, "She struck his pressure points with her sword. Did she paralyze him without killing him?" Hearing this, Solri answered calmly, "That is our justice. We do not kill innocent people recklessly. Our attacks are meant to subdue the enemy." Hearing those words, Peng An couldn't help but praise her. "To strike pressure points in such a chaotic situation requires very harsh training," he said, slowly walking forward. "That is why I called Ga Yin a reckless warrior. Her training must have been very harsh." On this side, the man in black clothes collapsed at Ga Yin's feet unmoving. In an instant, Ga Yin's group had swept through the group in black clothes, felling them in one place and immobilizing them. When no one else rushed forward, she looked around and was surprised. "Is it over already? If we don't hurry, tonight won't be any fun." Yuan approached on horseback and answered, "Don't worry, tonight will be longer than you imagine. The number of enemies will be enough to keep you from getting bored, milady." Hearing this, Ga Yin was excited, approached Solri and smiled slightly. "All right, Yuan, I'll be more patient." Yuan's group quickly formed ranks and moved forward, and the party stopped before the fierce battle between the group in black clothes and Mei Riom's unit. Seeing the scene, Yuan immediately gave a solemn order for them to help. He, Unho, and a few squad members rushed forward to help Mei Riom's unit. He sat on his horse and glanced at Peng An. "You too, Peng An. This matter must be resolved quickly." He smiled coldly and replied, "Those two seem to be above my level." Yuan glanced over and saw the figures of Hyolgang and Hyolbai standing calmly in the middle of the battle. Seeing those two, Yuan and everyone else immediately became seriously vigilant. Ga Yin said with some worry, "They are masters." Solri, who was beside her, quietly added, "Perhaps they are veterans, judging by their chi." Peng An continued with a serious face, "They are strong enough to give me chills." The 4 of them stared at Hyolgang and Hyolbai in silence, and no one dared to move rashly. Peng An broke the quiet atmosphere by opening his mouth grimly. "I think it's time to take them off." Hearing Peng An's strange words, the group couldn't help but look at him with puzzlement. "Take what off?" He clasped his hands, took a deep breath and said, "This is the only way. I can't live my whole life in regret while keeping this foolish promise." As soon as he finished speaking, Peng An rolled up his pant leg, revealing an iron plate. He silently untied the iron plate and threw it hard onto the ground. Seeing his sudden action, Yuan's group couldn't help but turn pale with surprise. Even though Unho's group was fighting a difficult battle with Mei Riom's group ahead, he calmly continued his actions. Hearing the loud noise from this side, Mei Riom turned her head to look. Peng An's strong body came into her and everyone else's view. On this side, Hyolgang nonchalantly opened his mouth. "What did you say?" Hyolbai replied in a contemptuous low voice. "That bastard is not worthy of setting foot on this battlefield." Hearing those words, Hyolgang said nonchalantly, "I thought so too. Go and tell the young cult leader that they have arrived." Hearing that, Hyolbai turned his back coldly and asked with some displeasure, "Can I not tell him?" Hyolgang turned and answered, "If you don't like it, live with your ears covered. The young cult leader is the one you must serve. In any case, he is our lord." Hearing this, Hyolbai glanced at him with displeasure and asked, "Does that mean I have to be with you no matter how dissatisfied I am?" Hyolgang was displeased and said coldly without a word, "What, then should I treat you like a master? Stop joking." After finishing his words, the 2 of them quickly flew away. Mei Riom watched their retreating figures and nonchalantly opened her mouth. Hyolgang, leader of the Hall of the Grim Reaper. Hyolbai, an elder of the demonic cult. On Yuan's side, they couldn't help but be surprised to see their retreating figures flying away. Why did those 2 suddenly leave? Mei Riom slowly walked toward them and said, They come from different places but their natures are the same. They are both ruthless killers. She looked at Yuan seriously. The new elder of Hukro. A symbol of the alliance between outside forces and the demonic cult. They all seem to be in a hurry. Mei Riom glanced in the direction they had left. I was just hoping to survive until they entered the battle. Thanks to all of you, I was able to rest for a moment. Yuan looked at her silently and said, "Tonight you can survive." Mei Riom looked at him and slightly raised the corner of her mouth. "Do you really think so?" Looking at the battle that was not yet over, she spoke again. "Those are not the real demonic cult but only allies from outside forces. That is our advantage tonight." She clasped her hands and continued. "Here there are the ghost warriors of the Hall of Lesser Thunder led by the Wiro and the Hall of the Grim Reaper led by Hyeon Gang." As she spoke this far her eyes glinted coldly. "And yet you say we have an advantage?" To her question, Yuan said, "When a crisis hits, not everyone on the same side will trust each other or sacrifice themselves to save others." Miriam was slightly puzzled by these words. "How are you going to create such a crisis? Did you come with only that many people? Is the alliance leader coming?" Hearing her doubtful words, Ga Yin smiled confidently. "It's not just us." She didn't pay much attention to Ga Yin's words, looked at them seriously and finally said with contempt, "What kind of storm can just a few of you stir up?" At Mei Riam's contemptuous tone, Yuan retorted without a word. "We have entered this land of death. Few thought we would do so. Is that not enough to prove that we have something worthy of your trust?" She was slightly surprised by these words, but soon said, "I see, we will have to wait and see. In my eyes, you all seem insane." Suddenly, Peng turned his head to look and just then Mei Riam looked at him and said, "Especially the young man over there." Seeing the iron plates on the ground, Ga Yin said, "To be honest, we didn't know he was carrying sandbags like that either." Ga Yin said with a serious face, "His movements are much more agile now. He's at least 3 times faster than when he had those on." Solri also opened her mouth. He changed his weapon too. On this side, Peng picked up a sword again and approached them. Yuan looked at him and said, "I have waited a long time. The day has finally come when you hold a longsword in your hand." Peng approached him and answered, "I will blame you, brother, for breaking my promise. Is that all right?" Yuan smiled cheerfully. "If it makes you feel better, then do so." Then the two of them walked past her and left. Yuan patted Peng's head. "I really didn't know. You are much stronger than I thought. Now you can tease me like everyone else." Peng smiled smugly and did not answer. They quickly approached the front of another battlefield. The scene changed to Jiandangte, and it was engulfed in flames. Inside, people from both sides were constantly cutting and killing each other. The battle was fought fiercely, and miserable screams echoed without end. Ma Ryong approached the head of the Tang family, who was standing alone as if he had been waiting for them. Ma Ryong asked him, "Are you the master of the Tang Men?" Chul Hyon's steel-like voice echoed, "Listen, brat, even if we do not walk the same path, you should always show respect to your elders." Ma Ryong frowned and argued. "What?" The old man, hearing his question, asked back again. "Turns out it was a girl." The old man continued to ask, "Are you sure? She does resemble him." At the same time, the sound of the guard's fierce sword fighting echoed from outside the hall. When Changjul feigned ignorance, he shouted in annoyance, "You bastard, are you trying to anger me on purpose? Are you trying to find my weakness by making me angry?" Hyol Sa stepped forward in Ma Ryong's place. "Stop, stand back, we will handle this old man," one of our men said sarcastically. "Let's just take care of this old Taoist," he said as he walked down one step at a time. "I want to see for myself what kind of torture an old man over 90 can withstand." In the blink of an eye they tried to tie Changjul's hands tightly with a rope. The old man's eyes narrowed as he sensed the potential danger. So Changjul quickly activated the power of Hukum, not forgetting to challenge them. "I will satisfy your curiosity." The dark energy spread quickly from his hands, revealing eyes with only the whites showing. All 3 of them glared at him. He said loudly, "This is something only those with the bloodline of poison can do." Hukolsu. Sparks of hostility flashed in Changjul's eyes. "If the master of the Tang Men can't do it, who can?" he said sarcastically. "You regret stepping forward now." Changjul officially challenged them with his dark ability. "Be grateful that Hukyangsu will paralyze your 5 senses so you won't feel the pain of your body melting," he replied. "I suppose so, but how many times can you use that technique?" His question left Changjul with much to think about. He continued, "It can only be cast when the body has a vast amount of internal energy. Let's say you can do it 3 or 4 times at most." Changjul glared at them with wild eyes. His silence only made the other man more triumphant. "You know it too. On the outskirts there is another version of the Tang Men. The 5 Poison Sect." Ignored. Changjul shouted in a rage, "How dare you compare me to those bastards from the 5 Poison Sect?" He laughed without a hint of fear and said, "So what? Without Chungi Nozul, you're nothing. In fact, the poison of the 5 Poison Sect is more highly regarded these days, although their prescription can't completely protect me from Hukolsu. I think I can withstand it 3 times, unable to bear his contempt any longer." Changjul unleashed his power and shouted, "Stop it, I will test how much more arrogant you can be. We will see what is left when your body melts into a pool of mud." Now, the 2 old men were enveloped in a strange purplish-black aura. His will to torture them had reached its peak. He stared intently at the change in the person before him, but he remained composed, not wavering in the slightest, and even retorted, "Old man, do you know something?" "I don't think so." Then he turned to his allies and said, "Everyone in the Tang Men is about to die, so why should I jump into a sea of fire? It would be more fun to keep this old man alive and let him watch everyone else die." And he shouted, "Master Taoist, stop bluffing. We clearly saw you cowardly back down earlier," he sneered. "It doesn't matter how I look. Then he discussed with his allies. Can't you feel the killing intent emanating from that bastard? I can't get close. On this side, Changjal struggled to maintain his composure while facing 5 enemies alone. He told them, Hukolsu is no joke. On his side, Hyol Gang also raised his voice. Even if you're not afraid, not all of the Chungi Nozel reserves have been destroyed, he retorted. Hey, that's hilarious. When you're catching a mad dog, you have to be careful not to get bitten, right? That's just common sense. I have more to say about the 2 who just fled from the battlefield over there. Nanglong reminded him not very kindly. You'd better watch your mouth, we just came to check if we overlooked anything. Hyol Bai added, if you don't believe me, look at that bastard. Amidst the chaotic battlefield where everyone was cutting and killing each other, there was the shadow of one person walking confidently. As if the grudges and hatred of the Jianghu could not tarnish his purity, Ma Ryong saw the sight and thought to himself, the genius is here, he really came. Changjal was also startled by the sudden appearance of this person. He rejoiced inwardly. The heavens have not yet abandoned us. Xian Yuan was the solution to end this meaningless bloodshed. He stepped forward and stood with Changjal to challenge them, and to be precise, 5 more people were added to Changjal's side. Because he even brought his close friends. Changjal, now accompanied by the young people, was no longer afraid of being pushed back, and behind him stood countless other faces as guards. Overall, it was clear that the 5 of them no longer had the upper hand. Ma Ryong spoke. It seems the rumors weren't wrong. The genius of the Murim alliance stands before me. Suddenly his voice lowered. The question is why. The situation has already tilted in our favor. So did you come here just to gain some fame? Hyol Saw explained instead. Sowing the seeds of doubt is that bastard's old tactic. Don't pay him any mind, he retorted to the old man. Do I look like I've fallen into that bastard's trap? I just want to hear for myself how cunning that bastard's mouth is. Qian Yuan cut in and said, then it seems you're ready to hear what I have to say. Shall I begin? Ma Ryong frowned and looked at him, then gave him a chance but said in a very arrogant tone, fine, keep wagging your tongue. Qian Yuan presented his point of view directly. I'm thinking of changing the outcome of this battle. Starting now. All 5 people were startled by his words. What? Change the outcome? Ma Ryong's 2 eyebrows were almost touching. Are you saying you already have a plan to turn the tide and make the Tang Men win? Qian Yuan replied, yes, that is exactly what I think. He burst out laughing when he heard that, laughing like a madman. Perhaps because he felt his idea was too ridiculous, his laughter echoed so terribly that even Qian Yuan's friends looked at each other in confusion. Finally, Ma Ryong stopped laughing and asked seriously, such great ambition, how do you plan to defeat us? Qian Yuan quickly crushed his sky-high pride. It's not a matter of how, it's a battle we can't help but win. The 5 people, seeing for the first time a personality that could overwhelm them, froze. And Qianhu, Doko Solri and Peng Un also stared blankly as their leader made his bold declaration. What is he talking about? My head can't keep up, he continued. There are 3 reasons why I am so confident of victory. Seeing Qian Yuan hold up 3 fingers, they couldn't help but speculate. 3 reasons. He doesn't seem to be lying. Hyol Saw showed a skeptical attitude. The heavenly demon Blade Lord warned us beforehand about your cunning tongue. But I will judge for myself whether your reasons are correct or not. Speak. What delusion gave you the confidence to say such things? Qian Yuan continued. The first reason the Tang Men will win tonight is, Hyol Saw said in a threatening voice. Before you speak, remember this. If your 3 reasons are not enough to convince us, your head will be rolling right where you stand. Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. As you wish, then he said emphatically. First, you cannot attack us. As soon as he finished speaking, he earned the silent disapproval of the 5 people. What nonsense is this? But they still let Yuan try to persuade them. Second, the Tang Men can attack you. The other side, feeling ignored, was enraged and wanted to curse at him at the same time. Isn't this bastard crazy? He must be drunk on his status and spouting such nonsense. Suddenly he asked them. Before I state the 3rd reason, I have a question. Why are you so certain that Chungi Nozel no longer exists? Ma Ryong answered quickly. Because we destroyed it. Yuan glanced at him. Did you confirm it yourself, or did you just believe a spy's report? When he returned, Ma Ryong and Hyol Saw Wangma were startled by his line of questioning, while another verbal attack from him completely silenced Hyol Gang and Hyol Bai. Is there any conclusive evidence to prove it's completely gone? But Yuan's next words were what completely broke them. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but the reserves are still intact. As expected, they began to harbor all sorts of doubts. He can't be telling the truth. How could that be? The sound of murmuring buzzed in their ears because of this story. They muttered to each other. Countless speculations were quickly raised and no one could believe their own ears. They murmured or asked themselves, but it was all burned, wasn't it? What on earth is going on? Peng Un and Solri smiled to themselves, praising the great formation. They've all fallen for it, Mei Riom commented generously. What a sharp tongue, everything is going his way. Then, using thought transference, she urged Changjal. I will explain everything later. For now, please trust me and play along, the old man said. Then it seems that child gets the praise and we bear the loss. The old man did not forget to answer his daughter's words. Understood. She also played along and denied it. That is not so, father. We set the stage ourselves and we were the ones who lured the demonic cult here. Ma Ryong listened to the conversation between the father and daughter, lost in thought. He urged his allies. They're trying to trap us. We have to shut them up before things get out of hand. Then he turned to Hyol Bai and asked, Isn't that right? He did not resist. It is as the young cult leader says. Then he used a stealth technique to sneak up on Yuan and tried to slit his throat with a knife. Solri and Ga Yin shouted in fear. Watch out. At that moment a sword appeared from somewhere, protecting Yuan and blocking Hyle Bai's blade. A sound of clashing metal rang out and an unexpected battle began. Yuan frowned, observing the scene in front of him. Peng Un, who had just saved him, was fighting him. The two women along with him couldn't help but admire as he fought bravely. The two young ladies praised, "What incredible speed." The people around also watched the tense fight intently. Ma Raung's group was displeased that their plan had been interrupted. Sulri watched with her two friends, slightly worried for Peng Un because the speed of Mong No, nicknamed Sal Gwi, was terrifyingly fast. She thought to herself, "But Peng Un is faster, isn't he?" Unho asked. "Are you originally left-handed?" He answered honestly, "Yes." Ga Yin praised him directly. "You're unbelievably fast. To block the first attack and knock the dagger away, you're even faster than Mong No." Hearing her words, he was lost in thought. Over there, Hyle Bai was sighing. "I had a bad feeling from the moment I saw that bastard. My intuition has never been wrong." Hyle Gang assessed him. "He's truly an enigma. I've never seen someone with such ability at this age," Ma Raung said bluntly to their faces. "Surprises keep appearing one after another. What a delightful night. It seems our elders won't be able to resolve this smoothly," he challenged. "It's time for the young cult leader to show his skills personally." Hyle Saw added, "Dealing with one brat shouldn't be a difficult task, right?" Ma Raung sneered and replied, "Mong No wouldn't want to hand his prey over to me. If there is anyone in this world who never lets their prey out of their sight, it would be him." He was still angry because of Peng Un and growled, "That brat is just blocking my path. My prey is still that genius." He looked towards Yuan and said, "Very unique." My dagger was about to pierce his throat, but he didn't even blink. Immediately, Yuan retorted to Hyle Bai, "What do I have to fear with trustworthy people beside me? My friends won't let me die, isn't that right?" Unho clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course we don't want you to, but sometimes things get out of control." Yuan accepted it calmly. "That's how everything in the world is." His friends were all moved. "How can he trust us so much?" Hyle Saw still spoke as if he cared for no one. "Did you see that? The lowly porter has the heart of a tiger. It's probably thanks to his old life as a porter. He must have met countless bandits on the roads he traveled. I don't want to hear that bastard talk anymore." Hyle Bai decided instead, "Just leave him. His life will now be counted in seconds." Peng Un, startled, grabbed Yuan's hand. Seeing that, he soothed him. "Calm down, Peng Un. If you keep interrupting like this, how can I speak?" Sulri also advised. "These bastards are stronger than you think, brother." Yuan, Peng Un added, "They'll kill you from behind without you even noticing." Yuan's arm suddenly touched Peng Un's shoulder, and he turned his head in surprise to look at him. He took out a strange pouch and said, "Don't worry, I have this." Peng Un quickly exclaimed, "Chungi Nozul?" The people around were startled to hear those two words. He held out the mysterious powder. "If we sprinkle a little of this in front of us, they won't be able to get close." Yuan, satisfied with the plan he had devised, quickly sprinkled the powder at his feet. They also noticed the difference but could do nothing and could only shout helplessly. Ma Raung roared in anger. "Damn it, what the hell are you doing now?" Yuan teased. "I told you Chungi Nozul is still intact and it's right here in my hands." He couldn't believe his eyes. "Impossible. We destroyed the place where the poison was stored." "Chungi Nozul is gone," he challenged him. "How are you so sure it was in the poison warehouse?" he stammered. He cut in. "Underestimating the Tang Men was your mistake. This is the very poison that created the Tang Men's legend of invincibility. Did you think you could destroy it so easily? With your arrogance you can do nothing. Your years of planning are ultimately just within the palm of the Tang Men's family head." He had his own plan. Ma Raung was at a loss for words. What? Yuan crossed his arms and asked, "Do you still not get it? You've been caught in the family head scheme and have fallen right into our trap." At his answer, Ma Raung looked as if he had been struck by lightning from a clear sky. He furrowed his brow, unable to believe his ears, and his jaw trembled as he pointed at Yuan, his anger reaching its peak. "Don't lie. I won't be swayed by your strange tricks. You call this a trap? You're saying you set a trap by killing everyone here? Answer me." Yuan replied without refuting. "Actually, that is the part one regret the most. I had to use the people of the Tang Men to lure you into a trap. The tactic of deceiving your allies before you deceive the enemy is basic yet cruel," Yuan reminded him. "If you want a lifeline tonight, you'd be better off seeking the guidance of the heavenly demon Blade Lord." Ma Raung could not accept being seen as the weaker one, and Yuan paid him no mind, adding, "In any case, you will all lose your lives here. The process of making Chungi Nozul is extremely difficult. It contains an incredibly potent poison and the formula is no different. But now that Chungi Nozul has been released, all of you will fall without exception." Ma Raung broke into a cold sweat and asked back, "What do you mean released?" Hyle Bai and he turned pale with fear without a trace of blood in their faces. "Don't tell me it wasn't just the amount he just sprinkled." At this point, Chul Hyon opened his mouth. "It has already seeped into every corner of this place." Yuan shouted, "First Moon." To everyone's surprise, a man leapt forward from behind a roof and said, "Mission complete." As he landed fully on the ground, the guards, terrified, moved to one side and shouted loudly at the same time. Yuan shouted once more, "Second Moon." Another person suddenly appeared and shouted, "Second Moon complete." And so every time he called the names Third Moon and Fourth Moon, warriors appeared from somewhere and answered, "Third Moon complete, Fourth Moon mission complete." Yuan's Moonlight Brigade stood in the center of the courtyard, holding mysterious pouches in their hands. Hyle Bai, not understanding what was happening, just stared at Yuan with wide eyes. Yuan turned to Chul Hyon and asked, "Family head, have your people taken the antidote?" Hearing those words, the old man muttered to himself, "I must play my part well." Then he answered gently, "We have no need to worry. No one was left behind. The Tang Men soldiers looked at their bodies in bewilderment and wondered, "When did we take it? Did he trick us into taking it?" Yuan continued. "Everyone drank the antidote before coming here. As you know, breathing is not the only way Chungi nozzle poisons you. It's possible just by touching the skin." And he asked them, "Now you will try to fight us while holding your breath, right? But how long can you last?" Yuan's voice silenced them like a powerful psychological blow. "My first reason has taken effect. You cannot fight us while holding your breath. Moreover, you must pour all your internal energy into recovering to avoid death. Of course, that only applies if you've been lightly poisoned." Sparks flew from Ma Ryong's eyes in anger and sweat poured down like rain. Yuan looked at the arrogant man and challenged him. "Speak. Why is everyone silent?" They too wanted to speak, but it was as if some force was stopping them. Yuan opened his mouth again. "I forgot, you're holding your breath. How can you speak? Being poisoned is very scary, isn't it?" He raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "In other words, you believed what I said, but I think it's too late." At this time, Ma Ryong's soldiers also began to feel strange symptoms, and one man clutched his stomach in pain. Just a few minutes later he vomited blood, making his surrounding comrades tremble in extreme fear. Blood spewed out like a volcano. The person screamed in pain, and his eyes gradually lost focus as blood flowed from them. The pitiful body collapsed to the ground, and pools of fresh blood scattered everywhere. Ma Ryong screamed in horror at this sight, and other soldiers began to show similar symptoms. Screaming for help, they collapsed and died one by one like a domino effect. Their lives were snatched away in an instant, and the number of corpses grew, sending the remaining survivors into a panic as they cried out loudly. Yuan taught them a lesson. "All those pitiful lives are now in your hands. Before they breathed their last, you should have ordered your people to do the same. Hold their breath and be careful." But you did not, and now those who were not quick enough have become the first to taste the poison. They would not have died if they hadn't met an incompetent master who only thinks of his own safety. The antidote you got from the 5 poison sect will delay the spread of the poison, but the longer it's delayed, the greater the pain will be. What would Unho have done if you were here? Do you think he would have protected himself like you? As the screams, drained of strength by the poison, grew more and more pathetic, even Ma Ryong could not help but look back. Nevertheless, his sky-high pride did not diminish in the slightest. "How dare you compare me to that bastard?" But reality clearly showed Ma Ryong's poor leadership skills, and he left his subordinates to suffer the consequences and scream. "I don't want to die," even Hyolgang had to admit. "Yes, I held my breath to save my own life, but as a leader, one should not act that way towards one's subordinates." Suddenly he got angry. "Hall of the Grim Reaper, listen to me. Hold your breath and follow me." Seeing the internal strife, he could not help but speak. "How foolish. Even without breathing, you should be able to speak for a moment now." The group of 5 had split. While managing the Hall of Lesser Thunder, they held their breath and escaped. Ma Ryong turned a murderous gaze toward Yuan. No, to be precise, toward Hyol Sa. Hyol Bai was enraged at being driven into this situation. Ma Ryong communicated with them through his thoughts. "Should we leave this place immediately?" Hyol Sa reminded him. "Young cult leader, you must give an order, not just send telepathic messages." Ma Ryong was silent for a moment, then finally shouted, "Hold your breath, follow your master." The 3 men leaped into the air and led the way, and the soldiers quickly followed. Black shadows fled in a line as fast as lightning, leaving only Yuan's friends and the Tang Men's army. Yuan advised Chul Hyon, "Family head, we must annihilate them all." The old man muttered after him. "Annihilate them," Chul Hyon said to him. "That is the sweetest phrase I have ever heard in my life." So this was the second reason. The Tang Men can attack them. Then the old man shouted to his disciples, "Now is the time for revenge. Pursue those bastards. Hunt down those who have wronged your brothers. Make no mistakes, I want no one to be injured. When they leave our territory, they must be dead men. Take care of them one by one and kill every last one." The soldiers answered loudly, "We will obey your command." The space turned pitch black, looking extremely desolate. Now only the young people were watching Chul Hyon intently as he approached the base of a bare tree. Yuan approached the old man's side and said gently, "You have given an excellent command. The enemy has fled poisoned, so they have no choice but to be pursued and killed. I think it is very appropriate." The old man also answered his words. "Then I suppose I have played my part well tonight." Yuan felt infinite gratitude toward the old man. "Even though we did not discuss it beforehand, you acted exactly as I had expected." "Thank you." Chul Hyon opened his mouth, lost in thought. "It is because I was in despair." The old man's voice was somber, lost in reminiscence. "My family was in a grave crisis and I could do nothing but hope for a savior's help." Yuan did not take his eyes off the old and weary back. The old man touched the white powder and said, "So this is the Muyongdok you spoke of. Although it is not as bright as the real thing, you have made a very convincing fake. But the people who died because of the Muyongdok." At that moment, Mei Riom and the others stared blankly at the scene before them. The demonic cult soldiers who had been poisoned began to struggle to sit up. As if they had no injuries, they quickly straightened their backs. At this time, Yuan finally explained, "They are all people from the Beijing opera troupe." Chul Hyon's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his own ears. He continued, "This was a dangerous task, but for the sake of the greater good they agreed to help us." The troop members took off their blood-stained clothes, revealing their sturdy bodies, threw the clothes on the ground and changed into sky-blue clothes. Then they walked away confidently. Chul Hyon furrowed his brow and asked, "Are they leaving right now?" Yuan answered, "Yes, when the performance ends they must leave immediately. They wander all over this world. Now they will travel hundreds of miles back from Sichuan to report on their work." Chul Hyon felt sorry. "We should have rewarded them generously for what they did for our sect," Mei Riom answered. Treating them too generously would rather bring about bad things, father, Yuan answered. They said our initial reward was too much for the effort they put in. So they only took half, Unho answered quickly. I will go and protect them. He flew like an arrow and rushed away. Chul Hyun respected them greatly. Those opera actors distinguish very clearly between responsibility and the greater good. There is much for me to reflect on. Mei Riom and the others watched the old man intently. She approached her father's side and said, their acting skills are truly exquisite. I was almost made a fool. I really thought they had died poisoned by Muyang-dok. Chul Hyun nodded. Their acting is excellent, but the most talented person is the one standing behind them conducting. He skillfully wove truth and lies to create a grand play. What is more commendable is that when he came up with this plan, he considered that only a small amount of Muyang-dok could be made. Mei Riom agreed. That's right, it's truly amazing. He made the enemy focus on the fear of Muyang-dok seeping into their bodies so they didn't pay attention to the amount, and completely turned the tide of the battle. An unpredictable move, something only the Murim scholar could think of. Yuan had been listening to the praises of the father and daughter in silence until now. It's not over yet. This annihilation operation was a success. When this is over, the Tang Men will be out of danger. Chul Hyun also understood his meaning. As time passes, they will realize that they were not seriously poisoned, so we must act quickly and annihilate them all at once, Yuan continued. When they leave Tangmen town, they will go to the mountains to regulate their breathing. It will surely be a well-ventilated and remote place. Hearing this, Chul Hyun furrowed his brow. There are 2 mountains below Tangmen town, Mount Sojin and Mount Daejin, Yuan muttered. I feel like I'm missing something. Solri and Ga-yin stared blankly at the high moon, and a thick fog covered the mountain. What had become of the demonic cult people by now? They were scattered on the mountain trying to regulate their chi and blood. Jimyong sat under the moonlight meditating, and the person beside him opened his mouth. In any case, we are not refugees. Jimyong looked at the person with a hardened face and answered, this isn't bad either. It's much better than fighting for that incompetent young cult leader. It's almost midnight. Should I tell everyone to rest? Although the Tang family lost the Muyang-dok, they still have a power that cannot be easily broken. This subordinate thinks this battle will not end tonight. Jimyong quickly refuted, and the person stared blankly at Jimyong. Jimyong raised his voice and announced to everyone, maintain your guard and rest in the most comfortable position. Before the guard could even speak, the soldiers below shouted, the commander has ordered us to rest in the most comfortable position, but to be sure to maintain our guard. We will obey your command, commander. We will obey. A close guard asked him, do you have an ominous premonition? He answered, I can't be sure, but I have a strange feeling. It's very unpleasant and I can't put it into words. It's like a scene where the young cult leader and the elders are mocked and annihilated by the Tang Men, the guard asked. Isn't it because you don't like the demonic cult, commander? He answered. Do you think I would wish for them to fail because of my personal feelings? The person immediately said. No, this subordinate does not think that at all. Jimyong asked again. Have you sent out patrols? The man nodded. Yes, they are patrolling in shifts in groups of 3. The 2 were startled to see a black shadow rushing quickly toward them. The guard opened his mouth. He's here just in time. But why is there only one person? The messenger shouted loudly. Something terrible has happened. The situation has changed. The 2 were stunned, and the guard asked, what do you mean? What happened that's big enough to change the situation? Jimyong stopped the guard's words and said directly, catch your breath and explain slowly. The messenger did as he was told, took a breath, and then provided the information. The Murim scholar and his people have appeared at the Tang family. The guard was shocked. What, that bastard appeared? The messenger continued. I heard that the Murim scholar spread Muyang-dok on the battlefield. Jimyong furrowed his brow and thought, Muyang-dok, the reporter continued. We thought it was destroyed by fire in the poison warehouse, but the Murim scholar spread the real Chungi nozzle and poisoned all of us. No, most of our martial artists. Jimyong's face darkened as he heard the soldier's words. Those who couldn't hold their breath immediately vomited blood and the rest were all brutally murdered. He gritted his teeth and said, so that scholar bastard conspired with the Tang Men to set a trap for the demonic cult, the soldier continued. From the situation it seems so. The demonic cult quickly withdrew, but it was just a crucible of chaos. The Tang Men people quickly pursued them with their poison chi and numerous other poisons. Moreover, the Hall of the Grim Reaper and the Hall of Lesser Thunder also participated in this mission. But they abandoned the remaining people to survive. Jimyong asked, then where are the survivors now? The person continued. Although the casualties were severe, they successfully escaped Tangmen town. The young cult leader and the people of Elder Hyoldo went to Mount Daejin, and the people of the Hall of the Grim Reaper and the Hall of Lesser Thunder went to Mount Sojin. This subordinate saw them entering a canyon to the east. That is why I rushed back to report. Jimyong shouted. This is not good. He grasped the situation and commanded his troops. All units, attention. We are departing. We will go to Mount Daejin. A guard flew up alongside him and shouted, if we go to Mount Daejin, how will you help the young cult leader? The soldiers flew through the sky like a flock of swallows in the dead of night. As Jimyong focused on flying high, the guard opened his mouth. I understand you mean to support the main force instead of the Hall of the Grim Reaper and the Hall of Lesser Thunder, but it is too late to go there now. He was still determined to go. We will catch up. The problem is that when we get there, all we will see are corpses, the guard continued. Are you saying you think the main force has been annihilated? Jimyong did not answer immediately, and the guard guessed again. Did the entire main force fall to the Muyongdok? Only when he flew to the front did he finally answer. No, they did not die because of the Muyongdok. They are being pursued. The other person was surprised. If the Muyongdok had spread, they would die sooner or later. Why is that? Jimyong cut him off. If the Muyongdok they spread was a fake? The guard was once again shocked. A fake? Jimyong analyzed what would happen if they thought the Muyongdok was real and fled, fearing severe poisoning. Then they would be pursued on their way out. Even if it's a fake, it's enough to instill the fear of death. Those who fear death can no longer think of fighting. Having spoken this far, he gritted his teeth. The stronger one's internal energy, the faster the Muyongdok spreads. When poisoned, you vomit a pool of blood before dying. All of this is common sense. The other person answered. The Muyongdok cannot be a fake. If it were, why would the poisoned men vomit blood instantly? Jimyong answered. Whether it is real or fake, the result does not change. If it were me, I would have certainly set a trap and waited. Only a fool would miss the chance to cut down the enemy. Jimyong's unit landed on the ground. The guard continued. Thinking about it, it's a blessing in disguise. I never thought that young cult leader's mockery would end up saving our lives. It's just that I'm reluctant to save him. I just thought he was a selfish person. Then the guard superior also spoke pettily. How can we just forgive the young cult leader? He is the type to somehow survive even if he is poisoned. The young cult leader is not the kind of man to die with his subordinates. The guard was puzzled. Then our going to Mount Daejeon is? Jimyong's eyes narrowed. Forget that young cult leader. We are going to save our comrades. The army quickly went deep into the mountains. Back at the Tang family mansion under the quiet moonlit night, Yuan's group and the father and son of the Chul Hyon family just stood and looked at the ruined scenery. They stared intently at an old wooden chair. It was truly strange. Everything around was reduced to ashes, but only this one chair was intact. Mei Riom said to her father, "Perhaps fate wants you to continue to lead this sect, father." Chul Hyon reminisced about the old days. I remember when building the poison hall, I specifically made a storage room with thick walls. Suddenly, the old man called him over. Military strategist Qian. Yuan quietly approached the old man's side. Chul Hyon took his hand and said, "Sit on this chair." At those words, he and his daughter were surprised. Yuan expressed his refusal. "How could I possibly sit there?" the old man said again. "Do not think of it as precious, just think of it as an ordinary chair and sit." Chul Hyon opened his mouth. "I have some knowledge of medicine. As a person from a poison sect, one learns medicine before handling poison. I don't need to check your pulse. Just by looking at your face I can guess to some extent." Yuan bowed respectfully. "I understand your good intentions, senior. Then I will consider this a place to rest for a moment and take a short break." Mei Riom thought to herself. How unexpected. I thought he would refuse. Perhaps his body is in such a critical state that he doesn't even have the strength to stand for long. As soon as he sat down, Peng Un exclaimed, "Our brother is a very determined person. He can make a decision instantly without the slightest hesitation." The father and daughter continued to observe Yuan. Mei Riom turned to look at him from behind. "Have you come to deliver news?" They answered hurriedly. "Yes, the wounded have been moved to the infirmary for treatment, and the survivors have been deployed to strengthen the defenses of key positions." Chul Hyon opened his mouth. "Well done. Until the war is over, we must focus on defending the perimeter." Yuan, who was behind them, suddenly interjected. "It would be better to withdraw the defense order and immediately go out to wipe out the remnants." Chul Hyon and Mei Riom looked at him with incomprehensible eyes. He explained, "Instead of defending, cleanly wiping out the enemy's remnants is the way of the Tang Men, who believe in the absolute power of the Muyongdok." Chul Hyon nodded his head. "Right, you are right. Those who have been hit by the Muyongdok will die anyway, so we don't need to worry about defense." Mei Riom also agreed. "Perhaps so, if they think it is real," she said hurriedly. "I will take this mission." Then she led them and left. Now Chul Hyon was alone facing Yuan's group. The old man revealed his inner thoughts. "Is there really no chance for the enemy to return? I am worried whether the pursuit team can successfully kill them all." Yuan answered. "They will not succeed," he emphasized. "Never." Chul Hyon's eyes widened. He continued. "Although I called it a pursuit, I told them to lure the enemy to another place and attack them. Just enough to create a chance for them to escape." The old man was silent and somber but understood Yuan's meaning. A person becomes weaker when they realize there is a way to live. Once their lives are safe, there is no longer a reason to resist. I am sure they will do their best to carry out military strategist Qian's instructions rather than engage in useless competition. Yuan continued. "That is why their casualties will increase. Those who desperately seek a way to live will realize when they come to their senses that they are very far from the Tang Men." Ga Yan reported the situation. "The White Tiger Brigade and the Black Ghost Brigade have arrived at Mount Sojan. The Doko clan leader has led the masters of the Kunlun and Ma sects to Mount Daejeon." She asked Solri. "Will the battle at Mount Sojan be more intense?" "Do you think so, sister?" "The White Tiger Brigade and the Black Ghost Brigade will have a fiery competition," Solri retorted. "No, you're wrong. It's the opposite. Commander Unbi will not want to continue that infighting. I am sure they will do their best to carry out military strategist Qian's instructions rather than engage in useless competition. Suddenly, the two sisters stopped talking when they saw Yuan's silence. They followed his gaze. A low question echoed. Has he fallen asleep? Solri answered. Yes, he has fallen asleep. She stared at him without blinking. Only the sound of rustling fallen leaves remained in the space. The sky was already deep into the night, and a hazy moonlight shone through the floating clouds. The entire forest was submerged in a quiet and eerie silence. Corpses lined both sides of the stream, and blood mixed with the stream water as it gnawed. Suddenly a foot appeared. Jimyoung's group stopped at the stream where the corpses were scattered. The two people following him were horrified by the sight before them. They quickly approached the corpses, examined them, and exclaimed, "Their bodies have floated all the way here." One man gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow, and said, "Just by looking there are over 200 of them." Seeing the sight, they could not hide their shock. They were murdered. How truly atrocious. The eyes of Jimyoung and the two men darkened. After a moment, he gritted his teeth in anger and sparks flew from his eyes. "They are retaliating against us," he thought resentfully. "How ridiculous. They are venting all their anger for what we did to them," one man urged him. "Judging by the state of the bodies, quite some time has passed. We must hurry to catch up." Jimyoung silently raised his hand and signaled to the two men. The two followed the direction of his hand and were once again shocked. The man was sitting not far away observing a corpse. He seemed to be looking very intently at the corpse before him. One man spoke first. "Isn't that Mahawang Nunglong?" The other man also wondered. "Why is he here alone?" Jimyoung's group quickly approached Mahawang Nunglong's side. Jimyoung cupped his hands and greeted him first. "Jimyoung, commander of the Black Wolf Brigade, greets the Mahawang." The Mahawang raised his head and answered coldly, "You are late," Jimyoung hurriedly explained. "Please forgive me. We were excluded from the reinforcements and could not grasp the intelligence." The Mahawang turned and said to him, "I will not blame you for being late." Then he stood up and continued, "At least I am glad that you are still alive." Jimyoung asked him, "Why are you here?" The Mahawang explained, "I had a strange feeling, so I came back." He pointed out the strange thing to him. "Look at these corpses. Not a single one of them died from severe poisoning," he added. "Every corpse I have examined is like this." Then he asked Jimyoung, "What about you? Have you seen anyone who died from poison?" He immediately answered, "I am the same as you, senior. Not a single one." The two were silent for a while. After a moment the Mahawang looked at Jimyoung and asked seriously, "Are you thinking the same thing as I am?" Jimyoung looked at him and said, "The Muyangdok, it was just a trick, a mere play. If that is what you think, senior, then we are of the same mind." Hearing those words, the Mahawang snorted and fell into deep thought. Jimyoung asked him again, "Are you the only one who thinks so, senior? Is there no one else?" Before his words had even finished, the Mahawang immediately opened his mouth. "I did not see the Murum scholar," he recalled. "When I entered the Tang Men I observed carefully, but it is a pity we withdrew so quickly." Then he too was slightly puzzled. "When I heard that the Muyangdok had spread, I held my breath and withdrew the army, but I still could not understand the sudden change in the situation." Jimyoung explained the reason to him. "Because you did not see or hear the Murum scholar, senior, it did not feel real." Hearing those words, the Mahawang's eyes flashed. He immediately turned his body and signaled to Jimyoung, "Let's go." Jimyoung followed and asked him with a puzzled look, "Where are you going?" The Mahawang answered briefly, "To the Tang Men." Hearing the words Tang Men, his complexion immediately changed. The sky grew deeper and deeper into the night, and the scenery became more mysterious. At the same time, a room was still lit. Inside, everyone was gathered by Qian Yuan's bedside. Chul Hyon approached, checked his pulse, and confirmed his condition. Yuan was still lying motionless, showing no signs of waking up. As the old man released his hand, Solri's group worriedly asked the old man about Yuan's condition. "How is he? Is there something wrong with his body? Did he faint from exhaustion?" Chul Hyon answered calmly, "It does not matter whether he is unconscious or in a deep sleep." Ga Yin did not understand and asked him back, "What do you mean? Shouldn't it be that he is either unconscious or asleep?" Solri suddenly thought, "Could it be that his body has sealed itself?" Chul Hyon explained, "The reason he is asleep may be because his body's defense mechanism has been activated due to severe mental exhaustion." Solri listened to the old man's words and recalled, "This sometimes happens to people who have exhausted both their physical and mental strength. What happened has harmed his body." Being that, Solri said, "This has happened in the past. At that time he slept continuously for several days. It will probably be the same this time." Chul Hyon put his hand in his pocket, took something out and said, "Perhaps so, but I have a way to help him." As the old man took out a small box, his daughter saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "That's right, the 100-year strengthened body pill." Solri's group all gaped in surprise. "The 100-year strengthened body pill. It is a treasure of the Tang Men with an efficacy comparable to the Chundan of the Shaolin sect." Ga Yin, still unable to hide her surprise, asked the old man, "If Chunyi Nozul is the Tang Men's greatest poison, then the best elixir must be the 100-year strengthened body pill. Are you really going to use this legendary pill on military strategist Qian?" Chul Hyon said, "Military strategist Qian is the savior of the Tang Men, so even something more precious than this would not be a waste." His daughter also agreed and added, "Thanks to military strategist Qian, the Tang Men was able to remain intact, so he deserves the best. I can give him mine if needed." Chul Hyon put the pill in Yuan's mouth and said, "There is no need for that. There is no guarantee that absorbing 2 pills at the same time will double the effect." The old man also added about the after effects, "Too much can rather weaken the body, Solri thought to herself, so absorbing too much is also a problem then. Chul Hyeron quickly put the pill in Yuyang's mouth, but just as he did, Solri called out to the clan leader. She asked the old man seriously, before this he already took another medicine. If he takes more now, will there not be any side effects? Chul Hyeon turned and asked her. He already took one before. What kind of medicine? My father gave him the Sochiandin of the Shaolin sect. Chul Hyeon was immediately flustered. What did you say? The Sochiandin of the Shaolin sect. The old man hurriedly went back to Yuyang. You should have said so earlier. What do we do now? The 100-year strengthened body pill has already melted in his mouth. The group was once again shocked, and only the unconscious Yuyang did not know what was happening to him. Jim Young stepped forward. The Mahawang looked back at him. He gritted his teeth. Do I need to repeat myself? He did not care and asked directly. How will you attack the Tang Men? The Mahawang stood opposite him and said. How we will sweep them away, he boasted confidently. As long as they don't have the Muyongdok in their hands. Our military power is enough to overwhelm them. Jim Young was suspicious. Are you sure that the Muyongdok no longer exists in this world? He asked him back. Do you not think so? Jim Young hesitated slightly. I suppose so, but I am still hesitant. Deep down in my heart I always have a feeling of unease. He furrowed his brow. There is either something I have failed to see or if my intuition is accurate, he calculated. All I can do is predict the Muram scholar's moves, but as for what he will do next, the Mahawang said contemptuously, the Muram scholar might have you in the palm of his hand. He answered calmly, I will not deny that. Then he said thoughtfully, but I hope you will reconsider, Jim Young immediately asserted. I am certain that bastard has already prepared a plan for our return. If that is the case, this action now is no different from jumping into a fire. Mahawang Nunglong thought for a moment, then asked him, Then what do you suggest? Jim Young answered immediately. I will pursue the young cult leader. We will attack the Muram Alliance bastards, pursue them, and rescue the young cult leader once again, he said with conviction. I believe that should be our priority right now. The Mahawang still spoke calmly. You know better than anyone that the young cult leader can protect everyone in a critical situation. As the atmosphere between the two settled, the old man continued. The reason you are so resolute is because of the lives of your comrades. Jim Young remained silent, and the Mahawang turned his head and continued walking as he said, All right, let's go. I don't think there's a trap in the Tang Men to catch us, but there's no reason to take an unnecessary risk, the Mahawang shouted. The young cult leader went south, Jim Young asked with a puzzled look. Don't we need to go west to get to Sichuan? As the two flew into the air, the old man said, It is possible that an assassination squad is already lying in ambush on the road to Sichuan. We will take a detour to the south. The 500 comrades following behind also followed with a majestic momentum, with the Mahawang at the head of the group. At that time, inside the room where Qian Yuyan was recovering, Doko Solri's voice was heard. Then does that mean the Sochiandin of the Shaolin sect is harming him? She said worriedly. What should we do? If I had known earlier I would have warned everyone beforehand. Seo Mei Riom frowned in anger. Father, we are not out of danger yet. Please stop joking. Doko Solri and Hua Gaoyin suddenly stopped, thinking with puzzled expressions. Joking, Doko Solri opened her mouth and asked, Then does that mean the Sochiandin is not harmful? Tang Chul Hyeon said seriously, I have never joked. If I had known that child had taken the Sochiandin, I would not have wasted the 100-year strengthened body pill. It was only a matter of time. The Sochiandin alone was enough to restore the child's physical strength and energy. All four of them were stunned, and Doko Solri immediately protested, That's too much, family head. Speaking so vaguely like that, I thought my heart was going to stop, the old man guessed with a profound look in his eyes. It seems the young lady greatly admires military strategist Qian. Doko Solri looked as if her inner thoughts had been exposed. She blushed and stammered, It's not because I like him. Tang Chul Hyeon, as if he understood the young woman's heart, let out a hearty laugh. Peng Lun suddenly asked Tang Chul Hyeon, Are you certain that the Sochiandin and the 100-year strengthened body pill will not cause side effects? She said with suspicion. It is often the case that strong medicines cannot be used together, leading to unwanted results, the old man answered. If it had been a Daishiandin, his life might have been in some danger, but the Sochiandin is fine. It is like a supplement. The entire room fell quiet again. Tang Chul Hyeon opened his mouth. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. If that child could use internal energy, we would have been able to see his internal power increase dramatically with the 100-year strengthened body pill and the Sochiandin. Seo Mei Riom thought coldly. If he can awaken his internal energy in the future, he might be able to use the latent power to aid his training. Not all of it, of course, but to some extent. The problem is whether it is too late for him to learn martial arts. He no longer has the time for that. Hua Gaoyin answered with conviction. That's right. The core of his problem is all of you. Everyone in the room suddenly fell silent. Doko Solri smiled slightly and suddenly said, He is still sleeping even though we are talking so loudly. When do you think he will wake up? A voice answered. That child will open his eyes when he wants to wake up. All we can do is wait. What military strategist Qian needs now is recuperation, Hua Gaoyin said. Considering our current situation, shouldn't we wake him up? Military strategist Qian is the one who holds the highest authority. When the state of the battlefield changes, Doko Solri answered. We cannot force it. If he overexerts himself and collapses again, we will truly lose military strategist Qian. she asserted clearly. Waiting is the best course of action. Doko Solri suddenly noticed fierce veins appearing on Qian Yuyang's face. She shouted, Look, his face. Hua Gaoyin could not help but exclaim as well. What is that? Qian Yuyang's entire body turned red and trembled, and Hua Gaoyin was startled. With a serious face, she said loudly, What is happening to him? Is the effect of the 100-year strengthened body pill circulating through his body? Tang Chul Hyon, with a serious face, stammered and guessed. This is not it. Qian Yuyang's body suddenly trembled violently. This is bad. A strange phenomenon is occurring in military strategist Qian's body. The old man was startled and thought, a strange phenomenon? Suddenly, Qian Yuyang continued to tremble without stopping, and the veins on his face bulged and turned red. Tang Chul Hyon said thoughtfully, This is somewhat similar to qi deviation. Doko Solri and qi deviation. Hua Gaoyin and Peng Un were stunned. No way, Hua Gaoyin asked the old man. You are joking with us, right? Qi deviation is a phenomenon that occurs when one's mind becomes unstable, leading to dangerously severe internal injuries. But military strategist Qian has never cultivated internal energy. Xiao Mei Riom said with a sharp gaze, thinking, this time it is not a joke. The child's condition is the same as qi deviation. Doko Solri and Peng Un were startled. Hua Gaoyin, sweating nervously, urged the old man, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and check his pulse. Tang Chul Hyon still stood by the bed calmly with his arms crossed. If that child has truly fallen into qi deviation, we must be careful. Even the slightest stimulus could send him into a state of shock and leave him crippled. At that time, Qian Yuyang's condition was getting more and more serious. His whole face was as red as blood and the veins extended to his neck. Doko Solri and Peng Un asked in surprise, Then what should we do now? Do we just have to stand here and watch without doing anything? The old man was lost in thought. There is no other way. Qian Yuyang trembled unceasingly on the bed. At that moment, Peng Un suddenly opened his mouth. I will do it. Everyone in the room watched Qian Yuyang in silence. Peng Un said worriedly, I will check if he has vital energy. At that time we would only need to circulate it, but now we can't even check his pulse. Tang Chul Hyon said thoughtfully, That is not all, we must also check the dantian, the place where vital energy is generated. As Qian Yuyang trembled, the veins on his face were revealed. But that is a dangerous thing to do, the old man told Peng Un. To check those things you must send your vital energy into military strategist Qian's body. The old man turned his head and continued, If the qi flows in reverse, you yourself will be repelled by the energy you sent in. Peng Un was startled and thought, If I can control it, that will not happen. Tang Chul Hyon gently warned, Easier said than done. The reverse-flowing qi will instantly collide with the vital energy you sent in. It will be unavoidable. Doko Solri stood with Peng Un, and both were frightened by the old man's words. Then does that mean there is nothing we can do now? The old man answered thoughtfully. Since the collision of qi is unavoidable, the only way is to reverse the flow at the very moment they make contact. She thought about the old man's words. To turn the flow in the right direction without harming the body, that is not something just anyone can do. The old man was silent and answered with a sad expression. I am not confident. I am afraid my efforts might harm the child instead. Tang Chul Hyon turned to Peng Un as if trying to find an answer. Do you dare to do it? Even at this critical moment the room was silent, with only the sound of Qian Yuyang trembling on the bed. He slowly walked to where he was lying. This is our only option. There is not much time left. Peng Un turned his back to the old man and the others. I will do it. The old man looked at Qian Yuyang's trembling face, which was flushed red with bulging veins, and answered, That's right, there is no time. If we do not act quickly, the child will lose his life. Hua Gaoyin and Doko Solri were surprised by the old man's words and could only fear that his words would not come true. Peng Un raised his hand toward him. I will do it. If anything happens to my brother because of me, I will follow him. Doko Solri comforted him. There is nothing to worry about, just do it. If it goes wrong, I will be the next to die after you too. Hua Gaoyin asked her with a puzzled look. Why? There is no reason for you to die, sister. Doko Solri swung her hand and pushed Hua Gaoyin hard to another place, telling her to shut up. Hua Gaoyin let out a pained sound. Peng Un clasped his hands together, creating a mysterious blue light. Everything depends on me. The people behind them watched thoughtfully as Peng Un transferred that blue light to Qian Yuyang. If I cannot save my brother, the future of the Merm will fall into darkness. Blue light enveloped his body. Peng Un gritted his teeth and used both his internal and external power to save his brother. Hua Gaoyin and Doko Solri waited nervously, and the light continued to spread around the two of them. Tang Chul Hyon said quietly to the two women, Even if that child fails, we cannot blame him. The old man frowned his two eyes and said thoughtfully, At that moment both of them will die. The two women asked worriedly in one voice, Old sir, is there a problem? That child surely knows this fact as well. He knows that if he fails to save military strategist Qian, he too will die. The two women stood stunned, looking helplessly at the two. Xiao Mei Riom continued from behind, As my father said, if Yuyang's qi flows in reverse and meets Peng Un's vital energy, at that moment their fates will intertwine, she continued. If Peng Un fails to quickly change the flow of Yuyang's vital energy, the reverse-flowing qi will rush straight into Peng Un, destroying his internal organs. Hua Gaoyin, as if she could not believe what she had heard, asked in fear, That will not happen, right? Yuyang's internal energy is not strong enough to cause that. Isn't Peng Un capable enough to stop it? Tang Chul Hyon answered thoughtfully. According to what is recorded in books, to smoothly carry out the process of reversing the qi flow, the practitioner's power must be at least 10 times stronger than the patient's. She repeated the old man's words in fear. 10 times. Hua Gaoyin said loudly, but Peng An is definitely 10 times stronger than Yuan, right? Sister Solri, say something. Doko Solri's face hardened. Yuan has never trained in internal energy. I am certain of this, she asserted. I witnessed him injure himself to defeat an opponent last time. But Tang Chul Hyon refuted it. No, that child has it. They looked at the old man in surprise. The old man with his arms crossed said nonchalantly, if he did not, he could not have fallen into qi deviation. Tang Chul Hyon explained. That child might have trained in internal energy long ago and given up, or for some reason his dantian was blocked, preventing further progress and causing his qi to stagnate. A strong impact can create a crack in the blockage. The Soqiandin continuously struck and destroyed that crack, the old man continued, with the effect of the 100-year strengthened body pill added to that. His vital energy will pour out like a flood over a broken dam, but since he has never trained the 8 extraordinary meridians, or the body's qi meridians, the vital energy will move scattered in all directions. The 2 pills will synchronize with each other, creating a completely new flow of qi that overflows uncontrollably. At that time, Hua Gaoyin and Doko Solri had their eyes wide open, sweating with worry. Tears welled up in Hua Gaoyin's eyes. If a martial artist uses the 100-year strengthened body pill, it is equivalent to 10 years of internal energy training, right? Tang Chul Hyon answered. Yuan is not a martial artist, so I cannot be sure either, but if his block qi suddenly breaks through, with the effect of the Soqiandin added to it, 10 years of vital energy is not an impossible story. Hua Gaoyin sobbed. Then are they all going to die? She pointed ahead and said. The 2 of them will die first. Then she extended her hand toward Doko Solri. Then Solri will follow. She looked at the old man and Sio Mei Riom. You 2 will probably leave this world out of guilt, and I will die because I will have no one left to live with. Sio Mei Riom opened her mouth. I do not know if the latter part will happen as the young lady says, but yes, all of that could happen. No matter how outstanding Peng An is at his age, his abilities cannot have reached the level of a top master. Hua Gaoyin wiped her tears. That is what I am saying. Doko Solri suddenly opened her mouth. But it is not like Peng An must be 10 times stronger, right? Sometimes miracles happen. Peng An was still treating him, and beads of sweat flowed down his face. The veins were still visible on Qian Yuang's face. Peng An gritted his teeth and accelerated his power, and Doko Solri noticed something strange and opened her mouth. Look, something has changed. He is not convulsing anymore. The 3 were startled and looked over. Peng An seriously continued to transfer his qi, and the sweat no longer gushed out like a spring. The change in his condition seemed to be giving him more strength. The 4 people beside them prayed inwardly. Please. The situation suddenly became extremely tense. Peng An suddenly frowned. It seemed this method was sucking the qi from his body. Where his hands touched his body, the qi was no longer blood red. The convulsions had stopped and the source of the qi had become clear, but it did not seem to be over yet. Hua Gaoyin said, not understanding. So is it done? Peng An analyzed. The feeling of the qi has changed. It seems to be working. As Doko Solri cut off Hua Gaoyin's words, her face hardened. Hua Gaoyin bit her lip and frowned, looking extremely anxious. They continued to watch as the veins on Qian Yuang's face gradually disappeared. His face was no longer red and the room became quieter. On the bed, Qian Yuang sweated unceasingly, and Peng An beside him was not much different, gritting his teeth and continuing. Sio Mei Riom was puzzled. Is sweating a good sign? Tang Chul Hyon stroked his beard, lost in thought. After pondering, Chul Hyon concluded. When the vital energy moves too much, the body resists and the body temperature rises. So sweating was a good sign. Just then a bead of sweat formed on Yuang's face. Solri had great faith. It's over, he did it. So she eagerly awaited his answer. Tell me, Peng An, open your eyes and tell me everything is all right. Meanwhile, Peng An had exhausted a lot of his strength and was breathing heavily. His eyes slowly opened, and he immediately announced happily, It's all right, my brother has survived. Peng An informed them of the situation. I was on the verge of passing through the gates of death 17 times, but King of the Underworld would not accept me. We succeeded on the 18th try. Solri could not hide her joy upon hearing those words. Chul Hyon, who was beside her, also let out a sigh of relief. Gaoyin was stunned. 17 times, only 15 minutes have passed. How could that be? But Peng An felt differently. What? Just 15 minutes? I feel like I've aged 10 years, a voice came from behind. 15 minutes, Yuang suspiciously lifted his heavy eyelids. Did I sleep for that long? Right now he could only whisper. Nevertheless, Yuang rebuked himself. I can't believe I slept for so long. So Gaoyin could not understand this person at all. What is there to be happy about? Would the world have collapsed if he had slept a little longer? Yuang struggled to sit up, reminding them. We have no time for games. We must hurry. He sat up. If we miss even a single second tonight, we will face grave consequences. Seeing him in a hurry, Chul Hyon quickly stopped him. Stay still. I need to check your condition first. Yuang sat neatly on the bed and Peng An still couldn't get over his surprise. I never imagined I would find a dantian in my brother's body. It was only the size of a pea. Eliminating it completely was the safest option, but I couldn't do it. He recalled Yuang's appearance at that time. I saw a spark in my brother's eyes that day. A determination to become stronger, a will to become a person who could stand on his own, but now that the seemingly useless dantian has been awakened, perhaps this is an opportunity given to him by the heavens. After finishing his check, Chul Hyon exclaimed, It's stable, I am very happy to say this. Yuan continued. Then I will go. He shook his head. There is more to consider. He placed his hand on his dantian and began to circulate his qi to deploy his internal energy. Yuan furrowed his brow and wondered, "What are you checking?" The old man closed his eyes and meditated, circulating his qi, and after a moment he woke up again and his eyes widened. He turned to Peng'an and said, "Truly amazing. You did very well, Peng'an. His qi meridians are not damaged in the slightest and his qi is completely stable. You have fully integrated the 100-year strengthened body pill into military strategist Qian's dantian." Accordingly, Ga Yin summarized one thing. Then not only is Yuan's life safe, but he has also gained 10 years of internal energy, right? Hearing that, Yuan wondered, "What are you talking about?" Chul Haion did not answer and said, "It would be better for you to hear that story later." Yuan really could not understand. Chul Haion changed the subject. "You were in a great hurry earlier saying the situation might be irreversible. If something bad happens," Yuan was very anxious about this matter. "Yes, we must prepare for the enemy's return." Knowing his concern, Chul Haion reassured him, "There is nothing to fear that has not happened yet." Now the old man asked him, "You have slept for over 2 hours. Has your mind cleared a little?" Hearing this, Yuan was surprised. 2 hours? Suddenly he realized something. No, immediately Yuan shot up and shouted, "It's too late, it's too late." Under the pitch-black night sky, calls echoed everywhere. "Where is my sister?" The people around were in chaos. "Find Soul quickly." They searched every nook and cranny. Such a dark night is really driving people crazy. Where on earth did he hide? I have never seen such a coward. He disappears every time a fight starts. After searching for a long time, they finally found Soul. Here it is on the roof. Seeing Soul sleeping comfortably on the roof, they could not understand at all. "My goodness, how did it get up there?" Mei Ram's young son answered. "Cowards have extraordinary ways of hiding. They seem to think the higher they go, the safer they are." Mei Riom was furious and said in a growling voice, "Drag it down immediately." Her son, who was used to this scene, said, "To make it come down on its own you have to persuade it." After speaking he had an idea and shouted loudly, "The fight is over, it's safe, hurry up and come down." Soul on the roof naturally frowned in displeasure and the son was helpless. "It's ignoring me, it doesn't believe me." Mei Riom could no longer contain her anger. "If words don't work I'll use violence." She unleashed a very strong palm wind. "Damn it, if you don't come down I'll level this building, do you understand me?" Nevertheless it only managed to make the creature blink its eyes open. "Still not awake? Fine, I'll grind you into dust right here." Soul woke up and peeked down. Mei Ram's blood boiled and she complained, "Do not test my patience. One more time and you will see blood flow in this courtyard, you horse." In the blink of an eye it shot up and moved. Soul leapt high and left the roof. Its quick footwork flew like the wind. It leaped from one roof tile to another, which naturally made Mei Riom even angrier. "Fine, break all the roof tiles, why not? You know I can't make you fix them right." Her voice echoed through the night sky. "Stop." Her two sons hurriedly gave chase. "Soul, wait." Mother made it run for its life. "Mother, you knew it was a coward and you scared it again." Thanks to Soul, the peaceful night scenery had now become a chaotic mess. At last it was caught. Another treasure of the Tang Men. Its fur is pure white, so we call it Soul. Soulry immediately opened her mouth. "What a cheesy name," Ga Yin took the opportunity to tease. "Your name is Soul too, isn't it, sister?" Soulry emphasized. "My name does not mean snow." Nevertheless, Ga Yin continued to tease, "But they sound similar." Soulry was angry and Chul Haion stroked Soul and explained briefly, "It is a good horse but it is cowardly and runs away at the slightest danger, but when it runs I can guarantee that no horse can compare to it." The old man handed it to Yuan with faith. "It will be a good companion for you. Besides," he glanced at Soulry, "its name is the same as hers." Yuan politely expressed his thanks. "I will accept this favor from the family head. If it suits me as you say, senior, I will ride it." On the contrary, Mei Riom expressed her dissatisfaction with these words. "Soul is not obedient. I cannot guarantee that it will let you ride it meekly." Yuan was determined. "I will try to persuade it." Then he introduced himself politely. "My name is Qian Yuan Goodhorse." Not only that, he showed it his trust. "The lives of numerous friends rest on my shoulders, and now they rest on your back. It will be a little tiring, but I will do my best. What about you?" Ga Yin stood beside them and teased. "Oh my, speaking so affectionately is cheating. It's a waste to be used on a horse and not a woman," she even exclaimed. "My goodness, this is the first time I have ever felt jealous of a horse." The horse, as if it could understand, snorted loudly. Just then Yuan leapt onto the horse's back. "Thank you, Soul." Surprisingly, instead of reacting violently as it always did, it just lifted its head slightly. This surprised everyone. It let him ride right away. "It looks very happy." Even Mei Riom was the same. "I did not know Soul could be so polite." Everyone had a bad feeling about Soul, but it was different with Yuan, he thought to himself. "A good horse." Peng'an approached, patted its body and said fawningly, "I will be by your side often, lovely horse." Ga Yin also chimed in. "Hello Soul, me too, I will sit right behind Yuan." While speaking excitedly, her mouth was suddenly covered. Soulry covered her mouth and said quietly, "You cannot do that," she threatened Ga Yin. "I should have told you what the price is for coveting someone else's place, right?" Contrary to her serious attitude, Ga Yin replied playfully. She muttered, "What's so necessary about that?" Since there were many people around, Soulry decided to deal with it later and let it go. Yuan on the horse's back said to everyone, "I know that Qinggung is faster than riding a horse, but it's a bit strange for me to ride a horse alone like this." Ga Yin's eyes sparkled like stars. She suggested, "Then I will go with you." Despite having just been warned, she did not seem very afraid, and before she could finish her words, Solri stopped her. My brother will be fine, we will cross the mountains. Seriously, Solri had a perfect plan. You and Peng Un take the main road. Even if we take a faster route, we can rest along the way and arrive at the same time as everyone else. Yuan was puzzled by those words. Then does that mean you are going without Yuan? But I don't want to. She turned back and ordered Yuan be quiet. Only now did she know to be scared and could only obey. Alright, I'm not supposed to say a word now, right? Suddenly, Yuan gave the two a mission. I have a mission for you two. Both of them were surprised. A mission? There is not much time, so I will explain as we move. I will explain on the road. We cannot delay any longer. He said goodbye to Chul Hyon. We will depart now, family head. The old man wished for his safety. Have a safe trip. After we clean up this place, we will also depart ourselves. Mei Riom did not say anything, and Yuan understood her meaning as well. The two nodded with a glance, and he set off. Peng Un whipped the horse's rump hard. Let's go, friend. Immediately, Sol galloped, moving Yuan as fast as the wind. Yuan politely bowed to the family head. We must also depart. Then she quickly used her magic to follow Yuan. 4 people and 1 horse flew toward their destination like they were running, and the remaining 4 were in a hurry as well. Chul Hyon said to the 3, we must also move. Mei Riom followed the old man, slightly surprised by his decision. Are you going to do as Yuan said? Without hesitation, the old man asserted. Of course, I see no other way. She was also quite surprised. It is truly unexpected. If the family head goes to Sichuan, this mansion will be without a master. But she was still a little hesitant about this decision. Will you not reconsider? If we move our army there, many people might be left behind. I understand what he did for us, but to sacrifice more people is... At that hesitation, Chul Hyon was lost in thought and asked back, do you see it as a sacrifice? She wondered. Do you not, family head? The old man asserted firmly. Oh, I do not think so at all. I think it is the best chance for us to survive. Hearing Chul Hyon's decision, Mei Riom guessed that he thought the best defense was an offense, but the old man replied with a light scolding. Why do you ask as if you do not understand? You just do not know whether it is a rational choice or a kind of loyalty. Turning to her 2 children, she continued thoughtfully. I must also teach those children through this matter. Chul Hyon just said thoughtfully. Moving forward with the alliance means having to constantly make choices. Or feasibility. Back to the situation of the 4, they were still moving without rest. Solri looked around and found a good spot. This is a good place. Immediately, she shouted toward Yuan. Yuan, we have to split up. He patted his back and said to her, come here. Seeing that, both Solri and Yuan were astonished. Peng Un urged her from above. Quickly, Solri. My brother has something to say to you before we split up. She leapt onto the horse's back without hesitation, leaving Yuan muttering behind, but it's not like you have to ride together to hear it. Come here. Seeing her sister blushing slightly, she who was running below reminded her with concern. You didn't get too close to my brother, did you? Hearing that, Solri hugged Yuan, turned to her sister and teased. Thank you, I wasn't planning to. I remembered because you reminded me. It is safer this way. Yuan blamed herself and covered her mouth. Why do I keep doing things that are disadvantageous to me? On the horse's back, Yuan explained to Solri. After Qianhu sends those Beijing opera actors back, he will return to our main force. Her 2 hands were still hugging him tightly. I thought so too. He is not the type to loaf around after one fight. The 2 talked all the way, and Yuan, who saw the scene, was naturally on the verge of being blinded by jealousy. I can't bear to watch this. Where are you resting your face, sister? She could not help but say loudly. I can't hear what you're saying. What's so secret? Tell me too. Before the 2 could answer, Peng Un shouted at her. I can't hear anything because you're shouting, Yuan. Make the most of your time. Peng Un told her. You can find out the information later. I from my brother, you from Solri. Then he ran forward like the wind again. After explaining for a while, Solri understood. I understand. I will complete the mission. Then she said to Yuan, alright, let's split up here. Yuan guessed her purpose. Solri leapt high in one go and said loudly to her sister, Yuan, let's go. Her sister also followed right behind. Wait, you 2 be careful too. Then the 2 quickly disappeared from the air and only Yuan and Peng Un remained. When he suddenly stopped, Peng Un was puzzled. Why are you slowing down? The 2 slowed their pace and Yuan outlined the situation. The Black Wolf Brigade did not participate in the demonic cult's attack on the Tang Men. Peng Un also thought this was strange. That's right, by my judgment I didn't see them at all. He predicted their plan. The Black Wolf Brigade was involved in the Qingcheng sect battle, but they didn't show up at all in this one. If they split off from the Tang Men attack force and were tasked with attacking the frontiers, we will be in trouble, Peng Un continued. Doesn't the Black Wolf Brigade usually stand at the vanguard of battles? I don't think they'd be in charge of the left and right flanks. Yuan agreed, but he couldn't let his guard down. That's right, but we cannot ignore any exception that might occur during battle. He considered several possibilities. If they are stationed on the frontiers, they won't fear Chungi Nozzle at all. According to my deduction, they will deliver a fatal blow at midnight tonight. Hearing this, Peng Un guessed. Then what you told Solri was, Yuan replied. I told her to support the White Tiger Brigade in suppressing the Black Wolf Brigade. Are you worried whether your sister can find them? If my prediction is correct, they should have arrived in Sichuan by now. Even in such an urgent situation, he still deeply regretted it. I shouldn't have fallen asleep like that and wasted an hour. As if he had just remembered something, he turned and asked, what happened while I was asleep? After thinking for a moment, Peng Un said, Something did happen, but it's a bit complicated to explain. Suddenly, Sol started to gallop with renewed strength, and Peng An, chasing after him, couldn't stop praising the fine steed. "This horse runs really well. It must have eaten and slept well," Yuan, equally excited, said. "Then you should hurry too. Let's talk after we've taken care of business," Peng An replied cheerfully. "As you wish, brother. I have something to ask you too, but it's okay to wait a little longer." A short while later, a sizable group was moving in a hurry. Nunlong ordered Jimyong to slow down the army. "There is something we need to check." The troops following behind immediately stopped, and Nunlong and Jimyong at the front looked around cautiously. After observing for a while, he found no trace of pursuit without a doubt. "There's no sign of the young cult leader either. Should we continue on this path?" He immediately assessed Jimyong's immaturity. "I told you, get as far away as possible. Dealing with the pursuers and trackers should be the top priority." Of course, Jimyong was no pushover either. "I know that by doing so, the young cult leader can check the entire army and notice signs of poisoning," he continued. "Only half of his men are left now." He seemed to have realized something. Jimyong spoke bluntly to Nunlong. "Everyone knows that the young cult leader is hasty and not very wise. Not only that, he is rude, selfish, and stubborn." Instead of getting angry, he scolded Jimyong for not caring about the bigger picture. "What's the point of saying that now?" Jimyong tried to make him understand the situation. "The Alliance must have been watching him like a hawk stalks its prey. That military genius must have known the young cult leader's personality like the back of his hand." Indeed, these words stirred Nunlong. Seeing his change in attitude, Jimyong quickly continued. "What if their genius analyzed the young cult leader's personality to predict his next move?" Having said this, he suddenly asked, "How many people are left in Sichuan province?" Nunlong replied, "Not many. I heard they were ordered to attack from behind via carrier pigeon and join the main army." Hearing that there were so few, another thought occurred to Jimyong. He stated his guess. "Then the battle for Sichuan province will be an easy victory for the Alliance." Nunlong was curious. "Do you really think they will attack Sichuan province?" he explained. "The young cult leader's tactic of taking a detour to avoid pursuit will take a considerable amount of time. If the Alliance's genius considers that," as he spoke, a look of hatred as if he couldn't wait to destroy them appeared on his face, "he will surely order the Alliance army to launch an all-out offensive." The people behind them were all shocked to hear this. Jimyong shouted, "We've taken the wrong path. We must stop the young cult leader from reaching Sichuan province," contrary to his serious attitude. Nunlong calmly asked again. "Are you sure?" he explained. "That place is a fortress among fortresses. If the Alliance reclaims it, the young cult leader will be walking the path to ruin." He even asserted that even if their military strength was several times that of other fortresses, they would only be defeated. Nunlong did not yield and continued to argue, but Qian Gwi Dogan, before he could finish, Jimyong cut him off. He understood Nunlong's doubts. There is only one reason why Qian Gwi Dogan was able to capture Sichuan. It was because of 3 years of meticulous planning and an attack from within. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. No one said a word to each other. After a moment, Jimyong spoke again. "The young cult leader will surely realize one thing. He will definitely understand how significant capturing Sichuan province is to the state of this great war." Having heard his explanation, Nunlong only looked up at the sky without a word. It looked like it would rain soon, and the air grew more humid. Then he turned to the troops and ordered Jimyong, "Let's depart. If it rains, we'll have no way to go." After speaking, he leapt up himself and led the way. "It would be good to use them on the way, but as you said," before leaving, he left a word for Jimyong. "Think about what to do next after you find them." The entire group followed behind Nunlong. Indeed, after a short while, many dark clouds gathered, and a heavy downpour followed. On the other side, a fierce battle was taking place amidst the rain and thunderstorms. They fought without rest, and one person swung his sword, cutting down numerous enemies. After a moment, lightning struck, and it seemed to be the sound that signaled the end of this battle. Thousands of people lost their lives, and the 3 men, Moying, Chugwang, and Unbi, witnessed everything. After a moment, the rain gradually stopped. As the rain stopped, dawn broke at the same time. Moying declared that the plan was a success. As expected, there was a secret passage. Everything was sealed off and troops were deployed. They had already formed their lines and the defenders had taken their positions. So the crucial moment was from now on. The victor began to clear the bodies of the vanquished, preparing for a battle that might be even more fierce. Now all they have to do is come. Moying was worried about the other group's situation. "Is there still no news from Yuyang?" Unbi shook his head. "Not yet. He was supposed to arrive here before dawn." All 3 were anxious, hoping they would arrive soon, hoping nothing happened on the way. While waiting for Yuyang's group, the 3 of them also prepared quite busily. "We must hurry and expand the carrier pigeon communication network." They could only gather information from the carrier pigeons in the fortress and nowhere else. Chugwang reported the situation. "We must form a special team to confirm the exact whereabouts of the demonic cult leader." Regarding the intelligence problem, Moying had a positive outlook. "I heard they are training more carrier pigeons at the headquarters. They will be able to send them to us when the time comes." Now the wait for Yuyang had reached its peak. "I just hope nothing has happened to Yuyang." Unbi reassured him while also proposing a contingency plan. "We must prepare for the case that he arrives late." Arriving late was already part of Yuyang's plan, so he had told Moying in advance. "If that happens, there is no other way. We can only follow his instructions until he appears." Chugwang did not object. "I agree." Observing the situation, the 3 felt some positive results. So far we have followed his instructions and have dealt a full-force blow to the enemy with minimal casualties. It would not be wrong to say that Sichuan province has returned to us now. Unbi agreed with Chugwang's words. Everything has gotten on track just as Yuyang said. This battle was much more refreshing for me too. Indeed it was refreshing. They even achieved better results than expected. I thought just saving the Tang Men was a gift from the heavens. I never thought we would be able to launch a fatal counterattack against them. Mo Ying did not spare his praise for what Chugwang and Unbi had done. You both did very well. I saw the enthusiasm with which you two carried out the plan with all your might. Today's victory came from that, Chugwang asserted. The faith we place in him is no less than that for Doko clan leader Yuyang. Speaking of faith even now, Unbi had to honestly admit. What I did not expect was that the Wolf King followed Yuyang's words with complete loyalty. Mo Ying felt a similar emotion. I was also very surprised by that. The Wolf King was more arrogant than we were in the past. All three were waiting for Yuyang to come. Where is he? Suddenly they felt something was strange. He was in charge of the frontiers while we controlled the inside of the fortress, so he should have joined us as soon as he was done. Strange, did something happen? Somewhere a unit of soldiers was lying on the ground in an ambush position, and leading them were Qianhu and Yachal. The expressions of the two looked very bored. Yachal opened his mouth. There's no sign of them coming. Qianhu, who was beside him, made various guesses. It must be because of the storm yesterday. I'm sure quite a few of them were struck by lightning. Hearing such an absurd reason, he stared at him in disbelief. Qianhu explained, bad guys are usually struck by lightning. Am I wrong? He reluctantly agreed. Internally he thought it was ridiculous, but sometimes that's the case. In fact, it's not heaven that decides who gets hit. If heaven really decided how peaceful this world would be. Then he asked again, by the way, why are you still here? I thought you were one of the White Tiger Brigade's men. Suddenly he pointed out seriously. Say White Tiger Brigade commander to be precise. Continuing the question. So, he pointed to the back. I have 5 warriors. 4 of them are already here. The 4 he mentioned were Solri, Ga Yin, Yuyang, and Son Miang. Yachal asked about their purpose for being there. Then what are they doing here? Qianhu answered. Probably no one expects a rational reason from this friend. Perhaps they like the people of the White Tiger Brigade. I am one of them too. Instead of expressing his feelings, showing a little goodwill or sincerity, Qianhu said with a cold expression. I was going to join the White Tiger Brigade, but I met you first. We fought side by side and I had a lot of fun. Hearing this, Yachal could only feel helpless. Perhaps your personality is more suited to the White Tiger Brigade. The 4 people in the back were also talking, and Solri was still unable to hide her surprise. I really can't believe it. The Qingcheng sect was annihilated, just like that, Yuyang once again asserted. Unfortunately, yes, everyone is either dead or gone. Ga Yian still held out hope. But in the end, you didn't see everyone. You said you left immediately. Son Miang calmly explained the situation at that time. We ran away. We were afraid Qian Gwi Dogon would change his mind and not let us go. She talked about how dangerous the situation was at that time. But when he used the crippling poison on us, we couldn't use Qinggang and could only flee with our 2 legs, Solri predicted. Then Qian Gwi Dogon probably went there. Since all the masters of the Qingcheng sect have lost their internal energy, it wouldn't take much effort to kill them. But Yuyang did not think so. I don't think so. The people left in Qingcheng Sword will not run away. He made a different prediction. Even if their internal energy was taken away, they will fight with all their remaining strength. Their will and loyalty to their family's tradition will not let them give up easily. Roots planted deep in the ground cannot be pulled out overnight. Although it was different from her own prediction, Solri hoped his prediction was correct. I hope you are right. She thought that when faced with the greatest danger, Yuyang might send everyone away and fight alone. Qian Gwi Dogon is the person Yuyang cares about the most if even his shadow appears. Yuyang will surely order the entire army to flee. Yuyang and Son Miang both turned to her upon hearing those words. After a long while, Son Miang hesitated and said, I agree with you on that point. After finishing her words, she pointed again. But the Wolf King over there is not so certain. Yuyang, who was beside her, opened his mouth. I have nothing to say. Qianhu was surprised by Yachal's decision. Do you really agree that running away just by seeing Qian Gwi Dogon's shadow is the best response? He still couldn't understand. I can't imagine it. I didn't know he scared you so much, honestly. It wasn't Yachal's fear. What scares me is not him but Yuyang. Qianhu was so surprised to hear that he couldn't believe his own ears. Yuyang, Yachal said grimly. I have never faced Qian Gwi Dogon, but I have personally witnessed Yuyang's terror. If such a person orders me to flee when I see Qian Gwi Dogon, I will obey. The people behind them were all surprised to hear his words. He continued, That is why I am praying that the one who will appear soon is not Qian Gwi Dogon's Wolf Brigade. Group seriously got into a battle stance. Indeed, below were Jimyong and Nung Ong's demonic cult group. Qianhu saw their faces clearly and knew it was not the Wolf Brigade. It's the Black Wolf, but he had no information on Nung Ong. I don't know the old man following them, but Yachal knew him very well. I know him very well. He is the Mahawang elder of the demonic cult. Although he was slightly worried, he placed a star of hope on the 4 potential warriors behind him. I think that person is the one your 4 warriors were waiting for. Qianhu was surprised. Are you hoping Miss Solri will handle him? Yachal asked him back. Of course she would not be alone. They would all fight together. Imagining this fight, excitement appeared on Ga Yian's face. It was not a bad idea to show that old man from the outside forces the terror of young and potential-filled warriors. Contrary to such excitement, Unho was slightly worried. From what I see, they are more likely to be overwhelmed by the terror of the outside forces. Although he heard those words, Yachal still wanted to give it a try. It doesn't matter, experience is the best teacher. The demonic cult group below seemed to have not yet noticed that they had been ambushed. Jimyong suddenly gave an order. This place will do. Nunlong was puzzled. Are you suggesting we wait here? Indeed, in this group he was the cunning fox. If the regular army were to come from the south to Sichuan province, they would pass through this place. Assuming they did not create a new path, he had anticipated a battle here and planned accordingly. I will also send troops to scout other paths they might take. Nunlong waved his hand. I have nothing to say about this being a good place for observation. Only then did he become slightly cautious. But this place is also a perfect spot for the alliance to set up an ambush. However, Jimyong immediately disagreed. I don't think so. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for them to attack Sichuan province? Nunlong, having lost contact with the other groups until now, could not hide his impatience. We have yet to receive any information about Sichuan province. As both sides had expected, figures appeared from above. Although Nunlong and Jimyong had expected it, they could not hide their surprise. Jimyong shouted, I see, it was an ambush. Yachal's side initiated the battle first. Seeing the critical situation, Jimyong turned to his subordinates and gave an order. Prepare for the enemy in front to attack. The demonic cult side immediately raised their swords ready to fight back. Yachal led his army and charged straight into the enemy's lines. Witnessing this scene, Jimyong could only shout, The White Tiger Brigade. It was exactly as he had predicted before. Nunlong, somewhat impressed by their momentum, said, You were right, but he still thought Jimyong should be cautious of their opponent. Be careful of their leader, he is the Wolf King. The two sides faced each other, waiting only for their commander's signals. Yachal greeted him first. It's been a long time, Mahawang Elder. I didn't expect to meet you here, but I'm not too disappointed. He also replied with a greeting mixed with half respect and half hatred. I never thought of it either. I am very happy to see you. Seeing his attitude, Yachal was puzzled. Strange, happy to see me? It turned out that Nunlong regarded them as punching bags to vent his anger on. It has been a long time since I craved a real fight. I was just looking for an opportunity to relieve some stress when I met you. How could I not be happy? Yachal wanted to defeat him so badly that he would never be able to hold his head up again. Is that so? I don't want to disappoint you. I'm just afraid I won't have time to play with you today. Then he immediately pointed out the people who would fight him. The ones who will fight you are not me, but these young people standing beside me. The four did not object when they heard those words, and their eyes were filled with the determination to defeat Nunlong. This time Yachal's target was Jimyong. To me, the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade is much more interesting. The other side could not lose face either. Wolf King. I'm also very interested. That was all there was to say. There was nothing more to talk about. Yachal started the fight. All right, then let's stop this tedious conversation and begin. Then he encouraged his troops in a loud voice. Brothers of the White Tiger Brigade, show this pack of wolves who dared to invade our territory what a tiger does. The battle officially began. Jimyong's side was not lacking in spirit either, but instead of encouragement they rather underestimated their opponent. They are just a pack of spotted wild dogs, show them who the true lords are. But it seemed there was a reason for his underestimation. As soon as it began, the White Tiger Brigade was clearly at a disadvantage, and in an instant they were weakened by the attacks of the demonic cult group. The battle continued, but the main figures had not yet used their ultimate techniques. Solri and Yu Yung stepped forward first. I am Peng Yu Yung of the Peng clan. Today I will be your opponent, Mahawang Elder. I am Doko Solri of the Doko clan. Following them, Ga Yian stepped forward. I am Hua Ga Yian of Mount Hua. Seeing the spirit of these young warriors, Nunlong was silent for a while. Only after a long time did Yachal turn around and ask, Shall we begin? Suddenly, Jimyong worried on his behalf. Will they be all right? Nunlong did not understand. What do you mean? He said bluntly. I mean your people. Then he threw a sarcastic remark. Their backgrounds sound quite plausible. It's just a pity that today you will have to endure the guilt of watching them lose their lives with your own eyes. Hearing his rotten words, Yachal just laughed. I can do that. It is not a difficult thing to bow my head to their parents or masters. In any case, they fought bravely on the battlefield. He did not argue any further. Understood. He felt a slight respect for his opponent. Now I understand why many people are loyal to you, Wolf King. He spoke again in a regretful tone. You are a hero. If we were not enemies, we could have shared a few drinks together. Yachal was a man of few words. His response to that remark, which contained a very slight hint of sincerity, was to immediately draw his sword and prepare to fight. But unfortunately, you and I are enemies who must kill each other. Instead of a few drinks, how about a satisfying fight? He asked and answered himself, at the same time officially attacking him. That won't do either. Yachal shouted loudly. Our order is to take care of the Black Wolf Brigade as quickly as possible. As he launched his first attack, Jimyong quickly dodged and immediately counterattacked. His mouth still did not stop its sarcastic remarks. Is that the scholar's order? I never thought even the Wolf King would listen to that bastard so obediently. Yachal did not back down either. He instructed us to deliver the most fatal blow in the shortest amount of time and then retreat. After blocking Jimyong's sword, Yachal turned his body. Retreating is never our way, but if the military strategist commands it, we will obey without a single word of doubt. Even after hearing this, he was still not afraid. Interesting. I thought you wouldn't even listen to the Murim Alliance leader's orders. The two clashed swords again. Yachul did not yield. You're not wrong. I choose which orders to follow, he was resolute. And following the military strategist's instructions is precisely my choice. The more Jimyong listened, the more he refused to submit. That is the part one cannot understand. A bastard has a mysterious way of making others obey him, then he said meaningfully. But completing your mission today will not be so simple. The two endlessly exchanged blows. Jimyong, quite satisfied with his military strength, pointed his sword at Yachul. Comparing our forces, I've got a rough idea. The strength of the black wolf and the white tiger is exactly the same. Yachul did not back down either. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. I've never paid any attention to your army. Then Jimyong charged at him. Then now is your chance. Jimyong declared that the opponent's move was wrong and meaningless. My black wolf and your white tiger, what we're doing now is a waste of time. There will be no victory here. The blitzkrieg tactic was useless from the start. Yachul did not care and was determined to complete the mission he was given. It seems our fight won't end quickly either. He was not discouraged in the slightest, but rather became more excited. You're quite strong for someone who hasn't fully recovered. Jimyong was no less. You're not bad yourself, Wolf King. You truly live up to your reputation. Over there, they were still clashing endlessly, and it seemed both were evenly matched in skill at that time where the four people were. The three young warriors had to fight a very seasoned member of the demonic cult. Although Nunglong was alone, he was not worried in the slightest. Are you not attacking yet? You don't plan to stand here forever, do you? Yu Young was extremely nervous. The elder has not yet shown an opening to attack. He was truly struggling. It is also hesitant to strike first against someone as renowned in the Jianghu as the elder. Hearing those words, Nunglong was lost in thought for a moment, then turned to him and said, At least you are not a fool who rushes into a place where even masters dare not tread. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ga Yin was like someone watching a movie. Is that a compliment? A little longer and I would have been that fool. As soon as she finished speaking, he turned and actually praised her. I will give you a special compliment. Although you are the youngest, your spirit far surpasses that of a fool. Hearing those words, Ga Yin was slightly excited. Although he was an enemy, being praised by a seasoned opponent made her a little happy. This is a real compliment. After speaking, she drew her sword. Now I feel full of life. Then she suddenly rushed at Nunglong and attacked. This is my return gift. He was quite surprised but easily dodged, and did not forget to praise her as he began his counterattack. Not bad. After speaking, he pushed Ga Yin far away. Solri and Yu Young began to charge. Both attacked at the same time, but he easily dodged. This caused both of them to be flustered at the same time. Solri began to feel that his power was limitless. So terrifying, Ga Yin also quickly attacked. He moved like the wind while dealing with numerous attacks. Yu Young also knew very well that this was a very difficult task, and that even all three of them could lose their lives at Nungong's hands. I never expected this to be an easy fight from the beginning. The three rushed in with one mind. If they could not defeat him, they had to distract him for even a moment. From above, Qian Hu and Son Miang had been watching everything since earlier. Son Miang opened her mouth and asked, Why are you here? Isn't it your responsibility to protect him? In fact, he also wanted to go down and fight with his comrades, but his mission was different. Responsibility is responsibility, but following orders is my top priority. My order is to observe whether the regular army has arrived. She was lost in thought for a moment. She guessed the thoughts in Qian Hu's mind. I don't think you need to worry about them. According to her observation, although very young, these three warriors were really skilled. The swordsmanship of those three is not bad at all. They can last long enough in any battle, even against the Mahawang. Qian Hu said nothing and asked her back. Then you are not fighting? I heard that both your combat skills and your ability to formulate tactics are outstanding. Son Miang was struggling to come up with the best tactic. Right now I should spend my time thinking rather than fighting. She was slightly reassured. Our alliance is surely moving according to Yu Young's plan. I believe everyone will follow that person's instructions. Qian Hu guessed, It seems you do not follow him willingly. She immediately denied it. No, Son Miang said honestly. I just want to understand everything myself before following. She knew better from experience. I have experienced a terrible failure. If I let failure continue to bind me, I will be able to do nothing to move forward. Every time I think about what happened in Zhengcheng, I shudder. It makes me hesitate in my reasoning. But I will do everything to right my wrongs. Because of that past she had to accept. I must do so, otherwise I will not be able to forgive myself. Son Miang understood Qian Hu's impatience. Go down and fight with them. Hearing those words, he was so surprised that he could not speak. Indeed, she had seen through his inner thoughts. The enemy will not come here. Qian Hu could not hide his surprise at those words. Son Miang asserted once more, They will not come, I guarantee it. Last night's storm slowed them down. They are struggling to figure out what happened, and just recognizing that will only increase their fear. Qian Hu continued. He did not quite understand. By now they should know that they were never poisoned by Chang'e Nozzle. She asked, What are they afraid of? She answered briefly in a somber mood. The fear left by Chang'e Nozzle will be filled by the Alliance's genius. Son Miang understood that although they were not poisoned, they were not sure what would happen. In the end, does Chang'e Nozal exist, or was it just a scheme by the Alliance's military strategist? Everywhere they go, they will worry about assassinations, pursuit, and Sichuan province being recaptured. They will probably come to their senses, but such thoughts will only confuse them, she predicted. When their mental state becomes chaotic, they will become afraid of what else might happen, and they will be convinced that returning to Sichuan is like suicide. They all know how inviolable a fortress Sichuan province is, Sun Miang pointed out the braggart within the demonic cult. As for the demonic cult's young cult leader, he is just a useless person. When he wins, he takes the credit, and for any failure, he shifts the blame to others. He will find a way to shift the blame for the recent failure to Qian Gwi Dogun. Hearing this far, Qian Hu also understood that it meant the main force was moving to Zhengcheng, to where Qian Gwi Dogun was staying. Sun Miang answered, "That is highly likely." The current Sun Miang could not be sure of any case, even if there was a high probability of it happening. Before I would have asserted that everything would go as expected, but now I can no longer rashly make absolute declarations. As if understanding her meaning, Qian Hu did not ask any further and answered, "I think you are right." After saying this, he pointed below. Yuan and Peng Un are over there. Sun Miang followed the direction his hand was pointing. Indeed, below, Yuan was riding Seoul and had arrived here with Peng Un. As soon as the two arrived, what came into their sight was the battle scene in the thick smoke. Peng Un turned and told Yuan to stop. "We should stop here." He immediately stopped the horse. The two stopped and observed from a place not far from the battle. Peng Un saw the same result as Yuan's prediction, but he could not hide his surprise. "You were right, brother. If Yom Su went to Sichuan province, only the White Tiger Brigade would be left here," he added to his brother's words. Moreover, after last night's ambush, they must have lost contact with each other. There would be a considerable difference in the thinking of the leaders on both sides, and Yuan's prediction was not wrong. The commander of the Black Wolf Brigade would be determined to retake Sichuan province. The Wolf King was sure that no one would be able to stop Yom Su. He analyzed the strength of the main figures participating in the battle. The White Tiger Brigade's external reputation was associated with violence and cruelty, but that was just its appearance. Within the alliance, the Wolf King was considered a strategist with a by no means ordinary mind. Peng Un understood his meaning, and thanks to that, Solri was able to not lose her way in the storm. And they all joined the White Tiger Brigade. Suddenly, Peng Un looked up and said, "It's for the commander." Just then, Qian Hu leapt down. Peng Un saw Sun Miang in the top of the cliff above her. Sun Miang also felt Peng Un's gaze, and seeing her extremely cold demeanor, Peng Un could not help but admire her. How can there be a face in this world that is as cold as ice yet makes you unable to forget it for a lifetime? Yuan furrowed his brow. Ice Phoenix. Hearing those words, Peng Un said with even more excitement, "That's right, brother, you are absolutely correct. She was as cold as ice, just like the rumors said." He quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she escaped from Zhengcheng safely. The two, Yuan and Sun Miang, seemed to be looking at each other, but their inner thoughts were not yet clear. Qian Hu leaped down and quickly ran over. Yuan was very happy to see him and asked, "How did you get here?" He leaped off his horse and greeted him. "Good, you are still healthy." He patted the horse's head and said as if it were a normal thing for him, "What are a few fights? It's just a matter of jumping in when the fight is almost over and then coming back, not difficult at all." Qian Hu really could not understand why Solri had appeared here. "But why did you come here instead of Sichuan province?" Peng Un answered. "Because my brother predicted this would happen." We can see that his guess was not wrong in the slightest. Seriously, Qian Hu was worried the plan would be delayed. If no one intervenes in this battle, it could go on for days. This did not worry Yuan, because he was sure that Qian Gwi Dogun would come here. He explained his thoughts from when he saw that the Black Wolf Brigade was not in Zhengcheng with Ma Raong's army. Qian Gwi Dogun will personally lead his troops and come here. Qian Hu guessed to himself, "Then you also predicted that the demonic cult's main force is going to Zhengcheng." Seeing Sun Miang's attitude and actions from above showing not the slightest hint of panic or haste, Peng Un also realized, then the Ice Phoenix must be thinking something similar. Qian Hu answered, "Yes, she said that when the demonic cult's young cult leader arrives in Zhengcheng, he will shift the blame for the recent failure onto Qian Gwi Dogun." At the same time, Sun Miang also leapt down, and she recounted the words she had said to him before, but she had not predicted that Qian Gwi Dogun would come. Yuan thought she was lying. Since she had met him in Zhengcheng, she must have already sized up the kind of person she was dealing with. Qian Hu was lost in thought, "But she told me to join the battle." Suddenly he realized the hidden meaning in her words. Her meaning is that I can change the tide of the battle and end it before he arrives. As Sun Miang landed right in front of the three, she asked bluntly, "Are you the genius of the alliance?" The two sides introduced themselves in turn. "I am Qian Yuan." Sun Miang stood opposite him and continued, "My name is Bong Sun Miang." Then she voiced the question in her heart, "Do you have a plan to end this battle? I can't seem to think of one." Suddenly, Yuan pointed to Peng Un. "In my opinion, Peng Un will have a way." At the sudden mention, Peng Un was flustered. "Me? Why don't I know that fact?" Yuan emphasized seriously. "You know better than anyone how strong your martial arts are." Because of that, Peng Un had no choice but to admit it. Yuan cut him off and said as he walked step by step toward the battlefield, "Show us your true ability. Tear them to shreds." As soon as he heard the words, Peng Un's eyes were momentarily startled. Sun Miang looked out of the corner of her eye and commented, He still looks young. Does he really possess such overwhelming power? Unho revealed. Talent knows no age. That child is the only one among us who has never yet revealed the limits of his martial arts. Suddenly, Peng En's eyes looked down. There is no need to praise me so highly. Sun Miang briefly explained the current situation. The Wolf King is fighting the Black Wolf Commander amidst that chaotic crowd, and 3 young warriors are joining forces to suppress the demonic cult's Mahawang elder. The Wolf King will be fine, but I can't say for sure about the 3 fighting the Mahawang. They are holding on for now, but in the end the Mahawang will surely win. Yuying had an interested expression. You know what that means, right? A worthy opponent is right before your eyes. Then he instructed him to go forward and defeat him. Without any mercy, hearing those words, Peng En became angry and asked, do you not know how strong Doko Solri is? You wouldn't know, brother. Because she has always been by your side protecting you. But her title of Phoenix Sword is not for nothing. There are even rumors that the Doko clan leader raised his daughter to be a more brutal warrior than himself. I am not familiar with Baek Unho, but Sun Miang cut in and evaluated. I can tell that she is also a very strong warrior. Perhaps she is even a notch above the Phoenix Sword, Peng En retorted. If you say that, then Hua Ga Yin is 2 notches ahead of them both. Just by looking at her movements you can tell she is no ordinary swordsman. He summarized the point. So you're saying I should join those 3, fight that elder fellow and take him down without mercy. Did I understand that correctly? Yuying sneered and confirmed. Yes. Peng En's expression now looked very curious. Not only that, Yuying brought his face close and emphasized, win for us. After those words, the 2 looked at each other and did not move. Yuying wanted a confirmation. Promise me you will win. Peng En was truly frustrated, but he had no choice. It's because of you, brother. If I die in this damned battle, it's all your fault. After speaking, he immediately flew off. Amidst the surprise of the people below, Peng En leapt straight into the middle of the battlefield. No one expected him to do that. The inside of the battlefield was very chaotic, and the enemies on both sides attacked each other with hatred. A hand reached out and snatched a sword from an opponent's hand. Sun Miang, who witnessed the sight, could not help but admire it. That is the fastest sword snatch I have ever seen. Unho felt something was strange. But why is he snatching an ally's sword? As soon as Peng En appeared, he flung the sword he had just snatched forward, adding to the chaos. The person who had just had his sword snatched was now completely bewildered as the sword returned to his hand. From her angle, Sun Miang saw that he had left the longsword for himself and assessed that it must be the weapon he handled best. Yuying, who had been watching from the beginning, looked very satisfied. As the 3 attacked the Mahawang at the same time, he roared with a deafening sound. How pathetic! Immediately, he flung the 3 people before him away. The Mahawang continued to charge. The games are over now, he declared arrogantly. I will take care of you one by one. Then he extended his body and grabbed for Solri. The Mahawang's huge claws were approaching her small body. First this wench, just when he thought he had almost caught his prey, an attack stopped him, making him furious. Who is it? Ga Yin had just launched that surprise attack from above. The Mahawang ferociously tried to grab her. I'm talking about you. Just then a sword blocked his arm. Don't be ridiculous. As Yuying blocked him strongly, the Mahawang had to retreat. He quickly swung his ghost hand. Then you'll go in place of those 2 wenches. Of course Yuying would not yield easily. Keep dreaming, old man. The Mahawang extended his sharp claws. Suddenly, something blocked him. What? Peng En rushed in firmly and confronted the Mahawang. Far from being afraid, he boasted cheerfully. Yuan has given an urgent order. Peng En gathered his strength and slashed hard once, and this attack truly put the Mahawang in a difficult situation. He barely blocked the sword with his claws. Suddenly, Peng En moved far back, leaving the Mahawang inside the encirclement he had created. Immediately, he landed on the ground and waited for the result. Only now did Solri get a chance to speak. You came with Yuying? Peng En immediately answered. My brother is where the commander is. You should worry about yourself before me. Look what my brother made me do. Ga Yin was flustered to hear those words. Is there something to make you worry? Peng En tattled resentfully. My brother told me to fight that guy alone. Solri was suspicious. When did you 2 become so close? Ga Yin also answered, and then changed the subject. Just now. Why does that matter now? Even Solri opened her mouth. I am not worried about you. I am confident that you can handle almost any opponent on your own. The Mahawang looked as if he had heard a funny story. Are you serious? That brat can't be more than 20. Peng En was still not over his resentment. Shall I tell you an even funnier story? My brother not only told me to fight alone, but he also urged me not to show any mercy. Hearing those words, Solri wondered to herself. What? Just facing a demonic cult elder alone is already very difficult. So how can Yuying think that Peng En can completely overwhelm the Mahawang? On the contrary, Ga Yin was very excited. Then you know what move you have to use? Peng En opened his mouth easily. I'm not sure, but it seems that man's arms and hands are made of metal. Hearing the answer she wanted, Ga Yin's 2 eyes sparkled. Right. Solri immediately informed him. That metal has been tempered countless times, making it harder than iron. No sword can cut it. Yuying added a few things. To be precise, it is called the pure ghost claw. After first obtaining the ghost hand, one must temper it to be able to pour metal into the fingers accordingly. Peng En made a deduction. Then if I first cut off that arm that is harder than iron, that would be ruthless enough, right? The others were completely shocked to hear those words. Ga Yin asked again for confirmation. Are you serious? Because of that, Peng En made it clear. I have a plan. After speaking, he walked step by step toward the Mahawang. He despised the person before him, always thinking, do you think you can cut them, you worthless mongrel? Far from being afraid, Peng Un was burning with fighting spirit. We'll see, don't run away, old man. Peng Un circulated his internal energy and flew toward the Mahawang like lightning, a shining sword aimed straight at his chest. His eyes were startled by Peng Un's speed. In the blink of an eye, the Mahawang could not even react and was met with a series of deadly thrusts. Yu Yong and everyone else witnessed his terrifying attack speed and admired it inwardly. Fast as lightning, a speed no one can catch up to. When the Mahawang counterattacked with one blow, Peng Un had to retreat to maintain his distance. Brat, are you from the Qian Tian family? Peng Un was startled by his question. The three people listening from the outside could not believe it either, and the two paused their fight for a moment. A tense atmosphere covered the space. He slowly explained. There is no mistake. There is no other family that can wield a sword at such a fast speed. Even with his words, Peng Un was not swayed and answered, think whatever you want. What I need to care about now is cutting off that arm as ruthlessly as possible. After speaking, he smiled arrogantly, showing his challenge. But this speed doesn't seem to be enough. If I move twice as fast, maybe it will work. A red light shot out from the Mawang's claws and two eyes. Do you really think you can cut off my arm? Peng Un also began to concentrate his power. I was taught that a sufficiently fast speed can pierce anything, no matter how hard it is. Today I must confirm whether that teaching is right or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mahawang once again saw a whirlwind rushing toward him. The blade targeted the opponent's neck at supersonic speed, but when it almost reached its target, it was blocked by his hand. Immediately he slashed straight at his palm. Peng Un's skill and agility made the Mahawang even more cautious. If I let my guard down, I will really be pierced by that brat. Peng Un immediately slashed once toward his head, but the attack was nullified. He took a step back to maintain his distance. Then he immediately pointed the tip of his sword at the Mawang's face. Fortunately, he could still defend himself reflexively. His rhythmic attack style was truly annoying. A sharp swordsmanship. There is no time to dodge. I have no choice but to block it directly. But the Mahawang had been able to defend effectively so far, and that surprised Peng Un even more. I am just as surprised as you. Until now, apart from your hands, nothing has been able to escape the path of my sword. After speaking, he leapt up again to prepare for the next attack, but that means nothing. The two once again engaged in a fierce clash. The battle between claws and sword, between defense and offense, was still without a victor. Yu Yong witnessed the fight before him and admired it. Unbelievable. How could such a monster have been hiding until now? Ga Yin was no less shocked. He is just a retainer of the Doko family. How can he possess such martial arts? He looked at Solri with suspicion and asked, Solri, is he really from the Qian Tian family? She answered nonchalantly. I do not know. We do not ask so much of those who come to our house for shelter. Unless perhaps they say it themselves. Suddenly, Ga Yin shouted a warning. Watch out, it's the Mawang's lightning-fast counterattack. Peng Un momentarily avoided death, but he continued to attack. As Peng Un maintained his distance, the claws struck the ground, shaking the earth and stones. Peng Un immediately leaped back to slow down the pace of the fight. Cheers erupted as he once again rushed toward him. Look at that attack. He launched a double counterattack on the Mahawang. It was a powerful and dangerous thrust toward the Mawang's face, but he still blocked it. It seemed Peng Un was having a hard time breaking through his opponent's defense. The Mahawang still blocked his sword strikes, but something was strange. Nevertheless, he barely managed to push Peng Un away. The Mawang's face was now filled with tension and fatigue. Ga Yin noticed something strange. Did you two hear that? The sound of him blocking the attacks is different from when he blocked ours. Yu Yong and Solri were thinking the same thing. The sound had changed, she continued to explain. When he blocked our attacks, it sounded like two swords clashing, but this sounds like a scratching noise, Solri gradually realized. Then don't tell me, Yu Yong couldn't help but be surprised. Has the ghost claw really been damaged by his attacks? Peng Un did not give up and rushed at the Mahawang once again. Ga Yin said, Why do I get the feeling that this will be his final strike? Suddenly, the three were horrified by the sight before them. The blade, which had seemed to be aiming for the Mawang's hand like before, gradually moved downward from the hand to the shoulder to the waist and then straight for his leg. She realized his ploy. He was not aiming for the Mawang's arm. As the sharp blade cut off his foot, blood splattered everywhere. The three stood with their mouths agape, unable to say a word. The strike was clean, and this time the Mahawang could only watch as his foot was severed from his body. His body fell straight down and crashed onto a rock, and blood splattered everywhere. Peng Un descended from the sky to the ground and watched as he cried out, clutching his wound. In an instant the armies appeared before Peng Un. Jimyong and Ya Chul could not believe their eyes. This cannot be happening. The Mahawang dug his hand into his wound and groaned in pain. Ya Chul was still in a state of shock. But how? I can't believe my eyes. Jimyong ordered the Black Wolf Brigade to protect the Mahawang. Immediately his subordinates approached the Mahawang and formed a defensive line. Blood splattered on the ground, and Peng Un, holding his blood-stained sword, approached the three. I could only aim for that old man's ankle. That arm was too hard, I couldn't cut it at all, Ga Yin asked blankly. Are you serious? She said. So you were never aiming for his arm. From the beginning your goal was to cut off his leg. In the middle of their conversation everyone was startled by a loud voice. Stop the battle. Yu Yang and Son Miang had arrived. Military strategist Qian has something to say. Yu Yang on Sol's back faced Jimyong and his army. All the surrounding soldiers moved back to make way for them. Ga Yin and Solri watched in admiration at the majestic appearance of the newcomers. "Isn't Yuan just so cool, sister? I think I'm going to faint again." Solri's only response to that was a smile. Meanwhile, Jimyoung stood alone, lost in thought, and Yachol slowly approached. He asked quietly, "What do you want to do?" "Shall we stop the battle?" Without looking at Yachol, he answered firmly, "We stop." After speaking, he turned and ordered his subordinates. "Black Wolf Brigade, return to my side. White Tiger Brigade, return." Yachol turned and left. The soldiers heard the words and immediately followed the command. The sound of the army's footsteps was enough to shake the ground. Yuan was now seated on his warhorse. He formed a majestic line. On the other side, the Mahawang, Jimyoung and their remaining subordinates were also ready. The tense atmosphere hinted that a battle could break out at any moment. Yuan spoke first. "We meet again, young Master Jimyoung." He looked at Yuan, smiled and answered, "And you seem to have become important enough to ride a horse now." Yuan quickly retorted, "I ride a horse not because of my status but for convenience." At the reasonable explanation, Jimyoung sneered, "Your silver tongue is the same as ever." Then with a serious face he asked, "Military strategist Qian, what do you want to say?" Immediately, Yuan got to the point. "If we were to ask you to surrender, would you accept?" Everyone was surprised by his demand. No one was unshaken by Yuan's directness. One of his men heard this and was displeased. "Is that what you wanted to say? Then it seems our stopping the battle was meaningless." Yuan continued, "You stopped the battle not because of my words but because of your own judgment." Perhaps feeling that Yuan knew more than he thought, he tested him. "Are you saying I was trying to buy time?" As if seeing through Jimyoung's intentions, Yuan answered, "If you could stop the battle and buy time until the young cult leader came for you, you could reduce casualties. Was that not the path you chose?" Immediately, Jimyoung fell silent. Seeing that he said nothing, Yuan continued his analysis. "But I am afraid your expectations will not be met. The young cult leader will not come here for you." At this, Jimyoung just remained silent and lost in thought, while Yuan continued to attack him with logic. "Look, you must have understood to some extent, haven't you? The young cult leader will lead his army to Qingcheng." He still did not answer a word. Looking around, Yuan said, "In other words, the Black Wolf Brigade is trapped here." Only then did Jimyoung open his mouth. "Just because I'm trapped, do you think I will kneel?" Yuan answered coldly, "My offer is out of pity for you and your men." At his words, Jimyoung gritted his teeth in anger. "Pity?" Ignoring his attitude, Yuan continued, "And even if you do not surrender, you will have to retreat on your own." Dumbfounded, Jimyoung asked back, "For what reason?" Yuan calmly explained to him, "Even if we do not defeat you, the young cult leader and his people will not leave you alone. They will make you a scapegoat for the demonic cult's failure." Yuan's face darkened. "Especially if you return without any casualties." He offered his judgment. "Seeing how the Black Wolf Brigade was pushed to the frontiers, one can guess that the young cult leader does not like you at all. Thanks to that, Changi Nozel did not poison your men, so you could say it's a blessing in disguise." He tried to rebut. "Wasn't Changi Nozel just a trick of yours?" Yuan answered without backing down. "If a fake can make people afraid, what does it matter if it's real or fake?" After speaking, the two stared at each other in tension. Jimyoung was slightly shaken but not greatly agitated. Not giving him time to compose himself, Yuan continued his attack. "The crime you committed could be that the Black Wolf Brigade failed to fulfill its duty of support while the main force was in trouble." And he would add that you were deployed to the frontiers to provide support in an emergency. He fell into a deep silence again. While the remaining Black Wolf Brigade members watched the war of words between the two, a voice suddenly interjected, "That brat is right." The subordinates turned as the Mahawang opened his mouth. "The young cult leader will shift all responsibility to you and boast about how detailed his own schemes were." Jimyoung's conviction wavered more and more. He asked a probing question. "You do not know me, so what do you think I would do in such a situation?" Yuan began to present the options. "You have three choices," he said solemnly. "Surrender, retreat, and resist." He immediately eliminated one option. "But someone like you, great warrior Jimyoung, would rather choose death than surrender. So there are two options left, retreat or resist." It seemed his thoughts were seen through by Yuan. "In either case, the Black Wolf Brigade will be threatened. The only problem is choosing whether you will die taking the blame for the demonic cult's failure or die honorably on this battlefield." Hearing his analysis, Jimyoung just gave a bitter smile and admitted defeat. "I judged too hastily. You know me quite well." Yuan continued to eliminate one option. "But you cannot choose the latter," he said calmly. "If you choose to resist here." Suddenly the image of Unho flashed through his thoughts. "Qian Gwi Dogun will have to bear the consequences in your stead." Jimyoung was startled by these words. Yuan looked at him. "Let me ask you one thing. When the young cult leader arrives at Qingcheng and sees that the Black Wolf Brigade is not there, what will Qian Gwi Dogun do?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yuan said, "First, he will wait for the Black Wolf Brigade to arrive. Second, he will not care whether the Black Wolf Brigade comes or not." Yuan continued to analyze. "Third, he will fight the young cult leader for not bringing you." Before he could even finish, Jimyoung answered for Yuan, "He will mobilize the Qianma Wolf Brigade." Then Yuan concluded accurately, "And that is the most likely case. Unlike you, he is not one to abandon his comrades. Moreover, the Tang Men army who attacked the remnants of the demonic cult with all their remaining poison and iron weapons are also marching in this direction," he continued to explain. "What would they be coming to do? They will come to attack Qian Gwi Dogun's Wolf Brigade and to save you." Yuan's face hardened as he spoke, emphasizing every single word. And to repay the humiliation that Qian Gwi Dogon inflicted upon them. Jimyoung remained silent with no reaction to his words. If we fight head-on here, who do you think will win? Our total forces will overwhelm them, I can guarantee that. He thought for a moment, then finally opened his mouth. The young cult leader will not bring the main force here, he was right. Although I do not want to admit it, the soldiers furrowed their brows upon hearing the admission. At that moment the Mahawang, who was still enduring the pain, agreed. Qian Gwi Dogon will come, but the young cult leader will not, he analyzed, lost in thought. He and his men fled all night in terror, looking for a place to recover. There is no chance he will participate in a battle where victory is not certain. An eerie silence enveloped the armies of Jimyoung and the Mahawang. It was twilight. Yuan seemed to urge them. It would be best to make a choice. His face hardened. What will you do? Will you fight or will you retreat? Hearing those words, Jimyoung said seriously. Elder Mahawang. He heard the call but did not react, and Jimyoung asked one more thing. The words were both probing and encouraging. You have lost 2 legs, will you ignore that and continue? To Jimyoung's question, Mahawang Nanglong answered spiritedly. Losing 2 legs does not mean I lose my life. He listened carefully to the Mahawang's answer. The elder of the demonic cult continued. If we continue to hold out and fight here, this place will become our grave. There will be no future for us. Jimyoung thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. I understand. He looked at Yuan with suspicion. You said you would let us go if we retreated, but what if the other 4 people do not agree? Ya Chal, who was standing beside him, said reassuringly. If the enemy army abides by the agreement of its commander, who among us would dare to interfere? He smiled and affirmed. We will keep our promise. You only need to choose. Hearing those words, Jimyoung just calculated in silence, breaking the tense atmosphere. Son Miang reminded him. You must think calmly, she analyzed calmly. If Qian Gwi Dogon leads the Wolf Brigade here to help you, this will not be an easy fight. Both sides will suffer enormous damage, but in the end victory will be ours. Finally, Son Miang concluded. By my estimation, we will have to sacrifice 70% of our forces to defeat you all. Jimyoung carefully considered his options, then he made a decision. Jimyoung shot up, turned around, and ordered the entire Black Wolf Brigade to retreat. At this point, only Yuan and his army were left in this place. Silence enveloped everyone. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Yuan said to Peng'en, Thank you, Peng'en. He praised Peng'en generously. I gave you an impossible mission, but you completed it without a single flaw. This victory is your achievement. Peng'en blushed in embarrassment, and Ga Yin patted his shoulder in admiration. That was really amazing, Peng'en. You're the best, no doubt about it. Yu Young was also amazed. Even though I witnessed what happened with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Suddenly, Ya Chul opened his mouth. Peng'en, is it? The leader of the White Tiger Brigade raised the corner of his mouth and said to him, I think we can work well together. At those words he blushed and answered, What I did was. Yu Young also introduced himself in a friendly manner. I am Peng Yu Young. I hope we can be good friends. Peng'en was at a loss for how to react to the hospitality of those around him. Ga Yin smiled at him. Everyone, don't push him so hard. Peng'en is introverted, unlike how he appears. Son Miang was no exception. I also think we can be friends. After she spoke, everyone fell silent again, making Peng'en even more embarrassed. Could not take it anymore and asked Yu Young for help. Brother, what are you waiting for? Please change the subject. He just smiled and did not answer. Sol reapproached and asked curiously, The Alliance army isn't coming this way, right? Peng'en was excited that someone else had the same thought. You noticed too, sister, as expected. If you stay by my brother's side for a long time, everyone's IQ goes up, she analyzed carefully. Compared to us, the demonic cult's communication network is on a completely different level. Even if my brother accurately predicted what would happen, he couldn't have called the army in Sichuan to this place. Ga Yin's mouth dropped open as she understood the issue. That's right, so my brother was just acting for them. Son Miang couldn't help but be amazed by Yu Young's strategy. Truly impressive, she said in admiration. You opened an escape route and gently pushed his mind into your trap. With your wise words you persuaded your opponent to follow you. If I didn't know better, I might have thought what you did was really easy, he answered nonchalantly. This time it was a success because Jimyoung is very close to Qian Gwi Dogon. Yu Young humbly did not take the credit for himself. That, and the fact that everyone really stopped fighting to listen to me. Then he turned to Peng'en and continued to praise him. And how could I forget how Peng'en ruthlessly defeated the demonic cult elder? He quickly waved his hand. Please stop now, don't focus on your younger brother. The Murim Alliance's military strategist reminded everyone, we must also withdraw from here. She expressed her concern. If Qian Gwi Dogon advances faster than expected, there is a high possibility that they will return here together. But Yuan just answered briefly, he will not come. Everyone was surprised by his words. What does that mean? Why wouldn't Qian Gwi Dogon come? Qianhu could not hide his curiosity and opened his mouth. I don't understand. Didn't you clearly say he would come? He adjusted his saddle and said nonchalantly. Why do you think I said that then? All his words were meticulously planned. What I said was when the young cult leader OK Ryong leads his army to Qingcheng and discovers the Black Wolf Brigade is not there, Qian Gwi Dogon will immediately raise his troops, Yuan continued to explain. The prerequisite for that is that OK Ryong's army goes to Qingcheng. As the group began to move, Ya Chul asked with curiosity, Didn't you say it was as clear as the palm of your hand that his army was heading in that direction? but the only reply he received was a cryptic one. They would have gone, yes, but they must have stopped on the way. They all looked at him with curious eyes. Why did he think that? At that moment, Sun Miang realized his true intention. To deceive the enemy, you deceived us as well. Everyone was shocked by the words of the Murim Alliance strategist, and expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Finally, Yachol opened his mouth and demanded an explanation from him. Is that true, Yuan? Yuan bowed his head and admitted, Please forgive me. I had no other choice. I had to persuade everyone to follow that hypothesis. Only then could we stand united before Jimyong. At this, everyone was bewildered and understood the whole situation. The leader of the White Tiger Brigade continued to ask, Do you really think OK Ryong stopped on the way to Qingcheng? Sun Miang approached from behind and said, The Tang Men and Qingcheng are very far apart. According to her detailed analysis, if you factor in the storm and their mental crisis. When the rain finally stops and the sky clears again, that's when their hot heads will cool down and they will realize how far they are from their destination, murmurs echoed. They're all thieves, we're safe now. No more ambushes or pursuits. Since Sichuan has been captured, if we go back they will deploy troops to prepare to attack the fortress, Sun Miang concluded. By then another thought will intercept their intention to go to Qingcheng. To show Qian Gwi Dogon their disastrous defeat, not only did they fail to capture the Tang Men, they turned all of Qian Gwi Dogon's preparations to dust and sacrificed numerous people on their escape. That is far more humiliating than Sichuan being captured, Yuan added. OK Ryong can only make one choice, Sun Miang agreed. That's right. To continue the battle, Yu Yong and Yachol listened carefully. If he goes to Qingcheng now, he will have no excuse for his failure. But if the battle continues, he will have a chance to wash away his previous shame, he asserted with conviction. They will drag even Qian Gwi Dogon into the battle. They will pin the blame on him for misjudging the enemy and the counterattack, and say the best course of action is to quickly support them so they can return to the battlefield with all their forces. With so much information pouring in, Ga Yin couldn't hide her curiosity. Is it really that complicated? Is the demonic cult always like this? Hearing that, Sun Miang opened her mouth. It's not just the demonic cult, we are the same. Solri and Ga Yin listened to her quietly. War is not just about facing the enemy, but also about facing your allies, then the leader of the White Tiger Brigade continued. The problem now is that the battle is not over yet. Looked at Yu Yang and asked, Then does that mean we must advance in that direction? Ga Yin asked with curiosity. Which direction? Beside her, Peng Un quickly explained. The Tang Men people have probably met the Doko clan leader's army, he continued. Yu Yang and I met the Tang Men people on our way here. They were heading to Sichuan. The meeting between the two was recalled. Yuan gave them some instructions to meet with the Doko clan leader and intercept OK Ryong's army near Mount Siochok. Yachol frowned. That's southwest from here. The Black Wolf Brigade will go west, but we won't run into them on the way to Qingcheng. Yuan tried to piece together the missing parts of Yuyang's plan. Then the reason you came here and ended the battle between the White Tiger and the Black Wolf was, he answered on Yuyang's behalf, to have the White Tiger Brigade participate in the battle against OK Ryong. Ga Yin clapped her hands in admiration. A scheme within a scheme. You made the Black Wolf Brigade feel like everything was over, but in fact it was just the beginning. Yachol asserted that OK Ryong would be defeated once again. He looked straight into Yuyang's eyes and said, After that, just the mention of Yuyang's name will make all the survivors of the battle tremble in fear. Yuyang's face hardened as he vowed to himself, If that is the result we want, then there must not be a single flaw in this plan. Yuan led Peng Un and his party to the head of the army. Ga Yin looked toward Sun Miang and commented, She is as brilliant as Yuyang. Yachol and Yu Yung also turned their gazes to her. Just being able to understand the hidden meaning in her words is amazing. Sun Miang thought to herself with a cold face, No, I am not brilliant at all. She lowered her eyes and thought deeply. Understanding a plan that is already in motion is nothing to be proud of. After contemplating for a few minutes, she opened her mouth. There are a few things I still do not understand. Yuyang's excessive ambition, for one. While the others had not yet understood her meaning, Sun Miang continued to voice her thoughts. When you said you could annihilate OK Ryong's entire army, it must be because you believe that is the path to victory that minimizes our casualties, Yuyang replied coldly. That is correct, not stopping yet, Sun Miang retorted with confusion. But to use the forces from the just reclaimed Sichuan to attack OK Ryong, Ga Yin, who had been quiet until now, finally wondered, perhaps Yuyang is aiming for a great victory? At this point Solri stroked his warhorse and answered, Everything is included in his grand plan, including multiple approaches. If things do not go as planned, Yachol also agreed with her opinion. I agree, he analyzed calmly. If we annihilate OK Ryong's army before we completely reclaim Sichuan, we will suffer enormous damage no matter what advantage our forces have. Yachol's words seemed to see through Yuyang's thoughts. A soldier seized by fear is like a cornered beast. Many of them will think they are going to die from Chungi nozzle poisoning anyway. And they will fight as if they have nothing to lose. He remained silent on his horse at his assessment. That is why he opened a path of hope for them to survive. Yu Yung and Sun Miang listened carefully. But now everything has changed. The leader of the White Tiger Brigade's face hardened. Those who have shaken off their fear will catch their breath and then fight mercilessly. And if they attack Sichuan again when we don't leave troops to guard it, at this point Yu Yung stopped him. I must say, not everything was part of the plan from the beginning, he explained solemnly. As President Sun Myung said, this might be my greed in the face of an opportunity that has opened up before us. A complete victory awaits us. Hearing those words, the female president immediately raised a question. That greed could cause great casualties to our forces. Wouldn't it be better to focus on the forces here and eliminate at least the Black Wolf Brigade? To Sun Myung's doubt, Yuan answered calmly. The Black Wolf Brigade is not a problem that can be solved so easily for me. Unlike OK Ryung's army, which is still in a state of chaos, the people of the Black Wolf Brigade all have an instinctive sense of responsibility. Yachul agreed with his words. He is right. They are a symbol of invincibility. If pushed into a corner, they will fight bravely until not a single survivor is left. Unho frowned. Just the thought of it gave him chills. He is not the only one who feels that way. I do too. After speaking, he took a step forward and asserted, on the contrary, OK Ryung's army is easy to eliminate as they no longer have the will to fight. Our army's costs have increased after reclaiming it, so throwing them a few pieces of meat is not a problem. Nevertheless, he could not hide a slight concern. I do not think this will be a difficult fight, but that is only if Cheon Gwi Dogun does not join the battle. Just hearing the name Cheon Gwi Dogun made Yu Yung's face harden. Ga Yin asked with curiosity. But earlier, brother, you said OK Ryung would call Cheon Gwi Dogun to the battlefield. Yachul immediately answered on his behalf. Calling and coming are two different things. After speaking, he realized something. The leader of the White Tiger Brigade stammered and asked, did you even consider that? His face darkened. Cheon Gwi Dogun will use this incident to pull OK Ryung down from his altar. He slowly explained, the chances are 50-50, that is why I sent the Black Wolf Brigade away. Everyone was surprised by that explanation. If they return, Cheon Gwi Dogun will have no personal reason to move his troops. In front of the heated discussion, Sun Myung did not say a word, and just stood by quietly watching. At this time, Peng-un stood next to Yu Young, and he suddenly said, Peng-un, in this battle you do not need to stay by my side and protect me. Hearing those words, he immediately showed a displeased expression. What did you say? Yu Young said firmly. There are many warriors with high martial arts in the demonic cult's camp. I cannot waste your talent on me. Ga Yin heard this and immediately became curious. Then who will protect you, brother? Before Solri could answer, don't worry, Ga Yin volunteered cheerfully. I'll do it. Solri is the dragon on the left, and I am the tiger on the right. Let's do that. Peng-un still did not agree. Actually, Yu Young looked at him and tried to persuade him. I'm asking you, Peng-un. He looked straight into his eyes and urged him. I need you to deal with the strongest and most dangerous warriors. Victory depends on how quickly we can defeat the enemy. Yu Young showed him complete trust, but Peng-un's face was clearly displeased. He sighed tiredly. Then you're not only saying I have to fight the strongest guys, but I also have to kill them as quickly as possible. He bowed his head and pretended to be pitiful. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Yu Young looked at him with trust. Because I believe in you. You are the only person I can ask this of. Finally, Peng-un had to concede. Since you put it that way, brother, what else can I say? As soon as the conversation ended, Yu Young shouted loudly. He moved with his warhorse, urging everyone to follow closely. Let's move. In an instant, Yachul's feet left the ground, and the rest quickly followed. The march shook the heavens and the earth. Person after person formed a line, passing through hills and mountains as fast as the wind. The scenery with the high mountains that seemed to pierce the sky was truly magnificent. The endlessly long river and the fog that covered the space. The battle between the two armies was fought fiercely, with everyone engaging in close combat, creating an atmosphere sufficient to shake the heavens. Yu Young and Mo Ying easily cut down the charging soldiers. Chugwang also held an overwhelming advantage in the middle of the enemy lines. Even the burly soldiers were no match for the energetic female warrior. Meanwhile, Unbi and Hyol Gang were fighting one-on-one. Chugwang also met a well-matched opponent. Numerous people surrounded Hyol Bai but still could not defeat him. Elsewhere, the leader of the Murm alliance was also in a fierce battle. Ma Ryong, who was watching the battle from a safe distance, was silent. He looked to his left and then to his right. All around was nothing but the sound of fierce battle. Ma Ryong gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. So angry, he asked Mo Ying, do you want to annihilate us that badly? You've already reclaimed Sichuan. Why are you overexerting yourselves without rest? He answered nonchalantly. Don't blame us. Blame Cheon Gwi Dogun. He was surprised to hear that. What are you talking about? The current leader of the Doko clan's face became solemn, and his eyes turned red. How much pain has he caused you all? As soon as we reclaimed Sichuan, I gathered my army and came to attack you. Just then I heard the laments of your soldiers. They were crying over the loss of Sichuan. Ma Ryong heard this and shouted loudly in anger. Go find him. Why are you attacking me? If you want revenge, your target should be him, not me. In the middle of their tense conversation, the two suddenly heard a voice from afar. That guy with the annoyed face can't be the demonic cult's leader, can he? At that moment, Yuan appeared with Peng-un and his party. Solri smiled triumphantly. It is the demonic cult's young cult leader. Seeing Ma Ryong's frowning face, they immediately taunted him. I know why he's like that, Ga Yin playfully teased him. He's probably annoyed because he'll have to offer his position as leader to someone else after tonight. Peng-un stepped forward, swinging his blood-stained blade. Oh, he's annoyed all right, but it's because he has to pay the price for what Qian Dogon did. Cornered Ma Ryong bit his lip hard and worried. What are those bastards doing here? At first, Yuan stood with everyone in a dusty clearing. Just then Mo Ying turned and said to him, "You're here early. I thought it would take longer." "Yes, and you also started earlier than I thought, my lord." His facial expression turned slightly unpleasant. "Because you said we would benefit if we handled it quickly ourselves, I decided to attack as soon as they appeared," Yuan hurriedly refuted. "But we must not rule out the possibility of Qian Dogon appearing. In any case, we must end the battle quickly." Suddenly, Mo Ying got angry and gritted his teeth. "I didn't think that far ahead. Don't worry, dealing with those bastards without Qian Dogon is a piece of cake." Ma Ryong, who was nearby, was enraged to hear that. "How dare you speak as if I'm not here?" The corners of his mouth twisted up in a grimace. "Are you provoking me on purpose? Are you trying to hurt my pride and make me act rashly?" Yuan asked him back from his horse. "Do you feel that way? We are just talking, if that hurt your pride." "It must be because you are too sensitive." Ma Ryong, seething with anger, his eyes red with fury. "You rat-like bastard." At this moment, Yuan looked down at him arrogantly from his high perch. "To be honest, we are not that worried about Qian Dogon either." His voice echoed throughout the forest. "I know he will not come. Ending this battle quickly is just a precaution for any unforeseen circumstances." Ma Ryong asked blankly, "What do you mean he won't come? How can you be so sure?" He answered coldly, "If you were him, would you help him?" At those words he was jolted and stood frozen on the spot. Yuan approached him and explained, "He sees much further than you, but he is not a man who values honor. He wants to rule the world, and he chose the demonic cult because he doesn't want to be bound by honor and virtue. Do you understand now? He is the kind of man who would do anything to get what he wants." Ma Ryong heard those words and frowned in displeasure as if he could not believe his own ears. The scene changed, and in the air, sharp sword chi crisscrossed chaotically, as if to tear the sky apart. Sun Miang took care of 3 men by herself with a single fan beside her. Yu Yung was fighting desperately with a sharp sword. Only after dealing with the men did he approach Sun Miang. "Now I understand why that sword is called the Ice Phoenix sword." She had a cold gaze as she listened while fighting, and although she continued to swing her sword, he kept asking, "But what I don't understand is why someone like you is fighting in a place like this." Countless questions arose. "You are the commander-in-chief, shouldn't you be standing over there with those people?" Yu Yung continued to advise. "It is not too late to join them now. You belong there much more." Sun Miang answered coldly, "I am not the commander of this battle today. Standing there would only make me look like a fool." The two joined forces and shook the entire sky, and on this side Yu Yung exposed him. "Ma Ryong, you are the one who stands in the way of his dreams." There was contempt in his voice. "You are the son of the demonic cult leader, but your qualifications are mediocre. If you had more talent, you might have been able to compete. A person in a high position beyond their station only brings contempt from others." At those words, Ma Ryong's anger exploded. "You piece of trash, how dare you?" Peng Un turned and smiled. "Isn't this enough provocation, brother? He may not be comparable to Qian Dogon, but he should know how to use a few moves." At that moment he took something out from his bosom. "It's all right, I have Chang'e Nozel." Ma Ryong, who was standing beside him, was startled to hear those words. "Chang'e Nozel," he said unpleasantly. "Is it necessary to speak so loudly? I was just about to lure him closer." At that moment, Yu Yung spread his arms and arrogantly provoked him. "There is no need for that. Strong or not, he will be afraid anyway. There is no need to lure him." Enraged, a tremendous killing intent shot out from his 2 eyes. "None of you think of escaping." He did not care about Ma Ryong's anger. After all, Qian Dogon would not come. Yu Yung's eyes were filled with killing intent. "All he has to do to make you disappear is to sit still and wait." He would not waste his time here unless he was crazy. He growled in anger like a madman. Far from being afraid, he continued to provoke him. Most of the commanders who achieved great merits on the battlefield died not at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of their allies. That is one of the bitterest lessons left by history. A lesson that Qian Dogon became familiar with long ago. Ma Ryong furrowed his brow and asked in anger, "Are you implying that I will die at the hands of my allies?" Ga Yan asked Solri unpleasantly. Is he not understanding even after hearing it? The two faced each other in a tense confrontation. "You are the very one who is trying to kill a more outstanding general." Yuan continued to taunt him. Fortunately, Qian Dogon is not a man with a narrow vision. To a man with such great ambition, it is not only the enemy. He knows how to use war to eliminate all threats. He is not a man who would throw himself into danger to let someone kill him and steal his merits. Ma Ryong's facial expression was as if he would fight him at any moment. Suddenly a sound caught Yuan's attention. Far away, 2 palms collided, causing a huge explosion. The 2 family heads attacked each other with a powerful blow. At that moment he turned and said, "Go and switch places with the Tang Men family head." He asked in confusion, "Do you want me to fight another demonic cult elder brother?" He answered firmly, "Yes, defeat him just like you did with the Mahawang." The two looked at each other in silence. Peng Un sighed helplessly. "Now I am no different from a cook who does whatever his master orders." He helplessly put it aside and went to where the 2 family heads were. "It's just defeating one demonic cult elder." Peng Un kicked off the footprints left on the ground and ran quickly. While the two were fighting, he rushed in with great momentum. Ma Ryong, who was beside him, asked, "Did he defeat the Mahuang?" Ga Yin answered immediately, "Yes, he did. He cut off that old man's leg as if he were cutting butter." Her eyes sparkled enough to sway a person's heart. "You should have seen that scene, it was so cool." Unable to contain his anger, he stomped his foot. "Do you think I would believe such a bizarre joke?" she answered nonchalantly. "That's none of my business. If you don't believe that, you probably won't believe that we scared the Black Wolf Brigade into fleeing in terror either." Solri, who was beside her, sighed helplessly and smiled. "Is it that you can't believe it, or that you don't want to believe it?" Ma Ryong shouted in rage. "Shut up, don't think you can deceive me." Yuan looked at the man who was running wild. "Chungy Nozel, don't be ridiculous. I won't be fooled by the same trick twice." He lifted his face and looked at the sky. "If you can't believe it, testing it is a good idea." At that moment his gaze turned to the battle between the two people. Chul Hyon stood there and said in a low voice, "I was thinking what kind of reward would be appropriate for what that child has done for our family." The old man quietly approached Yu Young's side. "Now I understand. What could be more appropriate than fully protecting that child so that he can continue to help our family?" Ma Ryong asked himself inwardly, "So does that man really have Chungy Nozel?" Watching Peng Un's sword strikes, even more doubts sprouted in his heart. But that brat defeating the Mahuang is clearly a trick. It can't be true. Above all, Qian Gwi Dogan isn't coming, but he has to come. He must come. Beside him, two swords clashed, making a clear sound. Mo Ying did not spare his praise. "Excellent." At that moment he turned to the old man. "I want to stay and watch the two of them, but my people are still fighting." He cupped his hands and pleaded with Chul Hyon. "I leave the side of the family head Yu Young in your care. I must go to the battle according to my duty." The old man's gaze darkened. "Go, as long as I am breathing, no one will touch a single hair on Yu Young's head." Hearing those words, he was reassured and disappeared in an instant. Yu Young stood on one side and thought of Unho. Beck Unho. He recalled Unho's terrifying face. "I hoped we would never meet again in a place like this." The sound of swords clashing was like fireworks exploding in the sky, and Yu Young and everyone else stood in the middle of the dusty battlefield. He watched as they fought desperately with their sharp swords. At that moment, Chul Hyon asked Ma Ryong, "Isn't that young man quite something to be able to fight on equal terms with one of the demonic cult's absolute masters at such a young age?" At those words he thought, "He is just a fool who does not know to fear a tiger." Watching Peng Un's moves, he continued to assess. "He won't last long before Hyol Saw cuts his throat." On this side he was pushed back by a powerful force. Hyol Saw dodged his move and flew to the side, and the two faced each other with eyes full of killing intent. Air between the two was extremely tense, and suddenly a cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. "Impressive, how can you have such cultivation at your age?" Peng Un sighed and answered, "So what? I still can't guarantee victory. Now I know what an invincible opponent is like." Yu Young and Chul Hyon quietly watched him from one side. At that moment he shouted loudly, "Yu Young, do you really think I can do it, brother? That man is one of the strongest masters in the demonic cult. He is too terrifying." Solri said with a slight worry, "I am also curious. This is an almost impossible mission for him. Hyol Saw is on a completely different level from the Mahuang. With a single mistake it would be difficult for Peng Un to keep his life." Yu Young's face hardened as he answered, "That is natural. Hyol Saw did not gain his current position for nothing." Solri and Ga Yin looked at him with curious eyes. "But Peng Un is just as strong, much more than we imagine. Perhaps even he himself does not realize it." Ga Yin furrowed her brow and asked back, "That seems too much of a stretch. You don't even know much about martial arts, brother." He explained to her, "For some reason Peng Un has been suppressing his abilities. That's why he has no practical combat experience." His gaze darkened. "I am giving him that experience. The stronger the opponent, the more his potential will awaken." She heard those words and nodded in agreement. "That may be so, but if the opponent is too strong, he will die before he even realizes his true worth." But Yu Young was firm in his choice. Overcoming danger is the best way for him to break through the bottleneck he has been trapped in. Chul Hyon quietly agreed with that opinion. "That child is right. The only way to improve one's cultivation in the Murim is to face someone stronger than oneself. It's not just martial arts, but also the same for other parts of the world. The only difference is that in the end it's either death or living in shame." On this side, Peng Un stood arrogantly with his sword and faced Hyol Saw. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at the old man. "I must test it." His eyes were filled with determination. "If I do not wield the sword I will never know, and once I have wielded it I must go to the end. I learned that on the first day I held a sword in my hand." Suddenly a huge force emanated from his body. As if there was no way back, Peng Un flew toward the old man. "I must find a way to defeat that man." Two swords clashed, creating a huge force. He was pushed back by the impact. At that moment he swung his arm and attacked the old man's body directly, but the old man lightly sidestepped and dodged it. Peng Un's powerful sword strikes and his circling movements slightly confused him. He seized the opportunity and brought his sword straight down. Chul Hyon quietly assessed the move Hyol Saw was using on one side. That is called the Iron Shirt. The old man stood in the middle of the people and explained, "If you swing it lightly, it will cover your vision like fluff, but if you use enough force, it will turn into a wide and sharp iron plate. The power is great." Yuan heard the old man's words. The hem of the garment is embroidered with gold thread, which is used like a special weapon. Suddenly the old man's gaze darkened. Above all, his attack power is stronger than I thought. When we exchanged moves, I felt him overpowering me, even though I had trained my internal energy. Suddenly, at that moment, Yuan shouted, "Watch out!" Solri and Yuan looked toward Peng An in surprise. He was in a defensive stance, and the two swords clashed, making an extremely tense metallic sound. Peng An stepped back and faced the old man. Surprised by his speed, he was unable to defend against the surprise attack before him and stared blankly. His eyes just nonchalantly watched the attack that was plunging toward him. The people watching from the outside were horrified by the sight. However, he raised his sword in time to block the surprise attack, and a dazzling red light flashed in the sky. Yuan stared at the battle with wide eyes. Solri reassured worriedly, "It's all right, only his clothes were cut. He's fine." Hyol Saw continued to attack him, but at that moment Peng An stared at the old man with eyes as if he would eat him alive. The old man raised his head and looked straight into his face. Suddenly, at that moment, a surprise attack flew toward him from the side. Peng An was surprised but quickly blocked the attack with his bare hands. He screamed in pain. A huge explosion occurred in the air, echoing in all directions. His sword flew forward quickly and attacked the old man. Hyol Saw felt the attack, turned and blocked it. The old man's attack sent him falling from above, leaving only the sound of a scream. Hyol Saw's arm continued to slash toward Peng An like a sharp blade. The old man cut him across the chest and blood splattered everywhere. Solri was horrified to see the sight, and Chul Hyon could not believe his own eyes even more. "My goodness, the wound is not fatal, but that child will not last long. The difference in strength is too great." Yuan was anxious and wanted to run to save him. "Let's go in and help, we can't let him die like this." But suddenly she was stopped by Solri. "Have you forgotten that your mission is to protect Yuan?" Seeing that, she pleaded with the old man. "Tang Men family head, please hurry and help him." But Chul Hyon hesitated slightly. "My place is here. I cannot leave Yuan's side to save that child's life." Yuan did not give up and looked into Yuan's eyes. "But then, Peng An, Yuan, can we do nothing?" His gaze was coldly directed forward, and he just remained silent and said nothing. Before him there was only the battle and the sound of clashing metal. Peng An was seriously injured and still fighting with difficulty, and suddenly a light flashed in Hyol Saw's eyes. "This is it, brat." Yuan stopped them. "That's enough." Solri did not understand his words. "What do you mean that's enough?" Suddenly he shouted with force. Now the two people standing beside him stared with wide eyes. "Now what now?" Ma Ryong looked to one side in surprise. Hyol Saw was full of strength and his gaze was sharp. He attacked Peng An with one blow and he screamed in pain. He was pushed back by the old man's powerful attack. Solri and Yuan's faces hardened at the sight, and he was seriously injured, covered in blood, and screamed in pain. Yuan asked, "Did I call it too early?" After being cut in the middle of his chest, Peng An leapt back. He supported his body with one hand, trying not to fall. His eyes were filled with resentment. On this side, Yuan was sweating and muttered, "I think this is the time." Solri happened to hear those words and looked at him. She thought to herself with suspicion, what did he mean by now? What is my brother waiting for? Just then, Hyol Saw unleashed a technique and its tremendous power cracked the ground. Yuan, who was watching from the outside, shouted, and Chul Hyon, Solri and Yuan looked on in surprise. Everyone was thinking the same thing once again. Ma Ryong gritted his teeth and asked inwardly, "Why does that bastard confuse people with such meaningless exclamations?" Peng An understood the meaning and leapt up from his spot, and Hyol Saw followed him. The old man unleashed a palm wind in the air, aiming straight for Peng An, who gritted his teeth and blocked it. Yuan watched it and calmly assessed, "Not this time either." Solri and Yuan did not understand and thought, "What on earth is Yuan doing? Is he tricking us again?" Ma Ryong also did not understand what he wanted and cursed inwardly. "Annoying bastard," he furrowed his brow. "My blood has been boiling because of you for a while now." Yuan shouted once more. Yuan could not bear it and shouted loudly. "Stop shouting, Yuan!" Ma Ryong also shouted in frustration. "I will not be fooled by you anymore." Suddenly something happened that confused him, and Chul Hyon and the two women's eyes widened at the same time. What? How? Peng An had pierced Hyol Saw's chest straight through with his sword. Blood spurted from the wound like a fountain, and the old man coughed up blood, but the old man still held on, raised his hand and circulated his internal energy. Pushing Peng An and himself far away, he broke free from the tip of Peng An's sword, but at the same time his head hit the ground hard and blood splattered everywhere. Peng An landed safely and then sat down on the ground as if his strength had left him. Peng An panted as if exhausted, and Yuan called him in surprise. Solri also said in disbelief, "He did it! He defeated another elder of the demonic cult." Chul Hyon was also impressed. Truly moving, Yuan sighed as if his tension had been released. Ma Ryong stood there and muttered, "I can't believe it, that guy is just a brat, it's ridiculous." At this time, Hyol Saw lay motionless, covered in blood with his eyes wide open, and he stammered in disbelief, "Get up, you are not dead." "Elder Hyol, get up," he commanded, his whole body trembling. "Hurry, get up, can't you hear me? You are Elder Hyol. You cannot die like this." Suddenly his eyes widened and he shot up from his spot. Ma Ryong closed in on Yuan, shouted resentfully, and flew straight toward Yuan. He aimed the tip of his sword and growled, "Die, you trash-like insect." Solri's group of three all had the same thought, "It's too late." Peng An worriedly called Yuan's name inwardly. Sol rushed forward, and the moment the blade reached Yuan, Sol raised its hose and blocked it. Ma Ryong's technique was deflected and he growled, about to attack once more. "This damned horse." Solri's group of three shouted worriedly, "Come back, you vile bastard." Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. "Everyone stand back, it's Chungi Nozel." He threw something like a powder. Ma Ryong suddenly flinched and thought to himself, "Chungi Nozel." He raised his hand to block and without attacking further, landed on the ground. He took the opportunity to flee, and Solri's group of 3 simultaneously approached and stood around Yuan. Solri opened her mouth. I'm sorry Yuan, I was so focused on Peng'en that I couldn't block that sudden attack for you. Ga Yan also furrowed her brow and said, vile and despicable bastard, pretending to run away and then trying to attack someone who is unarmed. Chul Hyon's eyes flashed coldly. Even I was deceived. I never suspected he would attack Yuan just then. Peng'en ran over. Are you all right, brother? Yuan answered calmly. Don't worry. He raised his hand, stroked Sol's face and praised it. You saved your brother's life, a heavenly horse indeed. Sol breathed out majestically, and Peng'en continued to praise it. That was a really wonderful defense, Sol. Chul Hyon looked at him and asked, your reaction was also very quick. Did you predict he would come back and attack? Yuan answered. To some extent, Ma Ryong is the kind of man who would not be much affected even if his parents died. Seeing him grieve excessively before Elder Hyol raised my suspicions. Ma Ryong, far from Yuan's group, opened his mouth. In the end I deceived everyone except the one I was aiming for. Chul Hyon narrowed his eyes and concluded, that also means it is time to end your worthless life, Yuan continued. I am still thinking whether to let that man live or to kill him. This one sentence caught Ma Ryong's attention, and he was enraged, spewing killing intent. Did you really use Chungi Nozzle on me? The powder you just threw, was it really Chungi Nozzle? Chul Hyon turned his head, looked at him and said, that man still does not believe it is real. Perhaps he will only realize when he stands before the king of hell. Hearing those words, his heart was horrified. It couldn't be. Was it real? Yuan calmly opened his mouth. I have no intention of forcing you to believe something. Ma Ryong heard those words and immediately answered, I do not believe it. He gritted his teeth. Do you think I would be fooled by your fake Chungi Nozzle twice, you old fox? Yuan said gently, then you have simply chosen to live. He flinched at these words. Yuan glanced at the corpse lying on the ground and opened his mouth. Is Elder Hyol dead? The old man lay motionless, and there was no longer a sign of life. Peng'en looked at the old man worriedly and answered, I couldn't just injure the old man. If I had not killed him with the final blow, I would be the one lying there. Suddenly, Chul Hyon also chimed in. The chi from your sword at that time cut off both of his great meridians, so he would have died instantly. The old man marveled. What a pity. He was probably the strongest demonic cult elder of his generation, yet in the end he lost his life to the sword of someone his grandson's age. After confirming, Yuan opened his mouth. But that also means that the young cult leader has now gained a chance to live. Ma Ryong furrowed his brow, and Chul Hyon turned his back and said, What do you mean? What does Elder Hyol's death have to do with that? Ma Ryong? Yuan said one sentence implicitly. Sometimes the great power you possess is what leads you to your death. Chul Hyon immediately understood his meaning. The fact that Elder Hyol was no longer a force was what opened a path for another to live, he confirmed. I see, the threat level has lowered, so he has become useful to us, the old man wondered. The usefulness you speak of is, Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slyly and said, if we send him back he will become a burden to Qian Gwi Dogon. Chul Hyon guessed, you think he will ruin any scheme of Qian Gwi Dogon? Yuan answered with a serious face. Exactly, if we eliminate him now, there will be no one to restrain Qian Gwi Dogon from carrying out his massacres as he pleases. All the demonic cult members on his side like Nunglong and the Black Wolf will be filled with fighting spirit and will follow his orders without a flaw. That will make the fight against them several times more difficult. Chul Hyon furrowed his brow and marveled. Just thinking about it is terrible, Yuan continued. That is why I am thinking of letting you go. He was enraged and gritted his teeth. You would keep me alive to use me for your own benefit. Yuan calmly presented the conditions. The choice is yours. You can refuse the path to life we have offered. We will respect your decision. Ma Ryong's face was contorted with insubordination. Suddenly, Yuan turned his head and looked at the battle of the soldiers below. President Son Miang was also engaged in battle, each taking on an opponent, and neither side was giving way. The battle was chaotic and blood splattered everywhere. Yuan glanced over and said, both sides have lost many lives. Did I not say it was time to end it? He presented his condition. Order your people to stop. We will do the same. After speaking, he opened his hand and took out a single dark purple pill. A mysterious aura swirled around it. This is the antidote. Ma Ryong was startled to see it. Yuan said with a cold face, we both know, you have no time to drag this out. The longer you remain silent, the more of your people will die. Ma Ryong continued to hesitate. Yuan used a strong method. Then I will help you decide. I will count to 5 just then. Ga Yin popped out from somewhere and chimed in. I'll count. She counted playfully. 1. She raised a finger with each count. Before the word 5 had even left her mouth, Ma Ryong shouted loudly. Everyone waited to see what he would do. Ma Ryong, with an uncomfortable face, commanded loudly, this fight is over. Yuan also shouted immediately. He put his hand to his mouth and amplified his voice with internal energy. Commander Ma Ryong has ordered a ceasefire. All troops retreat. On a nearby mountain, Yachul's army was waiting for orders without moving. One person opened his mouth. Do you see that? The battle is over. Yachul sat on the edge of the cliff with his arms crossed, observing the battle, and opened his mouth with slight suspicion. Did he do it again? The guard standing beside him was puzzled. Do you suspect this is Commander Ma Ryong's doing? Yachul answered. Perhaps so, but another elder has been brutally murdered in this battle, he guessed with a serious face. Nevertheless, we cannot let our guard down. Nothing is decided yet. If the Qianma Wolf Brigade appears, the White Tiger Brigade must become the strongest shield. The scene returned to the battleground of Yuan and Ma Ryong. Both armies had now stopped fighting, and the two sides stood facing each other. Hyol Saw's body was carried away by the soldiers and the space fell silent. Suddenly Yuan threw the pill in his hand and ordered, "Give this to Ma Ryong." Peng Lun accurately caught it and answered, and then threw the pill without hesitation. Ma Ryong gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and caught it, and without hesitation put it in his mouth and swallowed. The elders behind him watched his reaction tensely. Hyol Bai was puzzled. "Young cult leader, what did you just take?" Ma Ryong answered, sweating. "The antidote for Chang'e Nozul." The three elders were shocked. What Chang'e Nozul are you talking about?" Suddenly, one person opened his mouth. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding somewhere. There was a hidden meaning in these words. Ma Ryong asked in a rage, "A misunderstanding? You clearly said that was the antidote for Chang'e Nozul." Yuan revealed nonchalantly. "Actually, Chang'e Nozul was a fake." He hardened his face. "What? Fake? You dare to trick me twice?" Ma Ryong spewed killing intent and stammered. Before he could do anything, Yuan reminded him, "Wait, aren't you curious if the poison was a fake? What was it that you just ate?" He touched his throat and asked in a panic, "What was it? What did you give me?" Yuan calmly gave the answer, "A poison." At this one word, Ma Ryong's face turned pale, and he repeated it to himself in disbelief. Ma Ryong shouted in a rage, "You tricked me into eating what I thought was an antidote, but it was a real poison." Yuan explained with a serious face, "You don't need to worry too much. It won't have a great effect on you." He gave an example. "It is just like the one that blocks qi, which you used when you attacked the Qingcheng sect, the Yangpi Den. You are probably already feeling its effects." Ma Ryong immediately focused on checking his body's condition. He could feel his qi scattering. Hyol Bai, who was standing behind him, suddenly opened his mouth. "Are you unable to reverse the flow of your qi?" Only then did he realize and cursed loudly, "You poisonous snake." Yuan retorted nonchalantly, "Don't be so angry. Weren't you the one who used that poison on us first? Think of this as a small punishment you are receiving on behalf of Qian Gwi Dogon." Ma Ryong's face contorted hideously. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn bastard of all poisons, a qi blocking one." Yuan explained the purpose of what he had done. "Actually, there are two more reasons why I used that on you. First, to make you appreciate our generosity. If we had wanted to, we could have killed you without effort. Second, to prevent you from changing your words and betraying us." Hyol Bai suddenly interjected, "I think there is another reason," the people of the demonic cult repeated inwardly. "Another reason?" Hyol Bai answered concisely, "For fun." These words enraged Ma Ryong even more, and he exposed without hesitation, "You have made the young cult leader your laughingstock. He will grit his teeth every time he hears your name, nightmares will haunt him, and his shattered pride will be beyond recovery." The more he spoke, the paler Ma Ryong's face became. Hyol Bai continued, "But you will never achieve your goal. Do you know who his father is? He is the son of the Jade Emperor," and the young cult leader learned at least one thing from his father, that a blood debt must be paid with blood. As he spoke, Ma Ryong's eyes turned red and the blood vessels in his eyes revealed their master's extreme anger. Hyol Bai continued, "The urge to make every person who has wronged him pay the price. His vengefulness is far stronger than his father's. He will rise again, and that day is not far off." The resentment Ma Ryong was emitting turned into killing intent. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He would clearly do as Hyol Bai described. Yuan concluded gently, "You are suggesting that we should kill him here. Did I understand correctly?" His gaze questioned sharply, and Ma Ryong suddenly flinched. He was still aware of his current state. Hyol Bai also did not spare his praise. "Still excellent. You do not miss any opportunity to sow discord between us." Yuan retorted with a cold face, "That is the basic duty of a strategist, to constantly seek ways to divide the enemy." Hyol Bai opened his mouth and reminded him, "It would be best not to talk to him any longer. He will only try to trap you." Ma Ryong was naturally insubordinate, and his eyes were bloodshot. Hyol Bai turned his head and looked at him, signaling him not to do anything foolish. Ma Ryong turned his body toward the other demonic cult elders. Hyol Bai opened his mouth. "Shall we return?" After waiting for the entire demonic cult group to leave, Peng Lun opened his mouth with a serious face. "And if I had had to fight that man, my chances of winning would have been almost non-existent." Everyone looked at him as if they agreed. Suddenly Yuyang opened his mouth. "Doko clan leader," Mo Ying answered from behind him. "Speak," Yuyang said calmly. "I have ended the battle. I could have brought us a glorious victory and sent the enemy back. I am awaiting your anger." He crossed his arms and answered, "It would be a lie to say I am not angry. We were winning, and we could have wiped them out without a trace." Yuyang said again, "Then everyone must have resentment." Mo Ying shook his head. "You are wrong on that point. In our situation, while it's impossible not to feel the sting of missing a victory right before our eyes, we have no objection to the decision you made. There must have been a reason for it." He felt relieved and closed his eyes. "Then I can rest easy for a bit." Suddenly, Soul bent its body. It prostrated itself on the ground in front of everyone. Yuying dismounted from its back. He quickly realized that Soul wanted to rest. He sat down next to it and commanded, "While this child rests, it seems we should wait here." Soul agreed and began to graze on the grass. Ga Yan said cheerfully, "It must have been hungry." Yuying lifted his head and looked at the birds in the high sky. He thought to himself, "Everyone is watching how the battle unfolds. Now they will know that this is no longer my decision. Whether you live or die, it all depends on you." The image of Qian Gwi Dogon came to his mind. Suddenly, Peng Lun approached him and asked, Would you like to practice some qi circulation while we rest? Yuan did not understand and asked back. Qi circulation, he explained. The horse needs to rest, but so do you, brother. Perhaps you need to rest more. Qi circulation will help you recover faster. Then Peng An turned to Solri and asked, will you keep watch here in my place? She reminded him. Everyone around us is on guard. After speaking, Peng An sat down behind Yuan. In any case, in the Murim, an arrow in the dark is more dangerous than a sword at your throat. Suddenly, Chul Haion opened his mouth. Do not worry, I will also keep an eye out for any danger. Ga Yian also quickly raised her hand and chimed in. Me too. Yuan turned his head to look at Peng An, who was sitting behind him, and said hesitantly, I do not know how to circulate qi. He answered briefly. You have already done it, brother. Yuan paused. Peng An explained with a serious face. Once trained to control your internal energy, brother, but it was not the right method and you just left it alone. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Suddenly he turned Yuan's head to face forward. Let's talk later. For now, do not think about anything and just concentrate. Peng An placed both his hands on Yuan's back and closed his eyes. Follow your younger brother's guidance and let go of everything. I am here, so do not worry. He also followed those words, thinking to himself, all right, I will leave everything to you. A blue aura flowed from Peng An's palms and continuously flowed into Yuan's back. Everyone spread out and stood around the two to protect them. Suddenly, something caught Sun Miang's attention, and she turned her head to look. Not only the leaders, but all the soldiers were holding their breath and standing around Peng An and Yuan. In the meantime, the two's qi circulation continued and the entire space was submerged in silence. Sun Miang sent a telepathic message to Yu Yung. I did not expect Yu Yung to receive such great support from the Murim warriors of the Alliance. He glanced sideways and replied with a telepathic message. To be honest, this has reached a rather worrying level. Sun Miang seemed to understand his meaning, and a slight concern appeared in her eyes. She looked at Yu Yung meaningfully. He thought to himself with a serious face, the great military strategist sent the Wolf King to watch him, but even the Wolf King followed Yu Yung's orders, risking his own life. On a nearby cliff, the Wolf King Yachul and his soldiers were quietly observing the situation on Yu Yung's side. The demonic cult group led by Ma Ryong was retreating in exhaustion. A guard standing behind Yachul opened his mouth. Can we retreat now as well? He answered immediately. Not yet. The soldiers still held their positions. His words puzzled him. I do not understand. The enemy has already left. What are we still doing here? Yachul explained. It is still not certain whether Qian Gwi Dagon's Wolf Brigade will come or not. If they appear when we retreat, our army will be ambushed. They are retreating miserably now, but if Qian Gwi Dogon appears, their morale will soar again. He immediately understood the meaning. Strike like lightning, retreat like thunder. That is what the commander always told us. The Wolf King thought so too. The space fell silent for a moment, and Yachul spoke again. There is no need to leave like a storm with a show of force now. Just moving quietly is enough to scare them. He thought of Yuan. It is all thanks to the Wolf Commander. The guard continued. We will follow whatever he says. If Qian Gwi Dogon appears now, we will be the shield of the Wolf Commander. I believe no one here will complain. Yachul closed his eyes and answered in a low voice. Yes, it is truly frustrating. At these words he was suspicious. Commander, before he could finish, Yachul cut him off. You are jumping into danger not for me but for him, right? He flinched. Everyone was silent. As time passed, Yu Yung's qi circulation continued, and the flow of qi from Peng An's hands still flowed steadily into his body. Suddenly, Peng An's telepathic message echoed in Yu Yung's head. You must listen carefully. When our qi is connected, I can talk to you, brother. Yu Yung closed his eyes and Peng An circulated the qi through his body, guiding him with a telepathic message. A place where a very small amount of qi gathers has formed in your abdomen, brother. That is the proof that you have trained in qi before. I think you stopped because you felt a strange sensation. A light emanated from Yu Yung's dantian. Peng An continued to guide and explain. Stopping your training was a very correct decision. Without the right method, the strange sensation would have grown day by day. If you had ignored your body's warnings, you could have suffered severe internal injuries. If my guess is correct, you have never formally learned martial arts, brother, so your qigong training must have been entirely self-taught. Although the method was not perfect, just creating a place to gather qi is very surprising. The decision to stop training is the same. That is a judgment that not just anyone can have. That entire process must have been a great shock to your body, brother. But thanks to that, you now have the foundation to train in internal energy. The 100-year strengthened body pill is still being converted into qi, and the qi of the Soqiandin you took before has also been completed. The qi flowing from my hands now is passing through your important acupuncture points and entering the place where qi gathers, Peng An reminded him. The qi I send will merge with the place where qi gathers. If you feel it, try to concentrate. The first basic thing to learn when training internal energy is to feel it. When you can perceive the flow of qi in your body, that is when your training begins. Do you feel something circulating in the place where qi gathers? The qi surrounding Yu Yung's dantian flowed steadily. Peng An gave him a hint. This qi will begin to flow along the 360 acupuncture points of your entire body. That is what people call the heavenly cycle. One circulation throughout the entire body is called one heavenly cycle. Try to feel the movement of the qi somehow and remember the points it passes through, if you can. After speaking, he once again sent his vital energy into Yu Yung's body. As time gradually passed and everyone still patiently stood around the two protecting them, Peng Un suddenly opened his eyes, his hands left Yuyang's back and then he also opened his eyes. Everyone immediately paid attention to the two's actions. Peng Un smiled and asked, "Do you feel lighter?" Yuyang looked at his own hands and answered honestly, "I think so, I feel light enough to almost fly." As he stood up he reminded him, "Stand up and try to move." Yuyang placed his hands on his knees and asked, "How much time has passed?" Moying answered, "Almost an hour. Nothing has happened during that time," he continued as he looked into the distance. There was no signal from the White Tiger Brigade either. Yuyang waved his hand, "Then we must move the army as quickly as possible." Sol, who was lying nearby, understood the meaning and stood up. Moying was puzzled. "Why is that?" He took Sol's reins and explained, "When the enemy is close we must move slowly, but now they are 200 li away from us, we must increase this distance," informed the White Tiger Brigade. He got on Sol's back and gave the order. The soldiers crossed their swords to form a character. Yachel's guard quickly recognized the character for Runzo. "It means for us to retreat." Yachel stood up. "I saw it." He turned his body and said in a loud voice, "The White Tiger is going to Sichuan province." He leaped up, using it as a foothold, and flew forward quickly. The men of the White Tiger Brigade followed behind him, and Yuyang also led the soldiers and galloped on his horse. He thought to himself, "Everything has just begun. This is a continuous push and pull. The real fight with Qian Gwi Dogan has just begun." Yuyang furrowed his brow firmly, and his face was filled with determination. As twilight fell at the Alliance's fortress, everyone was sharing cooked food. They ate, laughed, and talked boisterously. Only the people of the Ma sect all had dark faces. Bohyan opened her mouth unpleasantly. "What do you mean, a face as black as the bottom of a pot? Is there something wrong with the meat?" A disciple hesitated and answered, "I am afraid of breaking the precepts." She calmly explained while busy grilling the meat, "You have already broken what should not be broken. Are you saying you are afraid of a single piece of dead meat on a skewer?" Another disciple faltered. "It's just that we have already broken the precepts once, so if we continue to do so," Bohyan cut her off. "It is all right. This is not breaking the precepts." She put a piece of meat in the disciple's bowl. "Eat with a clear mind. I am the only one who has broken the precepts here, so it has nothing to do with you." After that, the disciples were somewhat reassured and followed her words. Solri stood on the railing, looked down at them and said, "Do you remember when the Ma sect arrived and joined the war, we started to gain the upper hand? Thinking about those days, it is a little surprising. I do not know what made me move forward so firmly." She furrowed her brow and recalled the time she had carried Yuyang on her back. "We had just met, so where did such trust come from that I followed your words so resolutely and fought in despair?" Yuyang, who was standing beside her, did not answer. Behind the two, Peng Un and Ga Yin were enjoying their food. Peng Un opened his mouth frankly. "Hey, compared to ordinary girls, don't you think you eat a lot?" Ga Yin retorted with food in her mouth. "Nonsense. It has nothing to do with whether you are a man or a woman eating a lot." He changed the subject and asked again, "Then let me say it again. Why on earth do you eat so much?" He answered bluntly, "I eat because I'm hungry, you idiot." The two bickered, and Solri continued to speak with a serious face. "It has not been long since that happened, but it feels like hundreds of years have passed. Time seems to have stretched since that day." Ga Yin happened to hear and was puzzled. "Doesn't it seem like Solri is exaggerating a bit? She's only 20, so how would she know what 100 years feels like?" Peng Un answered concisely. "It could be." Then he began to explain. "Not everyone in the world feels the passage of time in the same way. To someone a moment can be an eternity to another." Hearing those words, Ga Yin commented with a cold face, "You know what? Sometimes when I hear you talk you sound just like an old man, no joke. You talk as if you've really been through a lot." Peng Un continued to eat and said no more, and Solri opened her mouth again. "The Ma sect has sacrificed too much in this battle. There were even those who had no idea what would befall them." Yuyang, who had been silent, also opened his mouth. "You were the same." Solri looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yuyang expressed his opinion. "In the end, everyone will have to become a warrior under the pressure of war, but the scars left in the heart will never heal. The only way to survive is to overcome it." At his words, Solri thought to herself, "Heavy words. In a way, there are no winners or losers in war. Only scars remain forever." Suddenly she smiled and asked, "I bet I have become a true warrior to you, brother, right?" Ga Yin, who was eating, chimed in. "That's right, me and Solri too. You should hope I don't become proficient too quickly." Peng Un quickly retorted, "Oh my, you are still far from becoming a true warrior." Ga Yin furrowed her brow and glared at him. "Do you have to butt into everything? I'm starting to get angry." Suddenly she placed her chopsticks on the table. "That's it, I have lost my appetite," Peng Un said nonchalantly. "Good, and you can just leave," she said angrily. "What does that mean?" He stood up and said frankly, "This is not our room. If we continue to bother him here, Yuyang brother will not be able to rest." He raised his hand and pointed at the tray. "Hold on tight." Ga Yin was angry but followed. "Who told you to? Can't I even have a cup of tea before I go? Why don't you drag Solri out with you too?" Peng Un ignored her grumbling and swept the food on the table onto the tray. After that the two were dragged out of the room. "Don't dawdle, let's go. Good night." The door slammed shut. Solri put her hands on her hips and said, "The Ma sect will recover and they will be stronger than before. Seeing them today gives me confidence." Yuyang added, "But to do that, they must first survive this battle. Unfortunately, the enemy is more stubborn and difficult to defeat than we thought. That is my concern. I cannot predict how many people will survive in the end," he said resolutely with a cold face. Solri looked at him straight. "That is why we need you, brother." Yuyang turned his head to look at her and the two stood facing each other. Then she turned her body without hesitation and said, I believe in you, brother. I believe you will do what is best for us and lead us to victory. Yuan stared at her, and he also turned his body and looked at the twilight with her, answering firmly, I will try. At these words she was surprised and turned her head, and Yuan blushed slightly as if he were a little embarrassed. No matter what happens, I will protect you as long as I have my last breath, Solri said with concern. You do not need to think of it so seriously. Did my words become a burden to you? He immediately denied it. No, you just told me what I had to do. She looked at him and thought to herself, suspiciously, why do I feel like I have added a burden to his already responsibility-filled shoulders? I do not know why I said that. All I know is that I just trust him and am confident that he will find a way to lead us in any situation, she asked herself. He must know that too, but why am I so anxious? Yuan's face was filled with tension. Solri thought to herself, I can't stand seeing that expression. It feels like a 1,000-pound stone is sitting on my chest. I should keep my mouth shut. I need to be more considerate of him. Suddenly, Yuan interrupted her thoughts and opened his mouth. Can you stay with me for a moment? Solri was taken aback. Yes, determination filled his eyes. I want to test my qi circulation. Solri's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, Can you do it alone or should I call Peng Un for you? He answered, I remember everything that child said. I want to test if I can do it alone according to his instructions. She gently covered her mouth and smiled. All right, give it a try. I will be here, Solri teased playfully. You are finally training in internal energy. As the sun set, Yuan sat quietly on the bed and Solri stood opposite him watching. She opened her mouth. Do you know a method? There is no way you can remember the path Peng Un showed you exactly. If you do it wrong, you will hurt yourself, she said seriously. The foundation is the most important thing. Without it, the final result will be nothing but hell, Yuan answered in a low voice. A long time ago I was at death's door. At these words, Solri paid attention, and he explained. There was a time when I insisted on training in internal energy even though my physical strength was completely exhausted. I thought I could find a way if I did as written in books and as I heard from this person and that. Solri quickly understood. Are you saying you started training in qi circulation alone without knowing anything about martial arts? He admitted. Yes, she placed a hand over her mouth and seriously asked herself, is there really anything this man cannot do? Yuan continued, lost in thought. I trained in qi circulation for about a year with the method I created. Each time there were no problems. Then I began to feel a strange sensation in my body. I knew immediately that it was qi, he recalled with a serious face, and at that very moment fear washed over me. Solri understood his meaning and continued. That was the danger you felt, brother, Yuan readily admitted. Yes, danger. It was a completely instinctive feeling that if I continued I would die. So I stopped immediately. She crossed her arms and concluded. It would not have been easy to quit after all that effort. In any case, that immediate action saved your life, brother, Solri began to explain. Incorrect qi circulation can destroy both body and mind. In the worst case you could die, be paralyzed or go mad, Yuan guessed. If I had known the right method I would not have taken such a risk, Solri continued. Of course, even with a fortune in gold and jewels it is difficult to buy a clan's qi circulation manual. She asked seriously, what method are you going to try now? Even if you try Peng Un's method it is still not a formally learned method. Then she guessed his intention. Don't tell me you are not going to follow what Peng Un said exactly, but are you trying to modify your old method using it? Yuan did not hide it and admitted. Yes, there was a flaw in my previous method. I intend to fill that flaw. He brought his hands together in front of his stomach. I will call it Yuan Sul. Solri was surprised. Yuan, as in you and Un, did you combine the meanings of your name and Peng Un's name, brother? Yuan closed his eyes and answered. Perhaps it is too early to name it now. Even I am not sure if it will work properly, but that is the name I have thought of. He entered a state of meditation. Solri said no more and began to think to herself. Will it be all right? What if he fails to modify the method? It would be fine if he gives up as soon as danger appears, but if he forces himself to continue it will be a disaster. Tension and a slight worry appeared on her face. The night deepened and the stars and a round moon shone brightly in the high sky. Solri still watched Yuan thinking unceasingly. What is he doing? He has been sitting like that for half a Sichuan an hour and there is no change at all. Yuan had maintained his meditative posture since twilight. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind Solri. Has he started? The owner of the voice was Peng Un. He approached and said, he could not wait any longer. Solri asked with a cold face, where is Ga Yin? He answered calmly. She seems to be busy with the situation in Qingcheng right now. She is following the Peng family member around and asking for more information. These words, Solri was suspicious, but military strategist Son Miang made an official report on that matter at this morning's meeting. Hearing that, he guessed. Perhaps she wants information that is not in the report. Then he looked at Yuan and asked, how long has he been at it? Solri answered briefly. About half a Sichuan. At her answer, Peng Un frowned. My brother never ceases to amaze me. The mental strength he shows is truly marvelous. Look, qi has started to circulate. A faint blue stream of qi slowly circled around Yuan. The two watched in silence. Then Solri opened her mouth worriedly. I am actually regretting it. He said he would create his own method by reviving the memory of training with his brother. I did not stop him. I just thought that Peng Un brother had already told him what to do. A slight sadness appeared on her face. Peng Un guessed her meaning. Are you saying you taught him the secret techniques of your brother's family? Solri nodded silently, but she still opened her mouth sadly. I do not think so, he asked probingly. Can you, sister, teach him the Doko family's techniques without permission? But she said she would if he needed it. Peng Un continued to ask, and what if he could hurt himself just by you teaching him? At these words, Solri frowned unpleasantly and glared at him. Peng Un paid no mind and continued, both you and I know that people from Murim clans are forbidden from teaching outsiders their techniques. If they do, both the master and the disciple will be heavily punished. The Doko clan is no exception. Doko family head may be more open-minded than others, but what's the big deal? Your father is not one to break the rules. He will not allow it. Even for you, young brother, he said frankly. But that does not mean you have no other option, sister. As your husband, he can live in the Doko family. Solri blushed and thought to herself, my husband. Yuan paid no attention to the two and continued to focus on his chi circulation. Peng Un waved his hand in dissatisfaction and said, my family's rules are much stricter than yours, sister. They are very terrifying. Suddenly she asked a question unrelated to the topic. You still have not said anything about your family brother, have you? Peng Un frowned. Solri naturally noticed, I am sorry, you do not have to if you do not want to. The space fell silent again, and the chi circled evenly around Yuan. She crossed her arms and said, he calls this Yuan Sul, using both of your names. Peng Un answered with a serious face. Yuan, then Solri became suspicious again. But do you think it will be alright? He has never learned martial arts at all, so how can he create a chi circulation method? He also frowned. I am as curious as you, sister. Who knows what he will do with the chi I injected, the Sochiandan, and the 100-year strengthened body pill? The two fell silent again. Outside the fortress, soldiers were still on guard with concentration. Suddenly, Ga Yin, who had appeared from somewhere, kept knocking on the door. You are all in there, right? I'm coming in. After speaking, she opened the door and entered without hesitation. Really, everyone? Her voice suddenly stopped. The scene inside made her freeze. Yuan was still maintaining his meditation posture and circulating his chi, and opposite him, Peng Un and Solri were watching. Ga Yin approached and asked, what is it? What on earth is happening? Peng Un answered briefly, he is circulating his chi. We are watching here. After that, Peng Un, who had been standing for too long, decided to sit down, and Ga Yin also brought a chair next to him. Solri watched the two and asked suspiciously, why do you look so glum? Did you not get what you wanted? Ga Yin blushed. That guy made me run around in circles like a fool. I tried to seduce him and threatened his life, but he maintained a face as cold as stone. Solri crossed her arms and opened her mouth. Qingcheng may not be his family, but the Peng family and the Qingcheng sect walk the same path. A 1,000-year-old family has fallen, and if you cannot share his anger and sorrow, at least you should not make it a joke. Solri reminded seriously. Hearing that, Ga Yin also felt guilty, and asked herself, was I too harsh on him? And why does sister's tone sound just like that guy? Suddenly, Peng Un opened his mouth. Finally, Ga Yin looked at him with curiosity. Peng Un continued, the final stage. He looked at Yuan and commented, this is the most crucial moment. The chi coming from Yuan's body flowed out more. Yuan still kept his eyes closed and focused on his chi circulation. The chi around him spread a little wider. The three people in the room watched Yuan nervously, and the chi stream moved like soft silk. And as Yuan took a deep breath, the chi stream was absorbed into his body. After that, no phenomenon occurred around Yuan. Ga Yin was the first to open her mouth. The last breath, he did it, he did, right? Before she could finish her words, Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The faint blue aura emanating from his two eyes made his gaze soullessly cold. Peng Un and Solri tensed up at the same time, but fortunately the chi stream gradually dispersed. Solri said with joy, you did it, right? Peng Un raised the corners of his mouth, smiled playfully and answered, yes, he succeeded in his first chi circulation. Ga Yin was puzzled. When did you learn? Who taught you? Solri asked nonchalantly. Wasn't it you? Ga Yin was flustered and blushed. Me, she continued to wave her hand. Do not drag me into this. Peng Un also opened his mouth suspiciously. It looks very similar to Mount Hua's techniques. Solri did not believe it and asked once more, it really was not you, Ga Yin? As she was about to swear in embarrassment, a voice suddenly interjected. He looked at his hands alternately and asked himself in surprise, did it really work? After speaking, he doubted again with a serious face. Or did something go wrong? Peng Un opened his mouth. Does your head hurt as if it is splitting? Unlike the feeling of lightness last time, it will be as if countless bricks are hitting your head. Yuan wrapped his head, frowning as if his skull was cracking. Hearing that, he smiled brightly and answered, then it worked properly. Congratulations. Solri also chimed in. Do not worry, what you are feeling, brother, is a kind of chi thirst, she explained. It is called chi thirst. It is a phenomenon that occurs when the mind and body begin to adapt to contain chi. Yuan was suspicious. But I did not feel this when you helped me, Solri answered. That is because you did not do it yourself, brother. Someone helped, so it is a completely different case. Peng Un advised with a serious face, you must rest now. If you continue to overexert yourself like that, your body will not be able to endure the pain. Then he volunteered to stand up. We will return this room to you, brother. Do not think about anything, just sleep. Ga Yin and Solri followed and stood up. That child is right. Good night, Yuan. If you need, we will stay in this room with you. Let's catch up on lost sleep after tonight. Ga Yin chimed in cheerfully. I think it would be good to stay a little longer. Peng Un immediately said bluntly, shut up and get out now. The door closed and Yuan was left alone in the room. He continued to look at his hands alternately, then monologued with a suspicious face. Peng Un said I did it right, but how can I believe him? He recalled the child's warning. If you continue to overexert yourself like that, your body will not be able to endure the pain. He obediently plopped down on the bed. It feels like I will fall asleep as soon as I close my eyes. Yuan thought, I am so tired, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The night still covered the sky, and in the pitch-black darkness the sound of someone swinging a sword cutting through the wind was heard. It was Yuan. In the end he did not sleep and went out to the garden to practice swinging his sword. Suddenly a voice from behind made him flinch. What are you doing? I am training. Yuan turned his head cautiously. What came into his sight was the approaching Sun Miang. Yuan thought to himself suspiciously, why is the president here? The two stood facing each other, and Sun Miang glanced at the sword he was holding and opened her mouth. It seems you are trying to infuse that sword with qi. Am I right? Yuan answered calmly. You can tell, she answered with a cold face. I know you have no experience in martial arts, but you are not just swinging the sword aimlessly. If you succeed in infusing the sword with qi, you may be able to save yourself one day. Yuan retorted with a serious face. You are talking about running before I can even walk properly. I am just testing it, but it is still very difficult. Sun Miang stared at him and raised a question. I am curious why you are trying so hard. It is not as if you have to fight with a sword right away. Yuan raised his sword and answered, this is self-defense. If I have the ability to protect myself, one of the people protecting me can go to the front lines. Hearing that, Sun Miang reminded him, slightly displeased. Do not do that. Yuan did not understand and frowned. She opened her mouth and answered, if you learn martial arts as well, there will be nothing I am better at than you. At these words, he was at a loss for words. Then Yuan said with a cold face, I did not know you had a sense of humor. Suddenly, Sun Miang walked past him and thought angrily, it's not a joke, she demanded. Follow me. Yuan said nothing, sheathed his sword and followed her. The night was quiet, and the two walked like that. Sun Miang opened her mouth frankly. I am still wary of you, not only me but Zhuge Munju as well. To be honest, the more your merits shine in the alliance, the deeper our suspicions become. No one has complained about the strategies you have proposed so far, but if even a small part of the plan goes wrong, our people will die without a place to be buried. That means your calculations are extremely accurate. In other words, you are so accurate that it is suspicious you are not a double agent. She continued to reveal her inner thoughts. People become suspicious when they see someone do what they cannot. That is human nature. And what I have learned from this experience is that I have fallen deeper into that instinct than anyone I know. Sun Miang paused for a moment before speaking again. That is why I am going to ask you about all the suspicions I have. Will you answer my questions? Yuan answered gently. I will tell you everything I can. She stopped walking to let him go ahead. Sun Miang asked directly without hesitation. What is Unho to you? At this one sentence Yuan's face darkened. Yuan furrowed his brow and asked back, what do you mean what he is to me? Sun Miang answered frankly, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Tell me what you think of Qian Gwi Dogun. The image of Unho came to his mind, and Yuan answered with a cold face, he is Qian Gwi Dogun, that is all. Sun Miang was silent. The two continued their walk, and she opened her mouth with suspicion. He has a slightly different thought about you. Yuan did not want to mention it further. Do not know what he said about me, but I suspect it is not true. Sun Miang asked calmly, why do you say that? Yuan answered at length. His wish is to defeat me, because that is the only way I will fall into his hands. I have a similar reason for wanting him to fall. I want to grab him by the collar and tell him that his dream of using the demonic cult to rule the world is fundamentally wrong. Sun Miang listened to his words with concentration. Yuan continued, I could not say that when we met before, but now I think I can say it to him without any hesitation. She probed with a straight face. Then you support his path. He flinched at these words. She voiced her guess without hesitation. You want him as Qian Gwi Dogun of the demonic cult to fail, but you want him as a man named Unho to succeed. He thinks the same way. Yuan looked at her, and the sound of the wind whistled in the night. No one opened their mouth in the space anymore. The two stood before a high peak. Sun Miang opened her mouth with a guess. I think you were trying to help him when you decided to attack Ma Ryong. It looked like you were trying to remove a great obstacle that stood in the way of his future. Contrary to your guess, I did not kill Ma Ryong and let him go. Yuan was lost in thought. Sun Miang continued, to be honest, it was difficult to understand why you released Ma Ryong, and it shattered all my guesses about you. Ma Ryong has fallen into a pit after successive failures. Qian Gwi Dogun will be exhausted having an opponent who has nothing but jealousy. Seeing it from his perspective, I looked back at myself and got goosebumps. It made me think about my identity, and about where I stand. She evaluated herself bluntly. Perhaps I am just the Ma Ryong of the Alliance, a ridiculous opponent to others. After a pause, she lifted her head and looked at the moonlight. At this moment, Yuan opened his mouth. I think the recent failure in Qingcheng must have dealt you a great blow. From what I hear, you were not one to restrain yourself. Sun Miang's face was expressionless. Failure crushes a person, but one can grow by overcoming it. I hope to be the latter case. Things will be more difficult for you now. Yuan turned his body and looked at her. Sun Miang revealed without hesitation. Before, you were surrounded by people who followed what you said, but now there are more people who are watching with wide eyes, trying to find fault with every little thing. Yuan answered with a smile on his lips but not in his eyes. I must object. The most difficult part will be that you will no longer dare to voice your suspicions. At these words, Sun Miang did not understand, and he began to explain. Once you fall into the trap of restraining yourself, you are more likely to choose the path of keeping your mouth shut even if your heart is full of questions. The thought that your suspicions stem from unnecessary competitiveness will choke you. Sun Myung frowned in displeasure. Yuan continued, "But I do not want you to do that." His gaze sharpened. "No matter how outstanding a person is, they cannot be perfect." Yuan turned his head to look at her and advised, "And I am not that outstanding. There is a very big difference between having someone to argue with when making a decision and not." Hearing his words, Sun Myung opened her mouth. "I know what you are talking about. The loneliness and fear of being a commander, but having someone else by your side does not reduce that sense of loneliness. It might even make both sides more lonely." The space fell silent. Elsewhere a strong wind blew unceasingly, and the soldiers of the Jomsang sect stood in the pitch-black night with their flags flying. The one in the lead was the 28th sect leader of the Jomsang sect, Sa'il Jukulsheng. Beside him were two of the most outstanding warriors of the Jomsang sect. The only reason Jukulsheng became the sect leader was because he had mastered the Sa'il Daebop. Rising to the top with a single technique was unprecedented among the great sects. With the flap of a bird's wings, the sky gradually brightened, and a person's voice echoed. "The army has been organized," one of the two high-ranking leaders answered. "Of course, everything is as expected," Il-sung commanded solemnly. "Increase your speed, it will help to break their morale even a little." The soldiers standing behind answered in a loud voice, "As the sect leader commands, we will always support the sect leader." After that, he took the lead and flew with Qinggung, and the soldiers also followed behind after that. At the Qingcheng sect, shadows were cast in the night thanks to the moonlight. In the middle of a nearby mountain a large cave was revealed, and it was dark and gloomy inside. The appearance of a prison built inside was gradually revealed and someone's thoughts echoed. "Qian Gwi Dogun Bek Unho. What are you thinking, keeping me alive like this? Do you want to keep me alive to enjoy my humiliation until the last moment?" Inside the prison, a dark shadow was sitting. He was the great disciple of the Qingcheng sect leader, Shingom. Unho's footsteps were heard, and Tae Rang was already waiting for him in front of the cave entrance. Unho approached and asked, "Is there any information?" He reported calmly, "There is news from the Jomsang sect. They have entered the nearby area." Unho glanced over, waved his hand and said, "They are moving faster than I thought. Are they trying to test me?" Tae Rang reminded him. "If you are thinking of moving the army, there are two things you must solve first," he asked back in wonder. "Two things." He turned his head and looked inside the cave. "First, I do not think we should keep the Qingcheng sect leader alive." Unho raised the corner of his mouth. "Is there a problem? Do you want to eliminate them?" Tae Rang said bluntly. "Only by pulling them out by the roots can we eliminate the weeds. That is our way," he answered with a grim face. "I want to change that way." Tae Rang did not understand. Unho continued, "If you pull out the roots, only barren land will remain. It was like that before." Tae Rang said calmly, "I do not think it was wrong." Unho commanded, "There is no need to kill the Qingcheng leader. They can no longer use martial arts, so just leave them there to gain enlightenment. Do not bring up that story again." The two stood on the cliff and shared their inner thoughts. Unho asked again, "Then what is the second problem?" Tae Rang answered without hesitation, "You must decide how to deal with the young cult leader." At these words Unho was lost in thought. The wind swayed Unho's hair and he called Yi Ma Ryong coldly and commented without hesitation, "What an annoying fellow. It seems Yuan has thrown another difficult problem at me." Tae Rang did not understand and thought to himself. He crossed his arms and opened his mouth. "That matter has been bothering me a lot recently. Why are you giving me such a mission? What do you think?" After speaking, Unho leaped off the cliff without hesitation. He free-falled as he was and then landed lightly. Tae Rang also leaped down after him. The two walked, one in front and one behind, and Unho asked himself, "Why did Yuan leave the young cult leader alive and send him back to me?" Tae Rang reminded him, "He is your enemy, my lord, but on the other hand, he is a shield that blocks the storm coming toward you. If there are no competitors and everything goes your way, you, my lord, will become the sole target of all attacks and jealousy." The two continued to walk, and he continued, "But seeing how the two of you have clashed recently and created this atmosphere thick with the smell of gunpowder, I guess you, my lord, are the real mastermind who wields and uses him. There are two reasons why you, my lord, entrusted the Tang Men subjugation mission to the young cult leader. It was a gift from heaven and a hot potato. If he fails to pacify the Tang Men at this time," Unho suddenly cut him off. "That was not in my plan at all," said coldly. "I did not know he would fall into Chungi Nozel's trap and overturn the predetermined victorious ending I had placed in his hands," Tae Rang revealed calmly. "Stop lying." Unho fell silent as if he had been hit where it hurt, and he said bluntly, "You, my lord, have never excluded the possibility of his failure from your calculations. Did you even consider the alliance's genius?" Unho turned his head and looked at him. Tae Rang continued, "But you probably did not expect the young cult leader to be defeated so miserably, not to mention losing Sichuan, which you had just reclaimed." He was displeased but had to admit it. "Your assessment is not wrong. It was my mistake not to consider that the young cult leader was more ignorant and Yuan more outstanding than I thought. That is my other mistake," Tae Rang concluded firmly. "After this incident, the young cult leader will no longer be the same person you used to handle as you pleased. Yuan has completely changed him. Sending him back to us, that is the mission Yuan has left in your hands, my lord." Even after hearing those words, Unho still spoke calmly. "I am very fortunate to have you by my side." Tae Rang bowed his head lightly and answered, "The same goes for me, my lord. It is my blessing to be by your side. Suddenly, Unho raised the corner of his mouth slyly, but quickly returned to a cold face and said, "Since something unexpected has happened, I need to review a few things," he asked himself. "Shall I keep that annoying thing alive or shall I crush it?" Where the demonic cult's camp was gathered, the warriors sat or stood waiting for orders, and in a corner where no one dared to approach, Ma Ryong was sitting. His face was dark and his emotions were unreadable, and the only one who dared to approach was Hyol Bai. He asked pressingly, "How long are you going to be like this? You have suffered enough, isn't it time to get up and express your anger?" Ma Ryong said in a gloomy voice with unreadable emotions. "Do I have the right to do that?" Hyol Bai was silent, then advised, "It is not wrong to dwell on one's failure, but it should not change you too much. You must calm down. Barbaric, impulsive, and always putting yourself forward, that is who the young cult leader is. Those are your weaknesses, but also your strengths. You must not forget who you truly are." Ma Ryong's face was now full of disappointment and frustration. He said gently, "That's enough." Hyol Bai looked at Ma Ryong carefully, and he no longer had the will to open his mouth. "Will you just leave me alone? Let me rest. I am tired." Seeing him like that, Hyol Bai assessed inwardly. He is so heartbroken that his spirit has been crushed beyond recovery. Suddenly Ma Ryong opened his mouth and asked, "Where are the others?" Hyol Bai named Jiamgun and then answered, "It has been a while since they left, but they have not yet returned. It seems Qian Gwi Dogun has not come yet." The person just mentioned arrived at this time and met the two leaders of the demonic cult. Hyol Gang greeted him. "You finally came." Unho did not even look at him and said bluntly, "You are less perceptive than I thought. Don't you know I don't want to meet you?" The leader of So Rojian opened his mouth. "Of course we know, that is why we waited at this intersection." Hearing those words, he sneered unpleasantly. When a normal person wants to avoid someone, it means they have no intention of talking. Hyol Gang did not care. "That is just your point of view." The leader of So Rojian continued, "In any case we must talk to you." Hyol Gang opened his mouth without hesitation. "Let's get straight to the point. I intend to cooperate with you." The other leader cut in. "The same goes for me," he demanded. "We want to see what you can give us in return." Unho put his hands behind his back, gave a signal and sneered, "My very soul itches at the thought of you standing behind me. If you stab Ma Ryong in the back and come to me, who knows that you will not treat me the same way one day?" The leader of So Rojian did not refute. "I will not deny that possibility, if the situation forces it," Hyol Gang continued. "But a leader on the front line must always consider the risk of being stabbed in the back. That is the fate of one who stands at the top." Unho sneered, "Not so bad. It is better to lay everything out in the open than to swear you will never betray me." After speaking, he took a step. "I will accept your offer." Unho and Tae rang past the two leaders, and Hyol Gang still asked persistently, "You still have not said what you can give us." Unho promised seriously, "I will not raise any objection at the next elders meeting regarding this failure." "Is that enough?" Hyol Gang did not seem very satisfied. "That is only one reason for this failure, the young cult leader's excessive arbitrariness." The leader of So Rojian continued, "We were only there to provide support. We could not stop the young cult leader from giving orders. The truth will be revealed as it happened, and the young cult leader's actions cannot be overlooked. You do not need to refute our report of the facts." The two followed behind Unho, and the two leaders talked to each other as they walked. "But we agreed to the offer even though we have not received anything reasonable. Simply, if you acknowledge our report, we will be on your side." Unho glanced at the two meaningfully. Inside the gathering place, the four people entered at the same time. Unho took the lead and approached where Ma Ryong was sitting, and the two sides stood facing each other. He was the first to open his mouth. "What are you doing here?" Hyol Bai answered on behalf of his master. "Can't you see, the young cult leader is resting after a fierce battle. Even though he has faced strong and difficult enemies all the way, he has not been provided with a single warm bed and is gathering his thoughts in this mess," Unho said coldly with a hint of sarcasm. "Is that so? I did not know the opponent was that strong," Hyol Bai continued. "Not only that, the instructions we received were all wrong. According to the intelligence, Chang'e Nozil had already been destroyed." Ma Ryong was still silent, lost in his gloom. Hyol Bai continued to speak. "Our faith in that intelligence almost led us to our deaths." Unho knew exactly what the two were trying to do, and his eyes sharpened as he thought to himself. "So you're trying to play me with this trick?" Unho asked probingly. "How many times did they use that scheme?" "Are you sure the intelligence was wrong?" Hyol Bai answered. "It was not entirely wrong. It was your haste that ruined everything." Hearing those words, Unho sneered inwardly but quickly regained his composure and continued the act. "Elder Mong, you must make good use of this opportunity." He did not understand and asked back, "Use the opportunity, what do you mean?" He pointed at Ma Ryong, who had not said a word, and evaluated him bluntly. "Look at the young cult leader." He turned to look back. "He is unscathed despite successive failures, and the Mahawang, who has been his spiritual support for years, is now dead. So this is your chance to succeed him and take the Mawang's place. It is an opportunity to shape the young cult leader for your vision and make him your man." Hyol Bai listened with concentration, and Unho continued to speak, still pointing his finger. "All you have to do is take care of him. Isn't it worth a try?" Hyol Bai was unexpectedly enraged, and a killing intent shot out from his eyes. He reminded him in a low voice, "Beck Unho, you had better watch your mouth, otherwise I will take what you just said as a direct challenge." Unho did not back down and retorted with a sneer, "Take it however you want. I am not one to beat around the bush." Hyol Bai spoke again. Unho did not let him continue to lead the conversation and cut him off. Are you trying to blame me for this failure? Although it was the young cult leader's mistake to fall into the enemy's fake poison trap, he indeed sneered and shifted the blame. Because it's your fault, I have never said anything that was not true. Teetering, standing behind, raised the corner of his mouth. You must have practiced that 1,000 times on your way here. This remark naturally displeased him. Hyolbai gritted his teeth and growled, you had better retrain your dog. How could Unho obey his words? He looked at Hyolbai with a contemptuous gaze and said, train him. If he had spoken nonsense I might have considered it. But did he say anything wrong? Hyolbai said, emphasizing each syllable. Do you really think so? Teetering did not back down and interjected. Oh dear, now he's pulling rank. I am sorry, my lord. I have given him an excuse to bark. Indeed, he was easily enraged. If you do not teach him properly, I will do it for you. He aimed the tip of his sword at Teetering with extreme speed. He could not react and was frozen on the spot, but just as the tip of the sword almost reached his neck, a blade brushed past his wrist. Hyolbai's eyes widened and his hand fell to the ground before his eyes. The one who had cut off his hand was none other than Unho. Hyolbai clutched his arm and screamed in pain, and Unho smiled with delight. The sky was now breaking dawn, back to where Yuan and Sun Miang had talked all night. She opened her mouth coldly. It's time to go down now, isn't it? As she finished speaking, the sky was already bright. Yuan reproached himself. Yes. Time flies like an arrow. I should have been more mindful of your time. Sun Miang closed her eyes and answered, it is fine. I was the one who kept you here. Then she opened her eyes, looked at him and said, everything I said to you was what you needed to hear, whether you wanted to or not. In any case, thank you very much. You have shown me what I must do. Yuan turned his body. You must be tired. Go down and rest. Suddenly she opened her mouth and stopped him. Wait. Yuan turned his body and he followed her gaze to the sky. A flock of pigeons was flying over. They did not look like ordinary pigeons. Yuan thought to himself with suspicion. Aren't those carrier pigeons? Dozens of pigeons circled above the two. Sun Miang lifted her head, looked at them and opened her mouth. Those are Myungu. They were sent to us from the Alliance. Yuan did not understand and asked back. Myungu? Sun Miang turned her body and said, let's go, we have work to do. We can talk no more. The pigeons coincidentally all flew in one direction. At the information pavilion, pigeons flew in through the window one by one. The two keepers inside saw them and let out a sigh of relief. We have deployed many personnel here. Thank the heavens. Yuan and Sun Miang suddenly entered. He opened his mouth. This is the first thing Doko clan leader did after reclaiming Sichuan province. He thought it was extremely important to contact the headquarters. Sun Miang answered with a hint of sadness. I am sorry, I should have done this myself. The people opened the message tubes brought by the pigeons one by one, but they were all empty. They all had message tubes, but none had a letter inside. Sun Miang opened her mouth and explained, of course, they did not bring letters, they were sent for us to use. These words caught Yuan's attention. She raised her hand and introduced. These birds have received full training at Changyi Higuan. Yuan touched one of the birds and was suspicious. You called it a Myungu earlier. Sun Miang answered, you must know that the demonic cult uses the black flower to speak of the dark path. You can think of the Myungu in a similar way. He raised a question. Are those things delivering letters from Changyi Higuan? She looked at him and continued. Not always, but when the people of Changyi Higuan need to communicate with each other, they use their own signals. Once you are formally accepted into the Orthodox faction, you will also have to learn such a communication method. Sun Miang looked at the birds and continued. You will probably be secretly given authority equal to a strategist of the Scholars' Pavilion. I will confirm it with them myself. These birds, like the Gimegu, have been trained to know the names of specific places. They cannot find a specific person, but they will circle several places in a region. They will be useful messengers for us, Yuan admired. Excellent. It is as if we have gained 1,000 troops and horses. Then she looked at him again and shared her thoughts. Exactly. Nothing is more important in war than communication. That is why I was so jealous of that Gimegu. Suddenly another one flew in. Sun Miang said calmly, another one has come. It landed lightly on the windowsill. One of the information pavilion keepers took the message tube it brought and reported in surprise. There is a scroll inside this one. Sun Miang unrolled the paper the pigeon had brought. She read it for a moment, then handed the paper to Yuan. Zug Munju has sent news. Look, this is our Guanhua. The paper was full of characters, and her gaze sharpened. It is related to the Jomseng sect, Sun Miang said implicitly. They have come faster than we thought. It is too early. It could be dangerous. Yuan thought to himself, we did not factor in such a large time difference. This is not a good thing. As the day gradually brightened, a discussion was underway among the alliance leaders in Sichuan province. Sun Miang was the first to speak. The Jomseng sect has crossed the Four Limbs and is coming along the north of the Sangyang River. They are moving as fast as if they were riding the current. Next was Unbi. If they had come earlier we would not have had to rush like this, the Wolf King Yuchel continued. It seems they have not yet heard the news that we have reclaimed Sichuan province. Ga Yin quickly offered her opinion. They lost too much because of the war. They were probably afraid of missing the chance for victory by the time they arrived, Solri guessed. Or perhaps they wanted to get here before the demonic cult attacked again, Yuchel asked. Is there any news on the demonic cult's movements? Sun Miang answered. The news from Dawn said there was nothing to report. He repeated unpleasantly. Dawn. That is already old news. She opened her mouth calmly. Everything will change from now on. I will supervise the pigeons coming and going from the center of Sichuan. When our spy arrives at the Qingcheng sect and confirms the demonic cult's actions, we will know the news immediately. At this time Yuan opened his mouth in a low voice. We can no longer wait for news, we must act. At this one sentence everyone in the room fell silent. Mo Ying raised a question. Act now, but how? He answered with a cold face. We must send reinforcements to the Jiamseng sect. Chugwang objected. I do not approve. They came to help us. Why should we support them? We won a great battle before they came. And that changed the tide of the war, he said, glancing meaningfully at Yuan. Yuan agreed to some extent. That is correct. If the Jiamseng sect joins us, the demonic cult will lose its last great chance. They will use every possible means to annihilate them to eliminate future troubles. Hearing those words, Sun Miang opened her mouth. If we send reinforcements, how many troops are needed? We cannot leave Sichuan province empty. How many people must we send to protect the Jiamseng sect and return here? It is enough for the Kunlun and Ma sects to follow me. Hearing those words, Chugwang and Bohyun looked at each other. Then he raised a question. If that is your order, we will follow, but isn't it too few with just us? Yuan answered. The White Tiger Brigade will also follow behind, so we can prepare for an emergency, Yachal continued. All right, although I do not know why you want us to follow behind instead of going together, I will obey. Yuan raised his hand and added. The position of the White Tiger Brigade must move flexibly according to the movements of Qian Gwi Dogun. Yachal sharply understood that he meant Qian Gwi Dogun would not be at the forefront of the attack on the Jiamseng sect, but you just said that the demonic cult would use every possible means to annihilate the Jiamseng sect. He began to interpret. If the reinforcements for the Jiamseng sect are too strong, Qian Gwi Dogun will change his attack target to Sichuan province. He pointed his finger. Everyone has seen Qian Gwi Dogun's Wolf Brigade and Black Wolf Brigade, so you know well how quickly they can change their target of action. The room fell silent for the second time. Sun Miang opened her mouth. Then it would be best if the Jiamseng sect does not come here, Mo Ying retorted. That is impossible. If they do not come, Qian Gwi Dogun's army will regroup and attack us. We would have to risk a shortage of military strength. Hearing those words, Yuan clarified. I do not think she meant it that way. Her meaning is that it is better for us to stay still, maintaining an appropriate distance between our two forces. Then it will be easier to attack the enemy directly. Sun Miang continued. If the enemy uses all their forces to attack here, the Jiamseng sect can provide support from behind. But if they use all their strength to attack the Jiamseng sect, we will be the reinforcements. She placed a hand on her chin and guessed. If they divide their forces to attack both targets, the Jiamseng sect will not even have to fight. The Jiamseng sect has 700 warriors, so they can hold a firm defense against a divided enemy. Yuan hesitated. The problem is, Sun Miang understood his meaning and said bluntly, if you are worried about contacting the Jiamseng sect, you do not need to, she said confidently. We can deliver the news to the Sangyang River. Our Myunggu can accomplish it within 1 Sichuan 2 hours. He seemed persuaded and asked again, then can you take charge of the communication? She stood up, crossed her arms and answered without hesitation. That is my responsibility, Yuan continued. The reinforcements must be sent at the same time as the Myunggu, in case of unexpected circumstances. In case the news does not reach the ears of the Jiamseng sect, in my estimation that possibility is very high. He looked at Sun Miang. Everyone must move at the same time. Then Yuan stood up and said solemnly, I cannot predict whether Qian Gwi Dogun is coming or not. If he is, he will be moving with the speed of lightning, back to where the demonic cult camp was resting. After his wrist was cut, Hyol Bai quickly pressed several acupoints on his arm to stop the bleeding, and his face was flushed with pain and anger. Tae Rang, who had not said a word since Unho's arrival, was trembling all over and thought to himself, what? He shot up, his face crazed and his eyes filled with killing intent, and cursed loudly. You son of a bitch! Back Unho, he shouted. Hyol Bai clutched his arm and groaned in pain, and Unho smiled with delight. Tae Rang closed his eyes and opened his mouth. I owe you one this time. Unho put his sword back into the sheath on his belt and answered, that man is a master who moves like a ghost and cuts your throat before you notice. You must be careful when talking to such a person. Tae Rang sneered and said, I let my guard down. I had only heard rumors and never seen him in person. And since he was an elder of the demonic cult, not an enemy, I did not think he would do such a thing. Unho also followed his meaning and looked at Hyol Bai, continuing, that's right. Our elder also just lost a hand for that very reason. We are on the same side, but even though he knows my temper well, he did not predict what would happen next. Then he looked at the two leaders and reminded them meaningfully. And those two understood my character well enough, even though we only interacted briefly in the war with the outside forces. Hearing those words, the two quickly followed his meaning. That is right, we know very well. Just thinking about it is tiring. At this time, Tae Rang, filled with killing intent, growled and opened his mouth. Baek Unho, there should be a limit to your arrogance, he sneered. It seems I have picked you up from the ground, right? You do not need to thank me. Tae Rang was at a loss for words. And Unho raised his hand and introduced, my soldiers have also regained their morale. The soldiers who had been sitting dejectedly just a moment ago were now all standing, their eyes filled with hostility toward him. Unho did not care and continued, I think you will still be useful with your remaining hand. Elder Mong, Hyol Bai gritted his teeth in anger, and Unho bowed his head lightly. To be frank, let's settle who is right and wrong before the cult leader later. As the leader of the vanguard, I overstepped my authority by showing too much emotion to the young cult leader, so I will be punished. Bai also quickly, though unpleasantly, answered, emphasizing each syllable. I will let you breathe until then. Rang still stood and watched the two. Bai spoke again. You do not know about the Jade Emperor cult leader, so you would not know why he has such high expectations for the young cult leader. He fiddled with the severed part. He sneered, you should dream within your limits, but you have already crossed the line and are walking the path of ruin. You are the only one who does not know it. The leader of Rojian opened his mouth playfully. Excellent, Elder Mong, we almost forgot that fact. Gang continued, you never forgot. You were just too busy wrestling with foolish orders. And I bet everything on Qian Gwi Dogon. Just then, a figure approached the two leaders. It was Jimyong. Gang saw him and asked, what did you bet on? He answered without hesitation, the future. The future of the demonic cult, the future of the Black Path. Gang agreed and continued. I see, Qian Gwi Dogon is the path that will lead us to a better tomorrow, another leader interjected. But you will not be able to taste the sweet fruit of that future. Hearing those words, Gang guessed, that is a matter that must be discussed carefully. Will he bring us the future or will he enjoy the sweet fruit alone? Their conversation reached Unho's ears and he said firmly, I have engraved Elder Mong's teachings deep into my bones. He glanced meaningfully at Rang and asked, will you not march? You are already on your feet. He did not understand and narrowed his eyes. March? Why now? Unho glanced at him and said bluntly, I will give you a chance to wash away your sins by achieving merit. Unho said, not even looking at Rang. The Jomsang sect, the lowest family of the Orthodox faction's 9 great sects, is leading its army and rushing here to leave its name in history, crush them and take away their hope. He did not care and continued walking past the puddles of blood from the past. Then you will still be the you of old. There is no time to get your head straight. Unho gave the order, march. Rang sweated at his actions. Unho stood before the soldiers and shouted loudly, everyone rise. He lifted one leg and commanded, stomp on the ground, straighten your shoulders, look to the sky and reclaim the confidence you have lost. As he spoke, he used Qinggung to walk up the empty air step by step. Unho commanded from a high place, you are the warriors of the great demonic cult, the warriors of the Black Path who have created a new world in the outside forces. His figure stirred the soldiers and they shouted in unison, stairway to heaven, stairway to heaven, stairway to heaven. Unho continued to step on the empty air, ascending to the sky one step at a time. Rang gritted his teeth and shouted until his throat was hoarse. Stairway to heaven, the leader of Rojian admired. He walks on air as if he is soaring to the heavens, truly a stairway to heaven. Gang opened his mouth. Qian Gwi Dogon still has many surprises to show us. Even the Qianma only mastered the stairway to heaven when he was 49. Qian Gwi Dogon is only in his early 20s. Truly amazing, he continued. It seems I will have to take the risk. Martial arts are martial arts, but to show such learning at such a young age is truly not to be underestimated. And Jimyong just watched in silence without saying a word. Unho shouted clearly from the high place, we failed once, but the fault lies entirely with your leader. You should not blame yourselves for following flawed orders. Qian Gwi Dogon guarantees you do not need to endure the humiliation from that wrong order. Victory awaits you all. Warriors of the Qianma, warriors of the Black Path. You will trample the enemy. Now is the time to repay yesterday's humiliation. Let the light of the sun awaken your spirits. He was like a shining leader who had come to lead the soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, Rang was the first to shout loudly, and the soldiers also followed, excited. Twilight colored the sky and a familiar Myunggu flew to Sichuan province. It sat on the windowsill, a message tube tied to its leg. Son Miang took out the letter, read it, and quietly informed everyone, the demonic cult army has descended from Mount Qingcheng. But there is something strange. They are not heading south where the Jomsang sect is coming, nor west where we are, but east. Yuyang and she met gazes, and she asked with suspicion, what does that mean? Why are they going east? Yuyang guessed. Perhaps they are leaving Sichuan. Qian Gwi Dogon has already gathered everything he needs here. Although not everything went according to plan, he occupied the invincible Sichuan province and wiped out the Qingcheng sect, he added. Not only that, he destroyed the Tangmen's Chengyi Nozul and slaughtered half of the Ma sect. Countless Orthodox faction warriors died before his army trying to defend Sichuan province, and he lost almost nothing in this battle. The only real losses were among the elders and the young cult leader's army. Meanwhile, Qian Gwi Dogon's Wolf Brigade and the Black Wolf Brigade under his control are still ready for battle. Yuyang's gaze sharpened. Son Miang was smart. She quickly continued. East of Sichuan leads to Guangdong. If they intend to repeat what they did in Sichuan, perhaps they are planning a surprise attack on Guangdong now. Yuyang smiled and said, if we think that, we are playing right into their hands, she discussed with him. But they will not underestimate our preparations, he answered. At least one person will think so. She looked at him as if thinking of something. The sun gradually set behind the mountains, and elsewhere the Jomsang sect leader Jukelsheng and his soldiers were moving with extreme speed using Qinggung. They were rushing through the forest about to meet a person running from the opposite direction. That person saw them and shouted loudly to inform them, are you the Jomsang sect? I am a messenger sent by the alliance from Sichuan province. They all suspected the messenger. When the person extended his hand and offered a letter, Il-sung reached out, took it, and read it with a serious face. Then for some reason he clenched the letter as if he would crumple it, but he suppressed it and opened his mouth. "Understood," the messenger asked probingly. "Will you write a reply? I will take the letter back immediately." Il-sung frowned. He answered, "I cannot reply immediately. There are a few things I need to confirm. Can you come with us until then?" The messenger answered frankly. "I'm sorry, but I have been ordered to travel as many places as possible and gather information. I cannot follow you." Hearing those words, he demanded, "Then leave the pigeon." The person did not understand. "You mean the myungu?" Il-sung asked as if investigating. "You call it a myungu? It is trained to go to a designated place?" The messenger hesitated. "Yes," then he suddenly agreed. "All right, but please handle it with care." Il-sung smiled and answered, "Rest assured." He cupped his hands. "May your journey be smooth." Then he left. One of the Jomsang leaders opened his mouth. "What does it say?" Il-sung said with a cold face. "It is an order for us to stay in place, simply put, for us to become bait for the demonic cult bastards. If they attack, we run, and if they attack Sichuan province, we attack from the left and right flanks." Another leader chimed in. "That stratagem does not suit you at all." The sect leader and he were right. Il-sung's face was as heavy as lead, clearly showing his displeasure. After that, he walked and revealed his inner thoughts. From the beginning, Shaolin and Wudang fought over the top seat of the 9 great sects, while we fought with Jiangnam for the last spot. It has been that way for the last 100 years. I have always despised it. It is not a fair measure of a sect's strength. Our exquisite martial arts, Waryong, Guangpung, Doki, and Sa'il, none are inferior to the secret techniques of Shaolin and Wudang. The only thing they are better at than us is their numbers," he asked and answered himself. "Then I wonder why we must fight for that lowest spot. To eliminate prejudice, we have wondrous martial arts, but that does not make us the top sect. It is not the reason why top masters come to us. What is important is not the martial art you learned, but how you learn it and what qualities you yourself have. It is for that very reason that I chose those with the best qualities and did not hesitate to travel 1,000 li to recruit the strongest warriors. Not only the elders but also the soldiers listened with concentration to his words, and an elder opened his mouth. "But we all know well, sect leader, even if we combine all our strengths, we cannot match you," Il-sung answered. "As you all know, I failed to master the Saolgong Biap. I know every detail inside it, but I still could not escape my shortcomings. I intended to use this war with the demonic cult to eliminate the long-standing prejudice against the Jomsang sect. It is for that very reason that I summoned 700 of my 1,000 disciples and entered the battlefield," he said, slightly disappointed. "But they ordered me to stay in one place and not fight. What do you all think? Should I obey the order?" He turned his head to look at the elders, asking for their opinion. And coincidentally, both elders disobeyed and raised their voices. Even the Murim Alliance leader cannot issue such an order. Il-sung asked meaningfully, "Then you know what that means?" As soon as he finished speaking, he ran forward with extreme speed, simultaneously shouting loudly, "We will not stop, we will march as quickly as possible," he commanded in a loud voice. "All troops forward at full speed. There is no reason to stop." Day broke quickly, and a myungu flew through the sky carrying out its mission to deliver news. Still, Son Myung was the first to read the letter and inform. "News from the demonic cult. They are moving swiftly." Yuan fed the bird and asked, "Does the letter say how far they have gone?" She answered, "They will arrive at Mount Ma soon," he continued. "My guess is that they will set up camp there." At this she was suspicious. "Set up camp," he explained calmly. "If I were them I would do that. Set up camp at night and at dawn divide the army into 2 or 3. Son Myung quickly understood the meaning. 1 to attack Jomsang and the other 2 to attack Sichuan province, acting as reinforcements between the 2 battlefields. The myungu lifted its head and looked at the 2, and Yuyang reached out, stroked its head and commanded, "Return to where you came from." The pigeon received the command and flew away. Son Myung opened her mouth anxiously. A reply should have come by now, but the Jomsang sect is silent as expected. Hearing that, Yuyang's face became serious. Son Myung continued, "The weakness of the demonic cult and the Black Path is internal factional struggles. The alliance is the same. Each sect has its own pride," Yuyang interjected. "And our job is to turn that weakness into strength." He sighed and opened his mouth. "Assuming the Jomsang sect is marching on its own terms, our actions must also follow suit," Son Myung asked probingly. "I guessed this from the beginning. We have already sent reinforcements. You will go with them, will you not?" Yuyang admitted. "I am also asking myself if now is the time." After a pause he said in a soft voice, "To defeat Qian Gwi Dogun." This naturally surprised Son Myung. She asked back in disbelief, "Did I hear you wrong?" "Defeat Qian Gwi Dogun?" Yuyang did not answer, but his face was filled with determination and resolve. Night fell, and the sky was dark, covered in fog. Yuyang set out with his comrades and hundreds of soldiers, and only the sound of footsteps in the wind filled the space. Son Myung watched them from the roof of the fortress. Suddenly Yuyang appeared from somewhere and stood beside her. He asked probingly, "Since when did you develop a hobby of standing on roofs?" Son Myung answered, "I just wanted to see the furthest point to which they were visible." Yuyang looked at her, lost in thought, and there was a slight sadness in Son Myung's eyes. He crossed his arms and guessed, "I wonder who made you watch so long." After that the 2 were silent, and Yuyang's army continued on its way. Yuyang raised a question, "Do you trust him completely?" Son Myung answered in a cold voice, "Absolutely not. I feel completely inferior. If I truly trusted him, how pathetic would I become? Hearing those words, he thought to himself, "Wait, don't tell me," he frowned, and she lowered her eyes and continued, "Yuan knew that the Jomsang sect leader would not listen to me. Sail Jukulsheng. I was too confident that I knew him like the back of my hand, only now do I realize that everything I knew was based on rumors about him as a sect leader," Yu asked probingly. "If you have not met, doesn't that give you grounds to evaluate him more easily?" she said frankly. "I was too arrogant. I thought that no matter how ambitious Jukulsheng was, he would not dare to defy an order given by me, Bong Son Myung. That was my confidence and my pride." He did not understand. What is wrong with that? Don't those characteristics add authority to your words? And the world is full of exceptions, like sect leader Juk. The two were silent, and Son Myung opened her mouth. Yu said he would try to defeat Qian Gwi Dogun. At this, Yu's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at him and continued, "That is what makes me think. If he really defeats Qian Gwi Dogun, should I be happy or should I despair? I have no way to answer." After she spoke, no one opened their mouth anymore. Night fell, and at a mountain range where Unho's camp was stationed, a person's voice echoed in the middle of the night. The armies of Kunlun and Ma began their march in the late afternoon. Tae rang and Unho stood in a clearing discussing, he reported. The white tiger followed right behind them. In the late afternoon, just before twilight, another 100 men left Sichuan province. Most of them seemed to be from the Doko family, but the Doko clan leader did not appear. Instead, the alliance's genius went with them on a white horse. Unho opened his mouth. "So he is gone." His gaze sharpened. He raised a finger and analyzed. Kunlun and Ma, with the white tiger following, form another unit, and finally the unit led by the alliance's genius. That means a portion of the Doko and Yomsu armies have remained to protect Sichuan province. Unho furrowed his brow deeply. "This is troublesome. What on earth are you scheming, Yuan?" Tae Rang was doubtful. "What does that matter? None of them can ruin your plan, my lord." He quickly denied it. "Wrong, that man gets into my head hundreds of times a day." Unho crossed his arms and said solemnly, "I must reconsider this, only then can I rest easy." Tae Rang opened his mouth. "This is just my guess, making you think deeply about his tactics. That is the very mistake he wants you to make." He said with a smile, "I see. I am truly fortunate to have a dependable subordinate like you by my side," Unho said, placing a hand on Tae Rang's shoulder. Tae Rang tilted his head and answered, "Sometimes that sounds like sarcasm, but since we are on the subject, shall we discuss something else?" A cunning look crossed his face. Unho asked probingly, "What is it?" Tae Rang's face was sly. "It seems you quite enjoy my advice, my lord. I have a question for you." Unho quickly understood his meaning. "You mean the young cult leader?" He admitted it. "So you knew. I have thought about him as much as you have, my lord." Thinking of Yuan, he answered coldly, "You too, it seems our minds work alike." As they spoke, the two walked toward a lakeshore. Tae Rang opened his mouth. "Then do you intend to kill the young cult leader?" Unho did not answer, but killing intent radiated from his gaze. After Tae Rang's question, the two fell silent, and he spoke again with determination. "If the young cult leader enters the battlefield in his current state, he will surely die. The leader of the Jomsang sect, Jukulsheng, is one of the greatest warriors of the Orthodox faction. What he desires is to leave an even deeper mark for himself. The young cult leader is no different from a fish on a chopping block, and he will not miss this opportunity." Unho guessed, "If you think of it that way, won't our victory be even greater?" Tae Rang furrowed his brow and continued, "I have also been thinking about it, whether to keep the young cult leader alive or to eliminate him." The space fell silent again, and he asserted in a low voice, "The Jade Emperor will never forgive the one who kills his son, no matter how pathetic that son may be." Unho did not answer and was lost in thought. In the dead of night, the faint moonlight shimmered behind the clouds, and Unho was lying on a wooden bed inside his tent. He lay with his hands behind his head as a pillow, his thoughts unreadable. Suddenly a voice was heard. "When so many blades are aimed at your throat." Unho was startled. Ma Ryong had pushed aside the tent flap and entered, approaching step by step. Unho reminded him nonchalantly, "One would think you'd know to ask for permission before entering another person's tent." "No." He sat down at the table naturally and answered, "You've already welcomed this guest, haven't you?" he asked probingly. "What are you doing here?" Ma Ryong said with a cold face. "I am alone." Unho did not understand and asked, "What?" Ma Ryong said frankly. "No one is on my side. The great elder is dead. Elder Mong lost an arm and disappeared. Since then, Elder Mahuang lost a leg and is being cared for by the Black Wolf Brigade. Those who used to follow me are now on your side." Unho listened quietly without a word. He furrowed his brow and asked, "You must have promised them something, haven't you, and you intend to shift all the blame for this failure onto me?" He answered calmly. "You are wrong." Before Unho could continue, he burst out in a fit of rage with resentment. "Why are you doing this to me? Why did you have to take everything from me? My people, my treasures, my martial arts, you have made them all your own. You gathered the strongest warriors for the Qianma Wolf Brigade. You claimed the best weapons and martial arts for yourself, and because of you I could only receive useless things from my father." Unho glanced at him and opened his mouth gently. "I see, you are very angry. Did you just come here to complain?" Ma Ryong became even more furious and slammed the table. "Answer me, Baek Unho, why are you so cruel to me?" He gritted his teeth and said again in a low voice, "I do not completely hate you. I was the first to extend my hand to you, but you did not take it." He seemed slightly hurt as he said this, but Unho still replied indifferently, "The hand you offered me was merely a demand for my obedience and servitude." Ma Ryong denied it loudly. "You are wrong, that was not my intention." I wanted you to be my equal. He sounded as if he had heard a funny story, and the corners of his mouth lifted as he repeated, equal. His gaze pierced through him as he asked, how can you and I be equals? Do you really think you are my equal? At these words Ma Ryong hesitated. What? Then he growled like a madman again. That is what you have always done, mocking me, crushing me like a cockroach. All the animosity I have for you is because of you. Why did you have to do it? Why did you want me to hate you so much? Unho furrowed his brow. Do you still not understand? Ma Ryong was enraged. How can I know if you do not tell me? He looked at him from his lying position and said bluntly. It is because you are the son of the Jade Emperor and the young cult leader of the demonic cult, he shouted, even angrier. What does that have to do with anything? In any case, you did not acknowledge me, and you received more from my father and the elders. Unho looked elsewhere and retorted, be precise. What I received from those old men I earned myself, and your father gave me nothing. On the contrary, what I obtained from the Chianma station I offered to your father, Ma Ryong retorted. From the moment you set foot in the Chianma station, you received my father's favor. He could not bear it and cut him off. Shut up. Then Unho stood up to confront him. If you think I never considered handing over supreme power to you and helping you complete your great work, you are wrong. Ma Ryong suddenly lowered his voice. I cannot believe it. Did you really consider that? Unho stood up, faced him, and said bluntly, the path to realizing my dream would have been much easier. I would have had easy access to the foundation and connections your father built over his lifetime, he sneered. And if you had been at least a discerning person, I might have chosen that path. Until a while ago, I was thinking about how to do it. I wanted to draw you to my side and give you the opportunities I created. Ma Ryong sweated and asked, but because of my failure, you changed your mind? Unho walked past him. The problem is not your failure. A look of disgust emanated from his eyes. The problem is that you are in a position of power, yet you are incompetent, narrow-minded, and above all lazy. Your rotten nature will be a bad example to your subordinates. The more Ma Ryong heard, the more he gritted his teeth in guilt. Unho continued, I imagined a scene where you became the cult leader, led the Black Path, and perhaps even ruled the world. After speaking, he evaluated without hesitation. It was so disgusting I felt like vomiting. That someone as incompetent as you has the right to decide the life and death of so many people just because you were born in a better place than others, that is unacceptable. You do not deserve that right. Ma Ryong trembled as he listened, gritting his teeth. And Unho growled with a resentful face, the descendants of those in power all know how to make the most of their lineage. But it seems you do not know that. He looked down at him and demanded, speak. Ma Ryong clenched his fists until they turned white and said, emphasizing each syllable, Bek Unho. He opened his mouth with difficulty. I came here too. Before he could finish, Unho cut him off with a sneer. I know, you came to reconcile with me. He exposed him. You wanted to say that you never intended to harm me, not until I drove you into this situation, complaining that I made you this way, and that if I had shown you even a little favor, the future would have belonged to us both. I know what is in your head. Unho said this with a look of disgust, and then evaluated him bluntly. You are still incompetent. Ma Ryong lost his reason, and in his humiliation turned to leave. Unho grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, but since you had the courage to enter my tent, I will give you a piece of advice. Ma Ryong's face turned red and he gritted his teeth and looked at him. Unho pushed him down to sit and opened his mouth. It is not that you have no chance to become my ally or to crush me, he asserted. Both are possible, because you are the son of the Jade Emperor, so show the whole world what that means. That will be your opportunity. Ma Ryong's face darkened as he mulled over his words. And Unho smiled with a challenge. Destroy the Jomsing sect. If you succeed, and bring Jukulshung's head before me yourself. He changed his tone and continued. When so many blades are aimed at your throat. Just then Ta Rang, who was guarding outside the tent, had heard the entire conversation. He looked at the blazing hegemon star in the sky and thought to himself, my lord, I know your power is great. You will not bow your head before the young cult leader, even if there are hundreds of people behind him, but that is what frightens me. When so many blades are aimed at your throat, in the dead of night the blazing hegemon star shone in the sky. Sol was grazing leisurely in the forest when suddenly something caught its attention. Two black shadows were approaching it from above at extreme speed. They were the sons of Some Riom. One person spread his arms and ran toward it. How have you been, you fellow? Where is everyone? The two people and a horse stood on the cliff and observed, and they saw him and said, we finally caught up. Eat your share, Sol. We are going. Suddenly he let out a long breath. They asked with wonder, why are you doing that? Your master is not there. Then where are they? Did they go for a walk? Indeed, Yuan and Solri were walking together. The two walked in silence. Solri opened her mouth. Why did your brother not follow? There should always be someone to protect you, brother. Even if there has been no danger recently, Yuan answered. Peng'an wanted to give us some space, he said bluntly, without the slightest embarrassment. That child really wants me to become the son-in-law of the Doko clan leader. Hearing those words, Solri's face turned red, but Yuan still continued calmly. Basically, Peng'an was also born of noble status, so that child seems to think that a person's background is not an obstacle at all. Solri was even more flustered by his calm words. She stammered and asked, does that mean there is an obstacle between us? You are saying that no matter what I think, nothing will happen between us, right? Yuan hesitated as if he had been hit where it hurt. That is what I was trying to say. Solri lowered her eyes and smiled gently. So that is what you think. Then she looked at him and opened her mouth. My mother and younger sister, although they do not have money, are rich in character. After that she looked straight ahead and opened her mouth seriously. From the beginning I knew that you, brother, came from a family with a completely different foundation from the Murim. Yuan glanced at her with embarrassment, and Solri did not let him be anxious and added, I do not think too much about that. I cannot see you as a man. Yuan opened his mouth as if pouting. You did not have to go that far. The two continued to walk, and suddenly both of them lifted the corners of their mouths and smiled as if a dam had broken. Then they continued to walk without a word. After a while the two found a suitable place and sat down. Solri opened her mouth. Haven't we come too far? Yuan crossed his arms and answered, I have something to think about quietly. She understood his meaning and thought to herself, quietly. Solri stammered, I should not have followed you. He quickly denied it. You are not a bother at all. Yuan looked up at the sky and said sincerely, in fact, you give me a great deal of inspiration. These words, she was embarrassed. Solri quickly composed herself and said, why are you saying that? If you are not careful, I will have thoughts about you that I should not have again. Yuan did not answer quietly, and looked up at the sky as if lost in his own world. Solri hugged her knees and asked in a low voice, are you listening to me or not? Suddenly, Yuan opened his mouth implicitly. He might be in danger. Solri was startled in her heart. She thought to herself, he is implying Qian Gwi Dogun. He pointed at the sky and said, the hegemon star is trembling. The hegemon star he pointed at was still shining blazing red. Solri also looked at it and continued, trembling? To me it looks more dazzling than before. Yuan turned his head and looked at her. Solri said frankly, the hegemon star does not shine because of Qian Gwi Dogun. In my opinion, that star shines for you, Yuan. At this assessment he was startled. Solri opened her mouth firmly. If you, brother, saw it trembling, it is because you think that star shines for Qian Gwi Dogun, but to me, perhaps because I think it is yours, brother. It is shining even more. I see your brilliant future in that star, whereas you are looking at that star, thinking of the crisis Qian Gwi Dogun is facing. Pausing for a moment, she commented. You said you would kill him, brother, didn't you? You are very confident. You must have a plan for that. Yuan's face darkened as he continued. My plan does not matter. It seems an unexpected crisis will befall him. Solri was suspicious. What do you mean? Do you really feel it? Yuan did not answer further. She looked at him and thought to herself, in the end, what is Qian Gwi Dogun to Yuan? What makes you worry so much about Qian Gwi Dogun? Suddenly she was flustered and realized, my goodness, was I just jealous of Qian Gwi Dogun? Suddenly something caught her attention. 3 people were flying toward her and Yuan, namely the 2 sons of Somei Riom and Peng Un. As the two stood up, Solri was puzzled. They are people from the Tang Men. Why is everyone here? The 2 brothers cupped their hands and reported, we were just passing by. The clan leader ordered us to find young Master Yuan and stay by his side. She also cupped her hands and said with a smile, thank you, you two will be a great help. It must not have been easy to find us, one person answered. It was not that difficult. We know the contact points managed by the Alliance in Sichuan, the messenger here. Observing everyone's actions and sending pigeons to Sichuan, he held out a piece of paper. At the last contact point we passed, we received this letter for Yuan. Yuan took it. Thank you. You two brought it much faster than a messenger would have, Solri added. It's news of the Jomseng sect. He read it and announced that it was as expected. It seems they intend to attack the enemy's flank. They've figured out their route and are in hot pursuit. That means it will be very difficult for us to send reinforcements in time. To catch up with them, it seems we'll have to move faster, Peng Un interjected. So, you must have a contingency plan for this situation, right? His face hardened as he said firmly, there is none. Everyone was stunned, thinking the same thing. Does that mean he's given up on the Jomseng sect? They all stood, feeling the wind. Solri frowned and opened her mouth. All right, it was their decision. Even if they had followed our wishes exactly, a battle was inevitable. If they want to do things their own way, they'll have to bear the consequences, Yuan added. I think the Jomseng sect had its own motives for doing so. They probably think they can pursue the enemy and achieve a glorious victory, but that doesn't mean they're targeting the enemy's main force, he said as he walked. The enemy knows we're on the march, so it's highly likely they've split their army into at least 2 units. The Jomseng sect is confident it can handle one of those 2 units, Peng Un asked probingly. Do they know that too? Yuan answered with a grim face. We can only hope so. Solri quickly understood what he meant. In other words, the situation is not in their favor. He looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, their fate depends on Qian Gwi Dogun's thoughts. Depending on his intention to include the Jomseng sect in his plans, everything could change with that one thought. At his words, everyone's face became serious. Solri disagreed and retorted, even so, the Jomseng sect will not be easily defeated. No matter how strong Qian Gwi Dogun is, the Jomseng sect won't just let themselves be used as his pawns. I'm certain they can hold out until our reinforcements arrive. Yuan answered without conviction. I hope so too. Everyone walked with him. Peng Un frowned and opened his mouth. It seems you don't think that will happen. Yuan said no more and everyone walked silently through the windy forest. On another side of the same forest, the heavy sound of a horn echoed. Unho approached step by step. He stood before his soldiers and raised his hand, signaling them to stop. When the horn stopped, Unho gave a clear command. Wake from your tents, there's been a change of plans, he said in a serious voice. I'm sorry I couldn't let you rest enough. Jimyong immediately answered loudly. "There is no need to apologize, General. We are awaiting your command." Teereng was excited. "We are ready." He and the morale-filled soldiers shouted loudly. "We are ready. Speak, give us your command," Unho said loudly. "If you accept my apology, then let me hear your voices." As he finished speaking, the soldiers shouted in unison, showing their resolve. He raised his hand and began assigning roles. "We must return the way we came, but at double the speed. The first army will defeat the Jomsang sect. Second army will deal with those coming to provide support. The formation will change accordingly. Young cult leader Ma Ryong will lead the first army, and I will lead the second army. However, the internal structure of the armies will change as follows." Ma Ryong listened to him with an expressionless face. "Half of the Qianmo Wolf Brigade will join the young cult leader in the first army to face the Jomsang sect." The soldiers were all shocked, and then Unho shouted, "Hyol too." A sturdy man raised his voice, then he called a second name with a nod. "A Chong," a red-haired man answered. Unho commanded forcefully, "You and your men will go with the young cult leader to the first army." The two were slightly surprised but quickly answered in unison, "As you command, my lord." Unho continued, "The entire Black Wolf Brigade will also join the first army." Jim Yong at the front opened his mouth. "Yes, General." Next were the two leaders, Elder Saw and Elder Ma Pil. The two who were called were puzzled. "Us as well? Won't the second army be short-handed then?" Unho raised the corner of his mouth. "Not at all. We have half the Qianmo Wolf Brigade and the loyal demonic generals under the young cult leader. And Elder Wong has also finished his treatment. Oh, you two will be with me as well." Suddenly Ma Ryong opened his mouth. "I have a request, General." Everyone listened quietly. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. "I wish to receive greater discipline. Please give me a chance to atone to the brothers who were sacrificed due to my oversight." The soldiers were all shocked. Only Teereng's face hardened as if he had realized something. He slowly bent his body. "I am not qualified to lead the first army again. If I give commands in this state of mind, the only result will be mistakes." Then, without hesitation, Ma Ryong prostrated himself, bowing his head to the ground. "Please, everyone, forget my status as young cult leader. I will wash away my sins by fighting as a single soldier under another's command." The elders were silent. Only Unho was wary, thinking to himself, "What are you scheming, Ma Ryong?" Teereng gritted his teeth, thinking this was retaliation. Unho watched him kneeling on one knee with calculating eyes. Why is the hegemon star still shining in the sky? Yuan and his party walked in formation, and he suddenly turned his head to ask So Mei Ryam's son, "How much further is it from here to the last contact point you came from?" One person answered on behalf of them. "The last one, it's not far from here. At full speed we can get there within one shichen." He pointed in one direction. Yuan took out a yellowish piece of paper. "Can you take this there? It's a letter for the great general of Sichuan province." He held the letter, wrote something, and then made a request. "I'd like you two to go together." The great general's reply might not be just one letter but several. One of you can bring one letter and the other can wait for the second one. You must come as quickly as possible as soon as you receive a letter. I can't say how many times you'll have to move back and forth with the other messengers. The two confidently took the letter and answered, "It's no problem for us. We are happy to help with such an important task." As they finished speaking, the two kicked off into the air and departed. Solri looked at him and thought to herself, what did he write to the great general? Deep in the night the fog was thick, and a Myungu once again brought new information to the information pavilion. Son Myung was frowning, lost in thought, and in front of her 2 people from the information pavilion and Yu Young were checking the letter the pigeon brought. Suddenly, one letter changed a person's complexion, and he shouted that it was news from the military strategist, rushing to bring the letter to Son Myung. She was shocked by the letter's contents and raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, do not send that." The messenger froze. Yu Young turned and asked, "Did Yu Young send something urgent? Is there a major change in plans?" Son Myung put down the letter and answered, "This isn't our report." She pushed it to one side. "It seems he has sensed a change in the demonic cult's army." Yu Young was puzzled. "A change in the demonic cult? What could that be?" She sat down and explained, "I'm not sure either. The letter contains a request to check if there is a new demonic cult force heading toward Sichuan." He picked up the letter. "A new force?" Son Myung answered. "We haven't found anything yet, but we have our eyes and ears all over the front lines," he asked probingly. "So you're saying a force could be heading this way without our knowledge?" Son Myung pressed her hand on the letter. "We must broaden the scope of our investigation," she suddenly added, as if she had thought of something. "First, I must request authorization. We need to urgently analyze all newly gathered intelligence from in and around Sichuan. I must request it directly from Zug Munju." Myungu flew off one by one to deliver news, scattering in the directions they needed to go. As time passed, pigeons brought letters to the Alliance command tower, one after another, and the people inside were responsible for checking the letters they brought. Suddenly, upon seeing some information, the 2 people inside the tower looked at each other. In a nearby room, a person who seemed to be a high-ranking official of the tower was looking at the documents on the table with his arms crossed. He asked himself, which would be more beneficial to us? Should I point it out myself, or should I pretend I saw nothing? This is not an easy question to answer. As the day gradually brightened, the pigeons tirelessly continued to return to the information pavilion with letters. Son Myung and Yu Young looked at the pile of letters, lost in thought, when suddenly something made her suspicious. Strange. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Why?" Son Myung answered uncertainly, I feel like something is missing from the news that's been sent, but I can't say what." He didn't understand and looked at her. Son Myung touched her chin and guessed. "Zug Munju's analysis is missing. He sent everything and just told me to analyze it with my own judgment," Yu-young asked probingly. "Will that be all right? It won't be easy if he didn't add anything." She was lost in thought for a moment, then picked up a brush. "There's no other way. I can only leave it to Yu-young." Dawn was breaking, the sun shimmering behind the mountain range, and Yu-young was sitting, analyzing the letters that had been delivered. Everyone watched quietly to see what he would do. After a moment, Yu-young opened his mouth. "Use my own judgment," everyone thought in unison. "What is he analyzing? He looks unusually serious." Yu-young continued to observe, then opened his mouth. "If there are no other signs, that's a relief." Hearing that, Solri asked happily. "Then we don't have to worry too much." He denied it. "Wrong. The news we have now is serious enough," he began to explain. "First, as we feared, the Jomsang sect will face the enemy before reinforcements arrive. The Jomsang sect is rushing toward the enemy, and the enemy army is moving just as quickly. Second, they have sent the first army to face the Jomsang sect. The first army is led by Jimyong of the Black Wolf Brigade, followed by half of the Cheonma Wolf Brigade, Elder Sa and So Rojaeon. Third, Yima Ryong is not in the first army." Everyone was quiet, and then Ga Yin raised a question. "I've been trying to understand. Is Ma Ryong not being in the army attacking the Jomsang sect a bad thing?" Yuan admitted without hesitation. "Yes, it is bad," he emphasized. "Very bad," Ga Yin said implicitly. "You know what? Not all of us are as brilliant as you, brother," she said frankly. "Especially me. I'm smart when it comes to swords, but don't ask me about anything else. What I mean is, isn't there a way to explain it that's a little friendlier to idiots?" Peng An for once agreed with her and opened his mouth. "We're not in a hurry right now, so I agree with Ga Yin." One of So Mei Ryam's sons also raised his hand and added, "I'm sorry, but me too." Ga Yin spoke again. "In my opinion, Ma Ryong not being in the army fighting the Jomsang sect is a good thing. He's a terrible person, but he's a skilled warrior. So why do you see his absence as a bad thing, brother?" Yuan placed his hand on the letter and answered, "If he were there, he would have been in command." She agreed. "Right, he would have been the general." He held up a bundle of papers and presented a choice. "Pick one. An army led by the Black Wolf Brigade's leader Jimyong, or an army led by Ma Ryong?" he asked meaningfully. "Which one would you rather fight?" Ga Yin quickly realized. "Obviously, I'd want to fight Ma Ryong's army. Now it sounds bad." Yuan picked up more letters and continued. "That's not the issue. Before hearing this news, I thought Cheon Gwi Dogan was trying to use the Jomsang sect to defeat Ma Ryong. From his perspective, that's a very high possibility. Observing Ma Ryong's actions during the battle, I could feel his anger reached its peak. If such a person lives long and holds greater power, his people and brothers will suffer greater damage. I surmised that Cheon Gwi Dogan had reached that conclusion. The more he spoke, the more certain he became. He must have thought that way. The Baek Unho I know was definitely planning to eliminate Ma Ryong," Solri continued. "But Ma Ryong was excluded from the First Army, which was the opposite of what we expected, and they replaced him with an invincible figure. The Black Wolf, So Rojaeon and Elder Sa were already bad enough, but now half of the Cheonma Wolf Brigade has been added." A serious look came over her face as she concluded. "Then this is extremely bad news." Yuan stood up and added. "And if Jimyong is the leader, it means they have a different goal. All possibility of failure has been eliminated. A decisive victory is only a matter of time, but it's not to make Jimyong a hero. Jimyong is a man who would jump into a sea of fire for the victory of the entire army," Ga Yin continued. "Compared to Ma Ryong, who is ready to sacrifice others for his own merit, Jimyong fights for all his subordinates." Yuan began to walk and answered. "That's right. The morale of an army led by Jimyong will be several times higher than one led by Ma Ryong," Solri asked probingly. "Then why was Ma Ryong left out? Could it be that Cheon Gwi Dogan changed his mind?" Suddenly he stopped walking and opened his mouth. "That I cannot know. This situation could be because of his will or because of Ma Ryong." Yuan said in a low voice with a cold face, "What makes me think the most is what happened outside of my sight." Deep in the forest, the hurried footsteps of hundreds of soldiers and their leader Jimyong echoed continuously. He ran with a hardened face and his soldiers followed closely. Chong shouted to inform him. "It seems Elder Ma Pil and Elder Sa have left the formation on their own. We have lost track of them." His face was serious. "So Rojaeon's numbers are also not as many as when we left." Jimyong glanced around for a moment. He continued in a loud voice, "What should we do? Should we pursue them?" Jimyong spoke forcefully as if he had heard a joke. "Can you two catch them? The two elders' martial arts are not something we can handle." Hyol too, without a second thought, shouted arrogantly, "I don't give a damn. If you just give the order, we'll find a way. We can't and we don't need to," Chong reasoned as he ran. "We're facing the enemy. We can't go chasing deserters. Even if we caught them, they wouldn't fight properly. The general already considers them non-existent." Hyol too looked at him in surprise. "Why are you explaining it to me? I know that much." After that, they focused on running again without a word. Jimyong grew suspicious, but something's strange. There's no way they'd make such a blatant mistake. Did the Wolf Brigade commander give some kind of order? In my opinion, must have predicted the two elders would leave. Hyol too reported immediately. "There were no orders concerning the elders. I am under your command, so my duty is to focus on and follow only your orders." Hearing that, he commented, That's something he would say. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was a golden pigeon. One of the men shouted, "It's a Gimgu carrier pigeon. Our scout up ahead sent news." Jimyong paused his run and looked up at it. It circled once in the air and landed precisely on Jimyong's hand. He quickly untied the message from its leg and read it as he continued to run. The information in the letter made him wary. He summoned a small flame in his hand, burned the letter, and then announced, "The enemy is 10 li ahead," he commanded. "I want this battle to end very quickly. Our forces might suffer heavy casualties, but it must end as fast as possible. What do you two think?" A Chong answered. "Cheon Gwi Dogon did not order us to delay the battle." Hyol too added, "We will take the vanguard." As he finished speaking, Jimyong commanded in a loud voice, 10 li ahead to the battlefield. "Your only mission is to end this quickly. Dawn has already broken, so we will engage in battle within the hour. By noon we must be enjoying our lunch next to the enemy's corpses. Men of Jisinjan and So-Rosa, from this moment on, you are our brothers. Follow my orders with all your strength. The moment you hesitate, thinking of your former masters, you will lose your lives. If you stab your allies in the back, you too will receive your just deserts." The soldiers listened with concentration, struggling to keep up with him. Jimyong reminded them in a loud voice, "Do not forget that on the battlefield, the only ones you can trust are your brothers in arms." Elsewhere, twilight colored the sky, and the sound of clashing weapons echoed ceaselessly. Soldiers from both sides rushed at each other, slashing madly. The battle descended into chaos and Wang Buljun was struck by a blade. With neither side giving way, the battle dragged on. Jimyong turned his head, observed the state of the battle, and commented, "The Jomsang sect is a completely different opponent from the Ma or Qingcheng sects. Your blades are sharper than I knew. You must have prepared for this day for a long time." "It seems we'll have to adjust our timetable a bit," he said in a low voice. "I intended to finish the battle by noon and fade my brothers a meal, but it looks like we'll need another Sichuan 2 hours. Ilsung's gaze fixed on him as he opened his mouth. "Are you saying you can wipe out my sect within a single Sichuan?" He admitted it immediately. "That's right. You will be the last one left alive. It will take at least a Sichuan to defeat you." The words were naturally a provocation, enraging Ilsung. "Arrogant bastard." Jimyong continued to provoke his opponent without the slightest hesitation. "Let me be a little more precise. I think I should be more humble. I won't be able to defeat you until you're the last one left standing here. I have to factor in the time for others to join forces with me to make what I want a reality," he said arrogantly. Raising his sword, Ilsung gathered his energy and asked resolutely, "Has it not occurred to you that you will die before you can kill me?" He raised his sword high. "You will die by the sword of this Grand Master. From now on, every fiber of my being will contribute to your destruction. This will be a battle as swift as lightning. I will use all my strength to finish you in an instant, and then I will help my men deal with your entire army." Jimyong's lips curled into a smirk as he retorted, "That is precisely why you cannot kill me. I will tie you down here with all my might, until your very last disciple falls." He took a step forward. "My army against your disciples, that will be a swift battle, but you and I, ours will be a long, drawn-out battle," he asserted arrogantly. "That is the ending I see. Even if you fight until your strength is gone, I won't be able to take advantage of your weakness if I'm not in peak condition myself. In this battle, the slower one will actually seize the initiative. Right now we are facing each other. I know you are a stronger warrior than I thought, therefore my stratagem must also change. The same goes for your army. They are stronger than expected," Ilsung continued with a surprisingly serious face. The gap in strength between the two sides gradually widened. The Jomsang sect's army was qualitatively superior, but the demonic cult side had the numerical advantage, making it a difficult situation nonetheless. Jimyong smiled inwardly, while Ilsung gritted his teeth. "Since when did you people become this strong? My men trained harshly, shedding blood and sweat. How could you possibly defeat them?" he calmly retorted. "If your men had experienced hundreds of battles like this, I am sure they would be stronger than mine." He listened quietly as the other continued, "If this were a martial arts tournament and not a life-or-death battle, your men might have won," but his army continued to fall. Jimyong began to explain. "Their combat prowess is undeniable. Honor, fortitude, and a warrior's focus are vividly alive in their fighting style. But they lack real combat experience. If they had it, even if half their soldiers died, the rest would be able to fight with twice the strength they have now." At his words, he realized, was I too arrogant? But Ilsung soon denied it. "I do not think so. I know that once a war begins, battle is unavoidable. I also know that at this point no one can be perfectly trained for real combat, and the enemy is not someone you can defeat with a flick of a finger, no matter who they are." Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Unable to persuade his opponent, Jimyong gritted his teeth. "You were arrogant. You overestimated your own level, and thought you could hold out until the Alliance's reinforcements arrived. Even knowing that quite a few people would be sacrificed in this battle, you must have been confident this would be a meaningful victory for you." Ilsung asked in a low voice, "Are you saying I was wrong?" Despite the fierce slaughter happening behind him, he answered without hesitation, "Your deployment, the abilities of your disciples, the time needed for the Alliance to send reinforcements, everything was meticulously considered within the tactics to eliminate the Jomsang sect. Of course, our side also made a mistake. We underestimated the enemy's strength and our casualties will be greater and the battle time much longer. Perhaps the moment we finish the battle your reinforcements will arrive and drive us into another fight without a moment's rest. Il-sung was suspicious. Why are you telling me this? These pleasant-sounding empty words seem like a tactic of yours to buy time. He didn't deny it. You are right, I just need to distract you in front of me. Until all your men are dead, then I can fight you together with the other masters. His gaze was fixed on him. Il-sung, listening no more, raised his sword, leapt up and declared in a loud voice, all your calculations are wrong. There will be a lightning-fast conclusion, but the one who dies will be you. Il-sung and Jimyoung rushed at each other, the sound of clashing weapons echoed, and Il-sung continuously pressed him. Observing his opponent before turning his body to skillfully evade, Jimyoung landed on the ground and marveled. Impressive, but he did not give up and rushed forward. He commented with excitement. The legendary Salgong Biop of the Jomsang sect. Even as his opponent charged at him, he sneered nonchalantly. A pity, if you weren't so unlucky today. You could have led the Jomsang sect to its most glorious day. He spoke as he backed away, creating distance from Il-sung. He shouted in anger, shut your mouth, and he unleashed an extremely powerful blow at him. Jimyoung swung his sword to meet it, and the two sword chi clashed. He found it slightly difficult to counter his attack, but his mouth kept moving. I have watched your efforts over the past few years, but you made the mistake of trying to enjoy your reward too early. There is one fact you have forgotten. Sect leader Juke, there are others who work far harder than you. You have made the same mistake as all the previous losers. He did not care and charged forward. Cunning wordplay. Il-sung asked resolutely. Are you talking so much because you do not want to fight? He admitted. If I can strike a blow to your spirit, you will lose the will to fight. Il-sung's gaze warned sharply. You would be wise not to waste your time. Angering me will only make it harder on you. Jimyoung continued to chatter. Anger can make a person stronger later, but it only causes harm in the present. The deeper you fall into your anger, the duller the edge of your blade will become. Il-sung could not bear it and raised his sword. Good advice, and he rushed toward him, aiming the tip of his sword. Jimyoung commented. Of course it's not bad advice. The problem is that you have already lost your composure. He did not care. Then let's see if you are right or wrong. He ducked, dodging the tip of the sword, and gritted his teeth. All right, what a true pity. Then he leaped up, exploited an opening by Il-sung's left arm, and brought his sword down, declaring, my victory. Hot red blood spurted out elsewhere. A battle map was laid out on a table with a hand resting on it. And Son Myung opened her mouth. They have probably reached the Sangnyungjang cliffs. The outcome of the current battle is likely already decided. The reinforcements from Kunlun and Ma will not arrive before noon, and the White Tiger Brigade will need another 2 hours after that to catch up. By then we must assume the Jomsang sect will be a thing of the past. Moying opened his mouth in disbelief. Is that really their end? Son Myung explained. The enemy forces are extremely strong. Even with just the Black Wolf Brigade and half of the Qianma Wolf Brigade, the destruction of the Jomsang sect is only a matter of time. But it's not just them. There's also the Jisinjan and So-Rosa armies. If they fight with all their might, the Jomsang sect will not be able to hold out for long. She placed her hand on the map and continued. The other half of the Qianma Wolf Brigade, the second army, has now crossed the mountain peak and taken a shortcut through the valley. They are moving toward us at the fastest possible speed. Their goal seems to be to reclaim this place. Everyone listened quietly. Moying continued. So Jimyoung and the first army will annihilate the Jomsang sect, then pressure and eliminate the alliance reinforcements. Meanwhile, Qian Gwi Dogon's second army heads this way to attack Sichuan. It seems this is the formation they have planned. Son Myung added. Qian Gwi Dogon knew how the Jomsang sect would move, just as the military strategist said. He looked at her and offered his opinion. Even if they made the same prediction, Yuan is in a disadvantageous position. He cannot turn his back on the Jomsang sect's choice and shift the blame. Son Myung answered with a cold face. I believe Yuan has already turned his back. At these words, everyone was shocked in unison. She continued. He already knew that the reinforcements could not arrive in time from the moment he deployed the army and gave the order to depart. His stratagem was to keep them in a fixed location to lure Qian Gwi Dogon into a trap. In other words, to attack Qian Gwi Dogon while the main demonic cult forces are busy in another battlefield. Moying was doubtful. Is that possible? Qian Gwi Dogon is moving with all his forces, and even if the main army cannot come, he is not an opponent who can be easily defeated, she answered. When Yuan left, he asked our army to prepare to move. The sound of their discussion echoed outside. Hearing that, he realized. Then he knew that Qian Gwi Dogon would come this way. When that happens, the problem will not be how to defend, but how to attack the enemy from all four sides. Kunlun and Ma, the White Tiger Brigade, and even the Chundan. He has arranged it so that if the army in Sichuan is ready, we can attack from all sides. Yu Yung frowned and repeated a name. Chundan, Moying explained concisely. That is what we call the unit protecting Qian Yuyang. To make discussions easier, Son Myung opened her mouth. What is important now is that this plan could put Yuyang in the crosshairs of the orthodox faction's criticism. He could be attacked for cold-bloodedly sacrificing the Jomsang sect for his own purpose. Unbi continued, even if they are the lowest-ranking family, they are still one of the 9 great sects. The 9 great sects and the 8 great families will immediately turn their backs on him, Moying asserted. Our family will not participate in that alliance. Son Myung added, the same goes for the Bongxian family. Yu Yung opened his mouth. I will do my best to persuade the Beck family, Mo Ying interjected, and I will take full responsibility for Yu Yang's stratagem. After that, the room fell silent. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the information pavilion. It is a letter from the military strategist. Everyone looked over in surprise, and the reporter placed the letter on the table. Mo Ying read it, one character at a time. Unbi opened his mouth with a serious face. He told us to arrive at Gimryong Ro by late afternoon. Yu Yang was suspicious. Does that mean Qian Gwi Dogon will arrive here before that time? Son Miang assessed in disbelief. What incredible speed! For him to leave Wusan at dawn and arrive at Gimryong Ro by late afternoon, I cannot believe it. 600 li in less than 14 hours, according to the speed I was briefed on. It seems correct. And it seems Yu Yang has even factored in the time they spend resting and eating. She pointed a finger at a spot on the map. Mo Ying opened his mouth. Then when should we depart? If we move at top speed, it will take about 4 hours to reach Gimryong Ro. Yu Yang offered his opinion. I think we should arrive at the same time as them. Of course we cannot be late, but it is not good to leave too early either. He frowned. The later the enemy hears news of our movements, the better. Son Miang closed her eyes and objected. I disagree, she explained. Yu Yang wants us to leave as soon as we receive the letter. He wants the enemy to know of our departure and retreat as soon as possible. Hearing that, everyone understood his meaning and thought the same thing, then considered how the enemy would react. Mo Ying said in a low voice, I see this as the last chance for the Jomsang sect to survive. Unbi guessed, he is trying to eliminate the enemy's advantage, like luring the tiger from the mountain. Yu Yang asked probingly. By attacking Qian Gwi Dogon, he intends to turn the First Army's attention away from the Jomsang sect. Am I correct in understanding it that way? Son Miang answered. If he can drive Qian Gwi Dogon into a dangerous situation, at least half of the Jomsang sect could be saved. Everything depends on whether Yu Yang's all-out attack is effective and how the enemy reacts afterward. As she finished speaking, Son Miang and the high-ranking leaders of the alliance rushed to the location Yu Yang had requested, following the orders in the letter. The battle between Jimyong and Ilsung seemed to have been decided when he saw through his opening and cut him down without hesitation. His life was spared for the moment, but his left arm was severed from his body. He was pushed back by the shock, but with sheer will he rushed forward again and struck at Jimyong. Fortunately he dodged it, but the hem of his clothes was still cut. He furrowed his brow, revealing his killing intent, then leapt up to create distance from his opponent. Ilsung dragged his feet on the ground to reduce his momentum. He landed lightly, and Ilsung's bloody arm lay quietly on the ground. He quickly pressed the acupoints to stop the bleeding, then panted and opened his mouth. Excellent. His gaze pierced his opponent, and as soon as an opportunity arose he attacked immediately. Jimyong answered coldly, I am just as surprised, and not just because of your martial arts. I did not know you would hold out so well in a real battle. You sacrificed an arm in an instant to save your life. Ilsung answered, You are right, I lost an arm because I lack combat experience, and my attack at that moment barely saved me, he said coldly. Losing an arm will dramatically improve your combat ability, he asserted with a serious face. To achieve greater results, one must pay a greater price. You are giving me time to recover. He did not deny it. I already said I am in no hurry. Even at the most opportune moment, you will be the last one standing on this battlefield. We do not need to rush, he said sarcastically. You will not be the one to finish me. I promise you that. Ilsung revealed a fierce face. Because of my arrogance, my people are being sacrificed one by one. I have no face to be the last to fall. If I cannot kill you and help my brothers, I will go mad and die in shame. Suddenly a voice interjected from midair. No problem, this Grandmaster will kill you for them. As soon as Hyol Tu appeared, he engaged Ilsung directly. He unleashed a vicious sword strike at him, and he was agile enough to swing his sword and counter it. Sword chi clashed, creating a tremendous shockwave. He stepped back to create distance, and Ilsung commented with force, An outstanding warrior. He answered with delight, You are no less. You are worthy of being called one of the greatest masters I have met. A Chong appeared from somewhere and stood beside Hyol Tu, reminding him, We should not interfere. Leave this one to Leader Ji and let us handle the rest. Hyol Tu pointed at him and said confidently, Fight to your heart's content, Leader Ji. We will clean up the rest. Jimyong looked at the sky, lost in thought, then opened his mouth. I think I will have to entrust this battle to you two for a moment. Just as Hyol Tu was showing a look of incomprehension, a pigeon appeared in the sky. Jimyong put his fingers to his lips and whistled to call it. As the Myunggu descended on command, Hyol Tu said to Ilsung, It is news about your alliance reinforcements. A Chong held his sword in a battle stance and said in a challenging voice, You must want to read it, don't you? Sect leader of Jomsang, if you need time, we can even stop the fight. Ilsung was enraged, raised his sword and sneered, Enough, why should I have any expectation for a damn piece of paper? He gathered his momentum and rushed forward. All I want is your heads. He brought down an extremely powerful blow, and Hyol Tu quickly leapt up. He swung his sword horizontally once more, and the Myunggu delivered the letter and flew away. Jimyong read the letter with a serious face, leaving Hyol Tu and a Chong to face Ilsung 2-on-1. Suddenly he opened his mouth. It seems the alliance reinforcements are not coming. Hearing those words, Ilsung paused for a moment, then retreated. Hyol Tu and a Chong seized the opportunity and surrounded him. Il-sung was instantly surrounded by 3 enemies. Jim-young continued, "The Alliance's genius has stabbed us in the back. I thought his stratagem was to defeat us and save you, but it turns out he was trying to lure us here." Hyeol-tu and A-Chang's faces also became serious. Jim-young said frankly, "And I think I have fallen into his trap. On the other hand, someone more important than my own life is in danger, though the possibility is very small. No matter how outstanding a stratagem that bastard has, he must know that the one he is facing is Cheon Gwi Dogun. He led all his forces to attack Cheon Gwi Dogun, but the possibility that his entire army will be annihilated is just as great." After speaking for a long time, he concluded, "I must go to him. I cannot gamble with his life no matter how small the possibility." Then he asked Hyeol-tu and A-Chang implicitly, "I am sure you two think the same way as I do," he said, "but I must complete the mission he entrusted to me. That means I must negotiate with you, Il-sung." He had no patience to listen to his bluff and asked directly, "What are you trying to say?" Jim-young demanded. "We will cease fire and withdraw from this battlefield. You will lead your army and return to your mountain," he gritted his teeth and commanded arrogantly, "and stay there for the next 10 years. These words naturally contained a hint of contempt. Il-sung was enraged and thought to himself, "He is telling us to go into seclusion for 10 years. Then he asked nonchalantly, "Will you agree?" After a pause he continued, "If you want to hear the outcome, this is a way for both sides to win. We complete our mission to some extent, you avoid the annihilation of your entire army, and your clan will survive." Il-sung said in a sarcastic voice, "How is this a victory for both sides?" Killing intent filled his eyes. "This is not just a miserable defeat, it is more shameful than being annihilated." Jim-young urged him, "What are you still insisting on? Do you not realize that your greed and arrogance are leading your people to their deaths? If you end the battle now, at least half of your army will survive. Compared to the annihilation of your entire army, that is clearly a great success." He gave him a warning look. "Likewise, 10 years of seclusion is a victory compared to your clan disappearing. You will avoid the historical shame of being the last sect leader who led the Jomsang sect to its decline." Il-sung was silent for a moment, and the soldiers below were still bleeding and cutting each other down. It was a scene of slaughter, and Il-sung suppressed his anger until the veins on his forehead bulged. Then Jim-young opened his mouth hypocritically again. "You had better decide quickly. My patience has its limits," he warned. "If I decide there is no more time to wait, I will finish you and your Jomsang sect as quickly as possible." Behind him, the soldiers were fighting fiercely, and Il-sung was in a difficult position, thinking to himself, "What choice should I make?" A shower fell over the layered mountain range and a pigeon was flying in the cold sky. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves was crisp. The pigeon then slowly descended. Hot steam rose from the boiling water. A man wearing a bamboo hat was boiling water with 2 children, and a boy sitting on the roof reached out and received the letter. He carefully read the characters in the pouring rain. Then he slowly placed the letter into the tube on the pigeon's leg and quietly sent it on its way. Just then a figure rushed over. Namu gritted his teeth, came down to the ground, and shouted, "You are all from the Beggars' Alliance, right?" The old man snorted and sneered. "Ah, if it isn't the grandson of Old Man Tang." Namu immediately introduced himself politely. "That is right, I am Tang Namu. Thanks to this well-known face, I was able to become a messenger," the man in the bamboo hat said excitedly. "Ah, who in this Sichuan doesn't know you? It is because of you that we are loitering here." Namu smiled. "It is nothing, even the Beggars' Alliance understands the importance of messengers, so that is why you all have taken on this task." The man nodded. "You could say that delivering news and begging is our livelihood." Namu asked seriously, "Is it correct that the Beggars' Alliance near Gimryong-ro is acting as a relay station?" He approached and gestured with his hand. "There and at Mount Shweryong too." "Ah, right, there is one more there," the boy said, holding a piece of paper. "But it seems the enemy is still stationed at Mount Shweryong." Namu did not understand. "They are still there? I heard they arrived 2 hours ago." "I also find it strange. They might have started moving again, but according to the most recent news, they are still there." The old man ordered him to give him the letter. "It is not our job to make decisions about such things." The boy carefully handed the letter to Namu, flinched and reminded him, "Oh right, this task might be a bit trivial for you, but there is a rumor that a strange pack of hounds has appeared on the land of Sichuan." Namu was surprised. "Hounds, really?" he asked back worriedly. "What does that mean?" "They said the dogs looked dead, but when you got close, they suddenly jumped up and rushed at you. They were so fierce that everyone ran away in fear. Fortunately, they did not chase them for long. Some people said they heard a whistle when they were being chased. It is not certain that the pack of hounds turned back, and some people heard it and some did not. Anyway, something very strange is happening in Sichuan. The genius should know about this. Again, this could just be a baseless rumor. I am just letting you know." He furrowed his brow with a suspicious look. Namu reported the story he had just heard in a serious voice. "Dogs that jumped up and attacked people? That's ridiculous. They must have been wild dogs that were sleeping." Yin tilted her head. "I think the Beggars' Alliance story is all made up. Don't you think so too, sister?" Solri answered. "The Beggars' Alliance spreads all the rumors in this world, both facts and lies. In any case, this is not the time to worry about unrelated mysterious things. For what reason has Cheon Gwi Dogun stopped at Mount Shweryong? If they are still there now, 4 hours have passed without any movement." Solri's face was filled with tension. "No matter how much I think about it, I do not know what he is thinking." Yuan was lost in thought for a moment with a serious face. Gao Yian reassured him. They must have heard news that we are on the move from all sides. Surely they did not come all this way just to take a vacation on a mountain? Yuan's face became noticeably more somber. The people around him waited for his decision with concern. I cannot say for sure. Yuan stared blankly at the sky. Why did they stop? What stratagem? No, what incident could have stopped them? Solri listened quietly, and everyone thought seriously. Namu furrowed his brow and looked at Yuan. Yuan held out his hand and continued. Where is Moying Dokoju? Solri, I am not sure. He is probably practicing his swordsmanship somewhere nearby. Stratagems and tactics are not his strong suit. When there is no need to fight, he trains. Yuan immediately commanded. Penglan, find him and bring him here at once. Penglan immediately turned and ran. As you command, a fragrant wind blew over the entire mountain. Yuan sat on the edge of a rock, furrowing his brow and looking ahead. And Moying slowly approached. You were looking for me, Yuan nodded. Yes, I have a very difficult request. You are the only one I can rely on, Moying declared forcefully. I do not take requests, give me an order. Then I will do it. Please go to the nearest contact point, take a Myunggu and go to Mount Shuiriang. A look of surprise flashed across Moyang's face for a moment, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Penglan carefully let a drop of sweat run down his forehead. Moying explained, it will take at least 6 hours to get to Mount Shuiriang. Even if I run without rest, by the time I arrive it will surely be dark. Do you really think they are still waiting there? Please follow their trail wherever they go. Find out what is happening within their army and send me a Myunggu. Moyang's lips curled up in satisfaction. Penglan and Solri held their breath and listened to the conversation. I know it is not easy to say, you might have to infiltrate the demonic cult. Moying closed his eyes and laughed with delight. What is so great about that? He was excited. Finally something interesting has happened. As soon as you arrive at the contact point, send this. Inside is an order for the entire army to stop immediately and wait. Receiving the small scroll, he answered in a serious voice. Understood. Moying smiled and patted Namu's shoulder. Time is gold, we are leaving. See you later, Solri said in a small voice. Take care, Dokoju. He could not help but laugh. Lady, rest assured, how could I die before I have even officiated your wedding? As he finished speaking, the two immediately leaped off the rock with Moyang's chilling laughter. Solri blushed. Who asked you to bring that up now? The figures of the two slowly disappeared behind the leaves. The remaining 4 people watched Moyang's back intently, and Yuan stared at the distant sky with a serious face. Exactly 7 days later, Yuan was lying on a large rock, basking in the sun, and small flower petals fell all over his hair. Just then, Solri suddenly appeared. So it turns out our military strategist also has his moments of worry. I was worried you were not human. What answered Solri's words was Yuan's thoughtful gaze. You left Penglan and everyone else and came here alone. It must be because you were afraid your worries would affect us, right? Yuan answered slowly. There is no danger here. Not just here, but all around. The demonic cult has probably left. Solri did not understand. What? What does that mean? Yuan sighed. If what is making me worry is true, what is making you worry? What is so bad about the enemy leaving? Yuan narrowed his eyes. But if Qian Gwi Dogun is the cause of that incident, Solri immediately realized. Wait, does that mean you think the demonic cult and Qian Gwi Dogun are in conflict with each other? Yuan's expression remained completely unchanged. But I do not understand why you worry about him so much. If he is no longer in command, his threat level would be lower. If Qian Gwi Dogun were expelled from the demonic cult, would that not be a good thing for us? Yuan immediately denied it. No, his departure would be a grave loss for us. Solri listened with a hardened face. For the future of this land, Qian Gwi Dogun must remain a member of the demonic cult. If the demonic cult wins this war and takes control of everything, it is best for Qian Gwi Dogun to be at the center of the demonic cult's power. Then this world will fall into his hands, not the demonic cult's. Solri did not understand. What is the difference between the two? He is still of the demonic cult. I cannot understand your thinking. No matter how different his ideals are, he is one of them. And even if the demonic cult takes over the entire continent, he will still be constantly influenced by others. That is why the process is just as important as the result. Although it may be a little slower, I believe the final outcome will be far superior. After speaking, she blushed and looked away. I am sorry, I was a bit arrogant, Yuan quickly answered. Not at all, you are right about everything. As you said, I know his path is not the righteous one. If it were, I would have formed an alliance with him long ago. My worry now is purely personal. That is why I am away from everyone. I do not want them to know. Solri looked at Yuan warmly. Thank you. Yuan's eyes flickered. For what? She looked up at the sky. For comfortably telling me something you did not want to tell anyone else. The space between the two suddenly fell silent. I have always wondered, what is it about him that makes you worry so much? I do not think he is in a dangerous situation. Although I only met him once, he was an incredibly strong man. Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. The main problem is that he is too strong. Such a person strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies, but he is also a threat to his allies, especially those in high positions. The stronger he is, the greater that fear becomes. Once that jealousy combines with confusion, his excellence will become a double-edged sword that stabs him. You mean like your former guildmaster? Yuan sat there, lost in thought. I never thought he would come to my village and do such a thing. The same goes for Qian Gwi Dogon. He will only know when it happens. Yuan's gaze was firm, just as I did. Solri's mouth was slightly agape as she took in all of Yuan's words. Suddenly she cried out. Solri shouted with joy, Dokoju, Dokoju, and everyone else has returned safely. A serious look was etched on Dokoju's face. I am back. Yuan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Just as I predicted, something happened to Qian Gwi Dogon. Sunlight poured through the leaves. Yuan and the others sat together on a rocky cliff as Dokoju spoke. This is everything that happened after I arrived at Mount Shuiryang. 4 hours ago, a group from the demonic cult was gathered at the mountain's peak eating meat. Even after we began our observation, I never expected something like that to happen to Qian Gwi Dogon. Unho looked down. Strange, did you not feel something odd? Tie Rang immediately answered. This mountain is famous for its strange energy. Legend says that after a dragon died it tried to ascend to the heavens but was bound by a mysterious dark power and fell. That is why it is called Shuiryang Falling Dragon. Because of that, Taoist priests who practice dark arts often train on this mountain. Does that dark power really exist? Tie Rang hesitated. I cannot say for certain. It could just be a made-up story. There does not seem to be anything suspicious. A faint smell drifted by, but it was not pleasant at all. Tie Rang whipped his head around to look. Really? I did not smell anything. The air is just a bit thin. Did your sense of smell develop along with your martial arts? Your sight and hearing might, but not your sense of smell. Unho was puzzled. Wait, when the wind blew by I think I smelled dog fur. Tie Rang was startled. What dog fur? Suddenly a man was rushing toward them from a distance. General Beck. The two stood still and observed the situation, and he stopped quickly. The young cult leader wishes to see you. He said he found something strange on this mountain. Unho and Tie Rang's faces suddenly became unusually serious. Pointed. He is waiting at the top of the valley. I will guide you there. At the top of the towering valley, Ma Ryong sat waiting with Hyol Bai and Ma Hoang, and the sound of footsteps grew closer. He is here. Ma Ryong's eyes glanced down slightly. Hyol Bai and Ma Hoang turned their heads to look, and the subordinate bowed his head. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, please give the order. Unho asked. What is it? Did you find something? Ma Ryong unconsciously smiled at the corner of his mouth. He gestured for him to come and see from here. Unho silently gazed into the distance. Tie Rang thought to himself. Now I am getting a suspicious feeling, Ma Ryong joked. Isn't it funny? It was right there, but now I cannot see it. I just saw a dog's corpse get up as if it were alive and run down there. Unho growled. What on earth are you talking about, Ma Ryong? Tie Rang was restless. There is definitely a problem, but what is it? Suddenly he realized. I can feel an unstable energy in the air. Just then, the one person who should not have appeared suddenly materialized out of thin air. The master of the Hall of the Reaper, Elder Saw, shot up from below the cliff. The Hall of the Reaper was the top assassin group, and Sa Hyol Gang was a legendary figure. Since the Hall of the Reaper was established, he had not taken on any missions, so many had forgotten what made him so fearsome. But his skills remained intact. No, they had become even more deadly. Once he made his move, the Reaper would appear with a thoroughly prepared attack. No one could evade his technique, and the technique used on Qian Gwi Dogon was a perfect strike. Unho was startled. I cannot dodge it. Tie Rang's eyes widened. The commander is in danger. At the same time, Unho was lucky enough to stretch his body and leap backward, a technique no one could evade. But Qian Gwi Dogon had managed it by a hair's breadth, yet two other masters were still waiting. When Hyol Gang's attack failed, Tie Rang, the second in command of the Wolf Brigade, instinctively rushed forward upon seeing the attack, but was blocked by Ma Hoang. He had lost a leg, but from the way he leapt out leaning on his cane one could see his speed was even faster than before. Despite the fierce battle unfolding before his eyes, Ma Ryong did not attack but stood still in one place, looking at Qian Gwi Dogon with a contemptuous smile. That face of his was a fatal blow to Qian Gwi Dogon, and his sneer was as if to say, no matter how much you struggle, today will be your last. Unho took a deep breath and quickly retreated. Just then Mong Hyol Bai appeared behind him. I did not sense any movement. He had suddenly appeared behind him like a living nightmare. The dagger in his left hand moved with lightning speed, instantly stabbing Unho in the back and piercing his chest. Unho's eyes widened as he looked down. The stab was so precise that the dagger pierced Unho's heart directly. Most people would have died instantly from such a blow, but Qian Gwi Dogon did not die and drew his sword. Unho. As he swung his sword, swirling chi surged like it was cutting through the wind, and instead of falling he counterattacked. It all seemed like a pure reflex action. It was astonishing muscle memory from a body that had undergone harsh training. Ma Ryong's allies easily dodged Unho's counterattack as if they had expected it. Ma Hoang, Hyol Bai, and Hyol Gang sneered. It is over. Tie Rang gritted his teeth in anger. He had been hit so hard he had to retreat, and every moment Tie Rang had to fight hard to evade the attacks. He shouted and lunged down. Ma Hoang pointed his hand and was surprised. Kids these days are too strong. This one is harder to deal with than I thought. The leader of So Rojian was bored. You should at least hold on to him for a bit. You and I were given the mission to tear him apart, did you forget? Tie Rang quickly landed on the ground next to Unho. Commander, if you had not come late we would have killed him. I came very early, so do not blame me. Unho gritted his teeth, placed his hand on the wound on his heart and touched the weapon, piercing it. Tie Rang quickly stopped him. Commander, you must not do that. You will damage your heart and bleed even more. Bai tilted his head. It already has a hole in it. What more could go wrong? Unho lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Bai nodded. Impressive to endure even with the Chungbisu dagger piercing your body. Unho trembled, stood up and walked toward Tae-rang. Gang sighed. Our mistake was underestimating him. We did not take him seriously because he was so young. We knew he was very strong, but he also failed to notice our abilities. Especially that rascal. He moves several times faster when the dagger is in his left hand, Ma Ryong sneered. I did not know either. You see, it seems the elders did not go all out in front of me. People who live in this Murim do not reveal everything even to their families. You have to understand that. Unho opened his mouth and shouted, Do not be ridiculous. Do you really think I do not know? All I did not sense was your cunning plot that you all agreed on behind my back. Such a hasty and swift action without any preparation. I am truly curious as to what on earth happened. Unho suddenly relaxed his body, and Ma Ryong said, I cannot understand you. Your failure is undeniable. What makes you think you can stand up again? Ma Ryong pointed his finger and cursed in a rage. I am sick of your smug face. This is your end. Enjoy your last moments at the top. You must have been very pleased when I bowed to you, right? You must have been ecstatic, weren't you? Unho's pitiful face was stained with blood. The cult leader has come, hasn't he? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground immediately shook. The mountain cracked and everything collapsed. Unho looked down. For you to have come to this, was it all because of that fool? A low voice pierced the space. Yes, it seems I have done so. Unho's eyes widened. As I thought, a human figure shimmered behind the thick fog. The Jade Emperor stepped forward and asserted, The reason I have come to this is not because of that one, but because of those who have disrespected me. Seeing the Jade Emperor approach, they immediately bowed their heads deeply. The Jade Emperor walked majestically between them, and Tae-rang stood in front of Unho to protect him. Tae-rang hesitated, at a loss for words. What answered him was the Jade Emperor's cold, murderous gaze. Dokoju spoke seriously. I was frozen. The one behind them was none other than the Jade Emperor. The demonic cult leader who had resolutely changed his name from Wang Huang Brilliant to Wang Huang Emperor. How could it be? I still could not understand, all because of his son. The Jade Emperor had chosen to purge a hero of the demonic cult, the likes of which are rarely seen even in 100 years, but it seemed Qian Gwi Dogon had known this day would come. He just did not know it would be so soon. Unho's voice was hoarse. When have I ever disrespected you, cult leader? The Jade Emperor was angry. Disrespecting my son is disrespecting me. That is a matter of course, yet you are the only one who pretends not to know. Unho smiled faintly. I expected a more logical answer. To be frank, you are just reacting emotionally to the one who hurt your beloved son, the fledgling. The Jade Emperor turned his head and asked, Elder Bai, why is that one still running his mouth? Bai hesitated. I do not know either. The dagger clearly pierced his heart, and I even coated the blade with poison just in case. Tae-rang came to his senses. Poison, he broke out in a cold sweat. So that is why the blood turned black. Unho trembled. Cult leader, will you kill my people as well? The Jade Emperor's voice was cold. Unfortunately I must. Your people are loyal only to you. If you die, they will become a nuisance to me. Unho raised the corner of his mouth and answered, I see. Did you hear that, Tae-rang? It seems I cannot die just yet. Tae-rang smiled. Of course. What good is the Qianma Wolf Brigade without Qian Gwi Dogon? Unho's face darkened. Then I would like to ask you. After speaking, he quickly leapt into the air, and Tae-rang also quickly followed, pledging lifelong loyalty to his commander. The Jade Emperor's eyes shone with red killing intent. He quietly watched Unho's disappearing figure. Ma Ryong was furious. Damn bastard, the Jade Emperor said in a stern voice. Stand still. They stood quietly until only the sound of the wind was heard around them. Bai said in a low voice, It is too late. The Jade Emperor, filled with resolve, emitted killing intent and said, If he wants to fall into the fires of hell, I will grant him his wish. Tae-rang, and Unho fell down the cliff. Tae-rang quickly grabbed Unho's shoulder. I suddenly remembered what people said about Tae-rang, the second in command of the Qianma Wolf Brigade. A very difficult man to deal with. Tae-rang gritted his teeth and held Unho's body to protect him. People said he was stronger than the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade. You have to see it for yourself to understand what that means. To catch Qian Gwi Dogon with one hand while falling into an abyss, the shock is beyond words. Tae-rang struggled to pull Unho's body away from the cliff face, and he leapt up, dodging all the falling debris into the abyss. The Jade Emperor watched quietly from above. He growled, Troublesome. Whether we chase him or not, Qian Gwi Dogon will die. No amount of mental strength or chi can change objective truth. The poison I used on that dagger can kill a person in an instant as soon as it enters the bloodstream. It is a miracle he has held on until now, but it will not last long. Ma Ryong was still furious. Are we not going to chase them? I want to bring back their heads. The Jade Emperor turned his head. Do you think you can return alive from Tae-rang's hands? Ma Ryong quickly pleaded. I will make sure of it. I am not going alone. The elders will follow me. The Jade Emperor shook his head. You are wrong. The elders will not be by your side until I permit it. Ma Ryong stomped his foot in frustration. Father. The elders grieved at the sight, and all held their breath awaiting the Jade Emperor's command. You are no longer the young cult leader. Hearing those words, veins immediately bulged on his face. Unho would rather die than submit to you. Do you think you can sit in that position forever? The Jade Emperor frowned and took a deep breath. There is no need to chase him. Even if those two survive, they will not leave alone. Qian Gwi Dogon will gather his wolf brigade. They must be eliminated, so we will wait until they are all in one place and then kill all the traitors." The elder's eyes immediately grew serious as if they would follow any command. Ma Ryong could only grit his teeth inwardly in anger. He suddenly waved his hand and called out loudly, and a responding voice was heard at once. "You called, cult leader, what is your command?" They moved together. "When the Qianmo Wolf Brigade gathers, make them disappear from this world. We will follow the cult leader's command." Anyone would say that the Qianmo Wolf Brigade is the strongest in the demonic cult. That was decided the moment Qian Gwi Dogon took command, but the Pengma were excluded from that discussion. They were founded first and were still growing stronger. But after disappearing for nearly 20 years, most people had forgotten them. In fact, they were the true strongest unit of the demonic cult. They numbered only 100, but all were true warriors. More importantly, they were already masters when the Pengma was founded 30 years ago. No one knew how terrifying they had become now. The Jade Emperor cult leader revealing the Pengma showed what he thought of Qian Gwi Dogon, but the Pengma were not the only force under his command, Dokoju said in a low voice. But that was for later. The Qianmo Wolf Brigade was the most important. In a battle of demonic cult versus demonic cult, I witnessed firsthand what made them the best in the demonic cult. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and I sympathized with and cheered for the enemy. Tae Rang, struggling to drag Unho's body, shouted loudly. "Men of the Wolf Brigade, I will be brief. The Jade Emperor cult leader has declared us and Qian Gwi Dogon traitors. Do not ask why, even I do not know, nor do I want to. What I want to tell you is that we are not traitors. The demonic cult leader is unfair, and so we must stand against him. That means standing against the entire demonic cult. In any case, I will stand by Qian Gwi Dogon's side. You all have the right to make a decision. Lord Unho or Lord Yehawang." All members of the Wolf Brigade chose Qian Gwi Dogon and Tae Rang. Moreover, a not insignificant number of those who used to follow the young cult leader also joined the Wolf Brigade. The Jade Emperor miscalculated the fighting spirit of the Wolf Brigade. That fighting spirit, combined with their loyalty to Qian Gwi Dogon, surpassed his expectations. Tae Rang's role was also undeniable. He had figured out what Qian Gwi Dogon would do in that critical moment and acted exactly accordingly. The sunset scattered between the mountain peaks. Tae Rang decided to fight with all his might. A barren place with no retreat, just like where Yuan had fought the Black Wolf Brigade, just as we had placed the wounded behind our backs. To face the Pengma, they placed Qian Gwi Dogon behind them and faced the Pengma, and Qian Gwi Dogon had been somewhat lucky when they chose Mount Shuiryang. A deep valley suited their purpose. There was a place called the Valley of Oblivion. The two places were completely covered in fog. One was the Valley of Oblivion, the other was the Forest of Oblivion. The Forest of Oblivion spread wide on the eastern foot of the mountain. The Valley of Oblivion was between Pengxian and Nagil at the summit of the western Mount Shuiryang. It had a narrow entrance and a wide oval-shaped interior which basically blocked the fog. The fog never lifted day or night. Unho sat neatly on a rock. They wanted a place with no retreat. Then Tae Rang spoke to his men in a low voice. "Commander Unho's internal organs are reversed. Pass on what I said. Quietly, the enemy must not hear." The members of the Wolf Brigade listened carefully and gradually understood the issue. They began to speak quietly. "Commander Unho's internal organs are reversed. Commander Unho's internal organs are reversed. Commander Unho's internal organs are reversed. Commander Unho's internal organs are reversed." Situs inversus meant that Baek Unho was born with his internal organs arranged in the opposite position. His heart was on the right, not the left. This news boosted the Wolf Brigade's morale. "We can save our lord if we hold out. We will fight. We will protect him. To touch a single hair on his head, they will have to go through my corpse." It was a bloody battle to determine the strongest army of the demonic cult. The Wolf Brigade and the Pengma rushed at each other without hesitation. When they met an enemy, they cut them down without heeding their groans. Just then, Unho closed his eyes and was quietly healing his wounds. The two sides rushed at each other in chaos, and painful groans echoed everywhere. When they met an enemy, they cut them down. When they saw an enemy, they rushed to attack. The bloody battle continued for more than 10 hours. And after concentrating on healing his wounds for 10 hours, Qian Gwi Dogon awoke. Unho awoke amidst the noisy battlefield. His heart was unharmed, but the dagger had pierced his chest. It was not just a flesh wound. That strike was Elder Mong's Qigong attack. Unho used the qi in his body to shake the dagger, not to mention the poison. The dagger gradually came out of Unho's body. Then the weapon fell to the ground. Unho gasped for breath and pushed himself up. It was a miracle that he could stand in just 10 hours, but he was merely standing, not fully recovered. A single weak attack could make him fall. Until just a moment ago, nearly 30 members of the Wolf Brigade had lost their lives. It could be said that they had held the front line very well. The Pengma also lost a similar number of personnel. Tae Rang bent his body and swung his sword in an instant, cutting down an enemy. But a strange thing happened. The Jade Emperor had withdrawn all other demonic cult members, leaving only the Pengma to fight, and they all used only swords. Men who had become masters with different martial arts used other weapons. Now they all used swords. They killed the Wolf Brigade with minimal attacks. They just cut their arteries so their bodies would not be damaged, as if they intended to use their entire corpses after this was over. It was always like that. Dokoju looked at Yuan with a serious face. A chilling thing happened in the Forest of Oblivion. A group of people moved in a line through the forest. They ran forward without rest. Jimyoung opened his mouth, panting. 2 men with fierce faces followed behind Jimyoung. This cannot be. We have moved for 2 hours straight and we still have not escaped this foggy forest. Jimyoung suddenly raised his hand and everyone's footsteps immediately quieted down. They slowly moved forward together. No matter how wide a forest is, if we ran for 2 hours at full speed, should have escaped. Suddenly, Jimyoung frowned and looked in one direction. He realized with a dark face, "Don't tell me." They also gradually realized what Jimyoung's words implied. The people behind them became even more afraid. "Are you saying we are trapped in a formation? A formation in the middle of this wide forest? This is a forest. It is impossible. And we have been going straight all this time. This kind of formation makes you think you are going straight, but you are actually walking in circles. Does that mean we have wasted 2 hours here?" Jimyoung said in a serious voice. "Is there a better explanation for why we are still here?" The murmuring from behind did not stop. "If we are trapped in a formation, is there a way out? Since it is not naturally connected, there must be an artificial obstacle somewhere." The red-haired man narrowed his eyes. "Artificial? It is a formation deployment," Jimyoung commented bitterly. "A crazy formation." Each person in the group was shocked and could not believe the fact. "I experienced it once a few years ago while chasing a Lianxi sorcerer. I saw them stealing a corpse and chased them, but then I arrived in a completely different place and they had disappeared. It took me half a day to find my way. They are famous for their ability to create such things with just a few tree branches, but why did they suddenly appear in a place like this? I suspect they have joined hands with the Alliance. Yes, that would be truly ridiculous. The Alliance would never form an alliance with an unforgivable evil sect like us. To them, we are the enemy. The people from the Hall of the Reaper and So-Ro-Sa are not with us, are they? No, they split from us as soon as they entered Mount Shuiryang," Jimyoung said forcefully. "Then what is that in the fog? The danger we are facing has nothing to do with the Alliance. I can feel it. Perhaps what was making me anxious before we dealt with the Jomseng sect was this very thing. An indescribable but very uneasy feeling. We felt that way too. It has appeared before our eyes, but it is still a mystery." Suddenly, a subordinate groaned in a low voice. He gritted his teeth. "If it is something floating in the air, this smell must be one of them, right?" Anyone could smell that smell. It was that very smell. "The smell of rotten innards." One person shouted a warning. "Look over there." Immediately, they all turned their eyes in one direction. In the darkness of the thick fog, countless red eyes were staring at them. The fog gradually lifted, revealing bloodthirsty dogs. They were startled. "They are dogs. Even if they are rabid dogs, those are not living creatures. I cannot feel a bit of life from them. They move silently, without a single breath." Jimyoung gritted his teeth and asked himself, how can a dead body move? Their red eyes shone even brighter in the night. "Those are Jiangshi dogs." Hearing this, everyone's jaw dropped. Jiangshi dogs. The soldiers behind them froze on the spot. The hurried footsteps of the dogs echoed, and they rushed forward, mouths open and growling. Only then did they come to their senses. "Ah, they are attacking." Seeing that, a man with a spiky head immediately swung his sword and struck a dog. "You mongrel dog, how dare you approach a person?" The red-haired man also quickly swung his sword, unleashing a series of attacks on the pack of dogs, and one by one they fell in all directions. Thus the men and dogs rushed at each other and attacked. Every time the sound of a sword rang out, a Jiangshi dog fell. They resolutely attacked and defended together. There is no more room for doubt. Those are Jiangshi dogs, yes. But not ordinary Jiangshi dogs. Those are the Iron Jiangshi of the Lianxi cult. According to legend, the process of creating a Jiangshi is as follows. When a life dies, the soul goes to the heavens, but the life force seeps into the ground. That life force can be collected against the laws of nature with an evil spell performed before a day has passed since the life died. Once the body has lost its soul, a Lianxi sorcerer uses a special medicine to make it as hard as metal and obey the commands given. These Jiangshi, which have dead bodies and rotten innards but intact skin, are called Iron Jiangshi. If a martial artist becomes a Jiangshi in this way, their martial arts are preserved as their body remembers the movements. These dead dogs were used as test subjects before this process was applied to people. To be more precise, they caused more fear. They could not be compared to Jiangshi martial artists, but they were still useful in some ways. Jimyoung quickly gave an order. "Strike their heads, that will stop them." One by one the dogs were mercilessly hit on the head. When Jimyoung swung his sword, they fell to the ground and rolled over, vomiting blood and dying instantly. Suddenly a sky-tearing cry echoed from the mountain peak, and the Jiangshi dogs were immediately startled by the sound and began to turn their heads toward the direction of the cry. One by one they bared their teeth and growled, and their legs also gradually retreated. Within a short time they had retreated far away. Why did they stop? What on earth is going on? Jimyoung gritted his teeth. Did they just come to block our path? The formation was difficult enough. Now what else? Once you realize you are in a formation, you have escaped the illusion. We have enough people, so if we stand in a line and go, we can find the way. The reason the Lianxi sorcerer is blocking us is... The more Jimyoung spoke, the quieter his voice became. The Jade Emperor cult leader. At his words, everyone's eyes widened with suspicion. The Alliance would never join hands with those sorcerers, so it can only be the cult leader. Only he can make them stand against us. And the reason is, the spiky-haired old man cursed in anger. Damn it, could it be that the Jade Emperor cult leader intends to eliminate Commander Unho? Jimyoung moved quickly. If we are one step late, all we will be able to do is regret it there. They immediately rushed forward together like madmen. They advanced without hesitation. The Lianxi cult was originally a sect of the demonic cult, but 500 years ago, the Qian Gwi of that time, who was the strongest under heaven, expelled them from the demonic cult, even if it meant they had to rush to fight the Jiangxi dogs. What is this? Those things move as if they know Qinggong. The Lianxi cult focused on the research of talismans, magic, Jiangxi, and other forms of black magic rather than martial arts. They pursued things so inhuman that even the demonic cult shuddered. Do not let your guard down. Those are not ordinary monsters. After being expelled, they continued to develop their black magic in the shadows. We are elite warriors. Fight them with the concentration you pour into your enemies. Terror engulfed the area. Until the martial arts world drove them out of the Central Plains 3 years ago, everything related to them was just a story spread in the region. But the Alliance had long since detected their revival in Myogang and a few other regions of the outer forces. What made the Lianxi cult join hands with the demonic cult again is unclear. The Qian Gwi had strictly forbidden any relationship between the Lianxi cult and the demonic cult. Only then did I understand how wise Yuan's decision to order the entire army to halt its movement was. The conflict between Qian Gwi Dogon and the Jade Emperor was a breakthrough for us. It was just that we did not know the Jade Emperor had the Lianxi faction in his hands. If it were not for Yuan's decision, the ones who would have faced the Iron Jiangxi would probably have been us. The bloody melee was still ongoing. Unho frowned and looked down. He stood proudly before the battle. Unho quietly took a step forward. Unho thought to himself. Tae Rang. Amidst numerous fierce one-on-one battles, Tae Rang was currently struggling to hold his ground against the enemy. When Unho sent a telepathic message from the leader, the soldiers were all overjoyed. Our lord, he has returned. The commander has awoken. The commander has awoken. The commander has awoken. The cheers continued to echo. The commander has awoken. Tae Rang's gaze became serious. I will entrust the Wolf Brigade to you, Tae Rang. Tae Rang hesitated. What do you mean? My intention is to leave and go into seclusion. Suddenly, someone launched a surprise attack on Tae Rang from behind. He quickly turned his body and cut him down. Are you thinking of disbanding the Wolf Brigade? Once this crisis passes, they will surely not let you live, my lord. You know better than anyone, my lord. You have not yet fully recovered, have you? No, not yet. But I have enough strength to protect my body and escape. You will lead the brothers and run in the opposite direction, and do everything you can for you and everyone to survive. Is that your decision? Is it because you think Yahuang has other forces besides the Pengma? Yahuang is short-sighted, but he is not foolish. For him to clash with me at a time like this when he is at war with the Alliance, it is part of a meticulously planned scheme. It seems he intends to defeat me and them at the same time. Tae Rang tried to listen even as he fought. At the same time, yes, he must have more than one Pengma under his command. I cannot guess exactly yet. Thanks to Yuan, the Alliance did not fall into his trap. That means Yahuang will focus all the forces he intended to use against the Alliance on me. We would be annihilated even if I were not injured. Tae Rang was so shocked his body froze. Annihilated? Unho raised his voice. My wolves, listen. For you to survive, I must leave. The Wolf Brigade immediately stared with wide, shocked eyes. The chaotic crowd cut and shouted at each other. See which direction I go, and you must go in the opposite direction. If you want to protect me, you must first protect yourselves well. Unho's face darkened as he heard the voices around him. The more of you survive, the longer you live, the greater my chances become. He suddenly leapt up and a suggestive cry was heard from behind him. You must live. We will surely meet again. Unho launched his body into the air and disappeared at that moment. Qian Gwi Dogon had not yet sensed anything about the Lianxi faction. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He could only guess that there was a force stronger than the Pengma, and he intended to find out for himself. He never thought that what he would have to face would be hundreds of Iron Jiangxi. A foggy scene full of white bones, the atmosphere was grim. Unho suddenly opened his eyes. I am the one who faced them first. A group of corpses lay on the cold ground, black faces covering skin very similar to a snake's, and he spoke in a mysterious and chilling tone. If you see the sight of hundreds of identical Iron Jiangxi lying there, the hairs on the back of your neck will stand up just like mine did. He quickly leapt up a tree, and as soon as he saw them, he knew. Immediately after, Unho came down to the ground. He hid behind a tree and watched quietly. I know that those abominable things are the Iron Jiangxi made by the Lianxi cult. Unho looked at the corpses on the ground and assessed them. Cold and breathless, their empty ashen eyes were the clearest definition of terror. He scanned them from top to bottom and thought, I can feel that iron skin even from a distance. Unho felt a slight chill and thought submerged in fear. Just looking at them made my heart pound, and a cold sweat ran down my entire body. The long road filled with corpses gave him the feeling that he had discovered something. I realized immediately after that I had stepped onto a page of the secret and vast history of the Murim world. Under a sky with gentle sunlight and lush green leaves, a narrator's voice was heard. I could not have imagined it next to the fresh flowers. Suddenly a voice echoed, What on earth could make Unho so worried? I have never seen him break a single drop of sweat, no matter how serious the situation has been until now. The person sitting opposite him slowly answered, That is just my outward appearance. I am human too. No matter how calm I may look, I have emotions. A slight sadness crossed Unho's face as he said, Moreover, I ended up respecting someone I had never thought I would. Sol returned her head and asked with curiosity, "What do you mean, who?" Unho immediately called out a name, Unho, the Qian Gwi Dogun. She and Yuan were very surprised to hear that. He paused for a moment before opening his mouth, like Tae Rang and Jimyong, and all their comrades, their personalities, their will, their never-wavering spirit, their endurance could defeat even death. Unho looked at everyone and said frankly, "I know they are my sworn enemies, but at that moment, from an observer's perspective, I began to respect them." Peng Un was stunned to hear that, and Ga Yan's eyes also widened in surprise. His face was slightly pensive as he asked, "Did you also observe the movements of the Iron Jiangshi?" He frowned slightly in thought, then opened his mouth. "I was hiding so they would not see me, until I suddenly heard a sound. A sound suddenly echoed in the pitch-black forest. It was an ear-splitting and extremely unpleasant whistle." According to Unho's story, at that very moment, hundreds of Iron Jiangshi stood up in unison. At the bizarre and terrifying sight of hundreds of corpses rising, I could not tell if it was reality or an illusion. A hint of admiration was mixed in Unho's tone. They began to use the qinggung of martial artists. I witnessed with my own eyes the rumor that the Iron Jiangshi of the Lianqi cult sorcerers could use the martial arts they had learned before they died. After that, Unho slowly stepped forward. His eyes never left them for a moment as he said, "I waited until they were far away, then I followed them." In case everyone did not understand, Unho explained, "Because Jiangshi do not see well, but their senses are very keen. Also, I did not know if there was a master from the Lianqi cult there or not, so I had to be extremely careful." Seeing that they had left, he quickly followed. After that, I witnessed another bizarre sight. A pure white fog added to the strangeness of the forest. The Iron Jiangshi were gathered here. At the same time, Unho also flew over. He hid behind a rock and observed quietly. After a moment, lightning flashed in the sky and a man flew down. Unho knew at a glance that it was Qian Gwi Dogun. The scene at that time surprised him. He stood before the Iron Jiangshi, his whole body covered in blood. The group of Iron Jiangshi did not move and stared at Unho before them, and he looked at them coldly and said helplessly, "Crazy." Finally, Unho shouted as if his anger had exploded, "Yuan, have you lost your mind?" As if expressing his dissatisfaction, he shouted louder and louder, "You dared to join hands with the Lianqi cult because you wanted to eliminate me?" Back in reality, Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. "I think I know why Yuan colluded with the Lianqi cult." The people around him looked at him with uncomprehending faces, and Yuan immediately explained, "The men of the Pengma all used swords and only inflicted very small wounds on the Wolf Brigade. If the Iron Jiangshi can use the martial arts they learned before they died." His face immediately darkened as he said coldly, "The answer is right here." Solri seemed to understand his meaning and slowly opened her mouth. "They want to make Qian Gwi Dogun into a Jiangshi." Yuan looked at Unho and added, "And Qian Gwi Dogun was given as a reward." Peng Un, who had been silent, suddenly said in horror, "I do not like this development at all. If the Lianqi cult turns Qian Gwi Dogun and the Wolf Brigade into Jiangshi," she began to analyze his words, "that is an offer they could not refuse. If everything goes according to plan, they can obtain the spoils without fighting." He frowned slightly, bowed his head and cut her off. "It is not that simple," Unho suddenly said. "The Lianqi cult had to pay a great price." Recalling the memory of that time, he said, "Unho was much stronger than I had imagined." Seeing Unho constantly cutting and killing, Unho was slightly stunned. He destroyed numerous Jiangshi at once, in an extremely overwhelming manner. I could not help but be overwhelmed. With one slash, a considerable amount of blood spurted out. As he was cutting and killing like a madman, someone launched a surprise attack, and fresh blood spurted out like water. He gritted his teeth to keep from spitting blood from his mouth, and Unho continued to raise his sword and cut them down. Even if he were to fall, he could destroy 50 more Jiangshi. Even from my distance, I could see how hard he was fighting, and the faint smell of poison-laced blood wafted through the air. Although Unho was injured, he did not stop. Back to the clear sky, Yuan opened his mouth as if he had remembered someone. "Did Yuan appear?" Unho turned his head for a moment to look at him, and the other three also looked at him for a long time with the same question. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. The moment Qian Gwi Dogun fell, Unho gritted his teeth slightly and recalled that time. "I wanted to go closer and observe, but the ones following him were the Pengma." After that, he began to analyze for everyone. Half of them were ordered to pursue Tae Rang and the Wolf Brigade. The other half appeared beside the cult leader. In the Wolf Brigade, he was not his greatest threat. He could have dealt with them without eliminating them, but Qian Gwi Dogun absolutely had to not be spared. Yuan immediately added, "That gave Tae Rang and the Wolf Brigade a chance to escape." Unho quickly nodded his head and confirmed, "Yes, they successfully escaped." A slight hesitation was mixed in his voice. "Was Qian Gwi Dogun captured by the Lianqi cult?" Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly in suspicion. "Or did the ones who made the Iron Jiangshi not appear?" At this time, Unho suddenly told them a secret. Strangely, a few women appeared there. Solri asked again with a slight suspicion, "Women, but the Lianqi arts have never accepted women until now. They were just servants." He thought about her words for a moment and said, I suppose that is just a rumor. It might have been true in the past, but it has changed now. Peng An and Ga Yin looked at them without a word, and Yuan very persistently asked again, "Is Qian Gwi Dogon still alive?" Jianhu answered in a voice that was not at all certain. He seemed not to be dead. "I cannot clearly say whether he is alive or not." She looked at him and asked one more question. "So those women took him. Did you follow them?" Jianhu scratched his head a little awkwardly and explained, "I tried but lost them. Those people were too fast, as if they were using some kind of mysterious art." The 5 people gathered and listened to him talk without a word. "I followed the tracks they left and continued to pursue them for several hours." But Jianhu paused for a moment and then slowly said, "I ran into Tae Rang and the Wolf Brigade." Yuan's eyes suddenly became dark and cold. In the night of the dark forest, dark clouds covered the half-moon. Jianhu was rushing down a path, a slight look of urgency on his face. Suddenly, Jianhu sensed something and looked around warily. His red pupils quickly scanned the surroundings, and just then a surprise attack came. But fortunately, Jianhu dodged it. He shivered slightly and looked over there with suspicion. "There is something here." As he had been on guard, a light suddenly flashed from the other side. Looking closely, Jianhu found that there were numerous such lights. His gaze hardened coldly as he affirmed to himself, "It is an ambush." Seeing the streams of light pouring out from a distance, Jianhu was even more certain. "It is large scale." He looked at the light being emitted and calculated in his head. "Their forces are at least 100 or more." Jianhu's face immediately darkened as he muttered, "How could I have been so careless to only realize there were so many people after standing in the middle of the enemy camp?" Just then, someone shouted, "No, Young." Seeing the person walking out of the darkness, he was slightly suspicious. Tae Rang looked elsewhere and greeted him. "We meet again. I heard you have become a very active member of the Doko family." Jianhu was surprised, approached him and stared. "Tae Rang, what are you doing here?" Then a voice suddenly echoed, "What a coincidence." He quickly became alert and turned around, and another person walked out of the pure white fog. That person was none other than Jim Young. Jianhu's eyes widened in surprise as he shouted. Recalling the situation of that day, he said heavily, "Tae Rang and the Wolf Brigade broke through the encirclement and escaped from the Pengma. They happened to join up with the first army, which had just escaped the formation. They immediately prepared an ambush for the next counterattack." Seeing his injured face at that time, Jianhu suddenly thought, "I realized afterward that it was a stroke of luck that I ran into them." His cold face next to him made him even more pensive. "I could not hide my regret." Tae Rang stood to one side with his arms crossed and opened his mouth as if he could not understand. "Strange, are you alone? What is going on?" "As far as I know, the Alliance ordered all activities to be halted." Jianhu looked at them, hesitated and answered, "It is just a small personal matter." But his sharp eyes stared fixedly at him. After a moment of silence, Tae Rang opened his mouth with a guess. "It seems you were dispatched on a reconnaissance mission. A secret mission from the Alliance's genius, right?" Jianhu could only remain silent without a word. He stared at him for a long time and then opened his mouth with even more suspicion. "You must have gone to the western foot of Mount Shuiriang. What did you see on the way that made you so late?" Jianhu did not lose and retorted with an unpleasant expression, "I do not think I have any obligation to report to you." Jim Young immediately frowned upon hearing that. He shouted, "Then that means you saw something." A thought suddenly crossed both of their eyes. Tae Rang softened a little and suggested, "Maybe not, but we can make a deal. If you tell us what you saw, we will also tell you what you want to know." Then he looked at Jianhu and asked again, "How about it? This offer is good, isn't it?" Back in reality, Ga Yin asked excitedly and continuously, "So what did you do? You agreed, right?" Hearing that, he immediately answered, "I could not find a reason to refuse." But Jianhu changed his expression and said, "But I felt this matter was not simple." His face contorted slightly. "I can tell you everything from how they acted, a conflict between the demonic cult leader and Qian Gwi Dogon, and even the responsibility on their shoulders to protect him." The more Jianhu spoke, the more confused he became. "I know what I saw was important information for them, but I could not understand why they would reveal their own secrets to me just to hear it." She, who had been listening quietly, opened her mouth as if she found it a bit difficult to understand. "Isn't that a given? A deal is a deal, but it's strange for them to go into such minute detail," he answered immediately. "That is precisely why I am suspicious." Jianhu looked at Yu Young, hesitated, and said, "About their motive for telling me everything." He paused for a moment and then began to lay out his guess. "It was as if they wanted me to tell you everything they wanted to convey." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze to Yu Young. Hearing just these words, Yu Young guessed that they wanted him to pursue Qian Gwi Dogon and the Lianchi cult. He lifted his head to look up and continued, "There is no guarantee they will survive after infiltrating the Lianchi cult. If the Alliance intervenes, many things could change." Yu Young suddenly thought of Unho's group and was lost in thought. And above all, Tae Rang is fully aware of the mental connection between Qian Gwi Dogon and Yu Young. Finally, Jianhu opened his mouth, looking slightly dazed. "That is everything I saw and heard." A heavy silence fell between them. Solri tilted her head, looked at him, and asked curiously, "What will happen to Qian Gwi Dogon? Will he really become a jiangshi?" Soon as they heard that, Peng An and Ga Yin shot up in astonishment and said, "I can't even imagine how terrifying that would be. If Qian Gwi Dogon becomes a jiangshi, he will surely become the strongest jiangshi. Peng Un could not help but firm his resolve. We must stop it. We cannot let the Lianqi cult get their hands on such an invincible weapon. Yuan's face was rather serious at this time, and he raised a question. Can we pursue them? Do we have the time and manpower for that? At his one sentence, all four fell silent in thought. She too couldn't help but open her mouth. But we can't just sit still. There must be a way, Solri glanced at him and suggested. At least what we can do now is report the Lianqi cult's movements to the command tower. Yuan heard her words and answered frankly, they already know about the Lianqi cult's involvement. At those words she and Peng Un could not help but be surprised. Ga Yin and Jianhu also stared at him for a long time, and Ga Yin explained a little awkwardly, well, it would be weirder if they didn't know. Changyi Huguan has many ways of knowing things we cannot. Solri frowned in displeasure and opened her mouth. But if they knew, why haven't they told us yet? At the same time his face also darkened. Amidst a strangely gloomy atmosphere, two shadows were rushing over. Soon the two landed in front of everyone and opened their mouths. We have returned, they said very excitedly. We have brought a lot of new information to share with everyone. Hearing that, Yuan quickly approached and received the letter, and the other four also eagerly awaited the information in the letter. He looked at it for a moment, then said slowly, the cult leader has taken people out of Sichuan. Everyone fell completely silent to hear what Yuan was relaying, including the Hall of the Reaper and Soro Jian. He paused for a moment and then slowly opened his mouth. And last night the whereabouts of the Wolf Brigade and the Black Wolf Brigade could not be found. As soon as Jianhu heard that, he quickly made a judgment. Then that means they have infiltrated the Lianqi cult. Their goal is to retrieve Qian Gwi Dogun. The other three gathered to read the information on the letter. Yuan stood facing the three and opened his mouth. We can say the demonic cult has abandoned Sichuan, she asked, even more puzzled. Then what is next? His face was still cold and he opened his mouth. Peace will come to the Murm for a while. Perhaps. Solri still seemed not to understand, hesitated and said, peace. Peng Un and Ga Yin were slightly dazed. It was a word they had not heard in a long time. That sounds truly unfamiliar. Yuan suddenly lifted his head as if he remembered something. The image of Unho laughing and chatting happily and their emotional conversations came to mind. This made him even more certain. Yuan could not help but think gloomily, we met in our childhood, they reunited as adults. He looked at the sky that had turned gray and thought, your power is like a bottomless abyss. Solri looked at the sky slightly dazed and opened her mouth. It was clear all day. Why has it suddenly become cloudy? She looked at the current situation and guessed, it seems like it is going to rain. Recalling his appearance, Yuan suddenly thought, are you still there? He thought even more gloomily, are you still alive? Just then, in a desolate area full of sharp rocks, there was a mysterious cave deep inside. As the cave became pitch black, a small light could be seen from the opposite side. Inside, a person was lying motionless. That person was none other than Unho, and he had no idea that Yuan was secretly praying for him. I hope so, you must live. At that time he could only wish helplessly in his heart, you must not die.